Chapter 1. Rebirth before the death of the Crown Prince. Mother, how could you be so heartless when is still so young? As Jiang Mingzhu regained consciousness, she was met with the heart-wrenching cries of the empress, echoing the sorrow of the day the young Crown Prince perished. Gazing at the lifeless form of the small prince in the empress' arms, she realized she had indeed been reborn. In her previous life, she had committed unspeakable act to secure her son's ascendance, resorting to treachery and assassination against the emperor as a matter of routine. Many concubines and children within the palace had suffered at her hands, and ultimately, when her plans unraveled, she was slain by her own son, who had grown indifferent under her care. Her beloved daughter, manipulated by a rebel, turned against her in fury, stabbing her repeatedly, all because she had obstructed the marriage of her eldest son to the cunning commoner, Xie Wan's tragic demise fueled her son's hatred, and her daughter, driven by vengeance, condemned her for the loss of her beloved. She vividly recalled the day of the failed coup, when her eldest son, consumed by rage, plunged a knife in her chest, his eyes filled with loathing. Jiang Mingzhu, you vile woman, you have brought ruin upon Wan and the child. You deserve this fate. The moment Wan died, I longed to end your life. Your deeds have brought you nothing but retribution. Her daughter, in a frenzy, accused her further. Jiang Mingzhu, you have caused Nielang's death. I shall avenge him. The agony in her chest paled in comparison to the turmoil within her heart. Haunted by those harrowing memories, she was jolted back to the present by the voice of a palace maid. Your Majesty, the Emperor is on his way back, accompanied by the divine physician. With his arrival, the Crown Prince may yet be saved. The Emperor's confidant excitedly relayed the news. At the time of the incident, the Emperor had been at the royal hunting grounds, and upon receiving the distressing news, he had hastened back. Upon hearing this, a flicker of hope ignited in the Empress' otherwise desolate expression. The divine physician, renowned for his unparalleled skills and a close friend of the Emperor, might indeed be able to save her son. Yet, Jiang Mingzhu was acutely aware that time was of the essence. In her previous life, the physician had arrived too late, lamenting, had I arrived just a quarter of an hour sooner, the Crown Prince might have been saved. The death of the small prince had irrevocably severed her ties with the Emperor and Empress, transforming the once gentle and dutiful Empress into a venomous adversary, vowing to eradicate Jiang Mingzhu's influence within the palace, even at great cost to herself. The Emperor, too, harbored a desire for vengeance against her, yet his recent ascension left him vulnerable, without evidence to act upon. After her son had slain her, the Emperor had ruthlessly executed her entire clan. Bring me the Crown Prince. The urgency to save the child surged within her. Jiang Mingzhu knew she could not delay. Upon entering the palace, her grandfather had entrusted her with 3 heart-preserving pills, capable of saving lives in critical moments. She had used one during the difficult birth of her daughter, leaving only 2. The Empress, fiercely protective of her son, cried out, "You vile woman! Since I entered the palace, I have shown you nothing but filial piety, managing every affair between you and the Emperor without defiance. Yet you seek to harm my child. If he does not survive today, it shall be a matter of life and death between us. Even if it costs my entire family, I shall make you pay." Fully aware of her family's inferiority to the Empress Dowager's clan, the Empress knew that even with the absence of evidence, she could not challenge the Dowager. Yet the murder of her child was an unforgivable sin. Desperate to save the Crown Prince, Jiang Mingzhu realized the Empress' interference would only further jeopardize the child's chances. Enough! How dare you slander me? The Crown Prince's condition is dire. I shall not argue with you. Someone, bring him to me. Despite her well-intentioned plea, the Empress would not cooperate. With a commanding voice, Jiang Mingzhu ordered the palace maids to seize the child from the Empress' grasp. The Empress struggled fiercely, attempting to protect her son, but in the palace, the power lay with the Dowager. Overpowered by the palace maids, she could only watch helplessly as her son was taken away, carried off to that vile woman. Jiang Mingzhu held the feeble little prince, only 3 years old, innocent and endearing, a child of remarkable wit and wisdom, resembling a delicate jade figure. How could she have ever brought herself to harm him in her previous life? With that thought, Jiang Mingzhu resolutely retrieved a heart-preserving pill from her bosom. Quick, bring me some yellow wine. Her command was met with immediate compliance. No one dared question the Dowager's intentions. She dissolved the pill in the wine, and administered it to the crown prince, waiting anxiously as she felt his pulse. Gradually, color returned to his cheeks, and his breathing stabilized, bringing her a sigh of relief. The emperor has returned. In light of such grave events, the entire palace awaited his arrival, especially the empress faction. The empress, already convinced that the dowager intended to harm her child, sat there, pale and despondent. Upon seeing the emperor's familiar yellow robes, she rushed forward, clasping his leg, tears cascading down her cheeks. Your Majesty, please avenge Er, even if I am no longer your empress." Though the emperor had taken many concubines since ascending the throne, he held deep affection for the empress, his steadfast companion through trials. Witnessing her distress, his heart sank. He had never anticipated that the dowager would descend to such madness, daring to strike at the crown prince. Memories of past grievances surged within him, igniting a fierce desire for vengeance. Seeing the crown prince in Jiang Mingzhu's embrace, the emperor swiftly approached, taking the child from her arms. No one dared to intervene with the emperor's direct involvement. Jiang Mingzhu had already administered the medicine and made no effort to stop him. Allowing the emperor to carry the child away, he entrusted the small prince to the white-robed physician who had accompanied him into the palace. "Zhongjing, I entrust Er to you." Xue Xiao, recognizing the urgency of the situation, wasted no time in examining the crown prince and administering acupuncture. Moments later, a soft whimper escaped the child, eliciting expressions of joy from both the emperor and empress. "Zhongjing, how is the crown prince?" "Rest assured, your majesty. The crown prince has been saved with proper care. He shall be well." "Zhongjing, I cannot express my gratitude enough. If not for you, the crown prince would not have survived." The empress, holding her son, was overwhelmed with both relief and gratitude, bowing to the physician. Xue Xiao shook his head. "Your majesty, you are mistaken. The one who saved the crown prince is not I, but another." Chapter 2. Challenging the emperor, the empress was taken aback by the words of Xue Xiao, while Nangongqing looked at him in confusion. "Zhongjing, what do you mean by that?" "Before I treated the crown prince, someone had already administered the heart-preserving pill to him. Otherwise, given his condition, something would have surely gone awry before my arrival." The heart-preserving pill? The empress had never heard of such a thing, but Nangongqing seemed to contemplate, directing his gaze towards Jiang Mingzhu. "The heart-preserving pill was concocted by my esteemed master, Zhang Xian, using exceedingly precious medicinal materials. Although it lacks the power to resurrect the dead, it can protect one and Appo's vital heart veins at crucial moments, preserving life. There are only 6 in total. After all these years, since my master has long since passed, I know that 3 have already been used, and the whereabouts of the remaining 3 are unknown. I never expected to encounter one within the palace." Upon hearing Xue Xiao and Appo's explanation, the empress began to comprehend, recalling the pill that the empress dowager had given to the young crown prince. Could that have been the heart-preserving pill? It was inconceivable. How could the empress dowager, who had wished harm upon the crown prince, act so benevolently? "I have expressed my gratitude to the empress dowager on behalf of Er." Nangongqing's emotions were complex. The empress was oblivious, but he knew that when the empress dowager had given birth to the 3rd princess, it was the heart-preserving pill that had saved her life. Thus, the 3 remaining pills had fallen into the hands of the empress dowager. He had originally thought that she intended to harm the crown prince. Jiang Mingzhu, feeling guilty for her thanks towards Nangongqing, understood that throughout her years as the empress dowager, she had learned to maintain her composure despite her inner turmoil. "No need for gratitude. That esteemed empress of yours has long regarded me as a murderer, eager to do battle with me." Having saved the young crown prince, the empress regained her composure, especially upon realizing that the heart-preserving pill belonged to the empress dowager. This meant that the empress dowager could not possibly be the one to threaten Er. Even if she were acting, she would not resort to using such a precious pill. In response to the empress dowager and Appo's cold laughter, the empress knelt down. "It is I who have been blinded by my own biases, wrongfully accusing the empress dowager. Yet, she has graciously chosen to spare Er. I am eternally grateful. I do not covet your thanks. Today's rescue of the crown prince was merely due to his generally obedient and filial nature. After this incident, you should keep the crown prince far from me. My Xinang palace does not welcome you and your son. After confronting the empress, Jiang Mingzhu turned her gaze to Nangongqing. Her once fervent desire to rid herself of the stepson now replaced by a weighted concern. While I may not hold any fondness for the empress and the crown prince, I would never stoop so low as to seek the crown prince's demise. Today's events warrant thorough investigation. I wish to uncover who dares to meddle behind the scenes. It is audacious indeed for someone to manipulate matters to the extent that I am made to take the blame. As she spoke, her words were laced with resentment. In her previous life, the crown prince's death had sent the emperor and empress into a frenzy, attempting to eradicate her influence in the harem. She had been too preoccupied to investigate, and by the time she realized the gravity of the situation, all traces had been wiped away. Now, reflecting on past events, it seemed as though a hidden hand had been orchestrating everything. Rest assured, I will ensure that the truth unravels. Nangongqing, even without the Empress Dowager and Amp, Oppose, as request, had no intention of sparing any involved party. To dare to lay hands on the crown prince was an affront too great to ignore. This time, however, his focus would differ. The Empress Dowager, while perhaps not entirely benevolent, could not be the one seeking to end the crown prince and Amp, Oppose's life, especially not for the sake of such a precious heart-preserving pill. Enough, I shall await your findings, Emperor. After all this commotion, I have grown weary and shall return to the palace. Having given her orders, Jiang Mingzhu settled into her sedan chair, accompanied by a throng of attendants as she was escorted back to Xinang Palace. Jiang Mingzhu felt truly exhausted. The events of her previous life loomed vividly in her memory. Today had brought forth a torrent of occurrences, and with little time to ponder, she had acted solely on instinct to save the crown prince. Yi Yiving, I implore you to uncover the truth behind today's peculiar events regarding the crown prince. I wish to know who is stirring the pot behind the scenes. Such audacity. Upon returning to Xinang Palace, her first directive was to summon her trusted aide to investigate the unseen machinations at play. Though she had spoken to the emperor in that manner, she would never truly entrust everything to him for investigation. Having been given a second chance at life, Jiang Mingzhu longed to relinquish all burdens. She no longer wished to expend any effort on her children. Her priority was to ensure her own survival. Only by maintaining her life could she afford to be carefree. The rift between her and the emperor, his wariness of her, had not arisen overnight. For now, as long as the young crown prince remained alive, there was no irrevocable enmity formed between her and the emperor or empress. That was all there was to it. Empress Dowager, do you mean to say that there are other forces at work behind the emperor? Though I may not cherish the crown prince, I have never wished him harm. Yet today, right beneath my nose, he nearly drowned. My subordinates will investigate immediately. Jiang Mingzhu nodded. She entrusted this matter to no one but Yi Qing. Yi Qing was her chief shadow guard, the one she trusted above all. In her previous life, Yi Qing had been assassinated by the emperor, granting her son the opportunity to betray her. The hidden hand behind these events was deeply entrenched. Had it not been for the current incident, she would have never suspected. You must investigate thoroughly. Report any findings directly to me. With such a hidden force at play, how could Jiang Mingzhu find peace? Empress Dowager, the Duke of Jian and Amp, Oppose, and requests an audience. Just as she settled in, Jiang Mingzhu heard the palace maid in Damp, Oppose, as announcement. I pay my respects to the Empress Dowager, the Duke of Jian and Oppose, and always maintained proper decorum when addressing his sister. Brother, you have come to the palace regarding the crown prince, have you not? I heard that the crown prince nearly lost his life, prompting my hasty visit. The Empress Dowager may be overly anxious, the Emperor and Amp, Oppose, as power is growing. If he were to react rashly due to the crown prince and Amp, Oppose, as predicament, who knows what could transpire? Jiang Mingzhu felt somewhat comforted by her elder brother's worried gaze. Compared to her ambitious second brother, her elder brother harbored no grand aspirations. He merely wished for her well-being in the palace. In her previous life, her brother had advised her against rebellion, only to join her in the uprising and meet a tragic end. Jiang Mingzhu felt a pang of guilt towards him. My brother, You have misunderstood. I am not the orchestrator of this incident. Otherwise, I would not have administered the heart-preserving pill to the crown prince. Upon hearing that it was not his sister behind the incident, Jiang returned to calmness. As for the heart-preserving pill, it had been used, and there was still one left. Sister, do not use that remaining pill on anyone else. It should be reserved for a critical moment. Though I hope such a moment never arises, the palace is fraught with peril. Though the Duke of Jian and oppose, and felt pained, he understood that the value of the heart-preserving pill was worth it compared to the catastrophic consequences of the crown prince's death. Additionally, the tasks you assigned have been completed. We shall confront the emperor at court in a few days. What did you say? Jiang Mingzhu, who had been sipping her tea in a relaxed manner, nearly dropped the lid in shock. Chapter 3. Are you truly intent on marrying a commoner? Good heavens! To challenge the emperor is evidently to hasten one and oppose's demise. In her past life, her singular devotion to her son had driven her to madness. She had not paused to contemplate the consequences. Although her children had displayed unfilial behavior, the ultimate outcome was a result of the emperor's cunning strategies. The emperor, though appearing benevolent and filial towards her as the empress Dowager, was in reality a meticulous and vengeful strategist. He had devised the most vicious method of demise for her, to be slain by her own progeny, an end that would leave her eternally restless. The emperor is set to announce new policies in the court the day after tomorrow, clearly aiming to undermine your authority alongside the noble clans. I have already conspired with numerous courtiers and several noble relatives, and we shall vehemently oppose the implementation of the emperor's new policies in the court tomorrow. We will not allow his sinister designs to succeed. Jiang Hui spoke with fervor, exuding confidence, evidently having arranged matters for the upcoming morning assembly. The Jiang family currently held immense power, with nearly half of the court being aligned with the Empress Dowager. Jiang Mingzhu had only just returned, and although it was an event from years prior, the details eluded her. She did recall, however, that there was indeed such an occurrence. The emperor's new policies are beneficial, and you must not obstruct them. It was a considerable effort to save the young prince. The knot has finally been untied. This new policy is also a resolution from my and the emperor and oppose, as past life. While the emperor fervently pushes for these reforms, I am equally determined to resist in order to maintain my power. It was only in the year preceding my death that the new policies truly began to take effect. I am not unaware that these reforms are favorable for the realm. Jiang Hui was perplexed by his sister and damp. Oppose has sudden change in attitude, his face betraying a hint of struggle. Empress Dowager, this matter has already been set in motion, and the impending events are imminent. Brother, allow me to be forthright. I observe that she and oppose is increasingly unfit for leadership. The current emperor, however, is indeed wise and astute, a ruler of commendable caliber. Since a decision has been made, Jiang Mingzhu felt compelled to express her stance to Jiang Hui. Do you no longer wish to contend? I desire nothing more than a few tranquil days. What purpose does contention serve? Just look at Chung and Amp, oppose, or S character. It would be wiser to seize this moment, while the emperor and Amp, oppose, S grievances are not deeply rooted. To withdraw gracefully and devise means to preserve the Jiang family. Regarding the Empress Dowager's comment about the Emperor's grievances, Jiang Hui. Empress Dowager, given the current state of the Jiang family, even if you wish to retreat, my second brother is unlikely to consent. He is wholly focused on amplifying the Jiang family and oppose's influence. The mention of Jiang Su, her ambitious second brother, sparked a glint of coldness in Jiang Mingzhu's eyes. In her past life, Jiang Su had engaged in numerous underhanded dealings behind her back and had incited her son, Nangongqi, leading to a series of treacherous acts for his own gain, ultimately resulting in the Jiang family's downfall. Brother, we must remain vigilant. My second brother, despite our kinship, is increasingly reckless in his actions, seemingly motivated by self-interest rather than the well-being of the Jiang family. Sister, you, brother, simply inform our allies. As for the second brother, should he persist in his ways, it is of no concern to you. A flicker of ruthlessness crossed Jiang Mingzhu's gaze. Her brother had always been obedient to her commands, but Jiang Mingzhu would not relinquish his ambitions simply because she instructed him to do so. If that is the case, let him bear the emperor and oppose dissatisfaction and wrath. Jiang Hui complied with Jiang Mingzhu and oppose directives, and in light of the urgency, he promptly left the palace to make arrangements. Watching him depart, Jiang Mingzhu felt a semblance of reassurance. Her brother was known for his meticulousness. Nevertheless, the complexities surrounding the Jiang family could not be unraveled in a day. She needed to contemplate her previous actions and how to reconcile with the emperor, at the very least, achieving a peaceful coexistence. With a throbbing headache, Jiang Mingzhu instinctively rubbed her forehead, her soft hands pressing gently against it just the right amount. "My lady, if I may suggest, you are now the Empress Dowager. Why burden yourself with such concerns? You risk exhausting yourself." The youthful voice of Feng Ruo resonated, bringing moisture to Jiang Mingzhu's eyes. At that moment, Feng Ruo was still well, having not perished in that frigid winter while shielding her from harm. It was that rebellious girl who had instigated the calamity, yet Feng Ruo had taken the brunt of it. With Feng Ruo and Oppo's demise, she no longer had anyone to confide in, and her increasingly obstinate and reckless behavior went unchecked. "Feng Ruo, you were right. It was I who failed to see clearly in the past. From now on, let us live quietly, unperturbed by outside matters. Feng Ruo, I have not savored your osmanthus rice balls in ages." Jiang Mingzhu spoke with a hint of childlike charm, recalling how much she adored those delicacies made by Feng Ruo. Sadly, such a peaceful and warm moment was fleeting. Nan Gongqi stormed into the palace, filled with fury. "Mother, how could you be so malicious? Wan'er is dutiful and respectful towards you. What could possibly provoke your disdain to the point of insult?" Jiang Mingzhu observed her son rush in without seeking clarification, launching into accusations and questions, his words brimming with defense for that commoner girl, neglecting to inquire about the context. "Have you come to demand an explanation for that common girl?" Jiang Mingzhu narrowed her phoenix eyes, observing the rebellious youth ablaze with indignation. A mere woman had incited him so thoroughly that he seemed to forget the maternal love and care she had bestowed upon him, almost ready to confront her. It was no wonder that he had acted in such a manner in their past life. "Mother, I only have eyes for Wan and Oppos. She is my savior. Whatever schemes you may be plotting, I shall not waver. Wan and Oppos, must be my rightful consort, and that is non-negotiable." Jiang Mingzhu could not help but feel disappointment. After all, this was her own flesh and blood. However, the accumulation of past disappointments left her feeling more vexed than heartbroken. "Do you understand that Xie Wan is merely a commoner, not even the daughter of a noble family?" Jiang Mingzhu spoke with a calm demeanor, her tone devoid of emotion. "I'm aware, mother. Do you realize that marrying such a woman will not only offer you no advantages, but will also render you a subject of ridicule? Her background dictates her inability to fulfill the responsibilities of a matriarch. Mother, I implore you to cease fabricating excuses to obstruct this union. My mind is made up. Wan is my chosen consort, and I would rather remain unmarried for life than change my decision." In his fervor, Nan Gongqi declared his unwavering intent. Believing he could intimidate Jiang Mingzhu, then by all means, marry her. Jiang Mingzhu's nonchalant response left Nan Gongqi in disbelief. "Mother, what did you just say? You claim to have matured and are prepared to take responsibility for your own decisions. Henceforth, you may act independently, without consulting me." Chapter 4. The hidden manipulator Nan Gongqi gazed at Jiang Mingzhu and Oppo's pale countenance, unable to discern any emotions, and assumed that this was merely another tactic employed by her to manipulate him, which filled him with indignation. "Very well, since Mother Empress insists, I shall make my own decisions. I hope you shall not covertly obstruct my choices nor interfere with Wan. Otherwise, do not blame me for turning against you." With that, Nan Gongqi strode away, and although Jiang Mingzhu had cultivated a tranquil disposition, she could not suppress her irritation. Feng Ruo looked at her master with concern. The prince is being unreasonable. Is it truly worth it for a commoner? In his heart, it seems that this mother is worth less than a mere fingertip of his beloved. Very well, I shall grant them their wishes. Let us see if they can truly maintain their love and harmony for a lifetime. She understood her son well. In the past life, she had prepared everything for him, allowing him to enjoy honors that no prince could possess. Should he lose it all, she would relish witnessing his determination to marry Xiaowan. Master, the prince is young and naive. You must not truly let go of your concerns. How could Xiaowan be worthy of our prince? Even as a concubine, she is unworthy, let alone as a legitimate wife. Feng Ruo held disdain for the common girl, believing her lowly status unfit for the prince. Feng Ruo, did you not previously urge me to relinquish my hold? Now, it seems he truly views me as an enemy, Jiang Mingzhu retorted, exhaling deeply, choosing not to argue further. The prince's behavior was disheartening even for her, a mere servant. In the Qinqing Palace, the emperor received a report. Your Majesty, this information points directly to the Empress Dowager. Lin Xian placed the findings on Nangongqing and Appo's desk. Nangongqing and Appo's expression darkened as he surveyed the evidence before him, his gaze icy. I had no idea there existed such a powerful figure within the palace, manipulating everything from behind the scenes, even managing to deceive me. Were it not for the rarity of the Baoxin pill, I might have readily believed these findings. The Empress Dowager viewed him as a thorn in her side, employing underhanded tactics to undermine him over the years. Assassinations and poisonings were her usual methods. However, this time, it likely was not her doing. The Dowager was not foolish enough to act against the Crown Prince so brazenly in plain sight. Your Majesty, it was the Empress Dowager and Appo's intention for the Crown Prince to visit the Imperial Garden, and it was her palace and Appo's people who attacked him. If we wish to pursue this further, we require the Dowager's approval. Lin Xian hesitated, knowing the difficulty of extracting individuals from the Dowager and Appo's influence. I shall visit the Empress Dowager. The presence of such a force in the palace was intolerable to Nangongqing. He would not allow it. The thought of the Crown Prince nearly perishing instilled in him a fear greater than that of the Dowager herself. Has my son seen the Empress Dowager? Is she in good health? I am well, Your Majesty. Have you discovered who was behind the attack on the Crown Prince? Jiang Mingzhu and Appo's previous disdain for Nangongqing was evident. He rarely visited unless it was necessary to pay respects during festivals. My subordinates have uncovered numerous leads, all pointing towards the Empress Dowager. I know this is not her intention, but to continue investigating, we require her cooperation. Nangongqing was acutely aware of Jiang Mingzhu's temperament and stated his purpose directly. Jiang Mingzhu was not surprised by this outcome. In her past life, both the emperor and the empress had gone to great lengths to deal with her, surely having conducted thorough investigations. She had no doubt regarding Nangongqing and Appo's intelligence. Matters concerning the Crown Prince would not be treated lightly, as the hidden players were too deeply concealed. Speak, who else is implicated in this? Jiang Mingzhu did not conceal her fierce intent. Her reputation for ruthlessness was well known, and Nangongqing understood this better than anyone. He presented her with a list of names. Jiang Mingzhu noted that 4 individuals from her own palace were implicated, along with 2 from her beloved daughter, Princess Annal Circle. Yi Yiving, take Lin Xian with you and apprehend them. Anyone who dares to defy my orders shall be taken as well and brought to me for interrogation. Jiang Mingzhu commanded, then turned to Nangongqing. Your Majesty, I will provide you with the individuals, but I have one condition. Yiqing must be involved in this matter, and no findings may be concealed from me. In return, I will ensure Yiqing assists you, and I will share any information without reservation. Jiang Mingzhu was forthright in her mistrust of Nangongqing, not believing he would shield those who harmed the Crown Prince. But the palace's intricate web of interests made it hard to ascertain if he would withhold anything from her. This was not mere conjecture. It was a certainty. Jiang Mingzhu felt a prickling discomfort. Should Nangongqing refuse her condition, she would investigate on her own. Agreeing to collaborate with Nangongqing was merely an attempt to extend an olive branch and ease relations. Her request was not unreasonable. He had come prepared to argue with the Dowager and was caught off guard by her request. Very well, I agree. I shall not withhold any information regarding this matter. Jiang Mingzhu was not surprised by his acquiescence, and nodded toward I Ching, who then provided Nangong Qing with the information he had gathered. I have uncovered more than you, as I had my own suspicions prior. The hidden force behind this has been adept at concealing its presence, leading me to believe everything was mere coincidence until this incident confirmed otherwise. Jiang Mingzhu harbored vague suspicions but awaited concrete evidence to validate them. The day after the crown prince awoke, the empress brought him to the Empress Dowager's palace to express gratitude for Jiang Mingzhu's assistance in his recovery. Jiang Mingzhu sat in a position of authority as the empress solemnly bowed with the crown prince. Previously, I was in the wrong, and I should not have doubted you. Mother Empress, I come today to sincerely apologize and accept your punishment. The empress in Oppo's apology was genuine. She had sustained injuries during childbirth and had only this one child, who was her lifeblood. Jiang Mingzhu, adjusting her armor, looked down at the empress. I do not deny my ruthless methods. I am not a benevolent person. It is only natural for you and the emperor to harbor resentment towards me. But I assure you, I have never laid a hand on the crown prince. Chapter 5. The true enemy Cui Rou had long harbored a fear of Jiang Mingzhu, and now, under the latter and Oppo's imposing gaze, her body trembled slightly. That day, she had risked everything for her son, but now, as she reflected on the Empress Dowager and Oppo's tactics, her complexion turned pale as she struggled to maintain her composure. Nangongyi, though still a child, could sense his mother and Oppo's fear. Moreover, his great-grandmother had never been fond of him, often scolding him without a hint of kindness. He too felt a pang of fear, but his father had told him he was a little man and that he must support his mother during such times. Great-grandmother, it is all Er's fault. Please do not blame my mother, he said, and upon seeing his son in such a state, Cui Rou suddenly felt a surge of courage. I, your son, have been blinded by ignorance and wrongly accused my mother. I am willing to bear any punishment. Cui Rou was uncertain of how the Empress Dowager would punish her. Previously, she had endured many penalties, such as transcribing scriptures or kneeling in the Buddha Hall. Once, when her mistake was particularly severe, the Empress Dowager had even struck her with a ruler. This time, she had openly defied the Empress Dowager before the entire court. Jiang Mingzhu, observing the fearful yet defiant demeanor of the mother and son, felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth. Was she truly that terrifying? This time, I shall show leniency, considering your maternal instincts. But should there be a next time? Before she could finish her sentence, the Empress Dowager heard a thud as the Empress knelt down again, and she winced at the sound. Mother, I will not dare to repeat my mistakes. I will never again go against your wishes, the Empress declared, her words laced with sincerity, for the Empress Dowager had saved her son. Yeah, come. Express your gratitude to great-grandmother for her life-saving grace. You must honor her well in the future, understand? After speaking, the Empress pulled the young prince down to kneel. Thank you, grandmother, for saving my life. Nangongyi respectfully bowed his head. Rise, the crown prince is still recovering. Since we have said what needed to be said, there is no need to linger in Xinang Palace. You may leave, Jiang Mingzhu said, her eyes pained at the sight of the anxious mother and son, and thus she dismissed them. Upon hearing this, Cui Rou feared that the Empress Dowager still harbored resentment and hurriedly took her son to take their leave. Exiting Xinang Palace, Nangongyi observed his mother and Oppo's worried expression. Mother, has great-grandmother troubled you again? I will study hard so that when I grow up, I can confront her and protect you. Cui Rou was startled by her son's words and quickly covered his mouth, glancing around. Do not speak so recklessly. How dare you show disrespect to your great-grandmother? Never say such things again. But mother, you are still young and do not understand many matters. Although your great-grandmother and Oppo's temper is not the best, and she does not favor us, she is not our true enemy. The Empress, contemplating the recent threats, realized that the Empress Dowager considered her son, though not well-liked, not a threat at this time. Yet they, mother and son, stood in the way of others. And there were other consorts in the harem with children as well. Mother, who is our true enemy? Cui Rou shook her head. When you are older, I will tell you. For now, I shall protect you. Thanks to Jiang Mingzhu and Oppo's intervention, the two highest-ranking figures in the palace temporarily halted their hostilities. resulting in an unprecedented harmony that lasted only a couple of days. As soon as morning court concluded, news swiftly reached Jiang Mingzhu. During the session, the elder had claimed illness and did not attend, while the second elder led numerous officials in obstructing the emperor's new policies, advising him that one official even offered his life as a protest against the reforms. Jiang Mingzhu could only imagine the fierce atmosphere of that morning's court. However, compared to her past life, it was a mere shadow. In her previous life, with her support, her brother Jiang Huadi had been well prepared, and more than half the officials had knelt in opposition to the emperor and Appo's as policies, with one even dying on the Golden Hall floor to thwart the emperor and Appo's decree, forcing him to relent. The emperor must be furious. Jiang Mingzhu toyed with a luminous pearl presented to her from the inner court, her tone laced with amusement. Feng Ruo and Appo's face was filled with concern. The emperor is furious, pointing at the second uncle and cursing, declaring that the new policies are crucial for the people's livelihood, and that those who obstruct them are traitors to the state. Master, it seems the emperor is truly enraged. With the second elder opposing him, the emperor may very well hold you responsible, even though you have already thwarted the elder's plans. This is solely the second elder's doing. Feng Ruo was genuinely angry. The second elder acted on his own accord, disregarding her master and Appo's counsel, and now the consequences fell upon her. What she said was not unfounded. Neglecting the people and Appo's welfare and harming the state was indeed treasonous. Feng Ruo hesitated, uncertain of her master and Appo's intentions, for her master usually heeded the second elder and Appo's words, sometimes even placing him above the elder. Today, however, her master seemed to be blaming the second elder. The emperor was merely speaking in anger, yet her master and Appo's words were rather severe. Master, should we not explain this matter to the emperor? Feng Ruo and Appo's face was etched with worry. Even if her master explained, the second elder was still her brother, and the emperor might not believe it. Their relationship had only recently softened. Feng Ruo understood that this realm belonged to the emperor, who, though newly ascended, was wise and astute. It was only a matter of time before he reclaimed his power. If her master continued to oppose him, it is indeed prudent to have a word with the emperor. No one should make me bear the blame, not even Jiang Su. In the imperial study, shards lay scattered across the floor. This is outrageous. I shall make them pay dearly. Nan Gongqing's expression was dark, his eyes filled with fury. He had anticipated resistance to the new policies, but could not contain his anger. These officials, entrenched in their positions, only thought of their own interests, disregarding the populace. They were nothing but a band of ignorant old fools. Sooner or later, he would seize control of the court. Your Majesty, do not let your anger affect your health. Jiang Su is likely acting on the Empress Dowager's orders to obstruct you. Yet, Jiang Hui's absence today is rather suspicious. If anyone should lead the charge, it should be Jiang Hui, the head of the Jiang family and the Empress Dowager and Appo's own elder brother. I have inquired, and Jiang Hui is not ill. He merely claims to be, a courtier reported. Nan Gongqing, lost in thought, had yet to comprehend the situation when a messenger from Xinang Palace arrived. Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager requests your presence in Xinang Palace. Chapter 6. Beyond hatred, there lies admiration, Your Majesty. The Empress Dowager seeks your presence at this moment, likely regarding the matter of the new reforms. Do you have a strategy to address this? The Empress Dowager poses a significant challenge, as she has consistently opposed your every ambition. Every endeavor you pursue is met with her utmost resistance, especially since the implementation of these reforms will undoubtedly encroach upon her interests and diminish her power. How could she possibly allow such a situation to unfold? I am determined to enact these reforms for the benefit of the common people. Not even the Empress Dowager can deter my resolve. Nan Gongqing and Appo's expression was resolute. He understood that advancing the reforms was the most expedient way to reshape the political landscape, fully aware of the formidable opposition it would provoke among the influential courtiers. Your Majesty, it would be wise to temper your approach with the Empress Dowager, avoiding any excessive discord, for she still wields considerable power within the court. We must proceed with caution, as the implementation of these reforms requires a lengthy and delicate process, not achievable in mere days. I comprehend this. Nangongqing and Appo's gaze darkened. He had patiently endured and schemed for many years, unwilling to rush headlong into conflict. However, a confrontation with the Empress Dowager was now inevitable, and he could only face it directly. Mother, your summons today must be for a specific purpose. The execution of these reforms is imperative. I shall not concede on this matter. It is not that Nangongqing lacks the desire for conciliation, but the inherent conflict of this issue cannot be softened. It is better to assert his stance firmly, allowing the Empress Dowager to recognize his determination. Jiang Mingzhu observed the Emperor and Appo's unyielding attitude and thought that had this been in the past, she would have been infuriated. Does the Emperor not realize that the implementation of reforms threatens the interests of many? I am aware that, for the sake of the people, I must take this course of action. If we continue on our current path, the great Qi will inevitably decline, as the influential figures within the court are solely focused on their own gains, while the common people suffer greatly. The populace is the foundation of the court. If they cannot sustain themselves, what purpose does the throne serve? Your words hold truth. Yet why is it that so many courtiers oppose you today? Despite their understanding of this principle, Jiang Mingzhu inquired, to which Nangongqing responded with a hint of sarcasm. Is it not clear that the Empress Dowager understands this? The implication was unmistakable, suggesting Jiang Mingzhu and Appo's influence. I can see the merits of the new reforms and harbor no intention of obstructing your initiatives. If I genuinely opposed you, do you think the court would be in such a predicament today? Although there was fierce debate among the courtiers, there remains a glimmer of hope. Nangongqing recalled the incident where Jiang Hui feigned illness. Although Jiang Su is of the Jiang family, he is no longer bound by the Empress Dowager and Appo's influence. The courtiers who stood against you today, aside from Jiang Su and Appo's faction, are primarily opposed because their interests are threatened by your actions. Nangongqing pondered this. Mother, did you truly not intervene in today and Appo's court matters? You underestimate me, your majesty. If I had chosen to intervene, my actions would have decisively eliminated any future threats, leaving you no room to maneuver. Jiang Mingzhu and Appo's words struck a nerve, yet they were undeniably accurate. You're still too young, Emperor. These courtiers, before their interests were threatened, professed loyalty, filial piety, and patriotism. But once their benefits are at stake, their true colors reveal themselves. Jiang Mingzhu recognized that the Emperor was absorbing her words. Not only you, but even I, in a precarious position, would face significant opposition if I were to hastily promote these reforms. History shows that the implementation of new policies has often been paved with bloodshed and violence, with success being a rare occurrence. What do you suggest, Mother? Nangongqing, reflecting on Jiang Mingzhu and Appo's stance, tentatively asked. Regarding the reforms, I offer you 4 words. Proceed with caution. Jiang Su and Appo's vocal opposition today may not be entirely detrimental. Although his actions contradict my intentions, many will perceive his opposition as endorsed by me. Seeing the Emperor's serious demeanor, Jiang Mingzhu had strategies in mind, not her own, but those devised by strategists in a previous life. You should not aim for drastic changes from the outset, as such grand ambitions are challenging to realize and will provoke fierce resistance from the courtiers. It will be more prudent to start with smaller issues. The opposition will be less intense, and most will be willing to forego minor interests, creating a sense of acceptance. This gradual approach will facilitate your future endeavors. In her previous life, Nangongqing had been thwarted by her in the court, unable to push through the reforms, leading him to devise this incremental strategy, allowing for gradual acceptance among the courtiers while slowly cultivating his new administration. Nangongqing and Appo's expression shifted, his gaze towards Jiang Mingzhu imbued with complexity. His heart was no longer solely filled with animosity and resentment, but also admiration. The Jiang family was indeed shrewd. He had previously focused on a hardline approach to compel the courtiers into submission. However, the mourning and Appo's Events revealed that this method would only provoke a significant backlash, potentially undoing years of his careful planning. As a ruler, one must possess the courage to make bold decisions, yet also understand the necessity of adaptability. I have been enlightened. Nan Gongqing bowed respectfully to Jiang Mingzhu. Despite their past grievances, the matter of reforms was of paramount importance for the welfare of the common people. If successfully implemented, it would stand as a profound act of virtue, and he expressed his gratitude on behalf of the populace. Jiang Mingzhu felt a sense of satisfaction. Engaging in discourse with an intelligent individual was far simpler than dealing with her ungrateful son, whose mind was clouded with romantic fantasies. With just a slight suggestion, the emperor grasped her meaning. Thus, Your Majesty should understand why I say that Jiangsu and Appo's actions are not without merit. Your efforts to implement reforms have met with my opposition. Yet I have also taken a step back, permitting you to proceed with certain actions, which I will communicate further. With Jiang Mingzhu and Appo's tacit approval of the emperor and Appo's actions, the first barrier had been cleared. Mother, I thank you on behalf of the common people. Might I inquire if you have any further instructions? Nan Gongqing was acutely aware that Jiang Mingzhu's assistance was not entirely selfless. There must be conditions tied to her support. Jiang Mingzhu understood the emperor's reservations towards her intentions. As the empress dowager, her role was equally focused on the welfare of the people, in matters that benefit the populace. I shall never stand in opposition. This endeavor is not solely for your sake, but for the greater good of the realm. Nan Gongqing had previously been unaware of Jiang Mingzhu and Appo's noble intentions. In this instance, she genuinely sought no ulterior motives, potentially sacrificing her own interests and power. The Empress Dowager has arrived, Your Majesty. Just as Jiang Mingzhu and Nan Gongqing were deep in conversation, Jiangsu approached, seeking an audience. Chapter 7. Did the Emperor hear it? Upon witnessing the unfolding situation, Nan Gongqing prepared to take his leave when Jiang Mingzhu remarked, Jiangsu's arrival is likely related to the new policies. Your Majesty should retreat to the back and listen to what Jiangsu has to say. Jiang Mingzhu perceived that although Nan Gongqing appeared to accept her words, his inner thoughts were likely different. It would be more advantageous for him to hear Jiangsu and Appo's intentions directly. Does Mother Empress truly intend to proceed in this manner? Nan Gongqing was acutely aware of the many secrets between the Empress Dowager and her family. Jiangsu's visit was undoubtedly to discuss some confidential matters with the Dowager, and he would undoubtedly be the primary target of Jiangsu and Appo's schemes. Whatever I say, the Emperor may not believe, so it is better to hear Jiangsu and Appo's words firsthand. From the moment Jiang Mingzhu was reborn, she resolved to eliminate the malignant presence of Jiangsu. However, to achieve this, she needed to harness the Emperor's power. Direct confrontation with Jiangsu would leave her with numerous justifications, and if she could leverage Jiangsu and the second branch to secure the Jiang family and Appo's future, it would be the most favorable outcome. Given Jiang Mingzhu and Appo's insistence, Nan Gongqing could hardly refuse. Yet, the Dowager and Appo's increasingly inscrutable actions left him perplexed. Upon entering the inner chamber, Jiang Mingzhu instructed, please invite the general to come in. Jiangsu, in the prime of his success, entered with an air of unassailable authority, striding confidently, his chin slightly raised. Upon seeing Jiang Mingzhu, he questioned, Sister, what is the matter? The Emperor and Appo's implementation of the new policies clearly aims to dilute your power. Why are you obstructing me from confronting the Emperor in court? If not for your interference, the court would not be in such disarray today, and we could force His Majesty to abandon these policies. Jiangsu's immediate inquiry upon entering demonstrated a blatant disregard for Jiang Mingzhu's status as Empress Dowager, taking advantage of their familial bond. Second brother, are you questioning me? Jiang Mingzhu narrowed her eyes, her tone reflecting her displeasure. She was not a puppet to be manipulated by the Jiang family, having never tolerated disrespect, even in the past. Frustrated by his inability to gain favor in court and incited by those around him, Jiangsu confronted Jiang Mingzhu in anger. However, upon meeting her cold, piercing gaze, he suddenly regained his composure. Sister, I would never dare to question you. I merely seek to understand your thoughts so that I may know how to proceed. Second brother, I have already conveyed my intentions to the eldest brother. Did he not relay them to you? Sister, I do not comprehend why you show mercy to the emperor. You must not be soft-hearted. Although he presents himself as cultured and respectful towards you, he has yet to consolidate power in the court. Once he does, and you find yourself in a weakened position, he will undoubtedly turn against you. By then, it will be too late for regrets. Second brother, let's not speculate on how the emperor will treat me in the future. I have made it abundantly clear that the implementation of the new policies must not be obstructed. Surely, you are aware of this. Why not adhere to my wishes? Sister, the emperor's so-called new policies are clearly designed to fracture your power and interests. We cannot allow him to succeed. In the inner chamber, Nan Gongqing's expression remained inscrutable. Yet his gaze was decidedly cold, fists clenched beneath his wide sleeves. It was no wonder that the Dowager harbored such animosity towards him, wishing for his downfall, especially with Jiang Mingzhu inciting her. The Dowager was intent on supporting her son, and this was becoming increasingly evident. How short-sighted of you, second brother, to only see this. The new policies may indeed dilute the power and interests of the Dowager and several nobles, but they will ultimately benefit the common people. The populace is suffering in poverty. This realm belongs to them. For their sake, I am willing to support the emperor. Sister, the emperor wishes nothing more than to eliminate you and our Jiang family. This is not the time for you to preach about righteousness. How can you be so naive? Furthermore, consider Prince Qi. This realm is rightfully his. For his sake, you must not yield. Jiang Mingzhu and oppose. S words were indeed outrageous, especially with Nan Gongqing present in the inner chamber. Jiang Mingzhu and oppose. S lips twitched in response. Prince Qi is hardly the kind of person capable of shouldering the responsibilities of the realm. Should he ever ascend the throne, our great Qi would surely meet its demise. Such discussions must cease, and no further delusions should arise. Sister, Prince Qi is still young. With proper guidance, he will not fall short of the emperor. Allow me to contemplate this matter. Sister, enough. I understand my son well enough. He cannot be compared to the emperor in any regard. For now, we must focus on the implementation of the new policies. Even if we oppose them, we cannot engage in open conflict with the emperor. I will consider how best to proceed and will inform you accordingly. This time, I do not wish for you to act impulsively. Upon hearing Jiang Mingzhu's words, Jiang Mingzhu realized that she had taken his advice to heart to some extent. I will await your news, sister. I hope you will not act foolishly. Jiang Mingzhu wearily waved her hand, dismissing Jiang Mingzhu. Once he had departed, Nan Gongqing emerged from the inner chamber, his expression a tumultuous mix of emotions. Clearly impacted by Jiang Mingzhu's remarks. Did the emperor hear it all? Jiang Mingzhu stated without waiting for Nan Gongqing's response. My second brother has become increasingly muddled in recent years. Not only does he show such deference to you, but even when I issue commands, if they do not align with his desires, he is certain to comply outwardly while defying me internally. Does the Empress Dowager not desire Prince Chun to become emperor? I thought all your previous actions were aimed towards that goal. Previously, everyone understood the unspoken agreement. Even if they were aware, it remained unvoiced. Now that Jiang Mingzhu had openly revealed this, it was as if the veil had been lifted. I did harbor such thoughts before. After all, I am but a woman, an ordinary mother wishing to present the best to her son. Jiang Mingzhu acknowledged this sentiment, meeting Nan Gongqing and Appo's as restrained gaze. I admit to having committed several wrongs against you in the past. Even if you wish to end my life, I would not be surprised. The Empress Dowager has changed her mind? My fate is unfortunate, having raised such an unaccomplished child, filled with foolish notions. If he were ever to become emperor, our great Qi would surely meet its end, especially given his ingratitude and lack of filial piety. Nan Gongqing understood Jiang Mingzhu and Appo's reasoning well. The notion that Prince Qi would cause such turmoil for the sake of a commoner was beyond his imagination, even though he had played a part in instigating it. However, the Empress Dowager was cunning. While she spoke thusly, her true intentions remained elusive, perhaps a mere smokescreen. Chapter 8. The villain's redemption system Jiang Mingzhu was acutely aware that the emperor harbored doubts. Time reveals a person's true nature. She no longer possessed the inclination to prove herself, for the emperor could see through her actions. Moreover, even if she were to act in desperation, it would prove futile. The past was immutable. Regardless of her intentions, the emperor would interpret her actions with the utmost malice. Ultimately, whether the emperor chose to trust her or not, all she desired was to live a few peaceful days. If the Empress Dowager truly thought this way, her son would undoubtedly support her. Jiang Mingzhu had a condition to propose. If the emperor agreed, she would gradually transfer her power to him, ceasing their ongoing strife. Although she recognized the emperor and oppose as skepticism, she felt it necessary to negotiate terms. Every dialogue must have a beginning. She implored the emperor to ensure that, when he gained control of the court, he would leave a path of retreat for the Jiang family. She did not seek for the Jiang family to retain their former glory, but at the very least, she wished to ensure their safety and that they would not suffer repercussions for her past actions. Nan Gongqing listened intently to Jiang Mingzhu's words, focusing solely on the Jiang family and oppo's welfare, without mentioning her children. When she referred to the Jiang family, she meant her elder brother Jiang Hui and oppo's branch. In regarding Jiang Su and the unfilial members of the Jiang family, the emperor's disposition towards them was of no concern to her. The Empress Dowager was solely focused on the Jiang family's future. Did she not consider her own children? Nan Gongqing, suspecting that Jiang Mingzhu and oppo's sudden change of heart was a ruse to lower his guard, reflected on her previous deep attachment to her children. He could not believe she would alter her attitude overnight. Had she foreseen the way her children had turned out, she would have preferred to never have borne them. The emperor need not doubt her. He simply had to consider whether to accept her terms. Her proposal was undoubtedly advantageous for him, although it was merely a promise. Jiang Mingzhu understood that Nan Gongqing was a man of his word. If he agreed, he would certainly follow through. Nan Gongqing, with a profound gaze, acknowledged that if the Empress Dowager's words were genuine, her terms were indeed favorable. Despite his deep-seated hatred for this treacherous stepmother, for the sake of the realm and the court, he could forsake everything, including his animosity towards Jiang Mingzhu, if she could deliver on her promise. If the Empress Dowager can truly comply, I shall agree. As long as the Jiang family does not engage in treasonous plots, I will not act against them. However, as for Jiang Su, he could deal with Jiang Su as he saw fit, provided his anger did not extend to the entire Jiang family. The emperor had witnessed Jiang Su's audacity in disrespecting the Empress Dowager. Everything Jiang Su did not represent the Jiang family. Jiang Mingzhu's intent was clear. She was signaling to Nan Gongqing that if Jiang Su disrespected him, he should hold Jiang Su accountable and not implicate her or the Jiang family. With your words, I understand what must be done. I only hope that when the time comes to act against Jiang Su, you do not hinder me. Though the Empress Dowager was indeed malicious, she had always been true to her word. She would welcome any action Nan Gongqing took against Jiang Su. If he chose to intervene, she would not only refrain from obstruction, but would also assist in Jiang Su's downfall. Nan Gongqing nodded in acknowledgement. Though the Empress Dowager was a woman and had committed many vile acts, she still retained a degree of credibility. However, that was a matter for the future. The emperor needed to focus on the pressing issues of governance. Following the warning from the Empress Dowager, Jiang Su would not dare to interfere with any of the emperor's minor actions. The Empress Dowager would ensure that Jiang Su understood the boundaries. As Jiang Mingzhu concluded her remarks, she observed Nan Gongqing deep in thought. Your Majesty, you must understand the importance of gradual progress. Nan Gongqing bowed to Jiang Mingzhu, expressing gratitude. Thank you, Empress Dowager, for your reminder. I have learned much today, and should you uphold your end of the bargain, I will not forget this agreement. Watching Nan Gongqing depart, Jiang Mingzhu reclined languidly in her chair. In her past life, she had wronged her elder brother, and in this life, preserving the Jiang family's standing would somewhat assuage her guilt. As for herself, she recognized that she had committed many transgressions against the emperor, provoking his ire to a great extent. Thus, she refrained from mentioning her own grievances. For now, she would enjoy her freedom for a few more years, savoring life. For every additional day was a gift in her second chance. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have activated the villain's redemption system. Each act of kindness towards the male lead serves as a redemption of your own life. The male lead and oppose, as hatred value currently stood at 178, with a trust level of 16. Should the hatred value exceed 200, the male lead would be unable to contain his animosity, resulting in a strong intent to kill towards the host. What on earth? Jiang Mingzhu, having lived 2 lifetimes, was no stranger to the extraordinary. After a brief moment of bewilderment, she grasped the significance of the voice in her mind. So, what purpose does this villain and oppose redemption system serve? Host, each time you demonstrate kindness, prompting a change in the male lead, you will receive rewards from the system. Upon hearing the mention of rewards, Jiang Mingzhu felt little temptation. As the Empress Dowager, she wielded the greatest power in the realm, desiring for nothing and cared little for material possessions. However, this system could provide insight into the emperor's innermost thoughts, which was indeed valuable. By merely observing the fluctuations in the hatred value, she could glean some understanding of Nangongqing and oppose as true feelings. Thus, she accepted the so-called villain and oppose redemption system with a smile. A gentle breeze caressed her. The sun warmed her skin, and as she lay there, she drifted into slumber. In her haze, she heard the anxious voice of Fengrua. Your Highness, please wake up. The princess is in trouble. Jiang Mingzhu, still groggy, instinctively sat up, only to realize the gravity of the situation. Fengrua, you must temper your impulsiveness. What trivial matters warrant such urgency? Your Highness, it's the princess. She's been injured. Fengrua, perplexed by her mistress's apparent indifference, was concerned about the young princess's well-being. Injured? Jiang Mingzhu pondered, recalling an incident from her past. Her daughter, Anil, had been overbearing and had encountered the 6th princess and the 12th prince in the imperial garden. Out of jealousy, she had confronted them, striking the 6th princess and humiliating her by demanding she clean Anil's shoes. The 12th prince, unable to bear the sight of his sister being bullied, had defended her, which enraged Anil. In the ensuing altercation, Anil had lashed out with a whip, accidentally injuring the 12th prince, leaving a significant mark on his forehead. In her previous life, upon learning of her daughter's severe injury, Jiang Mingzhu had acted in a fit of rage, punishing the 12th prince and the 6th princess without due consideration, insisting on retribution for her daughter's suffering, regardless of their pleas for justice. Chapter 9. Both foolish and malicious, the 12th prince, a skilled martial artist, possessed a robust physique that allowed him to endure severe injuries. Although he had suffered greatly, he managed to recover without significant issues. In contrast, the 6th princess, being of frail constitution, sustained injuries from a beating that rendered her unable to bear children. Subsequently, the 12th prince garnered considerable favor from Nangongqing, while Nangongshua displayed remarkable bravery on the battlefield, earning numerous accolades. Despite her delicate appearance, the 6th princess was cunning and resourceful, often assisting Nangongqing in dealing with her, thereby causing her considerable distress. Prior to these events, the 12th prince and the 6th princess harbored a degree of goodwill towards each other, stemming from her inadvertent assistance to Zhunfei in a rivalry against other consorts. Even when subjected to bullying by Nangongqi and Nangonglu in the palace, they endured in silence, resisting only when provoked beyond measure. Although their conflicts escalated over time, after her demise, the 12th prince and the 6th princess remembered her kindness. It was the 6th princess who ensured her burial, demonstrating a bond of gratitude that remained unbroken until the end. In retrospect, the character of these 2 siblings was indeed commendable, far surpassing that of her ungrateful offspring. Let us proceed. I am eager to uncover the truth of the matter, she declared. Nangongshua and Nangongqing had not anticipated that the day's events would unfold in such a manner. Initially, Nangongqing had been bedridden for over half a month due to illness, and on this rare day of pleasant weather, Nangongshua accompanied her to the imperial garden for a leisurely stroll. Little did they know, the 6th princess would suddenly confront them without provocation. They had hoped that after the 6th princess vented her frustrations, the matter would be resolved, but she remained relentless. given Nangong Jin's frail health. Nangong Shua's protective instincts escalated the situation into chaos. The Empress Dowager has arrived. Upon witnessing the Empress Dowager approaching with a commanding presence, both siblings understood that the day's events could not conclude amicably. Despite being in the right, as the Princess Annel had instigated the conflict, they were acutely aware of the Empress Dowager's affection for her children, leaving them anxious and apprehensive. At that moment, Princess Annel was being attended to by the royal physician, who was bandaging her forehead. Upon seeing Jiang Mingzhu approach, she could no longer contain her grievances. "Mother, you must seek justice for your daughter. How dare they inflict such harm upon me? They clearly do not regard you with respect. You must punish them severely," she exclaimed, pointing an accusatory finger at Nangong Shua and Nangong Jin. Nangong Shua and Nangong Jin turned pale at her words. "Mother, it is not as it seems. My brother acted not out of malice, but to protect me. If you must assign punishment, let it fall solely upon me. This matter is unrelated to my brother," Nangong Jin implored, aware that evading punishment was impossible, especially with Nangong Lu instigating matters further. She preferred to shoulder the blame alone rather than allow both of them to suffer. "Mother, it was I who caused fourth sister's injury. Jean is in poor health and cannot withstand punishment. I am willing to accept full responsibility," she stated resolutely. Jiang Mingzhu observed the siblings and oppose, mutual defense, which was a stark contrast to her own ungrateful children. "Mother, look at them. They are equally complicit. None can escape accountability." Jiang Mingzhu felt a surge of disdain at their unreasonable behavior, reminiscent of previous betrayals. How could she have birthed such a foolish and malicious daughter? Might it truly be a matter of bloodline? As Princess Annel continued her incessant tirade of accusations, Jiang Mingzhu could bear it no longer and struck her across the face. Silence. Nangong Lu was taken aback, momentarily stunned by the slap. After a brief pause, fury and resentment filled her eyes. "Mother, am I not your daughter? Why do you treat me so?" Previously, even in moments of anger, Jiang Mingzhu would never have laid a finger on her. Now, despite her grievous injuries, she had struck her own child. Nangong Lu, accustomed to being pampered and unable to tolerate any form of grievance, felt betrayed, even by her own mother, Jiang Mingzhu. "Speak. What transpired? Disclose everything truthfully. Should there be any falsehood, I shall send you to the Ministry of Justice." Jiang Mingzhu commanded one of Princess Annel's close attendants. In terms of arrogance and malice, the attendants who surrounded Princess Annel had played no small part in encouraging her behavior. Initially, they had intended to vilify the 12th prince and the 6th princess, hoping to see them severely punished. However, under Jiang Mingzhu and Appo's, as cold gaze, they were rendered powerless and recounted the events as they had transpired. "Mother, regardless of the circumstances, Nangong Shua should never have laid hands on your daughter. You cannot simply overlook their actions." At this moment, Nangong Lu set aside her resentment, focusing solely on ensuring Nangong Shua and Nangong Jin were thoroughly punished, eager to demonstrate that the consequences of their actions were not to be taken lightly. In response to her foolish and malicious demeanor, Jiang Mingzhu delivered another resounding slap. "How could I have given birth to such a foolish and malicious creature? They are not your enemies. They are your siblings, sharing the same blood of your father. You are at fault, yet refuse to acknowledge it." Nangong Shua and Nangong Jin had nearly resigned themselves to their fate, bracing for severe punishment. To their astonishment, the Empress Dowager did not blindly protect Nangong Lu. Instead, she inquired about the circumstances and chastised her, leaving them in a state of disbelief. "Mother, have you lost your mind? I am your true daughter. You will regret treating me this way." Jiang Mingzhu's stance profoundly impacted Nangong Lu. Overwhelmed by the blow to her ego, fled the scene, covering her face. "Empress Dowager, it seems the princess is truly heartbroken. Perhaps I should go comfort her?" Feng Ruo believed the Empress Dowager should discipline her daughter, yet feared it might create a rift between them. "Do not intervene. Let her reflect on her actions. This behavior is a result of my previous indulgence." With her anger somewhat alleviated by the two slaps, Jiang Mingzhu turned her attention to the quaking figures of Nangong Shua and Nangong Jin, kneeling on the ground. "What is this feeble display for? Have I deprived you of food and clothing? Jiang Mingzhu scrutinized the siblings, her gaze landing on the visibly weakened Nangong Jin, and spoke with irritation. In the past, their mother, Zhen Fei, had inexplicably chosen not to entrust her children to Ping Fei, with whom she had always shared a good rapport, instead seeking Jiang Mingzhu's protection for them. Jiang Mingzhu held no disdain for the pitiable Zhen Fei, and out of compassion for her impending demise, reluctantly agreed to safeguard her children, ensuring that no one in the palace would bully them, while also allocating their shares from her own resources. The pallor on Nangong Jin's face deepened under Jiang Mingzhu's scrutiny, her frail body swaying unsteadily. Chapter 10. The greatest victor, the Empress Dowager, was mistaken. It was the son who was unwell and lacked ambition. Nangong Jin's affliction had been present since birth. With meticulous care, he could appear normal, but in recent years, Jiang Mingzhu had been preoccupied with court intrigues, neglecting the welfare of concubine Jin's children, and thus they had received little attention. Given Jiang Mingzhu's demeanor, the palace attendants naturally grew indifferent. The Empress Dowager, in her wrath, noted that Shuo and Jin, being mere children, had inadvertently offended Princess Anil. However, as they were of royal blood, she implored the Empress Dowager to show mercy. Upon learning of the incident in the imperial garden, concubine Ping rushed over with her maidservants, kneeling before Jiang Mingzhu to plead for leniency. In her previous life, concubine Ping had also come to advocate for others. Jiang Mingzhu had never held a fondness for concubine Ping, despite the palace's consensus that she was a good person. Though appearing plain and unassuming, Jiang Mingzhu was acutely aware of her duplicitous nature and would not heed her counsel. Concubine Ping and Appo's pleas proved futile and only intensified Jiang Mingzhu and Appo's ire, yet the siblings, Nangong Shuo and Nangong Jin, bore her goodwill in mind. After being betrayed by her own offspring, concubine Ping emerged as the most prominent figure in the harem, having nurtured Nangong Qing in her youth, and later being revered as Empress Dowager by him. In truth, concubine Ping was the ultimate victor. Reflecting on past events, Jiang Mingzhu recognized that concubine Ping had often skillfully navigated such situations, maintaining a reputation while Jiang Mingzhu and Appo's own had suffered. As Jiang Mingzhu pondered, she suddenly grasped the implications. In her previous life, she had never regarded concubine Ping as a rival, despite her aggravating demeanor and the fact that she had raised Nangong Qing. Even upon her rebirth, she had not considered concubine Ping a threat until today, when the woman unexpectedly emerged as the ultimate victor. Unsure of the unseen hand guiding events, Jiang Mingzhu found concubine Ping's position as the primary beneficiary quite suspect. Concubine Ping, feeling scrutinized by Jiang Mingzhu's gaze, lowered her head uncomfortably. I understand that Princess Anil has been gravely wounded, and the Empress Dowager is understandably upset. However, there is a rationale to all matters, even as the exalted Empress Dowager. This situation is not entirely their fault. Concubine Ping dared to speak boldly, perhaps confident in the emperor's protection. Had Jiang Mingzhu been as she was in her previous life, the siblings would have lost their composure, feeling gratitude for anyone who defended them. Yet, in the present circumstance, it was evident that Jiang Mingzhu had no intention of punishing them, and concubine Ping's words seemed to provoke her ire instead. The siblings exchanged glances, clearly sharing this sentiment, for they were inherently astute individuals. Thank you, concubine Ping. Our mother is fair in her dealings and has not wronged us. You must have misunderstood the rumors, Nangong Jin interjected, eager to prevent further provocation. The Empress Dowager, who had no desire to chastise them, felt her temper rise, inadvertently bringing misfortune upon the siblings. Jiang Mingzhu observed Nangong Jin's reaction, a smirk gracing her lips. How could another's daughter be so clever, far surpassing her own foolish offspring? Concubine Ping, now acutely aware of the situation, needed to recognize that even in her attempts to be benevolent, she ought to comprehend the circumstances before interjecting. Such unwarranted provocation could lead one to mistakenly believe she held a grudge against the siblings. Concubine Ping's countenance paled as she hastily clarified, I did not mean any offense. I merely sympathized with these two children when her mother was alive. I shared a close bond with her, and thus wish to extend my care. Do not speak such absurdities, concubine Ping. The so-called sisterhood among women in the harem can be more toxic than poison. While publicly amiable, one can only imagine the true nature of their relations behind closed doors. If concubine Jun had trusted you, she would have entrusted her children to you, not to me. Your so-called sisterly affection was not deemed genuine in her eyes. Jiang Mingzhu declared, her position rendering her disinclined to feign politeness, as she laid bare concubine Ping's true character. Concubine Ping's face turned ashen. In the past, concubine Jun may have misjudged my intentions, but my feelings for her have always remained steadfast. Jiang Mingzhu scoffed, such declarations need not be directed at me. I have no interest in your claims of sisterhood. Perhaps you should offer some incense to concubine Jun, hoping she might return to converse with you and rekindle your sisterly bond? After being rebuffed by Jiang Mingzhu, concubine Ping knelt in silence, feeling wronged. For years, she had displayed this demeanor, even when the late emperor had been present. The emperor had indeed been charmed by concubine Ping's antics, granting her favor despite her lack of distinction, which ultimately led to her bearing a son. Speaking of concubine Ping's son, he too lacked presence, and Jiang Mingzhu took note to investigate further. Enough. The late emperor is no longer here. Who are you attempting to impress with this charade? Jiang Mingzhu remarked tersely. Nangong's expression shifted slightly, though no one else noticed. Having concluded her remarks, Jiang Mingzhu cast one last disdainful glance at concubine Ping, addressing the siblings. You two shall accompany me back to Xinang Palace. I have further inquiries for you. In the sweltering heat, as they stood under the sun, a fine sheen of sweat formed on Jiang Mingzhu's forehead, prompting her to be assisted into the sedan chair, where she could recline comfortably. Nangong Shuo and Nangong Jin were uncertain of the Empress Dowager's intentions for summoning them to Xinang Palace, but given their positions within the palace, they had no authority to oppose her wishes, regardless of what she might choose to do. Upon entering the main hall of Xinang Palace, a refreshing coolness enveloped them. Jiang Mingzhu sighed contentedly as she settled into her seat, casting a critical eye upon Nangong Shuo and Nangong Jin, yet her words were not directed at them. Feng Ruo, I recall that following concubine Jin's demise, the shares allocated to these siblings were distributed from my end, though I have not paid much attention in recent years. Their allocations remain intact. Who can explain the disheveled state they present? Whose face is being tarnished here? Jiang Mingzhu queried, not seeking answers from the siblings themselves, for she knew they would be unable to provide any. Jiang Mingzhu, having uncharacteristically chosen to do a good deed, was determined that this matter would not be left unresolved. Feng Ruo, taken aback, noted that her mistress was unusually invested in this issue, even though she was not entirely informed, and summoned someone to clarify the situation. As per the Empress Dowager's instructions, the monthly allocations for the 12th prince and the 6th princess were consistently delivered without any deductions. Chapter 11. The Queen and Appo's malicious delight. Jiang Mingzhu nodded, fully aware that her methods were known to the palace servants. Unless instigated by someone, no one dared to act against her. In front of the Nangong siblings, she deliberately made them remember her kindness, since her gifts had already been delivered. The issue lay with the people of the Jinsho Palace. Addressing the siblings, she remarked, You are, after all, the masters here supported by me, yet you have been deceived by a mere servant. The siblings' expressions darkened. They had previously believed that it was the Empress Dowager who had deliberately shortchanged them. Relying on the Empress Dowager, their lives were certainly better than those neglected princes and princesses in the palace. But now that her support seemed withdrawn, they could not complain or inquire further, unaware that the problem originated from the servants below. Mother, I will ensure to rectify the situation with the subordinates upon my return. Nangong Shuo assured. Is it necessary for the Empress Dowager to intervene? Thank you for your kind intentions, but this matter I can handle myself. Since they wish to manage it independently, Jiang Mingzhu refrained from meddling. She casually produced a vial of pills from her sleeve and handed it to Feng Ruo for Nangong Jin. These pills directly address your symptoms. If you trust me, take them. If not, discard them. Jiang Mingzhu did not possess such fine medication herself. It was from a system's binding gift pack, initially deemed useless. now serving as a means to atone for her past negligence towards Nangong-jin. Nangong-jin accepted the pills with delight, having heard of the miraculous remedy that saved the crown prince, and believed this would be no ordinary concoction. If her health improved, she would no longer be a burden to her brother. Enough, I am weary. You may leave now, Jiang Mingzhu dismissed. Upon returning to Jinxiu Palace, Nangong Shua's gaze fell upon the vial in Nangong Jin's hand. Are you truly going to consume that? Brother, if the Empress Dowager genuinely wished to harm me, she could have directly attacked in the Imperial Garden, instead of employing such roundabout methods. Though she is ruthless, she is also straightforward. In truth, she has no obligation to us. Our mother and the Empress Dowager shared little affection. The Empress Dowager has protected us out of a promise, and while others may despise her, we cannot harbor resentment. She owes us nothing. Indeed, sister, you speak wisely. Although the Empress Dowager is cruel, she has shown us kindness. Despite Princess Annel's bullying, we must not forget this gratitude. Princess, the noble Lady Ping has sent some medicinal herbs and food. Thank you, Lady Ping. Please, as usual, send a token of gratitude back. Nangong-jin, however, was unmoved by Lady Ping's apparent goodwill. Lady Ping has treated us well over the years. Nangong-jin nodded lightly. Lady Ping is indeed perceptive, but brother, do not forget our mother's warnings. There must be a reason for her caution. Compared to the Empress Dowager, we should be more vigilant of Lady Ping. When concubine Jun passed away, Nangong-jin was still young, but remarkably wise for her age. Understanding matters that her brother was oblivious to, Lady Ping was certainly not as simple as she appeared. At that moment, Jiang Mingzhu was instructing I Ching to investigate Lady Ping. I underestimated her. It appears she is indeed a capable figure, quietly garnering influence. A sardonic smile curled Jiang Mingzhu and Appo's lips. She despised those who schemed in the shadows. Lady Ping believed her subtle manipulations could go unnoticed. But Jiang Mingzhu had disregarded such tactics until now, vowing not to let Lady Ping escape unscathed. She was eager to uncover what else Lady Ping concealed. Meanwhile, Lady Ping was in tears before Nangong-jin, lamenting her grievances. I only approached to offer counsel out of concern, yet I was met with such accusations from the Empress Dowager. How will the siblings view me now? Nangong-jin was aware of the scene in the Imperial Garden. Observing Lady Ping's woeful demeanor, he felt more pity than anger. The Empress Dowager's actions had been quite justified. He was taken aback when he learned of them. Recalling the harsh words the Empress Dowager had directed at Lady Ping, he couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. Lady, you know well the Empress Dowager and Appo's temperament. Do not take her words to heart. Even he, as the Emperor, felt the weight of the Empress Dowager and Appo's displeasure, and he hardly thought Lady Ping's grievances were significant. Moreover, Jiang Mingzhu's comments lingered in his mind. The affairs of the court and harem had already troubled him, and seeking solace in Lady Ping's company had become futile. He excused himself soon after. Upon exiting Lady Ping's residence, Nangong-jin's thoughts drifted to the crown prince's health, leading him to the Empress's palace. Your Majesty, regarding today's events, I believe Mother handled the situation quite fairly. I heard that Princess Annel received a couple of slaps from the Empress Dowager and is currently sulking in the palace. The Empress Dowager's reprimand was indeed severe. The marks on Princess Annel and Appo's face must be quite pronounced. Nangong-jin noticed the Empress and Appo's malicious glee. Princess Annel had frequently bullied others in the palace, even tormenting their young son. It was time she received her due lesson. However, Your Majesty, you should still avoid provoking the Empress Dowager in the future. Her methods have become increasingly harsh, even to Princess Annel. Nangong-jin chuckled. What do you worry about? I am the Emperor. The Empress Dowager would not dare raise a hand against me. Despite his reassurances, the Empress remained convinced that it was wise to tread lightly around the Empress Dowager, especially since she was currently her benefactor, deserving of utmost respect and filial piety. Jiang Mingzhu, overhearing Lady Ping and Appo's sobs before Nangong-jin, scoffed. Is that all she possesses? Apart from her theatrics, does she have any real capability? What have you discovered? Your Majesty, this is the information we have just uncovered. Jiang Mingzhu was not surprised to learn of Lady Ping and Appo's involvement in the recent troubles, as she had been actively sowing discord against the Nangong siblings. Yet the siblings, being astute, had not fallen into her trap. However, should this incident unfold as it did in the past, send someone to inform the Nangong siblings of this matter. Chapter 12. Hidden too deep, the Nangong siblings were never as weak and easily bullied as they appeared on the surface. Even at this moment, despite Nangong Shang not yet being favored by Nangong Qing, he still maintained control over his own palace. This incident was merely a result of the deep-seated schemes orchestrated by the Empress Dowager Ping. Not long after Jiang Mingzhu sent word, news arrived that a first-rank palace made from the Jinsho Palace had accidentally fallen into the water. Upon hearing this, Jiang Mingzhu and Appo's lips curled into a smirk. The siblings were even more resolute and ruthless than she had anticipated, though she wondered how they would feel once they discovered that the Empress Dowager Ping was behind it all. The more Jiang Mingzhu pondered over the capabilities of the Empress Dowager, the more impressed she became. To maneuver so many affairs quietly was no small feat, indicating that the Empress Dowager had substantial connections. Feeling utterly frustrated at being ensnared by such a person, Jiang Mingzhu contemplated the situation. I Ching, how is the investigation into the Crown Prince and Appo's accident progressing? Jiang Mingzhu had an unsettling premonition that the Crown Prince and Appo's incident was also tied to the Empress Dowager Ping. Your Majesty, we have just gathered some information, but as the investigation unfolded, it surprisingly pointed towards the Empress Dowager Ping of Shoan Palace. The relationship between the Empress Dowager and the Emperor is quite unusual. The Emperor holds her in considerable esteem. The servants were cautious and without concrete evidence. We couldn't proceed further. Additionally, the two palace maids from Shoan Palace committed suicide by poison before we could interrogate them. Upon hearing this, Jiang Mingzhu realized that it was fortunate she had dispatched I Ching. Otherwise, the Emperor might have obliterated this lead to shield the Empress Dowager. In the Qinqing Palace, Nangong Qing furrowed his brows at the news that had come to light, incredulous that it had come from Shoan Palace. The Empress Dowager should not resort to harming the Crown Prince, should she? What else has been uncovered regarding those two maids? They were merely second-rank, maids managing the courtyard outside Shoan Palace. Beyond that, the perpetrator has covered their tracks meticulously. We have found nothing else. Initially, we suspected the Empress Dowager Ci Ning, but she has since been cleared of suspicion. Therefore, it leads back to the Empress Dowager Ping. Your Majesty, should we continue the investigation? Although the two maids have passed, since they hail from Shoan Palace, we could summon all the personnel from there for questioning at the Ministry of Justice. However, if we proceed this way, the Empress Dowager Ping's reputation will be tarnished. We should explore other avenues. The Empress Dowager Ping once cared for me for a time. I know her well enough to believe she would not engage in such actions. It is likely those two maids were planted there by someone else. Lin Xian understood the underlying meaning of the Emperor's words. However, Your Majesty, I Ching has been actively pursuing this matter. The news has reached Ci Ning Palace, and they may not be inclined to let it rest easily. The Empress Dowager has never been one to be trifled with, especially since she nearly became a scapegoat this time. If the Emperor does not provide her with an explanation, it may lead to further complications. Nangong Qing rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. I will speak with the Empress Dowager. Though he said this, Nangong Qing understood that it would not be an easy task. Despite having made an agreement with the Empress Dowager, she was still his nominal mother. The concept of filial piety weighed heavily on him. Moreover, it was indeed within the Empress Dowager and Appo's jurisdiction to discipline the Empress Dowager Ping. Mother, without concrete evidence. And considering they were merely two second-rank maids from outside, it would be inappropriate to escalate matters unnecessarily. The Emperor's words suggest that even the servants in my palace must be interrogated. Yet Shoan Palace is somehow exempt? Does the Empress Dowager Ping hold a status more esteemed than mine? I do not mean to imply that, but those two maids are deceased. What are deaths? They belong to Shoan Palace. Regardless, the Empress Dowager Ping bears responsibility for their lack of supervision. As Jiang Mingzhu spoke, she glanced at Nangong Qing, a cold smile gracing her lips. Summon the Empress Dowager Ping. Jiang Mingzhu knew that with Nangong Qing and Appo's protection, they could not act against the Empress Dowager Ping without evidence. However, allowing her to evade punishment would be too lenient. Moreover, each incident bore the mark of the Empress Dowager Ping. With her influence extending so far, it was imperative to curtail her reach and ensure she learned a lesson. Empress Dowager, is the emperor now unable to distinguish right from wrong? Am I not allowed to discipline the Empress Dowager Ping? Jiang Mingzhu's inquiry left even Nan Gongqing speechless. Although he was the sovereign, the Empress Dowager was his nominal mother, and the weight of filial obligation was upon him. Furthermore, it was indeed within the Empress Dowager's rights to discipline the Empress Dowager Ping. When summoned, the Empress Dowager Ping had no choice but to comply. I pay my respects to your majesty. May you be at peace. I'm not at peace at all. Empress Dowager Ping, a maid from your palace has conspired against the crown prince. Do you think that silencing the witnesses will allow you to bury this matter? Hearing such a grave accusation from the Empress Dowager Ping's face paled, especially upon seeing Nan Gongqing present. Your Majesty, such an incident in the palace is my fault for not managing my people properly. However, I would never dare to commit such a heinous act against the crown prince. He is so intelligent and lovely. I cherish him dearly and would never wish him harm. That is difficult to ascertain. The Empress Dowager's intentions remain unclear to me. I would never dare to harm anyone. I implore your Majesty to see reason and judge fairly. How can we investigate further when the witnesses are deceased? Empress Dowager Ping, are you not emboldened by your current position? Jiang Mingzhu sneered. Regardless of whether those two palace maids were under your orders, they were your servants. Are you prepared to accept the punishment for your negligence? I do not dare to oppose. I will accept your Majesty's judgment. With reddened eyes, the Empress Dowager Ping spoke in a tone of acceptance, yet her demeanor exuded grievance. Mother, the Empress Dowager Ping has cared for me in the past. I request that you consider my face and be lenient in your punishment. Since the Emperor has made such a request, I shall certainly take your words into account. Upon hearing this, the Empress Dowager Ping and Appo's face displayed gratitude, though a glimmer of triumph flashed in her eyes. I shall spare you a severe punishment, Empress Dowager Ping. You are to kneel outside Ci Ning Palace for half an hour, and once that time has elapsed, you may return on your own. This shall be your punishment. Jiang Mingzhu smirked coldly. She still held power in this palace. This, your Majesty, though the penalty was not excessively harsh, the act of kneeling would still cause her to lose face. Since Nan Gongqing ascended the throne, the Empress Dowager Ping, having once nurtured him, was respected by the emperor. While she could not rival Jiang Mingzhu and Appo's authority, she still held a significant position. Empress Dowager Ping, I believe this punishment is quite fair. Do you presume that your connection to the emperor grants you immunity from my judgment? Jiang Mingzhu and Appo's intent was clear. While the Empress Dowager Ping could resort to underhanded tactics behind the scenes, she must kneel before true power. Although Nan Gongqing felt a twinge of sympathy, given the Empress Dowager's temperament, this punishment was relatively lenient. After all, the Empress Dowager Ping had given the Empress Dowager leverage against her, and he had no standing to protect her. Yes, I accept my punishment. The Empress Dowager Ping, being clever, recognized that this kneeling was unavoidable. She led her attendants and knelt resolutely before Ci Ning Palace. What did you say? The Empress Dowager Ping has been punished to kneel before Ci Ning Palace? Upon receiving this news, the Empress was incredulous. The Empress Dowager had never troubled the Empress Dowager Ping before. This action indicated that the latter must have provoked the former in some way. The message from Ci Ning Palace revealed that the Crown Prince's incident was linked to Shoan Palace. Unfortunately, with the two palace maids deceased, there was no way to verify the truth. In her anger, the Empress Dowager had resorted to punishing the Empress Dowager Ping. The queen, whose own son has been murdered, cannot possibly refrain from investigating. She entrusts everything to Nan Gongqing. Though he is not her sole confidant, her connections within the palace are regrettably limited, leading to scant findings. Upon hearing this, her expression darkens significantly. Could it be that the esteemed concubine Ping is involved? I have always maintained a respectful distance from her, partly due to my relationship with the emperor, treating her with deference even more than I do the Empress Dowager. I never anticipated such callousness on her part. However, Your Majesty, there is no evidence implicating concubine Ping. The two palace maids are not her trusted aides. They are merely second-tier cleaning maids, perhaps planted there by someone else. The queen remains skeptical, for she knows that coincidences are seldom genuine. After years in the palace, I have learned that many so-called coincidences are orchestrated by unseen hands. Had it not been for the Empress Dowager's intervention, revealing the heart-preserving pill, the subsequent events would not have unfolded. And the maids from concubine Ping and Oppos, quarters would have remained undiscovered. The more I ponder, the more I am convinced that this is no mere coincidence. Concubine Ping, indeed, is quite the character. From now on, keep a close watch on Shoan Palace. Should she dare to harm my son, what if she once nurtured the emperor? I shall not be intimidated. Though I fear the Empress Dowager, I regard concubine Ping with utter disdain. She is merely a senior concubine, relying on her past affections for the emperor, thinking she is beyond reproach. After kneeling outside Sinang Palace for an hour, concubine Ping returns with a sullen demeanor. Your Highness, you. In the past, he said that with Jiang Mingzhu by my side, I could shield myself from all harm while raising my child peacefully. Yet now, I am filled with resentment. Why should Jiang Mingzhu forever overshadow me? Today, I must endure such humiliation at her hands. A flicker of bitterness and unwillingness crosses concubine Ping's face. What has come over the Empress Dowager? Although she used to hold little regard for you, she has never actively targeted you until now. Her attitude has transformed significantly. Could she have sensed something? It seems unlikely, for Jiang Mingzhu lacks such acumen. We must simply ensure that our subordinates act with caution, lest they give others leverage against us. The exposure of the two palace maids was entirely due to carelessness. In Sinang Palace, my lady, to let concubine Ping off so lightly is indeed too lenient. Feng Ruo feels that such a resolution lacks sufficient vindication. Her compassion towards concubine Ping has only grown softer. In former times, such an affront would have left concubine Ping in tatters. Our dear concubine Ping is shielded by the emperor. Without solid evidence, we cannot touch her, especially now that the emperor is increasingly resolute. Concubine Ping has merely feigned her nurturing role for less than a year, yet she truly believes herself to be the emperor's benefactor, adept at maintaining a faade of virtue while secretly reaching for more power. We must clip her claws. Jiang Mingzhu is not one to show mercy. Indeed, punishing concubine Ping by forcing her to kneel is a means of humiliation. However, it cannot end there. She whispers a few words to Feng Ruo, whose eyes glimmer with understanding. Rest assured, my lady, I know precisely what to do. I believe the queen will be more than willing to cooperate. Although her temperament is somewhat timid, a mother will go to great lengths for her child. Just as she would, so too will the queen. However, while she bore two miscreants, the queen has a virtuous child. Even the young crown prince, despite his tender age, possesses an innate filial piety. The system's voice resonates, indicating an increase in the emperor's animosity. Jiang Mingzhu reflects that although the emperor appears unbothered, he harbors resentment within. Nevertheless, Jiang Mingzhu has never been one to suffer in silence. Even if she must live another life, she will still confront concubine Ping. Concubine Ping possesses commendable skills in winning favor. The emperor has some affection for her, or else he would not harbor resentment against Jiang Mingzhu. My lady, what troubles you? Feng Ruo inquires, noticing her lost expression. Jiang Mingzhu shakes her head. It is nothing, merely contemplating the need to mend relations with the emperor. I wish to live a few more years. Feng Ruo falls silent. It seems quite difficult to ease the tension between the Empress Dowager and the emperor, especially with the prince's shortcomings leaving my lady without hope. My lady, I bring news from the border. An undercover agent delivers a letter, and upon seeing the familiar handwriting, Jiang Mingzhu's eyes glisten with moisture. Is he well? Qin Xiao and I share a bond of true childhood friendship. Our families were of equal standing, with an unspoken agreement for a union, awaiting my coming of age to formalize it. Who could have known that I would be chosen to enter the palace as a consort, rendering any future between us impossible? For both of us, this is undoubtedly grievous news. At that time, all I desired was to marry Qin Xiao and become a dutiful wife. Fate is capricious. The emperor's decree cannot be defied. Neither the Jiang family nor the Qin family could withstand the emperor's wrath. For the sake of our families, I chose to enter the palace, having once advised Qin Shao, who instead opted to protect the peace of the Qi by retreating to the border, safeguarding me in a different manner, living a life without marriage, ultimately falling victim to the schemes of foreign spies and meeting a tragic end. Even Nangong Qing, who once despised me as a wicked stepmother, lamented Qin Zhao's death, stating that the Qi has lost a pillar of support. Just days ago, the Grand General achieved a significant victory, ensuring that the nomads will refrain from invading the Qi for years to come. The emperor has decreed rewards, promoting General Qin to Grand General Wang, who is soon to return to court. Speaking of that man, who resembles a celestial being, even Feng Ruo's face beams with admiration. Jiang Mingzhu emerges from her reverie, a smile gracing her lips. After all these years, it is indeed time for him to return. Chapter 13. The System's Grand Reward Package Ding. The male protagonist's hatred value increased by 5. Jiang Mingzhu, comfortably reclining in her chair while savoring grapes presented from Jiangnan, was startled by the system's notification. She had done nothing to provoke Nangong Qing, so why had her hatred value risen again? Alarm! Alarm! The hatred value is too high. The host must urgently reduce it to ensure personal safety. What a misfortune! Jiang Mingzhu, reclining in the palace, felt as if calamity had descended from the heavens. Without much thought, she turned to her attendant, Feng Ruo. Feng Ruo, please inquire about today, South happenings in the court. Before long, Feng Ruo returned. My lady, the emperor has recently been implementing significant reforms, and the second master has allied with other officials in opposition. Jiang Mingzhu rubbed her temples in frustration. This Jiangsu, despite her prior admonitions, had forgotten her counsel and acted recklessly behind her back. That dog of an emperor, Nangong Qing, had been explicitly informed that she and Jiangsu were not in cahoots, yet he still held her accountable. Wasn't he this utterly unjust? Go summon Jiangsu here. Her pleasant mood shattered, Jiang Mingzhu commanded, her voice laced with anger. Jiangsu had previously been granted too much leeway. How dare he defy her wishes? Hiansu, what on earth is going on? Did I not instruct you that if the emperor wishes to alter minor policies, he should proceed without interference from me? You are forbidden from opposing him. How could you act in such a manner? My sister, I have been exceedingly patient, but the emperor's actions are increasing in severity. We cannot allow this to continue. I know how to handle matters. It is not your place to make decisions. My sister, what has come over you? Are you perhaps being brainwashed by the emperor to assist him at every turn? Do not be foolish. Impudence. Jiang Mingzhu hurled her teacup at Jiangsu, striking him squarely on the face. Let me remind you, I am first and foremost the Empress Dowager, and then your sister. You have repeatedly disobeyed me and shown disrespect. Do you wish to usurp my authority? Jiang Mingzhu and Oppo's words were grave, and even Jiangsu and Oppo's demeanor shifted at her severity. My sister, no, Empress Dowager. I would never harbor such thoughts. Very well, I shall grant you another opportunity. Convince the opposing officials against the emperor and Oppo's new policies to withdraw. Let the emperor do as he pleases. I do not wish to witness another incident like today. Should you jeopardize my plans, I will not regard you as a member of the Jiang family. Upon hearing Jiang Mingzhu mention plans, Jiangsu and Oppo's eyes brightened. He realized the Empress Dowager could not have suddenly changed her stance towards the emperor without reason. Yes, I understand. I will act according to the Empress Dowager's wishes. After venting her frustrations, Jiang Mingzhu had managed to put Jiangsu in his place. When Nangong Qing caught wind of this news, his expression was inscrutable. The following day, after the court session concluded, Jiang Mingzhu received a system notification. Congratulations, host. The male protagonist and Oppo's hatred value has decreased by 10. This marks the first reduction in hatred value, rewarding the host with a grand gift package. As she examined the contents of the package, Jiang Mingzhu discovered not only 3 upgraded heart-preserving pills, but also several books and 3 large chests. Opening the first chest, she was astonished to find it filled with enormous gourds, much larger than those she had seen before, weighing 3 to 4 pounds each. An accompanying description noted, sweet potatoes, high-yield grain crops, with an output of 8,000 to 10,000 pounds per acre. Having once governed the court, Jiang Mingzhu was left speechless by the staggering figures. She recalled that later on, some had attempted to cultivate gourds, but their yield barely reached 600 to 700 pounds per acre. In comparison to rice, that was already a significant increase, yet to learn that sweet potatoes could yield 8,000 to 10,000 pounds was truly astonishing. If such yields could be cultivated and promoted, the kingdom would never again face food shortages, and starvation among the populace would become a relic of the past. Upon opening the second chest, she found high-yield corn, which, although yielding less than sweet potatoes at 500 pounds per acre, was still an impressive figure. However, having just learned about the sweet potatoes, she found the corn's yield somewhat less awe-inspiring. The third chest contained an item known as potatoes, which could also yield as much as 8,000 to 10,000 pounds per acre. The accompanying books detailed cultivation methods, recipes, and precautions for these three crops. To Jiang Mingzhu, this truly was a grand gift package. If the system had offered her silk or rare antiquities, no matter how precious, they would have held little appeal compared to this, which could benefit the entire populace. Secretly placing the three chests into the storeroom from the system's space, Jiang Mingzhu contemplated the immense importance of these seeds. She decided to have them planted discreetly on her estate, both to cultivate more seeds and to verify their yields. Remember, this must remain confidential. Not even Jiangsu, nor my elder brother, should be informed for the time being. I shall carefully filter those working on the estate. Anyone untrustworthy must be replaced. We must ensure absolute security. Additionally, Jiang Mingzhu specifically selected knowledgeable servants to assist in the planting. Rest assured, my lady, I will fulfill your expectations and ensure these seeds are planted properly. Should these crops flourish, the Qi will no longer suffer from food shortages. Hence, I implore you to exercise utmost caution. Furthermore, these books contain the planting methods. Follow them closely, and there should be no errors. It is said that these seeds are highly adaptable and easy to cultivate. Should any issues arise, you may come directly to me for guidance. Having received such a splendid gift, Jiang Mingzhu found her feelings for Nangong Qing growing ever fonder. The system indicated that with each minor decrease in hatred value, rewards would follow, and these were randomly assigned rather than fixed. It was akin to a lottery, which fostered a sense of anticipation. As Jiang Mingzhu pondered how to secure her next reward, Feng Ruo hurried in, whispering, "My lady, everything is arranged. The time for the spectacle is drawing near." Jiang Mingzhu nodded, and indeed, at midnight, a commotion erupted outside, loud enough for even the Ci Ning palace to hear. The following morning, the empress waited outside, greeting her. "I have come to see you, mother. There was quite the disturbance last night. I hope it did not disturb your rest. I certainly heard the ruckus. What can have occurred to cause such turmoil at this hour?" The empress seemed hesitant, stalling for a moment before finally reporting, "Your Majesty. It has been revealed that concubine Zhen was caught in an affair with the guard, inciting the emperor and oppose, as fury, which led to the night and oppose, as uproar." This was indeed. Jiang Mingzhu struggled to suppress a smile. After all, it was the emperor who had been cuckolded, and as his mother, she should be outraged. However, the truth was that she had orchestrated this incident. Having lived long enough, she possessed insights that others lacked, including the details of concubine Zhen's affair. The relationship between concubine Zhen and the peaceful consort was quite deep. Although she did not know the reasons behind their connection, she did not need to. Since concubine Zhen was aligned with the peaceful consort, she simply needed to eliminate her. Furthermore, this incident provided her with a perfect pretext to reorganize the harem. Empress, as the matriarch of the harem, you bear the responsibility for such occurrences. It is imperative that you take measures to rectify the situation and prevent similar incidents in the future. This matter must remain strictly confidential, for the emperor's dignity must not be compromised. The empress, currently under scrutiny from Nangong Qing, recognizes her shortcomings in managing the harem. She approaches with the intent to rectify and thoroughly investigate the inner court, but first, she must seek the approval of the Empress Dowager. Uncertain of her standing, she knows that cleaning up the harem is not as straightforward as it appears. Her inability to take charge thus far has been due to the Empress Dowager and Oppo's disapproval. Mother, do you consent to my restructuring of the harem? She inquires. The recent events have revealed a laxity in harem management, compounded by the previous incident involving the crown prince's near drowning. Seize this opportunity to conduct a thorough sweep of the entire harem. Those who deserve punishment must be dealt with decisively, showcasing your authority as empress. As for the Sinang Palace and the other senior concubines, I understand your position as a junior and the challenges you face in asserting yourself. I shall take responsibility for the cleanup. The empress felt a surge of joy upon hearing Jiang Mingzhu's words. I shall dutifully follow your instructions, mother. This task would be arranged by Feng Ruo, who had long been prepared and eager for action. You shall personally lead the effort, but be discreet in your approach. Start from the other concubines' palaces, paying particular attention to Ping Tai Fei's quarters. Search meticulously for those who have been deceitful or have unresolved issues, and take them away. You may replenish the manpower as needed. Jiang Mingzhu was hesitant to place additional personnel within Ping Tai Fei's palace, as she was highly vigilant. It would be futile, so it was better for the empress to take charge or covertly insert a few individuals into the palace. This was also a performance for Nangong Qing. After the last substantial gift, Jiang Mingzhu valued her impressions of him even more. Rest assured, I will conduct a thorough investigation, ensuring that no ill-intentioned individuals remain in Ping Tai Fei and Oppo's residence. Although this cleaning may not entirely eradicate Ping Tai Fei and Oppo's influence, it would significantly weaken her position. As for the personnel from Sinang Palace, there would be some losses, but Jiang Mingzhu had resolved that the harem would eventually be under the empress's control, and it was better to assist her in advance. If there are any issues related to Sinang Palace, feel free to replace personnel, and if uncertain, call upon Feng Ruo for assistance. With your support, mother, I will certainly purify the harem. In Shoan Palace, Ping Tai Fei's expression was as dark as water. Zhen Fei, a pawn she had placed beside the emperor, was unexpectedly compromised. To make matters worse, the Empress Dowager and the Empress were seizing this opportunity to cleanse the harem, causing her to lose at least 2/3 of her influence. This would render her future endeavors increasingly difficult. Jiang Mingzhu considered this and summoned Nangong Qing to Sinang Palace. Your Majesty, the Empress is purging the harem, but Qianqing Palace is beyond her reach. The Empress Dowager believes it would be prudent for you to carry out a similar cleansing. It would be wise to release the older concubines and replace them with fresh faces. Jiang Mingzhu was certain that Ping Tai Fei had placed spies around Nangong Qing. Otherwise, the timing of her actions would not be so impeccable. As Nangong Qing focused on guarding against her, he remained oblivious to Ping Tai Fei's machinations. Thank you for your guidance, mother. I will return and cleanse Qianqing Palace. Do not concern yourself too much with the matter of Jiangsu. It was a responsibility I agreed to undertake. I did not anticipate he would become increasingly uncontrollable, and this is a burden I must bear. After Nangong Qing exited Sinang Palace, Jiang Mingzhu heard the system's voice in her mind. Congratulations, host. Male lead's hatred value decreased by 10, reward granted. This reward, though less shocking than the last, was still quite commendable. 3 beauty-enhancing pills that could detoxify the body, making one appear a decade younger. Every woman values her appearance, and Jiang Mingzhu was no exception, even at 34, when she felt she was becoming an older woman. The thought of soon returning to the capital to meet Qin Shao stirred a sense of vanity within her, despite their lost potential. She yearned to appear as beautiful as she once was in his eyes. Your Majesty, I cannot help but notice you seem more youthful and radiant. Feng Ruo remarked upon observing Jiang Mingzhu intently in the morning light. Jiang Mingzhu and Oppo's heart raced, realizing the effect of the beauty pills. Oh, you flatter me. But how could I possibly transform overnight? Perhaps it is due to a restful night and a reduction in worries. My lady, I speak the truth. If one were unaware of your status, they might even deem you more youthful and attractive than the Empress. Your flattery is as sweet as honey this early in the day. Jiang Mingzhu mused that she could not consume the remaining 2 beauty pills, lest she appear suspiciously youthful and be mistaken for an enchantress. For now, She wished to maintain an appearance that suggested proper self-care. "Your Majesty, something terrible has happened. The princess has hanged herself." A palace maid rushed in, frantic. Upon hearing this, Jiang Mingzhu felt no worry whatsoever. Not only had she lost interest in that wayward girl, but she also understood Nangong, Lu, and Apos, as character well enough to know this was likely a ploy for attention and a means to coerce her into submission. "This is quite troubling," Feng Ruo exclaimed, her urgency apparent. "But my lady, the princess is your flesh and blood. Though she may be misguided, perhaps she only needs guidance. I demand my mother to come here at once. If she does not arrive, I shall hang myself this very instant." Nangong Lu, having run away previously, had awaited Jiang Mingzhu's apology, but when time passed without a visit, her frustration boiled over, prompting this dramatic turn. "The Empress Dowager has arrived." Upon hearing this announcement, Nangong Lu kicked the stool from beneath her. Jiang Mingzhu entered with her entourage, witnessing the scene unfold. The servants rushed to intervene, but she halted them. Chapter 14. Consort Li and consort, and let her perish if she wishes to. Jiang Mingzhu and Apos' keen perception allowed her to discern the precarious nature of the noose at a glance. Her daughter, who valued her life dearly, had once been enamored with that rebellious scoundrel. Had she truly desired to die alongside him, she could have done so. Yet, she sought to live in luxury while casting the blame entirely upon her mother. Truly, she had raised a treacherous ingrate. In such circumstances, had she not taken decisive action against the rebel, not only would he have faced dire consequences, but even Nangong Lu would have been ensnared. For the emperor would show no regard for fraternal ties. "Your Majesty, please save the princess. She is merely momentarily despondent," pleaded the head maid, Lu Yun, her voice trembling. She dared not refuse, as the princess had commanded her to speak thus, lest she find herself in peril. Jiang Mingzhu reflected on her indulgence towards her children, which had emboldened their servants. "Indeed, I have ceased to care for her. If this ungrateful daughter chooses to end her life over such trivial matters, I cannot intervene." Nangong Lu, gasping for breath as the rope tightened, struggled fiercely upon hearing these words. The more she fought, the more her face turned a deep shade of purple, the sensation of impending death filling her with regret. How despicable! This rope has been tampered with. Even if mother does not come, it should not claim my life. Just as she believed she would succumb, the rope suddenly snapped. Nangong Lu fell to the ground, supported by a maid, coughing violently. Jiang Mingzhu scoffed. "The performance is over. I am weary and shall return to my quarters." Nangong Li's face contorted in rage. "Mother, when did you become so heartless? Do you truly wish to forsake your daughter?" "Indeed, I no longer desire such a treacherous daughter." Jiang Mingzhu turned to leave, but paused at the door. Nangong Lu felt a flicker of hope, knowing her mother could not genuinely abandon her. However, she vowed not to forgive easily when coaxed later. "What was that maid's name?" "Ah, Lu Yun, yes. I know you were compelled by the princess to speak, but to offend me is a grave sin. I shall spare your life this time, but you will receive 40 strikes for your insolence." Lu Yun knelt in fear, relieved to have escaped a calamity, though she knew punishment awaited her. Nangong le watched incrédule à Jiang Mingzhu departed. Reclining in her palanquin, Jiang Mingzhu suddenly felt a wave of fatigue, despite having gained a new perspective in this second life. Sorrow still lingered within her. A child born after 10 months of gestation could not simply be forgotten. "Stop. I wish to walk alone," she instructed. Since her rebirth, she had never taken the time to wander the imperial garden, and a sense of curiosity began to blossom within her. Dismissing the attendants, she strolled leisurely with only Feng Ruo by her side. In the distance, she heard cries. "Your Highness, I swear I did not. You cannot be unreasonable." This scene appeared to depict a high-ranking consort bullying a lower-ranking one, but Jiang Mingzhu understood the intricacies of palace intrigue. The kneeling consort, though seemingly at a disadvantage, was clearly provoking her adversary. She was not to be underestimated. As Jiang Mingzhu approached, she discerned that today's events also provided an opportunity for entertainment. "I shall not be unreasonable. You are merely a consort, yet you dare speak to me in such a manner? It is laughable. Guards, strike her." Jiang Mingzhu observed as consort Li's attendants forced the small consort to her knees, striking her until her face swelled. Within the palace, aside from herself, who could rightfully be domineering, Consort Li was the next in line for such behavior. The Li family was a prominent military lineage, with Consort Li's father being General Li Suiyuan. Although he could not compare to her elder brother, Jiang Hui, nor to Qin Shao, he was nonetheless among the most distinguished military leaders, commanding an army of 100,000. The emperor sought to woo the Li family, thus indulging Consort Li, who felt emboldened enough to act arrogantly, even disregarding the empress. However, Jiang Mingzhu had no intention of meddling. Whether it concerned Consort Li or Consortin, it was of no consequence to her. A system alert chimed. Consortin is pregnant with the emperor's child and shows signs of miscarriage due to the confrontation. Preventing Consort Li from further assaulting consort and may garner the emperor's favor and reduce enmity. So it was. Jiang Mingzhu recalled a similar incident from her previous life, where Consort Li had punished a small consort in the imperial garden, leading to a miscarriage that could not be salvaged. This event had caused quite a stir, and ultimately, Consortin had succumbed to madness. One could easily surmise that the emperor would not side with Consortin. It was merely a matter of mutual benefit exchanged with General Li. Besides, Consortin was hardly compliant. Only the child deserved sympathy. With these thoughts in mind, Jiang Mingzhu emerged from behind a rockery. Cease at once. In the palace, no one dared to defy Jiang Mingzhu. Upon her command, Consort Li's followers immediately halted. Yet, Consort in state remained pitiable, her face swollen, her hair ornaments torn. She appeared utterly wretched. Seeing Jiang Mingzhu approach, Consort knelt and wept. Your Majesty, please intercede. I know not what wrong I have committed for Consort Li to treat me so. Consort Li, taken aback, had not anticipated the empress's arrival and was visibly shaken. Your servant greets the empress. Consort Li quickly regained her composure, approaching Jiang Mingzhu with a hint of trepidation. In the palace, even the emperor could not instill such fear in her. She understood the emperor's reliance on her father, which rendered her somewhat protected. Consort Li, enough is enough. Consortin is also an imperial consort. Why demean her so? Jiang Mingzhu had no interest in hearing Consort and's feigned grievances. Her sole purpose was to safeguard Consort and end Oppo's child, and, in turn, when the emperor and Oppo's favor, thus reducing hostility. To report to your Majesty, it was Consort and who first provoked me, and I merely administered a small reprimand. Jiang Mingzhu cast a glance at Consort Li, who fell silent. Consortin, unwilling to accept her fate, feigned distress and suddenly clutched her abdomen, collapsing to the ground. My abdomen! It pains terribly. Jiang Mingzhu, observing Consort N's actions, recognized her ploy. She had clearly realized she was with child and chose to confront Consort Li in such a contentious setting. What was her intention? This foolish and venomous woman sought to leverage her child for her own advantage. Were it not for the need to maintain Nangong's favor, she would have allowed Consort Li to teach this reckless woman a lesson. With a mother like this, the child, even if born, would only serve as a tool for vying for favor. Consortin, I have not truly harmed you. Consider this a minor lesson. Cease your theatrics. Consort Li, fearing Jiang Mingzhu's wrath, scolded, I truly am in agony, your Majesty. Please, I beg you, save me. Though Consortin was merely acting, her condition was precarious enough. If she did not feign distress, how would the emperor learn that she had been saved? Summoned the imperial physician. Jiang Mingzhu issued a command, and the imperial physician hurried to the imperial garden without a moment in Oppo's delay. At that moment, and Pin also sensed something amiss. Although she had not truly experienced any discomfort in her abdomen earlier, she now felt waves of pain, cold sweat breaking out on her forehead. The child, my child. I beseech the Empress Dowager to save my child. At this juncture, Li Guifei realized the underlying intention. This wretched woman was evidently scheming to frame her. The emperor's lineage was sparse, and should she truly harm Pin's unborn child, it would surely invoke the emperor's wrath upon her. This is not my affair. You have deliberately come to provoke me. Your Majesty, please see clearly. It was her intention. I had no knowledge of her pregnancy. Otherwise, how could I allow anyone to act against her? After all, this is the emperor's child. I would never dare to conspire against the heir. Physician, you must examine Pin at once and ensure the safety of her child. I shall not bear this blame. Witnessing Pin's escalating agony, which appeared genuine, Li Guifei became increasingly anxious. After all, she was a pampered child of her family. Upon entering the palace, the emperor had indulged her for his own purposes, leaving her wholly unprepared for the intrigues of the harem. At that moment, the empress arrived upon hearing the news. I pay my respects to your majesty. The empress first greeted the empress dowager, then turned her attention to the suffering Pin on the ground. Physician, what is the situation? Can Pin's child be saved? As the empress, she held the phoenix seal, responsible for managing the harem and protecting the concubines. Yet recent incidents in the harem have been frequent and rather grave. Your majesty, Pin's pregnancy is still in its early stages, and her condition is unstable. Fortunately, the empress dowager summoned us in time, and the child is momentarily safe. However, Pin's situation remains perilous. She must be well cared for, or she risks miscarriage at any moment. Hearing that the child was safe, the empress felt a sense of relief. A crisis in the harem would reflect her negligence, but since the child was preserved, her culpability was somewhat alleviated. After sending Pin back to the palace, Jiang Mingzhu had a sudden thought and followed along. The empress sent word to Nangongqing, who arrived and was surprised to see the empress dowager present. I have seen mother. I did not realize today's events had troubled you. Empress, you truly lack understanding. How could you allow mother to worry over such trivial matters? Previously, Jiang Mingzhu had discreetly sabotaged the concubines, causing them to suffer miscarriages, resulting in the scarcity of children in the harem. Upon seeing Jiang Mingzhu, Nangongqing's immediate reaction was to perceive this as another of the empress dowager's machinations aimed at harming his child, igniting a surge of fury within him. Your majesty, the issue of heirs is not merely a matter of the harem. It bears significance for the dynasty. How can it be deemed trivial? Pin's situation today is indeed grave. I came out of concern. The empress, sensing Nangongqing's thoughts, hastily interjected to prevent a quarrel between mother and son. Your majesty, today's events were largely due to the empress dowager's intervention. When Guifei and Pin had a disagreement, Pin, in a fit of temper, confronted Guifei. Unaware of Pin's pregnancy and unable to restrain her temper, ordered her maids to act against Pin. Fortunately, mother happened to be in the imperial garden, witnessed the scene, and intervened, summoning the physician in time to ensure the safety of Pin's child. Nangongqing, upon hearing the empress's explanation, was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the empress dowager was not the instigator of harm, but rather the savior of Pin's child. I thank you, mother, for your timely assistance in preserving Pin's child. Nangongqing expressed his gratitude towards Jiang Mingzhu. Jiang Mingzhu, however, was disinterested in quarreling with Nangongqing. She had noticed the anger and hostility in his gaze, as if he were internally cursing her as a wicked woman. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have saved Pin's child and gained the male lead's favor, reducing hatred by 20 points and receiving a reward package. The sudden reduction of hatred brought Jiang Mingzhu joy. This unexpected benefit was a delightful surprise. Originally, she had merely intended to stroll through the imperial garden, and a simple intervention yielded such a reward. It seemed Nangongqing held his child in high regard, likely due to the scarcity of offspring in the harem. Upon opening the system's reward package, Jiang Mingzhu felt somewhat disappointed to find it contained several fertility pills. When consumed, these pills would ensure that a woman could conceive a child after intimacy, specifically a boy. Even as the empress dowager, she was a solitary figure, regardless of her offspring. These pills held no value for her. Historically, there had been empress dowagers who kept male favorites, but they could not bear children, and she had no inclination towards such pursuits. Jiang Mingzhu shook her head, the visage of Qin Shao fleeting through her mind. In this lifetime, she dared not harbor any aspirations for that man. Were she merely an elderly woman from an ordinary family, her deep affections for Qin Shao could have led her to consider marrying him, even if it would subject her to scorn and derision. Yet Jiang Mingzhu, as the empress dowager, found such possibilities utterly unattainable. Neither the emperor nor the court would allow such an occurrence. Very well, seeing that Pin is stable now, I can rest easy. The remaining matter shall be handled by the empress. I shall not interfere. With the task completed and hatred diminished, Jiang Mingzhu had no desire to concern herself with subsequent affairs. I shall escort you, mother. Jiang Mingzhu departed, and Nangong Qing, along with Cui Rou, accompanied her to the palace gates, assisting her into the Phoenix sedan chair and watching her leave. Chapter 15. The draft turmoil outside. The incessant chirping of cicadas filled the air, and the sweltering heat left Jiang Mingzhu feeling quite vexed. Feng Ruo, the weather is unbearably hot. Could you add some more ice? My lady, that would not be advisable. Adding too much ice would bring about excessive chill, and come winter, your ailments may resurface. Jiang Mingzhu entered the palace as a consort, yet despite her status, she had endured considerable suffering within the treacherous confines of the imperial harem. That year, due to a conflict with the favored concubine, the emperor punished her to kneel in the ancestral hall for an entire day and night during a heavy snowfall, resulting in a lasting injury to her legs. Even though later physicians devised numerous remedies, her old affliction still plagued her during the winter months. My lady, the evening air has cooled. Would you care to take a stroll outside? Feng Ruo observed her mistress, who seemed increasingly lethargic, and urged her to go out. Jiang Mingzhu took a round fan and waved it gently. I have no desire to go out. The selection of talented maidens is creating quite a commotion, and I am hardly inclined to witness such a spectacle. Once again, the draft for new maidens had commenced, particularly significant following the emperor's recent ascension to the throne. With a sparse harem and only a few consorts, this selection aimed to enrich the emperor's court while simultaneously igniting a new struggle for power. Families were eager to send forth their most outstanding daughters. Nangong Qing, in a bid to curry favor with the court officials and expand his own influence, placed considerable importance on this election. There are maidens in the imperial garden awaiting chance encounters with the emperor. If you wish to go, I can send Xiao Shun to clear the way. That will not be necessary. I am too indolent to venture out at this moment. I would not want to disrupt others' affairs. It was undeniable that many of the maidens were exceptionally gifted, and the emperor was indeed fortunate. Your Majesty, Miss Jiang Yao seeks an audience. Jiang Yao, she is the legitimate daughter of the second house, is she not? Jiang Mingzhu rubbed her forehead. How many daughters from the Jiang family are participating in this election? Jiang Mingzhu recalled that her elder brother, Jiang Hui, had mentioned this matter to her prior to the selection, inquiring about her thoughts. The first house had 2 eligible daughters, and there were several others from collateral branches who also met the criteria. Given that the Empress Dowager hailed from the Jiang family, it was only natural that both the legitimate and collateral branches harbored ambitions regarding this election. Even Jiang Hui had prepared to send his legitimate daughter into the emperor's harem. Jiang Mingzhu had long since abandoned her former aspirations and saw no necessity for her family's daughters to enter the emperor's court. She preferred that Jiang Hui seek a suitable match for his daughter outside the palace. It was inconceivable for a legitimate daughter of the Jiang family to be overlooked. Failure to be selected would imply that the girl was flawed and not exceptional. Thus, the selection process was essential, and Jiang Mingzhu intended to speak to the emperor to arrange a marriage for the legitimate daughter of the first house after the selection concluded. She believed that as long as Jiang family girls did not enter the emperor's harem, he would be more than willing to comply. As for the second house, Jiang Mingzhu conveyed a similar sentiment to Jiang Su, yet Jiang Su, ever ambitious, would not easily relinquish such an opportunity. Your Majesty, the first house of the Jiang family has sent only 1 legitimate daughter, while the second house has 1 legitimate and 1 illegitimate daughter, along with 3 girls from collateral branches. At this moment, Jiang Yao approached, seemingly eager to remind everyone that she was the Empress Dowager's niece. I have heard that after entering the palace, she has been quite arrogant. Indeed, the second young lady had displayed considerable boldness since her arrival. Just the other day, she had clashed with a maiden of notable status, the daughter of the chancellor. Had it not been for the consideration that the second young lady was your niece, it is likely that the matter would not have been resolved so easily. And what of Jiang Yu? How has she behaved since entering the palace? The eldest young lady had maintained a low profile, adhering strictly to the rules since her arrival and interacting well with the other maidens without losing her dignity or grace. She truly embodied the qualities nurtured by the esteemed elder. As Jiang Yu was mentioned, Feng Ruo's expression brightened, her tone filled with admiration. Since the selection began, she had been closely observing the Jiang family girls, particularly Miss Jiang Yu and Miss Jiang Yao, noting the distinctiveness of the legitimate daughters of the Jiang family. Jiang Mingzhu nodded in approval. That is good to hear. At least the foundation of our Jiang family has not been completely tarnished. Then, would you like to meet the second young lady? Chapter 16. The draft controversy 2 let her return and inform her to act wisely. I do not wish to hear her arrogant words again. Otherwise, do not blame me for lacking compassion. Jiang Yao waited outside, her face adorned with pride. The Empress Dowager was her aunt, who had previously showered her with affection. Indeed, the gifts from the palace had surpassed even those given to the more generous Jiang Yu, indicating her aunt's satisfaction with her. Listening to Feng Ruo's words, Jiang Yao's expression turned incredulous. How can this be? Matron, my aunt would never treat me this way. Please allow me to meet her. She truly cares for me. She had already made a declaration that if she failed to meet the Empress Dowager, she would become a laughingstock. Second miss, these are the Dowager's exact words. Act wisely and do not provoke trouble merely because of your Jiang family identity, or the Dowager will disregard the feelings of the second master. Feng Ruo stated coldly, showing no leniency towards Jiang Yao, especially upon witnessing the resentment on her face. After all, the second miss was merely the niece of the Empress Dowager, while the true kinship lay with the eldest daughter, Jiang Yu. Matron, could you perhaps intercede with my aunt? Feng Ruo disregarded Jiang Yao's pleas and, with a stern expression, delivered the message before retreating. With many eyes in the palace, and given Jiang Yao's ostentatious arrival, numerous individuals awaited the Dowager's response. Ultimately, not only did Jiang Yao fail to meet the Empress Dowager, but she was also reprimanded by the matron beside her. In no time, the news spread throughout the entire imperial draft palace. Although the young ladies dared not openly mock her, many privately reveled in her misfortune. Jiang Yao, who usually acted so domineeringly, bullying other young ladies, deserved this reprimand from the Empress Dowager. Feng Ruo, send someone to the Qianqing Palace and request the Emperor's presence. Jiang Mingzhu massaged her temples. She had yet to formally convey her intentions to the Emperor. In the Qianqing Palace, Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager requests your presence at the Xinang Palace. Nan Gongqing set down his brush, a pensive look crossing his face. What matter does the Dowager wish to discuss? The people of Xinang Palace did not elaborate, only mentioning that the Dowager awaits you there. Your Majesty, given that the Dowager summons you at this time, it is likely concerning the draft. The Jiang family has several girls participating in this election. Upon hearing this, Nan Gongqing's eyes deepened. So, the Dowager has lost faith in her own son and is now setting her sights on my harem? Your speculation holds merit. The Dowager's recent calmness may indeed be for this purpose. Nan Gongqing knew the Empress Dowager too well. Such tranquility was merely a fade for greater ambitions. Your Majesty, perhaps we should find a reason to decline. We must not allow the Jiang girls into your harem. With the Dowager's presence, the palace will surely be in turmoil. You may evade today, but not tomorrow. Since the Dowager harbors such intentions, it is not something I can simply evade. I am curious to know her true plans. Upon seeing the Emperor's troubled expression as he entered, Jiang Mingzhu realized he must have misconstrued the purpose of her summons. Does the Emperor know why I called you here today? Mother, is it concerning the draft? Indeed, the Jiang family has girls within the selection range. I requested the Emperor's presence to discuss this matter. As Jiang Mingzhu spoke, she observed Nan Gongqing's reaction, her understanding deepening. It was evident that he had indeed misunderstood her intentions. Chapter 15. Protecting the Crown Prince, believing she wished to interfere in his harem affairs, the Crown Prince reassured. Do not worry, Mother. I shall instruct my attendants to take excellent care of my cousin from the Jiang family. But as for her rank, Nan Gongqing had already contemplated the situation. Given that the Empress Dowager was intent on involving herself in this election process, if he stubbornly refused to allow the Jiang lady into the palace, her temperament would undoubtedly lead to further complications. It would be wise to concede and allow the Jiang lady entrance into the harem, thereby granting the Empress Dowager a semblance of satisfaction. As for the subsequent affairs, once the Jiang lady entered the palace, they would not fall under the control of the Empress Dowager. As long as he did not genuinely favor her, what could she do? By affording the Empress Dowager this courtesy, she would be less inclined to impose excessive demands. The Jiang lady's status could not be elevated too high. The Empress Dowager stated, "I have no intention of allowing the Jiang family girl into the harem." Nan Gongqing was taken aback. What, then, was the purpose of her summons? The main house has already set its sights on a suitable match. Hoping the emperor will grant a marriage for Miss Yu after the selection concludes, providing her with a respectable future. Such a request, of course, Nan Gongqing would not refuse. As long as the Empress Dowager did not insist on the Jiang lady entering the palace, everything else could be negotiated. He was aware that Jiang Yu was the legitimate daughter of the Jiang family's main house, and her demeanor was quite unassuming. Initially, he had thought that if the Jiang family insisted on sending a daughter to the palace, it would be Jiang Yu, for her temperament was unlikely to stir trouble. As mother commands, I shall comply. However, I am curious, which family has my uncle set his sights upon? The young vice minister of the Dali Temple, Su Shanshan. Nan Gongqing was astonished. He had not anticipated that the Empress Dowager favored Su Shanshan. To speak of Jiang Hui's legitimate daughter marrying a fourth-rank vice minister was, indeed, a fitting match. Although the vice minister held merely a fourth-rank position, Su Shanshan had attained such a role at a young age, signifying he was promising and had a bright future ahead. Others would surely commend the Jiang family for their discernment. I am aware, the Empress Dowager continued, that Su Shanshan is your confidant, Your Majesty. If that is the case, Mother, do you still wish for me to arrange a marriage for Jiang Yu? Why not? In terms of both status and appearance, they are indeed well matched. Your Majesty, as you have been implementing new policies, it would be unwise to take a step back. Should Su Shanshan marry Miss Yu, certain matters would become more manageable. The proposal for Jiang Yu to wed Su Shanshan was a well-considered decision by Jiang Mingzhu. She recognized that Jiang Yu harbored feelings for Su Shanshan, yet due to the opposing factions of their families, neither had dared to express their affections openly, merely observing one another from afar. In truth, Su Shanshan had some fondness for Jiang Yu as well. However, both were rational individuals, acutely aware of their family's rivalry, and thus believed they could never be together, burying their feelings deep within. This was a realization Jiang Mingzhu came to only later in her life. Since they were indeed lovers at heart, she resolved to support them in this lifetime. Initially, Jiang Hui had favored another match, but at Jiang Mingzhu's behest. She sought out a son from a prestigious family, distanced from the centers of power, hoping that in the future, should the emperor seek retribution, Jiang Yu could still lead a peaceful life. Nevertheless, upon summoning the emperor, Jiang Mingzhu ultimately altered her decision. Reflecting on her own regrets, she chose to fulfill Jiang Yu's desires, even if it meant facing the risk of being abandoned by Su Shanshan in the future. She firmly believed that Jiang Yu would be willing to accept such a fate, especially considering that she held Su Shanshan's character in high regard. Even if the Jiang family were to fall from grace, Jiang Yu should not find herself in dire straits. However, if Su Shanshan were willing to protect Jiang Yu, that would be even better. Your Majesty, do you not agree with this reasoning? Moreover, Miss Yu is a remarkable individual and would not bring disgrace to Su Shanshan. Jiang Mingzhu understood that to bring this matter to fruition, she would need to persuade the emperor. Chapter 16. Are you confused? Outsiders may not yet perceive the extent of Nan Gongqing's reliance on Su Shanshan, but in the previous life, Su Shanshan ascended to the position of deputy prime minister in just a few short years, an achievement that left others in awe. This rapid ascent was, of course, due to the emperor's favor, but it was predominantly Su Shanshan's capability and loyalty that garnered such esteem. To marry Jiang Yu to Su Shanshan would be more challenging than entering the emperor's harem. Perhaps the emperor would prefer members of the Jiang family to join his harem, where he already had many familiar concubines, rather than risk Jiang Yu endangering his most trusted minister. Or are you merely deceiving me, Your Majesty, with no genuine intent? Jiang Mingzhu employed both soft and hard tactics, aware that in the previous life, her elder brother Jiang Hui and the main branch of the family had sacrificed greatly for her. In this life, she was determined to strategize for the benefit of the Jiang family and Oppos, as primary lineage. Nan Gongqing found himself in a dilemma. If he consented to Su Shanshan marrying a daughter of the Jiang family, it would undoubtedly irk him. Yet if he refused, it could lead to complications with the Empress Dowager. Unexpectedly, the Empress Dowager had been rather agreeable. She awaited her response patiently. Indeed, the Empress Dowager was astute and cunning, having set her sights on his most valued minister. Your Majesty need not overthink this. The reason I favor Su Shanshan is that I see how dearly sister you cherishes him, yet hesitates to reveal it to her family. I understand her concerns, but now that I have no ulterior motives, why not fulfill her wish? Or do you doubt Su Shanshan and Appo's loyalty, fearing he might waver should he marry sister you? With such words laid bare, Nan Gongqing began to ponder seriously. Setting aside his personal reluctance, marrying Jiang Yu to Su Shanshan currently bore more advantages than disadvantages. Although he had no intention of exploiting their marriage for political gain, Su Shanshan's union with Jiang Yu would carry significant implications in the eyes of many. The opponents of the new policies, led by Jiang Su, instilled fear in both ministers and the populace regarding the Empress Dowager and the Jiang family, believing that supporting the reforms would pit them against both. Allowing Su Shanshan to wed Jiang Yu could shatter this perception. Besides, as the Empress Dowager pointed out, there are no real benefits to Jiang Yu marrying Su Shanshan. This time, her words might indeed reflect sincerity, wishing to grant Jiang Yu a chance at happiness. Mother, this matter concerns Su Aiqing's lifelong happiness. I cannot make a hasty decision without consulting him first. If Su Aiqing is willing, I shall bestow my blessing upon their union. Nan Gongqing did not readily acquiesce. His regard for Su Shanshan was genuine. Very well, if that is the case. What would you like me to do regarding the selection of candidates for the harem? Should there be any sensitive matters to navigate, I shall assume the role of the villain, as a token of gratitude for your willingness to assist. Jiang Mingzhu was increasingly inclined to speak openly about many matters. And given the emperor and Appo's temperament, such candor often proved effective. Of course, she was also growing weary of burdensome affairs. Nan Gongqing found himself at a loss for words. The Empress Dowager was indeed becoming increasingly forthright. In that case, I extend my gratitude to you, Mother. Once the candidates for the harem are determined, I shall require your decree regarding their ranks. He had meticulously weighed the candidates entering the harem. There would be challenges in assigning ranks, but if the Empress Dowager intervened, any discontent could be redirected towards her. Jiang Mingzhu understood precisely the emperor's predicament. As for the dissatisfaction and resentment he faced, it was trivial to her. With more ministers harboring grievances against her, she had previously operated under a philosophy of rewarding the compliant and punishing the defiant. However, she no longer intended to be so ruthless. Whether or not to show favor would depend on her mood. If she chose to endorse a proposal, who would dare to voice dissent? Not a problem, Your Majesty. Once you draft the list and ranks, send it to me. Should any need reprimanding, a mere word from me will ensure that no one dares oppose you. Nan Gongqing's lips twitched slightly. Over half the power in the court remained in the Empress Dowager and Appo's hands, including military authority. With General Wang present, she felt secure, and her domineering nature carried more weight than his as emperor. One day, he would seize complete control of the court, yet the Empress Dowager's current approach, devoid of any pretense, left him bewildered. Thank you, Mother. Additionally, there are a few other young ladies from the Jiang family. I wonder what your thoughts are? As for the other branches, Your Majesty may handle them as you see fit. If any are suitable, extend them an invitation or suggest a marriage. I defer to your judgment. Regarding Jiang Yao, Jiang Yao is the legitimate daughter of Jiang Su. Given his current actions, he is likely to feign compliance even to your words. A delightful daughter, yet foolish and venomous, with ambitions that are anything but small. I've heard she has been causing quite a stir recently, even seeking an audience with me. Jiang Mingzhu rubbed her temple. Your Majesty, you may decide how to handle this. I will not object. As she spoke, a thought crossed her mind. Jiang Su was not a magnanimous individual. His ambitions were considerable, and having faced considerable rebuke from her, he was likely harboring substantial resentment. While it was impossible for the emperor to win him over entirely, a temporary alliance might be feasible. Jiang Mingzhu left it at that, confident that the emperor understood her implication. The boundaries of this matter are yours to navigate. However, exercise caution. While Jiang Mingzhu may appear reckless, he possesses a cunning nature beneath his rough exterior. Moreover, as Jiang Mingzhu hesitated, Nan Gongqing observed her closely, aware that this matter was far from trivial. He patiently awaited her words. My elder brother Jiang Hui's associates once observed Jiang Mingzhu in clandestine dealings with adversaries of the state. Although nothing conclusive was ever uncovered, it always fell amiss. Hence, Your Majesty must be vigilant in your dealings with Jiang Mingzhu. Jiang Mingzhu had indeed deliberated whether to inform Nan Gongqing of this or to resolve it herself. After much contemplation, she chose to disclose it. In the previous life, Jiang Mingzhu's interactions with foreign enemies were well documented. While it was still early days, she had received news that Jiang Mingzhu had established connections with foreign entities. Perhaps he had yet to betray to Qi, engaging merely in ordinary exchanges of interest. But once such patterns emerged, how far could betrayal be from realization? Nan Gongqing's countenance darkened ominously upon hearing this. Colluding with enemies and betraying the nation is a heinous crime, regardless of their internal conflicts should they involve foreign powers, once verified. Jiang Mingzhu would not only deserve death, but should be subjected to the most severe punishment. Though this was merely the beginning, the Empress Dowager's concerns lingered. She had dispatched agents to monitor the situation, yet she feared potential oversights, for the palace bore witness to third and even fourth factions lurking in the shadows. Your Majesty, should you uncover the truth, you need not intervene. I shall unflinchingly uphold justice, for I am the Empress Dowager of the Qi. Jiang Mingzhu yearned to see Jiang Mingzhu punished severely. It was not her intent to reveal this to the emperor, but such matters were likely to come to light sooner or later. If discovered, the dire consequences would ensnare the entire Jiang family, leaving her with no choice but to gamble on a resolution. If she and the Jiang family could deal with Jiang Mingzhu, and if the emperor would grant clemency, the matter could be resolved. Nan Gongqing noted Jiang Mingzhu's rare display of righteous indignation, which alleviated some of his own resentment. Though Jiang Mingzhu was indeed a member of the Jiang family, he now recognized that Jiang Mingzhu and the Empress Dowager Jiang Hui were not aligned. This matter shall be thoroughly investigated by my people. As for Jiang Yao, let her join my harem. Nan Gongqing, who had previously hesitated, now made a decisive choice. To expose Jiang Mingzhu and Appo's misdeeds, he would need to stoke the flames of his ambition. Very well, I understand, Mother. Chapter 17. If you wish to marry that common girl, then marry her. If the Empress Dowager has no further matters, I have affairs to attend to in court. Jiang Mingzhu nodded. The matter was settled, and there was nothing more to discuss with Nan Gongqing. Your Majesty, please proceed. The matters of state are of utmost importance. However, do take care not to overexert yourself, for the entire Great Qi is relying on you now. Jiang Mingzhu had indeed ceased to concern herself with court affairs, finding more solace in strolling through the gardens and indulging in rest. Previously, she had been troubled, unaware that a leisurely life was preferable, until Nan Gongqing departed. The animosity in the system neither increased nor decreased, which was somewhat better than she had anticipated. Fan Ruo, I recall that Prime Minister Wei has a daughter named Wei Qingqing, who must be of age for selection now. Indeed, her name is Wei Qingqing, the legitimate daughter of Prime Minister Wei. She is exceptionally well-proportioned and possesses an admirable temperament, making her stand out among the many candidates. Even the Empress has praised this young lady, leading many to speculate that perhaps the Emperor intends to elevate her to the status of a consort. Jiang Mingzhu shook her head at this. Rumors often arise in such a manner. Whether the Emperor harbors such intentions, she did not know, but she was aware that Prime Minister Wei had no desire for his daughter to enter the harem and had long sought a suitable match of equal status for her. In her previous life, Wei Qingqing was wronged by Jiang Yao, suffering a tarnished reputation and ultimately marrying a mere military officer, which led to Prime Minister Wei harboring resentment towards her. Oh, I would indeed like to meet this Miss Wei. Fan Ruo observed her mistress's expression of admiration and interest. If you wish to meet her, we could summon Miss Wei to Xinang Palace. Even the esteemed Princess Ping has called forth several candidates, presumably to select a proper consort for Prince Zhou. Princess Ping has already met this Ms. Zhou and bestowed rewards upon her. Oh, I had forgotten about Prince Zhou, the good son of Princess Ping. Prince Zhou, like Princess Ping, maintained a low profile and lacked presence. However, in comparison to Nangongsha, Prince Zhou had already attained the rank of a prince, while Nangongsha remained a mere bald-headed prince, lacking any distinction. In her past life, Prince Zhou, with his steady and reliable demeanor, had garnered Nangongqing's favor before her demise, wielding military power and possessing a prestigious status. Rumors even circulated that Nangongqing intended to adopt Prince Zhou's offspring as heirs to the throne. Thus, one could argue that Princess Ping and Prince Zhou truly emerged as the ultimate victors. As Jiang Mingzhu pondered this, an epiphany dawned upon her, her expression shifting with clarity. I Ching, send someone to investigate the relationship between the late emperor and Princess Ping. I fear I have been blinded and failed to discern the late emperor and Appo's true intentions. A glint of malice flickered in Jiang Mingzhu's eyes. If her suspicions prove correct, then not only he, but the emperor as well, were mere pawns exploited by the late emperor, while Princess Ping reaped all the rewards. Your Majesty, what do you mean? I suspect that the relationship between the late emperor and Princess Ping is not as it appears. Everything, perhaps, including myself, the favored consort, and the other favored ladies, serves merely as shields for Princess Ping and her son. How can this be possible? I Ching, having spoken, felt she had overstepped. Forgive me, Your Majesty. I only believe that with Princess Ping and Appo's as qualifications, the late emperor had no reason to act in such a manner. Previously, Jiang Mingzhu would have dismissed such thoughts as madness, believing them utterly impossible, for how could someone of Princess Ping's caliber achieve such success? Yet, having lived 2 lifetimes, she questioned why it was that Princess Ping and her son emerged as the ultimate victors. They lacked the capability, unless someone had granted them such power. Now, this is intriguing. I have always asserted that there exists a 3rd and 4th force within the palace. Until now, I could not ascertain who the puppeteer behind the scenes might be. From this moment forth, pursue your inquiries in this direction. Chapter 18, Assassinations Sometimes. Certain matters do not require evidence. Intuition can suffice, allowing one to perceive the outcome directly. This can be far more intuitive. If that is indeed the case, Jiang Mingzhu fears she might lose her sanity once again. As for the emperor, if he truly wished to act in such a manner, one wonders how he would feel and whether he would still protect that mother and son as he did in a past life. The emperor is not one to swallow his grievances. Having endured so much suffering, he would undoubtedly show no mercy towards the mother and son of the favored concubine. However, it is imperative to gather evidence that will convince the emperor of her astonishing conjecture. Had it not been for the final outcome of her previous life, no one would have believed it, not even herself, that the late emperor had used her and the other concubines as shield for the favored concubine and her son. A thorough investigation is essential. Jiang Mingzhu is 70% certain, but must be substantiated with the evidence you uncover. Whether it pertains to the favored concubine's past or her interactions with the late emperor, one must consider how a concubine without any background could have achieved her current standing. The more she spoke, the clearer Jiang Mingzhu and Appo's thoughts became. Yes, I will obey. Jiang Mingzhu instructed I Ching to investigate further and turned to Feng Ruo. Feng Ruo, attempt to insert a few spies into Shoan Palace. Do not rush. Do not concern yourself with their identities. Take your time. It is astonishing that, with my connections in the harem, there is no one at Shou and Appo's and Palace who can be of use. The favored concubine must possess considerable skill. Feng Ruo now realized that even the Qianqing Palace had spies placed by the emperor, let alone the other palaces. Yet, Shoan Palace remained an exception. Though seemingly inconspicuous and unworthy of the emperor and Appo's attention, it felt amiss that she had not perceived this inconsistency. Rest assured, my lady, in the past, I was too careless and failed to notice such a significant oversight. I will keep a close watch from now on. As Feng Ruo spoke, she glanced at her mistress. If Jiang Mingzhu's suspicions were indeed accurate, what would become of her? How could the late emperor treat her in such a manner? Not only Jiang Mingzhu, but even Feng Ruo had always believed that the late emperor cherished her most dearly. It was utterly despicable that he had used her as a shield for the favored concubine. Feng Ruo, I am aware that you are angry on my behalf, but there is truly no need for that. If my conjectures hold true, I will ensure that the favored concubine and her son are thoroughly crushed, leaving the late emperor unable to rest in peace. That will be the only way to justify his arrangements. Go and summon Miss Wei and several other outstanding young ladies. It is not only the favored concubine who needs a daughter-in-law. Yes, I will attend to it at once. Feng Ruo understood Jiang Mingzhu and Appo's intentions without further instruction and headed towards the Shushu Palace. This was Jiang Mingzhu and Appo's first summons of young ladies since their entrance into the palace. The harem buzzed with speculation regarding her purpose. It was presumed that the Empress Dowager was selecting a bride for the crown prince, who had reached the age for marriage. Given her affection for him, the Empress Dowager likely sought a noble consort. Miss Wei, the daughter of the prime minister, was particularly striking. Perhaps the Empress Dowager had her sights set on Wei Qingqing. However, there were many other young ladies who excelled in both status and beauty, leading to the possibility that the Empress Dowager intended to select both the primary and secondary consorts for the crown prince. Regardless of the external speculations, Jiang Mingzhu observed the exquisite young ladies before her. Feng Ruo understood her intentions. The summoned young ladies were the Cr Mi de la Cr Mi in both appearance and lineage. Your servant has seen the Empress Dowager. The young ladies bowed in unison, greeting Jiang Mingzhu, their demeanor marked by a mix of reverence and nervousness. Even Wei Qingqing, renowned for her status, felt trepidation in the presence of the formidable and somewhat infamous Empress Dowager. Rise, all of you. Lift your heads. Jiang Mingzhu reclined languidly in her chair, scrutinizing the young ladies, posing a few inquiries, bestowing some rewards, and then dismissing them. Empress Dowager, what do you think of these young ladies? Very well. Wei Qingqing is indeed worthy of her title as the prime minister's legitimate daughter. She possesses substance, not merely superficial charm. I find her quite suitable. She shall be the one. With such a splendid consort, I trust our prince will be able to focus his affections and not be so preoccupied with that commoner. Feng Ruo assumed Jiang Mingzhu was selecting a primary consort for Nangongqi. Who says I'm selecting a bride for that ungrateful son? His heart is set solely on that commoner named Xiaowan. Even if I present him with the finest women, it would only waste their time. Outside the palace, Nangongqi learned of Jiang Mingzhu's summons of the young ladies. Your Highness, Wanwan knows she is unworthy of you and dares not aspire to the position of primary consort. She only wishes to remain by your side. Please do not let this cause a rift with the Empress Dowager. Wanwan, you are so kind. This time, it was my mother who broke her promise. She had assured me she would not interfere in my marriage. Do not worry. I will enter the palace and demand a clear explanation. Nangongqi and Appo's expression was one of indignation, his gaze filled with concern for Xiaowan. Your Highness, Wanwan and Appo's status is indeed lacking. It is only natural for the Empress Dowager to overlook her. Compared to the Prime Minister and Appo's daughter, Wanwan feels insufficient. Wanwan, what does it matter that Wei Qingqing is the Prime Minister's legitimate daughter? She is merely a wooden beauty, devoid of charm. I should not heed my mother's wish to marry such a woman. My primary consort will only ever be you. Wait for me, Wanwan. I will fulfill my promise to you. Mother, I wish to see you. Jiang Mingzhu had just settled down for a midday nap when she was disturbed by a commotion outside. Your Highness, the Empress Dowager is currently taking her afternoon rest. She has just settled down. Would you not wait a moment? The Empress Dowager did not sleep well last night and has finally fallen asleep. I cannot wait. I must see my mother at once. Quickly announce my presence. I have urgent matters to discuss. The attendants were unable to stop him, and Feng Ruo stepped out. Your Highness, what could be so urgent that it surpasses the Empress Dowager and Appo's well-being? The Empress Dowager has endured much suffering in her youth, fearing the cold in winter and the heat in summer. This summer has been particularly harsh, and she has lost considerable weight. Your Highness, have some compassion for the Empress Dowager. In the past, she valued her children greatly, but now, look at the situation. The Empress is still occasionally concerned for her, while her own children seem indifferent, only bringing her more worries. Feng Ruo felt a sense of injustice on behalf of her mistress. The Empress Dowager has always suffered during this season. It is merely the trials of summer, nothing of great concern. I truly have important matters to discuss with her. Nangongqi dismissed her concerns. Feng Ruo was exasperated, listening to his words. Your Highness, the Empress Dowager instructed prior to her rest that no matter should be discussed until she awakens. This unfilial child should be kept from troubling the Empress Dowager further. I am giving you face because you are a servant close to her, yet you presume yourself important. Step aside. As Nangongqi attempted to barge in, he was met with a stern reprimand. Impudent! I regard Feng Ruo as a sister. Nangongqi, have you forgotten your manners? If you dare to treat Feng Ruo with disrespect again, I will not spare you. Mother, Feng Ruo is merely a servant. Are you not aware of your own folly? Speak. Why are you in such a rush to see me? What is so urgent? Mother, you once promised not to interfere in my relationship with Wanwan. Why have you now gone back on your word? What does it matter that Wei Qingqing is the Prime Minister's daughter? You are blinded by self-interest and can only see power. Do not think you can use my marriage for your own gain. Moreover, do not forget that you promised me you would not meddle in my affairs with Wanwan. What is this all about? Nangongqi glared at Jiang Mingzhu with a fierce intensity, his eyes burning with rage. Jiang Mingzhu regarded his expression. So you have come today to cause a scene over this? If I were to insist on my stance, what would you do? Jiang Mingzhu had long been utterly disillusioned with Nangongqi. At this moment, she stared intently at him, awaiting his response. Mother, my rightful consort will only be Wanwan. If you insist on interfering, then consider me as though I no longer exist as your son. Thus, are you truly resolute in severing ties with me for the sake of that commoner? Chapter 18. The choice if the Empress insists on meddling in her son's marriage. Then he is left with no choice but to comply. Very well, if that is the case, you need not return to the Xinang Palace henceforth. I shall pretend I never bore you as my son. Nangongqi believed that Jiang Mingzhu was merely issuing a threat, attempting to manipulate him, and without hesitation, he departed from the Xinang Palace, disregarding Feng Ruo's attempts to dissuade him. My son, born of noble blood, Feng Ruo, did you witness that? This may indeed be for the best. You shall issue orders to halt all provisions to the Prince Chen's residence. If he is not my son, he shall no longer expect to receive any benefits from me. It is better to raise a dog than to nurture such an ungrateful wretch. No one dared to echo Jiang Mingzhu's words. My lord, the prince lacks financial acumen, and the expenditures of his residence are considerable. If we cut off the supplies to the Chun prince's estate, he may find himself in dire straits, and it is likely that you, my lord, will be the one to suffer. Feng Ruo advised gently. Since he is no longer my son, why should I feel any sorrow? Upon exiting the Xinang Palace, Nangongqi did not leave the palace grounds, but instead proceeded to the imperial study, seeking Nangongqing's approval to wed Xiaowan. Naturally, Nangongqing had no objections to such a union given the status of the lady in question. But would the Empress consent to this arrangement? This matter cannot be sanctioned. You are a dignified prince, yet you wish to marry a commoner. Your mother would never allow it. Nangongqing asserted. Brother, why must you feign concern? Mother has already consented. She will not interfere in my affair with Xiaowan. I shall marry whomever I please. Nangongqing chose to overlook the disrespect in Nangongqi and Appo's tone. Aware that he had just come from the Xinang Palace, where the Empress had previously been incensed enough to shatter a cup over the mention of Xiaowan. It was clear to him that Nangongqi was blinded by his infatuation. The discord between mother and son left Nangongqing feeling repulsed. Yet he was compelled to visit the Xinang Palace to ascertain the Empress's stance. Mother, the Chun prince has approached me, insisting on marrying a commoner named Xiaowan, claiming you have given your approval. Jiang Mingzhu nodded. If he wishes to marry, then let him do so. I will not stand in his way as the villain in this scenario. Since he believes so highly of Xiaowan, the emperor might as well grant him his wish. Mother, do not yield to your anger towards your younger brother. A prince marrying a commoner is an unseemly affair. Such matters cannot be left to his whims. I shall act as though I have no son. Moreover, he is but a fool, fixated solely on that commoner. Were he to wed a noble woman, he would only bring her misfortune. Hence, Emperor, do not impede him. Let him pursue his desire. Jiang Mingzhu was well aware that the emperor was merely speaking platitudes, secretly hoping that Nangong Qi would marry a commoner, thereby eliminating the support of a noble family. Enough, there is no need for further persuasion on this matter. As for the 12th prince, years ago, Zhan Fei entrusted her siblings to me. Though I'm no paragon of virtue, I have kept my promises. The 12th prince has now reached the age suitable for marriage. Upon hearing Jiang Mingzhu mention Nangong Shua, Nangong Qing was momentarily taken aback. This younger brother, usually lacking in presence, had somehow reached the age of marriage without his notice. Jiang Mingzhu recognized that the relationship between Nangong Qing and Nangong Shua was not particularly strong at present. I find the 12th prince to be far superior to the Zhou prince. His intentions are pure, and he is grateful. Despite my lack of kindness towards them over the years, they still remember the few good deeds I have done, far better than that ungrateful daughter. Pausing for a moment, Jiang Mingzhu continued, Your Majesty, you are in need of capable individuals at this moment. You might consider the second prince. Take this opportunity at the selection to find him a suitable consort, bestowing a favor upon him. Nangong Qing, reflecting on Jiang Mingzhu's suggestion, fell into silence, clearly pondering her intentions. Chapter 19. Replacing the Zhou king, the emperor, being inherently suspicious, often found himself contemplating the ulterior motives behind Ying Qing and Appo's actions. In the past, Mngzh would have meticulously analyzed Ying Qing's intentions, suspecting some hidden scheme. However, there was no need for such contemplation now. If she wished to win over the 12th prince, she would not delay her efforts. Her thoughts were merely aligned with concubine Jin's wishes. My son does not mean that, she said. I am merely pondering the selection of the 12th prince's future consort. Have you not already developed a preference, mother? Certainly, and Ying Qing was well aware of the Empress Dowager's summons for the young ladies. I indeed have a suitable candidate in mind. The legitimate daughter of Prime Minister Wei would be an excellent match for the 12th prince, she affirmed. Although the 12th prince was merely a head-shaved royal, aspiring to wed the Prime Minister and Appo's daughter seemed a lofty ambition. Yet this choice was favored by Mngzh. Recalling when Prime Minister Wei had previously approached him, Ying Qing deliberated before speaking. Mother, I have no intentions of bringing Prime Minister Wei and Appo's daughter into the palace. He cherishes his daughter dearly, and even before the selection of candidates, he sought my assistance, wishing only for a son-in-law of equal standing. I have already agreed to this. This arrangement is fortuitous. The 12th prince marrying his daughter would not be seen as an affront. Although he currently holds the title of a head-shaved prince with his capabilities, it is only a matter of time before he rises in court. As for the betrothal gifts, aside from what the palace will provide, I shall contribute as well, including a dowry for the 6th princess upon her marriage. Having her own children, Mngzh had long prepared for this. But now she had resolved not to interfere with her rebellious daughter, thus providing for the 12th prince and the 6th princess. This would serve as a way to repay the kindness they had shown her in a past life. However, the Empress Dowager had mentioned the 12th prince's abilities on 2 occasions, and he was eager to test his younger brother's capabilities. If indeed he was competent, he could be of great use. What he lacked at the moment were reliable individuals. Even though a connection existed between the 12th prince and the Empress Dowager, if the 12th prince were wise, he would know how to make the right choices. My mother and Appo's intentions are something I will consider. If the 12th prince proves to be capable, I shall provide him with an opportunity to demonstrate his talents. Meanwhile, the 6th princess was troubled by her elder brother's predicament. Brother, why not plead with the emperor? Surely, as a member of the royal bloodline, he would not disregard your plight. Ying Shu shook his head. How could I trouble my brother over such trivial matters? Besides, what noble lady would deign to notice a head-shaved prince like me? Mngzh felt a wave of melancholy. If only our mother were still here. You are far more capable than the Zhou king. Jinuer, do not worry about me. I will devise a plan. You are growing up now. I can no longer remain in obscurity. You will need my support in the future. So I must strategize. As the siblings conversed, they were summoned by Ying Qing. Why would the emperor summon you at this hour, brother? You must go at once. Eninging Qiang did not disclose the purpose of his summons initially. He first tested Eninging Shu and Appo's knowledge. The Empress Dowager has informed me that she promised concubine Jin to care for you both and has asked me to arrange a suitable marriage for you. Eninging Shu, having grown up in the palace under indifferent gazes, instantly grasped the implications of the emperor's words. I am immensely grateful that the Empress Dowager would consider us due to our mother and Appo's wishes. However, I am a subject first and foremost. All decisions should rest with you, brother. Eninging Qiang was pleased with this response. The Empress Dowager was correct. Eninging Shu's abilities and qualifications surpassed those of the Zhou king. If he could be of service. Yet, Eninging Qiang knew he could not place his trust in Eninging Shu so easily, especially since it was evident that Eninging Shu felt grateful toward the Empress Dowager who had recommended him. Return now and ensure that you fulfill my instructions. When the time comes for the marriage, you cannot remain a head-shaved prince. I must grant you a title, and there must be grounds for it. Eninging Shu was elated by these words and immediately prostrated himself, exclaiming, "Thank you, brother. I shall fulfill your directives and not disappoint your expectations." Emerging from Qiang Palace, Eninging Shu and Appo's mood was entirely transformed. He felt confident that he was no less capable than the Zhou king. All he lacked was an opportunity, and now it had arrived. He would repay the Empress Dowager's kindness, but his loyalty would lie solely with the emperor. Brother, is this truly the case? And Eninging Shu's face lit up with ambition. Rest assured, Jiang, since the emperor has granted us this opportunity, I will seize it and become your pillar of support in the future. He had not anticipated that the Empress Dowager would go to such lengths for them. Their previous relationship was not particularly close, and he had once harbored resentment towards her due to the sixth princess. It now seemed that his narrow-mindedness had clouded his judgment. Do not blame yourself. The Empress Dowager is one entity, and the sixth princess is another. Moreover, there are those who seek to sow discord. In the future, my loyalty will lie solely with the emperor, but I shall not forget the Empress Dowager's kindness. You are right, brother. Our allegiance is only to the emperor. Eninging Jiang and Appo's face bore a hint of worry. They could not serve both loyalty and filial piety. They could only choose one between the emperor and the Empress Dowager. While her brother's choice was correct, it still felt somewhat disloyal to the Empress Dowager. Jiang, I understand your concerns. However, the relationship between the Empress Dowager and the emperor has indeed improved. There may yet be a way to balance both loyalties. We can only do our utmost. You're right, brother. Nevertheless, we should express our gratitude. When Eninging Shu and his sister requested an audience, Jiang Mingzhu was not the least bit surprised. Rise. I am aware of the purpose of your visit. My actions were not intended to elicit your gratitude. You need not feel burdened. Your choice is indeed the right one. Jiang Mingzhu and Appo's words were profound, and Eninging Shu and his sister felt a twinge of guilt. Mother, my actions stem merely from a promise made to your mother. Should you truly feel grateful, when the Jiang family falls, I hope you will lend a hand. That would suffice as repayment. Eninging Shu and his sister bowed deeply, signifying their commitment to Jiang Mingzhu. Jiang Mingzhu was satisfied with their response. Remember, having chosen to serve the emperor, you must do so wholeheartedly. I do not require your gratitude. The emperor is more astute than you may perceive. Do not indulge in petty schemes. To earn his trust, unwavering loyalty is essential. Otherwise, you will find yourselves beneath the Zhou king's heel. Jiang Mingzhu's kindness towards the siblings was also driven by her own ambitions. The pair from the Ping family, whether it be Lady Ping or the Zhou king, would not have an easy time moving forward. She would ensure Lady Ping was well managed. But as for the Zhou king, Eninging Shu was the most suitable candidate to replace him. Chapter 23. The method of crafting foreign glass mirrors grateful for the Mother Empress's guidance. The young prince understood. Jiang Mingzhu waved her hand, signaling them to withdraw, nearly uttering that trampling the Zhou king beneath her feet would be the finest form of retribution. Upon exiting the Xinang palace, Nangong Shuo exchanged glances with his companions, both sensing the depth of emotion reflected in each other's eyes. Although Empress Dowager Zhang's demeanor was nonchalant, even asserting that her assistance was merely a trifling effort. Since the passing of their beloved mother, the atmosphere within the palace had been rife with malice. Any flicker of kindness was etched into their memories. Moreover, the Empress Dowager's actions transcended mere goodwill. Her interventions, though infrequent, always occurred at the pivotal moments of their need. Despite their choices being limited to merely serving the emperor, they could never forget this kindness. The selection of candidates was proceeding with fervor, now reaching its final round. At this stage, those who had not been eliminated awaited the concluding review and matchmaking. Fangruo, what day is it today? If I recall correctly, the selection viewing is the day after tomorrow, Jiang Mingzhu casually inquired, indulging in the chilled watermelon presented by the Empress. Your Highness, you remember correctly. It is indeed the day after tomorrow. Fangruo, accompany me for a stroll in the Imperial Garden. Fangruo was somewhat taken aback, as her mistress usually deemed the Imperial Garden too bustling and typically refrained from visiting. Today, however, she seemed in high spirits. Jiang Mingzhu recalled that on this very day in her past life, Jiang Yao had framed Wei Qingqing, pushing her into the water in the Imperial Garden, thereby tarnishing her reputation before all. Consequently, Wei Qingqing was unable to marry well, and not only did Prime Minister Wei hold a grudge against her, but even the emperor remembered her for this incident. Prime Minister Wei was cunning, serving as Nan Gongqing's advisor in her previous life. He had harbored resentment and had often slandered her before Nan Gongqing, devising numerous schemes against her. What is happening ahead? Why is it so noisy? As they arrived at the Imperial Garden, Jiang Mingzhu heard a commotion. A crowd gathered around. Responding to the Empress Dowager, Miss Jiang and Miss Wei have quarreled. Miss Jiang insists that Miss Wei deliberately ruined her gown. Oh no, Miss Wei has fallen into the water. Jiang Mingzhu recognized the cries. Realizing Jiang Yao had likely pushed Wei Qingqing into the water, she hastened toward the lotus pond, where Wei Qingqing, unable to swim, struggled in the water, while a guard nearby had already jumped in. This guard had been arranged by Jiang Su to eliminate Wei Qingqing, her greatest rival. The quarrel was a ruse, and although the guard appeared to be rescuing her, Wei Qingqing, as a selection candidate, would be seen by many in such a disgraceful state, thus ruining her reputation. Stop him, Jiang Mingzhu commanded, intercepting the guard. A palace maid leaped into the water and successfully rescued Wei Qingqing. Once ashore, Jiang Mingzhu ordered a large cloak to be draped around Wei Qingqing, enveloping her securely. Jiang Yao had not anticipated Jiang Mingzhu's sudden appearance to save Wei Qingqing, transforming her triumphant smile into one of resentment. Despite the Empress Dowager being her aunt, she was not only unhelpful, but now thwarting her plans. Miss Wei, grateful for the Empress Dowager's rescue, replied, "Are you well?" Jiang Mingzhu observed that despite her disheveled state, Wei Qingqing maintained her composure and grace, prompting even Fangruo to praise her. Replying to the Empress Dowager, "This subject is unharmed." Jiang Mingzhu nodded. "Who will tell me why Miss Wei fell into the water?" "Aunt, it was Miss Wei who intentionally ruined my gown, leading to our dispute, and she accidentally fell in. It has nothing to do with anyone else." Hearing Jiang Yao's defense, Jiang Mingzhu regarded her with keen eyes, turning to Wei Qingqing. "Is that so?" Wei Qingqing, aware of Jiang Yao's treachery, found herself lacking evidence and, moreover, grateful for the Empress Dowager's intervention, replying to the Empress Dowager, "I did not ruin Miss Jiang Er's gown." Recognizing her understanding, Jiang Mingzhu silently approved. She had no intention of shielding Jiang Yao, but Jiang Yao still held some utility. "Jiang Yao, do you have evidence to prove that Miss Wei damaged your gown?" Jiang Yao, having falsely accused, of course had no evidence. Since there is no evidence, this matter must not be raised again. Today, regardless, it is Miss Wei who has suffered. I decree you to publicly apologize to Miss Wei. After resolving this dispute, Nan Gongqing arrived hastily, followed by a breathless Prime Minister Wei. "Father." Upon seeing her father, Wei Qingqing exhibited no impropriety, though her eyes glistened with unshed tears, a testament to her sheltered upbringing. Prime Minister Wei, witnessing his daughter's distress, felt a pang of heartache, relieved that she was unharmed. "Enough, Miss Wei, go change your clothing. Though the weather is hot, you are still a young lady, you must not catch a chill." Once Jiang Mingzhu had fulfilled her objective, she gracefully withdrew, knowing that soon others would relay the events to the emperor and prime minister Wei. No sooner had Jiang Mingzhu arrived at Xinang Palace than the system's voice echoed in her mind. Congratulations, host. Male lead's hatred value has decreased by 5. Currently, at 148. Reward: 1 gift package. Upon opening the package, she found a book detailing the method of crafting glass mirrors. Glass mirrors? Jiang Mingzhu's eyes sparkled. She was familiar with them. In her previous life, foreign envoys had gifted the court with several glass mirrors, a rare treasure that reflected one's image with remarkable clarity, unlike the blurred images produced by the bronze mirrors she currently used. Since acquiring the glass mirrors in her past life, she had never used a bronze mirror again. And upon her rebirth, she still found the bronze mirror somewhat disconcerting. Yet, the foreign envoys would not arrive for another year. And even if she wished to utilize glass mirrors, there was no feasible way. It was rumored that their production was exceedingly complex, requiring a vast amount of precious materials and labor, which rendered them so valuable. As the Empress Dowager, she lacked for funds, but certainly would not dispatch individuals to sea for a mere glass mirror. Moreover, the court was still enforcing a ban on maritime activities, although the emperor had proposed lifting it, only to be quelled by her. Upon perusing the book, Jiang Mingzhu discovered that the process of crafting glass mirrors consisted of 2 steps: the creation of glass and the subsequent crafting of the mirrors from it. The book provided detailed instructions. Even someone unversed in glassmaking would grasp the methodology. While the Diqi possessed crystal glass, the production of such glass at the official kilns was exceedingly challenging. Thus, when the foreign envoys claimed that crafting glass mirrors was a complex endeavor with exorbitant costs, she had believed them. However, after reviewing the book, Jiang Mingzhu realized that these foreign emissaries were indeed quite cunning. The production costs of glass mirrors were significantly lower than that of crystal glass. Chapter 24. The eyes in those days, they regarded the outsiders with disdain, maintaining a condescending posture, yet they found themselves ensnared by the very individuals they underestimated. At this moment, Jiang Mingzhu recalled Nan Gongqing's words: "One must not isolate oneself in the world." The great Qi, priding itself on its etiquette, should also learn from the strengths of the outsiders. Initially scoffing at this notion, she now recognized its validity. Feng Ruo, summon Lin Quan to the palace. I have matters to discuss with him. With the method for producing glass mirrors now in her possession, the immense profits entailed piqued even Jiang Mingzhu's interest. As the Empress Dowager, she wielded considerable power and desire for nothing, yet she lacked wealth. Few in authority are devoid of financial concerns. Many thoughts and decisions necessitate substantial monetary investment. In her previous life, having amassed ill-gotten gains through Jiangsu, Jiang Mingzhu vowed not to rely on him in this lifetime, nor did she intend to assist her son in usurping the throne. Nevertheless, she still wished to accumulate wealth. Upon being summoned to the palace, Lin Quan kneeled before Jiang Mingzhu, his gaze filled with admiration and loyalty. Lin Quan had been saved by Jiang Mingzhu during her youth as a maiden, and he had become one of her most trusted confidants. She entrusted him with managing her enterprises, understanding that despite the Jiang family's influence, certain matters must remain firmly in her control. Lin Quan, take a look at this. She handed him a book, knowing he was her most reliable ally. In her previous life, Lin Quan had silently followed her, and after her demise, he had chosen to end his own life before the emperor could exact retribution. It is indeed the method for crafting glass mirrors. Miss, how did you acquire such a remarkable treasure? Lin Quan exclaimed, momentarily misaddressing her in his excitement. Jiang Mingzhu paid no heed to this. Are you familiar with glass mirrors? I have heard of them. There exists a type of mirror among the outsiders that can reflect a person's image with remarkable clarity. I once saw a palm-sized mirror in the possession of a wealthy merchant, which he had acquired at great cost. It was truly extraordinary, revealing an image as if one had a twin facing them. This is the method for producing glass mirrors. I command you to secretly establish a kiln and commence production. Not only glass mirrors, but also various glassware. Once these glass products and mirrors are created, I can envision the immense profits. Furthermore, With the seas opening in a year and the outsiders visiting, I recall how easily they manipulated us in my previous life. To exchange for glass mirrors, the Great Qi relinquished countless valuable items. Compared to the outsiders' glass mirrors, those crafted according to this method will undoubtedly be more exquisite, clearer, and more durable. I eagerly anticipate witnessing the expressions of the outsiders' envoys upon their arrival. It will serve as a testament to the strength of the Great Qi, as their precious glassware and mirrors will merely be commonplace items here. Rest assured, I shall not betray your trust and will expedite the production of the glass mirrors. In matters of craftsmanship, Lin Kuan possessed greater expertise than Jiang Mingzhu. Upon perusing the contents of the book, he felt confident. The instructions were comprehensive and posed no significant challenges. The most valuable aspect of the glass mirrors lay in their method of creation. Thus, the production method must remain strictly confidential. In a mere moment, Lin Kuan had formulated numerous ideas. I have faith in your abilities. But one thing, we must maintain secrecy until the mirrors are complete, even from the Jiang family. Your elder brother still harbors some familial affection, but as for Jiang Su, he is merely driven by greed. Do you comprehend my intent? Rest easy, your majesty. I understand what must be done. A flicker of coldness and resolve appeared in Lin Kuan's eyes. He understood Jiang Mingzhu's character well. Her previous trust in Jiang Su must have been shattered by his betrayal, prompting her to sever ties and guard against him. Those who betray her shall not have a favorable fate. Just as Lin Kuan exited the palace, Jiang Su stormed in. Enraged, Your Majesty, do not forget that you are a member of the Jiang family. I did not ask you to favor Yao and Apos. But why hinder her prospects? Jiang Su, are you questioning me? Your Majesty, I merely seek clarity. What is there to understand? Jiang Yao is both foolish and malicious. Such clumsy schemes assume everyone is but a child. She relies on my influence. Were it not for that, do you think the Minister Wei would overlook her antics today? She is still a Jiang family member. And what of it? This realm belongs to the Nangong family. Do not forget that my brother, Jiang Su, exited the Xinang palace, his face a mask of frustration. Not only had Jiang Mingzhu placed her own agents in the Qianqing palace, but Nangong Qing had also established informants in the Xinang palace, ensuring Jiang Mingzhu's words reached his ears. Ding! Congratulations, host. Male lead's hatred value decreased by 5, trust level increased by 10. Current hatred value, 143, trust level, 26. Reward, 1 large gift package. In previous tasks, aside from the first, the rewards had always been gift packages. This time, the increase in trust level was unprecedented, prompting the system to grant her a special reward. Jiang Mingzhu was taken aback, pleasantly surprised by the unexpected boon. Upon reflection, she realized that Nangong Qing's infiltration of Xinang Palace was more profound than she had anticipated. The words exchanged had only been overheard by a select few. Employing the process of elimination, Jiang Mingzhu began to deduce who could be the emperor and Apos. As informant, her suspicions gradually taking shape. Upon hearing the news, Feng Ruo and Apos' expression shifted. Those present in the inner chamber were deemed trustworthy. The existence of an imperial informant was truly unexpected. This traitor shall not be spared. Just as we have informants in the Qianqing Palace, the emperor can do the same. What is so surprising? Given the emperor's wariness toward me, it would be abnormal if he lacked informants. Feng Ruo recognized the validity of this reasoning, but had previously been overly confident, believing Xinang Palace to be impenetrable. Master, I shall arrange this immediately. With such an individual nearby, Xinang Palace's every move would be laid bare before the emperor. Feng Ruo was prepared to remove the informant, but Jiang Mingzhu intervened. There is no need. Having such a person can be advantageous. For now, I harbor no ulterior motives, should there be matters better left unsaid. It is preferable for them to be conveyed through her rather than me informing the emperor directly. Jiang Mingzhu found this arrangement quite agreeable. Master, you, just be vigilant and do not let her sense that you are aware. Previously, they had operated in the light while the emperor remained in the shadows. But now the roles had reversed. Grateful for the system, Jiang Mingzhu realized she would have remained oblivious otherwise, as the informant had hidden too adeptly. None, including Feng Ruo, had ever suspected. Were it not for her potential usefulness, I would not let her off so easily. Chapter 25. Bestowing the harem. Qingqing. Take care of yourself in the palace. I have already petitioned the emperor to look after you more closely. Father, there is no need for concern. Although I face some grievances today, I am grateful that the Empress Dowager arrived in time to preserve my reputation. Her attitude suggests that she is not entirely biased toward the second young lady of the Jiang family. I believe she will behave more cautiously moving forward. In any case, exercise caution. The Empress Dowager's treatment of the Jiang's second young lady, while lenient, is still quite fair. The Minister Wei gazed at his daughter with deep affection. As a loyal subject, he could not allow his personal feelings for his daughter to complicate matters with the emperor. His daughter understood that had the Empress Dowager not intervened promptly, her honor would have been tarnished. Although the second young lady of the Jiang family is indeed one of them, her actions suggest a rift within the family, of which the Empress Dowager seems unaware. Minister Wei felt a sense of relief upon hearing her words. He had noticed the signs that the Jiang family was not as united as it appeared, and that the Empress Dowager and Jiang Su held differing stances. He was proud that his daughter possessed such insight, not becoming embroiled in the trivial disputes of the harem, but rather recognizing the underlying discord within the Jiang family, a testament to his diligent upbringing. Indeed, whether in today's South events or in court matters, the attitudes of the two branches of the Jiang family were markedly different. Minister Wei did not linger long. The Emperor's grace had afforded him a moment to speak privately with his daughter before he departed for the imperial study. Once the emperor finished reviewing the documents, he personally delivered the list of titles to Jiang Mingzhu. This is the designated rank. Mother, do you see anything that needs alteration? Jiang Mingzhu glanced over the list, noting that it was largely unchanged from her previous life. In that instance, both sisters of the Jiang family had entered the emperor's harem, while this time only Jiang Yao would be granted the title of noble consort. This position was already quite elevated for a newcomer to the palace. Jiang Yao, being a member of the Jiang family, would likely find Jiang Su dissatisfied with this title. Yet it was a principal position within a palace, and even if he were discontent, it would fall within acceptable limits. Jiang Mingzhu nodded at the list. Let this decree be proclaimed as is. Should anyone have objections, let them come speak with me. Thank you, Mother, for your consideration. Furthermore, the matter of marriage for the princes was at hand. The crown prince, Prince Zhou, and the 12th prince had all reached suitable ages for marriage. The Empress Dowager had even approached her son, seeking a match for the Minister Wei's legitimate daughter. Upon hearing this from Nangong Qing, Jiang Mingzhu could not help but smirk internally. The Empress Dowager's ambition was evident. She sought only the best for her son. However, with Jiang Mingzhu present, the Empress Dowager's wishes would not come to fruition. What did the emperor think? Jiang Mingzhu was confident that he would know the appropriate course of action. The Empress Dowager's relationship with the emperor could not compare to the vast undertakings and calculations of the sovereign. Their relationship was one of mutual benefit. If the emperor wished to fulfill his desires, he must also accommodate hers. Presently, the emperor had not yet reached the point of absolute power in the harem. Her word held weight. The 12th prince was indeed quite capable. I have assigned him a suitable task, and he would be well matched with the Minister Wei's daughter. However, he cannot remain a mere prince without a title. I intend to bestow upon him the title of duke. As for Prince Zhou, we shall select another suitable maiden. Are there still other candidates for Prince Zhou's primary consort? Jiang Mingzhu listened as the Empress Dowager mentioned 3 other maidens, each with commendable backgrounds. While 2 of them were somewhat ordinary in talent, their familial status was not significantly inferior to Wei Qingqing's. Jiang Mingzhu's attention fell upon another maiden, Xia Weining, the legitimate daughter of the Marquis of Pingnan. She was well known for her virtue, yet Jiang Mingzhu was acutely aware of her true nature, venomous and envious. In her previous life, she had been betrothed to a prince, but, due to her frail health, had refused to allow her concubines to bear children, resulting in chaos within the prince's household, leaving it devoid of heirs. Jiang Mingzhu believed that Xia Weining would be a fitting match for Prince Zhou, particularly as her appearance was commendable, even if her literary skills fell short of Wei Qingqing and Appo's. Aside from Wei Qingqing, Xia Weining stood out among this group of maidens. I find the legitimate daughter of Minister Li quite suitable. She would complement Prince Zhou well. Jiang Mingzhu deliberately indicated another maiden. After reviewing the profiles of several maidens, she discerned that the Empress Dowager's true preference was for Xia Weining, while the other two were merely supplementary options. Nangong Qing regarded the maiden Jiang Mingzhu had selected. She is indeed good, yet she is to be Prince Zhou's primary consort. My son must still consult with the Empress Dowager on this matter. Ask the Empress Dowager to choose for herself. I shall not interfere in her affairs. However, the individuals I favor, Emperor, you must not bestow upon others. I know of your close ties with her. Do not show any favoritism. Rest assured, mother, I shall not go back on my word. Nangong Qing had no intention of retracting his promises. The Empress Dowager's requests were reasonable and within the bounds of acceptance. There was no reason to incite her displeasure or invite trouble. The Empress Dowager was currently amiable, yet he understood that a tiger, even when not roaring, should never be mistaken for a meerkat. After departing from Xinang Palace, Nangong Qing summoned Feng Ruo for a quiet discussion. Master, since the Empress Dowager, why do you still comply with her wishes? While Xia Weining may not compare to Wei Qingqing, she is still quite admirable. How could Prince Zhou be worthy of her? Feng Ruo had grown to despise the schemes of the Empress Dowager and her son since learning of their machinations. You know who I am. Simply follow my directives. Xia Weining will surprise the Empress Dowager in due time. In her previous life, Prince Zhou had married a virtuous primary consort and had numerous children. This time, it remained to be seen if he would enjoy such fortune again. Feng Ruo understood immediately that there was something amiss with Xia Weining, although others remained unaware. Yes, I will make the arrangements at once. When the imperial decree was finally issued, the 12th prince had been elevated to duke, and the Minister Wei's daughter was granted the title of primary consort. Prince Zhou was bestowed Xia Weining as his primary consort, while Jiang Yu was married off to Su Shangchen, the chief justice of the Dali Temple. As for the crown prince, Nangong Qi, it seemed he had been overlooked. When he had yet to receive his marriage decree, he entered the palace once more. Mother, what do you mean by this? You clearly stated, there is no need to call me mother any longer. Since you are no longer my son, whom you choose to marry is of no concern to me. You must prepare everything yourself. This is not my obligation. Nangong Qi, hearing this, assumed Jiang Mingzhu was employing a different tactic to force his submission, sneering coldly. Since mother insists, I shall handle it myself without troubling you. After leaving Xinang Palace, Nangong Qi proceeded to Qianxing Palace, exiting with an imperial decree in hand. Jiang Mingzhu followed the emperor and Appo's list to bestow titles within the harem. This list had been personally drafted by Nangong Qing, undoubtedly with intent behind it. Although a few officials expressed dissatisfaction, it was the Empress Dowager's decree, and even discontent would have to be suppressed. Chapter 26. Are you threatening me? The newly appointed concubines have entered the palace, bringing a lively atmosphere to the royal harem. In this round of appointments, the highest rank was not bestowed upon Jiang Yao, but rather on Lu Ruyin, the legitimate daughter of the Minister of Revenue. This left Jiang Yao deeply dissatisfied, as she could not comprehend why someone of lower status should outrank her. Jiang Mingzhu, however, began to grasp Nangong Qing and Appo's intentions. Among the newly selected beauties, although Lu Ruyin's status was respectable, there were several others of higher standing. Yet, it was Lu Ruyin who was elevated to the rank of Jowie. The selection of the beauties was primarily influenced by their family backgrounds. Lu Qijing, the Minister of Revenue, was exceptionally capable, particularly in terms of financial acumen. With the national treasury depleted and the emperor newly ascended, there were numerous expenditures to be addressed. It was no surprise that Nangong Qing would rely on Lu Qijing and grant his daughter a high position. Jiang Yao sought to meet Jiang Mingzhu several times, but she only granted her audience twice before instructing Feng Ruo to dismiss her. As Jiang Mingzhu pondered this, she heard Feng Ruo report, Your Highness, the second miss requests an audience. I have instructed that anyone without business be sent away, Jiang Mingzhu replied. The second miss insists on seeing you, claiming she has learned a monumental secret. What monumental secret could she possibly know? Jiang Mingzhu scoffed, not out of disdain for Jiang Yao, but because she believed Jiang Yao had been spoiled by Jiang Su since childhood, thinking herself clever while being quite the fool. Feng Ruo whispered something in Jiang Mingzhu's ear, causing her expression to darken. "Let her in. Your servant pays respects to the Empress Dowager." Jiang Yao had been in the palace for some time, and after a few reprimands, she had finally learned to behave somewhat, refraining from addressing Jiang Mingzhu as aunt incessantly. "What is it that you wish to discuss with me?" "Your Highness, I have discovered a monumental secret." "What secret?" "The concubines of the harem have been drugged, which is why the emperor has so few heirs. Currently, there is only the crown prince. The empress was able to conceive the crown prince because she was under strict guard. He was conceived while the emperor was still in seclusion. If she were to enter the palace..." "What exactly are you trying to say?" Jiang Mingzhu and Appo's gaze turned frigid as she looked at Jiang Yao. "Your Highness, you know very well who is responsible for this, do you not?" Jiang Yao's face bore a hint of resentment and triumph. Jiang Mingzhu was acutely aware that this was indeed her doing, with the emperor childless and having died young. The throne would rightfully belong to her son. "So you wish to threaten me?" Jiang Mingzhu's smile was laced with mockery as she regarded Jiang Yao with the disdain one might reserve for a corpse. Such a fool, even with the outcome already determined, should not be allowed to prance about so freely. After all, sometimes a fool's ignorance can be the most dangerous of weapons. "Your Highness, you are my aunt, a member of the Jiang family. I do not wish to harm our family, nor do I want the emperor to misunderstand you. However, I am currently in a precarious position in the harem. If your Highness is willing to assist me, I will certainly keep my lips sealed." Such a fool could not possibly comprehend such a profound secret without the encouragement of her good elder brother, Jiang Su. Initially, she had trusted him and had not concealed many matters from him. In fact, he had provided many suggestions. "I have never engaged in such actions. Although your father may have suggested such a course, I find it beneath me and have not heeded it." "That is impossible. If that were the case, how could the emperor have only the crown prince as his heir? Clearly, you have already taken action. Someone throw her out," Jiang Mingzhu commanded. "Today, I shall spare your life due to your Jiang family ties, but you're not to set foot in Sinang Palace again. Otherwise, consider the consequences of slandering the Empress Dowager. Even you should understand such a grave offense, despite your foolishness." As Jiang Mingzhu spoke, she ordered Jiang Yao to be expelled from Sinang Palace. "Your Highness, what about this matter?" Feng Ruo asked, concern etched on her face. For she knew well that it was Jiang Mingzhu herself who had administered the drugs to the concubines, and thus, Jiang Yao's claims held a kernel of truth. The Empress Dowager had indeed fallen for Jiang Su and Appo's machinations. Although there was no concrete evidence, it was a matter that could be investigated. Do I really need to succumb to her threats? Moreover, since Jiang Yao has dared to come to Sinang Palace to threaten me, this secret will inevitably spread. It is merely a matter of time. Feng Ruo fell silent, realizing that Jiang Yao's nature was ill-suited for keeping secrets. Furthermore, if her mistress were to concede even once, Jiang Yao would undoubtedly take advantage, continually using this matter to coerce her. "My lady, if not, shall I have someone?" Feng Ruo gestured. "That is unnecessary. Without Jiang Su's backing, Jiang Yao would not have known such things. Even if she were killed, it would serve no purpose besides. Having her around may still prove useful in her own foolish way. The emperor intends to use Jiang Yao's ignorance. Otherwise, he would not have included her in the harem. However, if the emperor were to learn of this, it would undoubtedly lead to repercussions. He already harbored resentment towards the Empress Dowager. It was imperative that Jiang Yao did not disrupt her affairs. Nonetheless, this situation was not beyond redemption. Just as Jiang Mingzhu finished speaking, she heard a system alert. "Warning! Warning! Host, please be advised. The male lead has already learned of this matter. It must be resolved swiftly, as it holds significant influence over him. If not addressed within 3 hours, the animosity level will exceed 200%. She had initially hoped to keep the emperor in the dark for a while longer, but his spies were evidently astute, or perhaps Jiang Yao was simply too foolish. She must have the emperor's informants surrounding her. It had not been long, and the emperor had already caught wind of the news, likely before she did. Summon the empress, the noble consort, and several of the former emperor's concubines, those of rank higher than concubine. Inform them that I have urgent matters to discuss. Be swift. Jiang Mingzhu aimed to overturn the situation before the emperor could act upon the established facts. Feng Ruo immediately set about arranging this, though she was unaware of her mistress and Appo's true intentions. This is the antidote, but I only possess a few. Have it mixed into the soup when the emperor and Appo's concubines arrive. Serve them the broth. The system chimed in, stating that the antidote could counteract the poison she had administered to the concubines. However, she could not simply allow them to consume it outright, as that would explicitly reveal her actions. It had to be discreetly mixed into the soup, and how much they drank would depend on their level of trust in her as the Empress Dowager, or their compliance. With the Empress Dowager's urgent summons, no one dared to delay. In less than half an hour, all the concubines had arrived. Mother, is there something of utmost importance? The Empress recalled the Empress Dowager's favor towards the Crown Prince and seemed genuinely concerned about the affairs of Xinang Palace. Do not fret, it is not a grave matter. I have heard some slanderous rumors that require clarification. I summoned you all here just as we approach lunchtime. Feng Ruo has prepared a delightful black-boned chicken soup. Do have a taste of her culinary skills. With that, a palace maid soon entered with the soup, serving each concubine a bowl. The concubines exchanged glances, perplexed by the Empress Dowager's intentions. Failing to manage the harem is my son's negligence. I shall inquire into the rumors that have reached you, and anyone who dares to slander my mother shall be sent to the Ministry of Punishments. Upon hearing this, the Empress immediately knelt in fear, eager to express her remorse and clarify her position. Your Majesty, this is not your fault. I will address this matter later. For now, enjoy the soup. Feng Ruo has been particularly reluctant to cook lately, and it is a rare treat for her to rise early to prepare such a fragrant dish. After Jiang Mingzhu spoke, only the Empress and a few favored concubines lifted their bowls to drink. The Empress did not suspect the Dowager Empress would tamper with the soup. She was the first to take a sip, finding it quite palatable, and ended up finishing the entire bowl. Although referred to as a bowl, it was merely a small portion, not much more than a few mouthfuls. Jiang Mingzhu observed the reactions of the concubines around her. Surprisingly, the Guifei also finished her serving. The Guifei was straightforward, and upon noticing Jiang Mingzhu's gaze, she set down her bowl and knelt, expressing her gratitude. This servant thanks the Dowager Empress. If it had not been for your timely intervention last time, I would have been falsely accused by that wretched person. No matter what, I would never harm the child in her womb. That is the Emperor and Appo's bloodline. It seemed there were indeed those in the Guifei and Appo's household who understood the situation. However, Jiang Mingzhu could not help but feel pity for the Guifei, whose earnest demeanor and feelings for the emperor were evident. The emperor merely exploited the Guifei. There was little genuine affection. Otherwise, she would not behave so recklessly in the palace. Rise. Since you both enjoy the soup made by Feng Ruo, feel free to have another bowl. There's only so much of it, so I can only favor you two, Jiang Mingzhu remarked, sipping her own bowl. Seeing her finish, the other concubines partook as well, with the Empress and the Guifei, perhaps because the soup was truly delightful, requesting additional servings and drinking them all. Shortly after finishing the soup, Nangongqing arrived. Knowing that the Dowager Empress had summoned so many concubines right after Jiang Yao's departure, he hurried to Xinang Palace. Mother, may I inquire why you summoned them here? Nangongqing and Appo's tone was icy, his gaze towards Jiang Mingzhu betraying an unmasked intent of violence. Jiang Mingzhu felt a chill run down her spine. I have heard rumors suggesting that I have poisoned the concubines to prevent them from bearing children, she stated. Upon her words, the expressions of the concubines shifted dramatically, while the Empress and Guifei maintained their composure. I admit my heart is hardened, and I have committed what you deem to be malevolent acts. But if I have not done this, then no one can unjustly smear my name. Nangongqing smirked inwardly. He had already investigated this matter. Jiang Yao, that fool, would not have made such a claim without reason. She must have learned something from Jiang Su. The Dowager Empress was attempting to deflect blame without evidence. Jiang Yao was right in saying that if the Dowager Empress had not acted, why was there only one heir in the palace? Mother, I believe I have done nothing wrong. Why must you be so ruthless? The Xianfei, whose family was at odds with the Jiang clan, could no longer contain herself, especially as she had tried every means to conceive a child in the past 2 years. Hearing this allegation, she was convinced the Dowager Empress was behind it. Such an accusation, if substantiated, could lead even the Dowager Empress to face the wrath of the court officials. Xianfei, it is not your place to blame me, the Dowager Empress retorted. The Xianfei, feigning weakness, knelt before Nangongqing, weeping, Your Majesty, even if the Dowager Empress is who she is, she cannot persecute the concubines. I beseech you to uphold justice for me. Nangongqing and oppose. His expression darkened further, and he turned to Jiang Mingzhu, suppressing his anger. Mother, did you truly not act? Jiang Mingzhu met his inquiry with a cold smile. Does the emperor think I am someone who dares to commit acts in secret? I reiterate, no one shall cast aspersions upon me. Your Majesty, the imperial physician has arrived. As Jiang Mingzhu finished speaking, Feng Ruo led the physicians into the room. Let them examine the pulses of these women. If they have indeed been poisoned, the physician should be able to ascertain it. Ordinary poisons could be detected by physicians. But this time the Dowager Empress had employed a particularly insidious poison known as Yidianhong, which was nearly impossible to diagnose. This was why the Dowager Empress felt emboldened to act without restraint. The Li and Xianfei belonged to the same faction, and before coming today, she had received word and was prepared. If she could extract a piece of flesh from the Dowager Empress, it would be worth any cost. Yidianhong. The physicians present turned pale upon hearing the name. This poison, while not lethal, could render a woman infertile, a truly cruel fate. Jiang Mingzhu realized that the Li was well aware of the poison's details. Today was indeed a setup aimed at her. Physicians, what is Yidianhong? One of the concubines inquired. The physicians explained briefly, causing all the concubines and oppos faces to change, some even collapsing to the ground, despair etched on their features. A woman without favor in the harem and unable to bear children had little hope left. In an instant, the concubines' hatred towards the Dowager Empress surged. Yet they could only harbor their resentment in silence, afraid to voice it. Mother, I hope you can provide a reasonable explanation. The emperor's voice was sharp. Do you not understand that every accusation must be substantiated? Who can point fingers at me and expect me to accept it? Such a heartless poison as Yidianhong was rare. How could a concubine find evidence against the Dowager Empress? The Li was determined. If she could not tear a piece from the Dowager Empress today, she knew she would face repercussions later. I do possess Yidianhong, but I have destroyed it, the Dowager Empress stated. This was a dubious claim. How could she simply declare it destroyed? Since the emperor ascended, the harem had produced only the crown prince, born while the empress was still in the palace. If the concubines had not been poisoned, there would not have been such a complete lack of news from the harem. Consider this. After so many years, there has not been a single heir in the harem. Is that normal? Do you mean to say that the absence of heirs is my doing? This is utterly absurd. You are the exalted Dowager Empress. How could I dare speak recklessly? Nangongqing's expression grew increasingly grim, while the Xianfei and Li exchanged glances filled with satisfaction. They had received news that the Dowager Empress was indeed responsible, and if not for Jiang Yao's foolishness, they would not have been able to grasp the Dowager Empress's vulnerability. Chapter 27. Hesitation. This is not a trivial matter. It is a grave mistake. Once confirmed, the Empress Dowager shall face the censure of the entire court. Even if she cannot be removed from her position this time, it will forever stain her reputation, leaving her unable to retaliate against them. Your Majesty, do you share the same sentiment? Jiang Mingzhu, fully aware of the implications, nonetheless posed the question to Nangongqing. She needed him to voice his doubts. Mother, I require a more compelling explanation. Otherwise, not only the concubines of the harem, but the entire court shall find it hard to accept your reasoning. The continuity of the royal lineage has never been a minor issue, especially for the imperial family. It concerns the legacy of the entire dynasty. Nangongqing's tone was frigid. Jiang Mingzhu surveyed the assembly. Apart from the empress and the noble consort, who still harbored uncertainties, the others regarded her as an enemy. The virtuous consort and the radiant consort stood in stark opposition, while the remaining court members dared not voice their anger. As Jiang Mingzhu pondered the situation, she considered, If they had indeed been poisoned by a touch of red, the palace physicians might not be able to ascertain it, but one person certainly could. Why not invite the divine physician into the palace to examine the concubines? He will discern the truth of my words. Nan Gongqing was taken aback by Jiang Mingzhu and Appo's suggestion. Under normal circumstances, he would hesitate to trouble Xue Xiao. Yet today's matter was of such gravity that only Xue Xiao possessed the requisite medical expertise. While some court physicians knew of a touch of red, their understanding was superficial, and they lacked the confidence to detect whether the concubines had been poisoned. If anyone could uncover the truth, it would not have taken this long for the issue to surface. Since the Empress Dowager has made such a request, let us summon physician Xue. Nan Gongqing did not hesitate. He had previously been certain of the Empress Dowager's actions, yet her current demeanor left him uncertain. Fortunately, Xue Xiao was in the capital, making it feasible to invite him to the palace. Your Majesty, I must state beforehand that I do not wish to be wrongfully accused today, which is why I requested physician Xue and Appo's presence. However, should the virtuous consort and the radiant consort dare to slander me, if the divine physician finds that these concubines have not been poisoned, what will you say? Jiang Mingzhu has always been unyielding toward her adversaries. Currently, her family, the Jiang clan, holds considerable power, yet they are not without rivals. The families of the virtuous consort and the radiant consort, though less influential than the Jiangs, are nonetheless determined to see the downfall of the Jiang clan and take their place. The audacity of the virtuous consort and the radiant consort to stand against her suggests they believe they possess irrefutable evidence, hoping to deliver a significant blow to her. If that is the case, then slandering the Empress Dowager is no minor offense. I shall never show mercy. With a mere glance, Jiang Mingzhu instilled fear in both the virtuous consort and the radiant consort, though they were convinced of the Empress Dowager's guilt. They could not fathom why her attitude seemed so composed and resolute. Upon hearing the messenger relay the situation, Xue Xiao, who had once been a close friend of Nan Gongqing, felt a sense of urgency, having a profound understanding of a touch of red. He did not dare to delay and promptly enter the palace. Physician Xue, thank you for your presence. I trust you are aware of the matter at hand. I will not waste words. Please examine these concubines immediately and determine if they have been poisoned by a touch of red. Zhongjing, do you have confidence in your diagnosis? Rest assured, Your Majesty, I am quite knowledgeable about a touch of red. If any of the ladies have indeed been poisoned, I will surely be able to diagnose it. In truth, and Appo's, a touch of red and Appo's, was a concoction developed by a wayward master of Xue Xiao's, and he knew it intimately. However, it was not a matter to be taken lightly, which is why it had remained undisclosed by his sect. Hearing Xue Xiao's confidence, Nan Gongqing felt a sense of relief. As a close friend, he understood that Xue Xiao would not make such a claim without absolute certainty. Very well. Let Zhongjing assess whether the concubines have been poisoned by a touch of red. Xue Xiao wasted no time. He meticulously checked the pulses of the empress, the noble consort, and each of the concubines. In this moment, the entire Xining palace was enveloped in an eerie silence, where even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Save for the breaths of those present, all awaiting Xue Xiao's findings. Divine Physician, what is the verdict? Xue Xiao, deep in thought, furrowed his brow at the pulse readings. The pulse is curious indeed. Virtuous consort, hold your tongue. Though the virtuous consort wished to inquire further, she was silenced by Nan Gongqing and Appo's piercing gaze. As Xue Xiao continued to examine the pulses, his frown deepened. After much contemplation, he finally spoke. Strange, very strange. What could account for such a pulse? Divine Physician, have they been poisoned by a touch of red? Jiang Mingzhu remained composed from the outset, as if she had never engaged in such actions, confident in her innocence. Nan Gongqing, perplexed, awaited Xue Xiao's response. This situation could yield only two outcomes. While I cannot fully comprehend why the pulse appears thus, I can state with certainty that the ladies have not been poisoned by a touch of red. How can this be? The virtuous consort, upon hearing this conclusion, immediately lost her composure, her voice tinged with sharpness. Divine Physician, could you have made a mistake? If we were not poisoned by a touch of red, why is it that the emperor has only the crown prince? Moreover, the Empress Dowager indeed possesses a touch of red. The radiant consort, too, was unwilling to accept this outcome. If not for her family and Oppos, as solid information, they would not have dared to accuse the Empress Dowager. I would not speak lightly. I would not have made such a declaration without complete confidence. Upon hearing Xue Xiao's words, the virtuous consort felt her strength wane, nearly collapsing to the ground. What accusation could be more damning than to slander the Empress Dowager, especially when there was seemingly irrefutable evidence? A letter from her family had clearly informed her of the situation. How could the results be as such? The radiant consort, pale-faced, realized her grim fate. Even if she was not particularly astute, she understood the potential consequences, knowing well the Empress Dowager and Oppos, as formidable nature, and how even the Emperor feared her wrath. Zhongjing, I sensed a moment of hesitation from you. Is there something amiss? There is nothing wrong. The pulses of the Empress and the noble consort appear remarkably healthy. It is precisely because of this that the Emperor's only offspring thus far is the Crown Prince, which indeed puzzles me. It should not be so. Upon hearing this, Nan Gongqing's gaze flickered momentarily. This is merely a matter of fate. I do not force it. As long as Zhongjing confirms that these concubines have not been poisoned by a touch of red. Your Majesty, I must confess, a touch of red originates from my sect and has since been classified as a forbidden substance. The potency of this drug is formidable, while it is not lethal. Anyone who ingests it cannot bear children, and there is no antidote. If the ladies truly had consumed a touch of red, I would not fail to diagnose it. Chapter 28. Disposal. Jiang Mingzhu was not surprised by these words. She had placed an antidote in the soup. The Empress and the noble consort had consumed the most. Hence their conditions were the best. The other concubines had also partaken to varying degrees, and as long as they had ingested it, the poison of a little red was neutralized. She had confirmed this with the system. Of course, 2 of the concubines had not fully neutralized the poison as they had consumed too little, but it was no longer lethal. The reason Xue Xiao had pondered for so long, Jiang Mingzhu surmised, was precisely this. A divine physician was indeed formidable. Although he had not fully discerned the situation, he must have noticed some clues. However, involving the imperial consorts, he would naturally refrain from speaking without certainty. Your Majesty, do you hear me clearly? Jiang Mingzhu's tone was laced with coldness. It was a misunderstanding on my son's part. I beg for the Empress Dowager's forgiveness. As for the Xian consort and the Li concubine, those who dare to slander the Empress Dowager shall have their titles revoked and be cast into the cold palace. Though the Xian consort and the Li concubine had anticipated an unfavorable outcome, they could not help but collapse upon hearing these words. Empress Dowager, spare me. I was blinded by ignorance and misled by others. I implore you to show mercy. I will henceforth obey your every command. The Li concubine suddenly pushed away the guard, trying to pull her back, and rushed towards Jiang Mingzhu, exclaiming, if you do not take them down, you will disturb the Empress Dowager. I demand your lives. Upon hearing Xue Xiao's words, both the Empress and the noble consort felt shame for their earlier suspicions towards the Empress Dowager, particularly the Empress, for the Empress Dowager had saved the Crown Prince. A tremendous favor in her eyes, yet she had doubted her due to the words of the Xian consort and the Li concubine. Your Majesty, how could the Xian consort and the Li concubine possess such audacity to slander the Empress Dowager? They are likely acting under the influence of others. You must investigate thoroughly how bold they are to malign even the current Empress Dowager. While the Empress still held some reservations, the noble consort, who often spoke without thinking, suddenly turned to Nan Gongqing, her guilt prompting her to say something impulsively. Nan Gongqing's expression darkened. He was well aware that the actions of the Xian consort and the Li concubine were instigated by their families, which, in a sense, were also his allies. Jiang Mingzhu remained silent, waiting for Nan Gongqing to express his thoughts. Instead, he redirected the question to her. Mother, what do you mean? This matter, Your Majesty, you may handle as you see fit, but I must clarify that I no longer possess a little red. Moreover, many are aware of a little red. There may well be methods to obtain it. Henceforth, do not lay every blame upon me. Although I have recently been nurturing my character, I have never been one to show weakness. Jiang Mingzhu refrained from speaking further, but everyone understood the implications. Yes, my son understands and will ensure such matters do not recur. Enough. After all the commotion today, I am weary. You may all withdraw. Jiang Mingzhu dismissed everyone. Yet this did not signify the conclusion of the affair. Such matters could not be resolved simply by dealing with a Xian consort and a concubine. The subsequent actions were to be taken by Jiang Mingzhu herself. A cold smile graced Jiang Mingzhu's lips. Since they dared to engage in such actions, they must be prepared to face the consequences. I Ching, you know what to do. Yes, I shall investigate the families of the Xian consort and the concubine. Remember, this time I do not intend to handle them covertly. Conduct a thorough investigation. We must have solid evidence. In the past, I have discreetly dealt with many. But this time, with their blatant hostility, I shall retaliate openly. As for the families of the Xian consort and the concubine, Jiang Mingzhu was well aware that they were not innocuous. Especially as prominent families, they had engaged in many unsavory dealings behind the scenes. Though they appear to be aligned with the emperor, he was likely unaware of many matters, or else he would not protect them. I must make it abundantly clear to them what fate awaits those who offend me. Jiang Mingzhu, once a schemer, now resolved to employ more overt strategies. She needed to shed the emperor's past impressions of her, conveniently utilizing Jiang Su as a scapegoat, feeling no guilt in placing the blame upon him. Moreover, the nefarious deeds she had previously committed, including this incident involving a little red, were, in fact, suggestions from Jiang Su. In the Qianqing Palace, has the matter been clarified? A little red was indeed provided to the Empress Dowager by Jiang Su. The information I have gathered indicates that she was incited by him to administer the drug to the concubines. However, it remains unclear why the concubines appear unaffected. It seems the Empress Dowager privately replaced the drug. Nan Gongqing's response was resolute. Jiang Su cannot be allowed to remain with his presence. The Empress Dowager and oppose, as previous actions were likely instigated by him. Previously, I had attributed all matters concerning the Jiang family to the Empress Dowager. Yet as I gain more insight into the Jiang family's circumstances, it becomes evident that Jiang Su is the true villain. At this moment, Nan Gongqing's feelings towards the Empress Dowager had not yet reached the level of hatred. He maintained a relatively objective perspective. Ding! Congratulations, host. The male lead's hatred value has decreased by 5. Current hatred value is 138, and trust value has increased by 9. Current trust value is 35. The host has successfully reversed the situation and resolved the crisis, receiving a large gift package. Jiang Mingzhu opened the gift package to reveal 3 smaller packages. The first contained 20 EZ Dan. The second held 20 Bao Taiwan. The contents of the first 2 packages were somewhat perplexing. She had no immediate use for the EZ Dan and Bao Taiwan. The third package, however, contained an unexpected surprise, a method for crafting a new type of crossbow bolt. Both the firing speed and range of this design surpassed the current crossbow bolts, and more importantly, it allowed for rapid succession firing. While Jiang Mingzhu was not particularly knowledgeable about weaponry, she was aware that the Xiongnu possessed a formidable crossbow that had caused significant trouble for the Qi's army. She wondered how this new design compared to the Xiongnu's. She had heard that the Xiongnu and oppose, as crossbows could only fire 2 shots in succession, whereas the design provided by the system allowed for 5 consecutive shots. Merely this fact suggested that the system's crossbow bolts were significantly superior to those of the Xiongnu. If a large quantity could be produced, the enhancement to the military and oppose's strength would be unimaginable. Jiang Mingzhu meticulously perused the book. The system had evidently tailored it to the current production capabilities of the Qi. As long as suitable individuals were available to provide materials, the difficulty of crafting the bolts was not insurmountable, and the explanations within the text were exceedingly detailed, allowing even an outsider like her to grasp the essentials. The ingenuity of the design was the most challenging aspect, rather than the crafting difficulty itself. Yiving, summon Yinan to see me. I have matters I need him to attend to. Yinan, I Ching, and Appo's younger brother, served as the deputy leader of her covert guards. She felt uneasy in trusting such significant matters to anyone else. Although Yinan's martial prowess was slightly inferior to I Ching's, His capabilities were commendable, and he was notably more meticulous. Chapter 29. The Queen falls ill. Inan, your abilities are not inferior to those of your brother. The Shadow Guard is adequately managed by him, and if you remain with the Shadow Guard, it would be a waste of your talent. I am now entrusting you with an important task. If executed well, I shall permit you to leave the Shadow Guard and gain a formal identity, allowing you to marry and have children. Jiang Mingzhu did not conceal her words from I Ching, deliberately keeping him present. I Ching and Inan are biological brothers. They faced family upheavals from a young age before joining the Shadow Guard. The rules of the Shadow Guard dictate that once one becomes a member, they are bound to serve their master for life and cannot leave. This is an ironclad law meant to ensure absolute loyalty, maintaining the authority of the master. No ruler would dare change such a regulation, as it is deemed harsh yet necessary. However, today the Empress Dowager is allowing Inan to leave the Shadow Guard. Regardless of the cost, they are willing to pay. Thank you, Your Majesty. Inan had yet to fully comprehend the situation when I Ching had already knelt down in gratitude. This is also a testament to the loyalty you brothers have shown over the years. I Ching, I still rely on you, and I cannot release you as well. Do you harbor any resentment? Your Majesty, your willingness to allow Inan to leave is already a tremendous grace. Since I have been by your side, I have never contemplated leaving. I only wish to protect you and serve you. I Ching spoke with fervent sincerity, though a fleeting shadow crossed his eyes. Unbeknownst to the Empress Dowager, at that time, he was merely an ordinary Shadow Guard. His greatest desire was to safeguard her. He exerted countless efforts to achieve this, and even if offered any condition, he would never leave. The Empress Dowager believed him, for in her past life, I Ching had always been by her side, unwavering despite any challenges. If not for this, she would not choose to let Inan step into the light, granting him a rightful identity, fulfilling I Ching's wish from her past life. I trust you, but I cannot release both brothers. You must consider this carefully. If you wish to step into the light, then allow Inan to take your place. I only wish to remain by your side. My loyalty will not waver. Very well, Inan. You are hereby reassigned from the Shadow Guard, adopting the guise of a merchant to serve me outside the palace. Yes, I obey. Though termed a merchant, this identity was merely a ruse for carrying out covert tasks on behalf of the Empress Dowager. Nonetheless, possessing a public identity was far more favorable than his previous suspicions. However, your first task upon leaving the palace is to deliver this to General Wang and assist him in secret. Jiang Mingzhu presented Inan with the method for crafting crossbow bolts obtained from the system. As a martial artist, Inan understood the significance and weight of these bolts far better than Jiang Mingzhu. Rest assured, Your Majesty, I comprehend the gravity of this task and shall personally deliver the items to General Wang, collaborating with him to produce the crossbow bolts. I shall provide you with manpower and funds. This matter must remain absolutely confidential until the bolts are completed, especially from the Jiang family. Jiangsu has clandestine dealings with the enemy, making him the one to watch out for. The primary utility of these crossbow bolts lies on the battlefield. Over the years, the Qi's military strength has been inferior to that of his Xiongnu. It is only through the valor of General Wang Qinshao that they have managed to maintain order. With these bolts, the strength of the Qi army will see a significant enhancement. Jiang Mingzhu felt a surge of excitement at this thought. She would arrange for others to handle this matter, with Jiangsu being her greatest concern. Despite her warnings, their past entanglements ran too deep. Once you leave the palace, do not recruit anyone with ties to the Jiang family. Remember, you are under my command, serving only me. Inan accepted the order and departed the palace, while I Ching observed his brother's retreating figure with a worried expression. Your Majesty, although Inan is intelligent and meticulous, he is unfamiliar with the business of trade, and I fear. Inan and Appo's insight and attentiveness are sufficient. The reason I entrusted him with this task is his unwavering loyalty, which earns my trust. I will assign capable individuals to assist him in the business. Besides, Inan's abilities are no less than yours. You must have faith in him. Inan is not truly engaging in trade. His loyalty is what matters most. I Ching nodded, his loyalty beyond question. Congratulations, Your Majesty. The Empress is already a month pregnant. Following the incident with the red dot, the harem had been tranquil for 2 months, suddenly erupting with joyous news one after another. Among the pregnant concubines, aside from a newly entered one, the other three had been there for some time. Despite the queen's heart feeling a tinge of bitterness, she was nonetheless happy for the emperor. Recently, court officials have been closely monitoring the harem's offspring, placing considerable pressure on the emperor. Someone must be dispatched to care for them properly. A flourishing lineage is a sign of a prosperous dynasty. As long as the children of these concubines are born safely, no one will trouble the emperor about this matter again. But your majesty, if that is the case, what of our crown prince? The crown prince is my legitimate son and has already been designated as such. Even if the harem bears many more children, as long as the crown prince remains steadfast, no one can shake his position. Despite this assurance, the queen's face was still marked with concern, exacerbated by her recent exhaustion, rendering her complexion pale. Your majesty, forgive this old servant for speaking out of turn, but having only the crown prince feels rather insufficient. It would be wise to consider having him a blood-related brother, thus providing the crown prince with an ally in the future. Upon hearing this, the queen's expression dimmed. Years ago, the imperial physician indicated that it would be challenging for her to bear children again. She wished for this, yet it was beyond her control. This old servant knows a remedy. What is happening? The queen has fallen ill? Upon hearing the news, Jiang Mingzhu inquired. The queen had always shown her filial piety, yet without offering anything substantial. Now that she learned of the queen's illness, Jiang Mingzhu, who had ceased to inquire about the emperor's harem since her rebirth, felt compelled to ask about the queen's condition. Feng Ruo'al whispered a few words to Jiang Mingzhu. Is that so? The queen is foolish. Even if she desires a child, she should not heed unverified remedies. How could she not understand this principle? Jiang Mingzhu found it absurd that the queen had fallen ill due to a remedy for conception. She was aware that many concubines in the harem were pregnant, and the queen must have been anxious, but was this not reckless? The queen is not a foolish person. She must be agitated. Jiang Mingzhu recognized that the recent news of the concubines' pregnancies had impacted the queen, which was indirectly related to her. Let us proceed to Kunning Palace. However, before reaching Kunning Palace, Jiang Mingzhu encountered the young crown prince on a secluded path in the imperial garden. Crown Prince, why are you here alone? As Crown Prince, Nangong he had many attendants, and especially since the queen was protective of him, it was highly unlikely he would be left alone. It was far too dangerous. Yet, when Jiang Mingzhu spotted the Crown Prince, he was by the pond, playing with water, utterly alone. Just moments earlier, a shadow had flitted past. Had she not heard the system and Oppo's warning and concocted an excuse to pass by, the young crown prince might have already found himself struggling in the pond, soon to become another floating corpse. Grandmother, and Oppo's, saw a little dog, but it disappeared here. And Oppo's, got lost. Though still young, Nangong spoke coherently. Jiang Mingzhu understood that the young crown prince had chased after a dog, evading his attendants, and ended up here, lost. The words sounded reasonable and logical. However, it was not an easy task for Nangong to evade the many attendants surrounding him. Moreover, it was impossible for no one to have seen him leave Kunning Palace, let alone wander off to such a secluded place alone. This was no mere coincidence. It suggested that someone had orchestrated this situation deliberately, leading the young prince here for some ulterior motive. It is far too perilous for you to be alone like this. You must not act recklessly in the future. Do you have any idea how worried your mother would be if she discovered your absence? Despite being perceptive, Nangong was still just a child, playful and unable to resist the allure of following after someone who knew his interests. Upon hearing Jiang Mingzhu and Oppo's admonition, a hint of guilt appeared on his face. I do not wish for my mother to worry, he replied. Since you wish to alleviate your mother and Oppo's concerns, you must refrain from wandering off alone in the future. Jiang Mingzhu refrained from frightening Nangong with the recent incident involving a shadow, as he was still young, and she feared it would unduly frighten him. At his tender age, his safety relied on the protection of adults. I recognize my mistake and will surely heed my grandmother's advice in the future. During their visit to Kunning Palace, Jiang Mingzhu brought the little prince along. Having her own children, she was no stranger to caring for kids. Yet Nangong, he was exceptionally well-behaved, unlike her own two who had always been quite demanding even in their infancy. Listening to his innocent voice made Jiang Mingzhu's heart swell with tenderness. She found herself increasingly empathizing with the former empress's feelings. Unlike her own troublesome children who seemed to come into the world to seek revenge, the little prince was a child who sought to repay kindness. Grandmother, could you perhaps persuade my mother to ensure that does not run about carelessly in the future and incite her anger? You are such a good boy. Your mother could never bear to be angry with you. However, you must understand that the inner palace is not entirely safe, and you cannot stray from the adults and oppos. Line of sight, do you comprehend? Upon seeing the little prince nod, Jiang Mingzhu continued, if you fancy dogs, you could simply have someone from the livestock department bring one to you. Nangong, he shook his head in response. Grandmother, my mother was bitten by a dog, so she has always been afraid of them. I only wish to observe the little dogs. I did not want to keep one. This child, Jiang Mingzhu, found herself envying the empress. In that case, I shall raise one in Ning Palace. If you wish, you may come visit it. Jiang Mingzhu's proposition astonished not only Nangong but also Feng Ruo, as the Empress Dowager had never expressed a desire to keep such small pets, deeming them too noisy. Grandmother, is that true? Of course. Your grandmother never lies and certainly would not deceive you, my little one. Grandmother is wonderful. May I visit the dog often in the future? Certainly, but you must first obtain your mother and Oppos, as permission. You are not to sneak away as you did today. Grandmother, I have already recognized my mistake and will not act in such a manner again, causing my mother to worry. Jiang Mingzhu smiled as she patted Nangong Yi's small head. That is good to hear. Upon entering Ning Palace, Jiang Mingzhu was met with a strong medicinal odor. Inside the inner chamber, the empress lay pale and ill in bed. Mother, what brings you here? You are in such poor health. There is no need to rise. Jiang Mingzhu prevented the empress from standing to pay her respects. You are so considerate, coming to check on me despite your own condition. I am immensely grateful. As the empress spoke, her gaze fell upon Nangong who had entered alongside Jiang Mingzhu. Why are you not napping? However, your presence is timely. Quickly pay your respects to your grandmother. Jiang Mingzhu realized that the empress was still unaware that the little prince had wandered off. Ning Palace was more lax than she had anticipated. Nangong lowered his head. Mother, I am sorry. I should not have sneaked out. At that moment, Feng Ruo stepped forward to recount how the Empress Dowager had encountered the little prince on a secluded path in the Imperial Garden. The Empress Dowager was worried about you and intended to arrive early, taking a shortcut when she unexpectedly came upon the prince. When she arrived, the little prince was by a pond, the water of which was not shallow. Some truths need not be stated explicitly. The Empress and Oppos' complexion shifted dramatically upon hearing this, her fears manifesting as she clutched Nangong. You terrified your mother. You must never venture out alone again. Your Majesty, you're still unwell. I did not wish to trouble you, but the safety of the prince is of utmost importance. With so many attendants present, how could they allow such a small child to wander off? Moreover, I distinctly saw a shadow lurking behind the prince upon my arrival. Jiang Mingzhu ordered someone to pursue the shadow, yet they uncovered nothing. The palace was becoming increasingly intriguing. The empress's face betrayed her panic. Her son had ventured out, and she had been completely oblivious. It was evident that those close to her and the prince were failing in their duties. She regretted not personally checking on the prince and Oppos' whereabouts, fearing he might have encountered danger. Your Majesty, you are the empress. How could the guards of Ning Palace be so negligent? You must scrutinize the entire palace thoroughly. I am deeply grateful to you, Mother, for saving yet again. I cannot express my gratitude enough. From now on, should you have any commands, I will never refuse. The empress, having nearly lost her son, cast aside her political stance, only feeling the overwhelming gratitude for the 2 times the Empress Dowager had rescued him. The empress struggled to bow deeply in gratitude to Jiang Mingzhu. Enough. Do not trouble yourself. With such vigor, it would be better to properly manage the inner palace. Jiang Mingzhu said, instructing the attendants to leave. Feng Ruo, you take the prince outside as well. I have matters to discuss with the empress. Feng Ruo nodded in understanding, leading the little prince away. Once the attendants had departed, Jiang Mingzhu turned to the empress with a serious expression. Your Majesty, do you comprehend your transgressions? Chapter 30. Queen, do you acknowledge your crimes? Queen, I can comprehend your thoughts. The emperor is ambitious, and, in order to maintain balance in the court, he is compelled to make certain choices. However, you have been rather foolish. How could you resort to such dubious remedies, risking your health in the process? You must understand that the crown prince is your foundation. Should anything happen to him, any subsequent child you bear would hold no significance. Your mother is right to scold you. I, her son, have allowed myself to be blinded. If anything were to befall the crown prince, I fear I would not survive. Instead of dwelling on such matters, it would be wiser to contemplate how to secure more for the crown prince and manage the cunning palace effectively. Your palace resembles a sieve. How can you ensure your safety and that of the crown prince? Although the emperor protects you, he is often preoccupied, and there will inevitably be oversights. If you do not stand firm, such incidents will recur. Moreover, you should realize that while the emperor cherishes you for your past bond, he has other consorts and will likely father more sons in the future. Jiang Mingzhu observed the queen's expression and surmised she understood, as she appeared quite anxious. From her sleeve, she produced a porcelain vial. If you desire a child, allow the royal physician to nurture your health. Take this pill. Do not trust any more folk remedies. If your health deteriorates, how will you safeguard your child? Seeing the queen's gaze fixate on the vial, she continued. This is a remedy I obtained from a learned sage. Unlike your so-called remedies, this Yiziden will not harm your body. Of course, whether you choose to believe me is entirely your decision. Before Jiang Mingzhu could finish her sentence, she noticed the queen had already consumed the Yiziden. This display of loyalty caused a slight twitch at the corner of Jiang Mingzhu's mouth. Your foremost task is to nurture your health and await a suitable moment. Jiang Mingzhu was aware that the queen's health was not in question. Previously, the queen had ingested Yiziden, taking a larger dose than others. Yet she remained without news of pregnancy, while other consorts had already conceived. It seemed the queen possessed a constitution that made conception challenging, likely exacerbated by her overexertion. The emperor was currently overwhelmed with affairs, and with so many consorts in the harem, visits to the queen's palace had diminished. Just as Jiang Mingzhu concluded her thoughts, she heard an announcement from outside. The emperor was approaching. During this period, Nan Gongqing had indeed been busy, his face marked by fatigue as he hurried forth, evidently aware of the events transpiring in Cunning Palace. Learning that the young crown prince had ventured out alone and nearly encountered danger, Nan Gongqing felt both anger and concern toward the queen, but found it hard to chastise her upon seeing her current state. Son pays respects to mother. Nan Gongqing intended to greet Jiang Mingzhu, but then turned to the queen. Today, I have been preoccupied with state affairs and have neglected you. The queen shook her head. It is I who am inept, failing to manage the harem properly. Mother is right. I shall take care of my health and not burden the emperor further. Your Majesty, while the queen may have erred, it is also a reflection of your insufficient concern. Now that the queen acknowledges her mistakes, no one is more invested in the crown prince's well-being than she. You should not be overly critical. I am grateful to mother for today. It is also a matter of fate between the crown prince and me. Generally, I do not traverse that path, but the imperial garden has been particularly lively lately. Although the route is remote, it is closer to the queen's residence, hence the chance encounter with the crown prince. Had I been a moment later, I shudder to think of the possible outcomes. Jiang Mingzhu understood that the emperor harbored suspicions, and thus, she explained her reason for passing that way. Though the true motive was a reminder from the system, Nan Gongqing was aware of the situation's progression and felt a lingering fear upon hearing her words. In such a short span, the crown prince had faced two perilous threats. Your Majesty, the forces behind this are extending their reach too far. I ordered people to pursue them immediately, yet the shadow vanished without a trace. We couldn't and oppose to even grasp a useful clue. Truly, they possess remarkable skills. The presence of such individuals in the harem, undetectable even to the Empress Dowager, was deeply alarming. Nan Gongqing had no doubts that this incident had been orchestrated by Jiang Mingzhu. The Empress Dowager had no motive, nor would it benefit her. Your Majesty, it was my negligence. If anything were to happen to the crown prince, I would not survive. The queen felt a surge of resentment and anger upon realizing the crown prince had ventured out unnoticed. Queen, I must reiterate this before the emperor. As the matriarch of the harem, you must not be soft-hearted. Compassion cannot govern military affairs, nor can it manage wealth. If you cannot harden your heart, what fate awaits you and the crown prince? In a harem, kindness and mercy can sometimes be a grievous fault. Jiang Mingzhu spoke from her heart. She had not always been so cold-hearted. She had endured trials and tribulations that had led her to this understanding. Nan Gongqin was somewhat moved by her words. He had long perceived the Empress Dowager as excessively cruel, particularly regarding her past actions that had filled him with loathing. Yet now he recognized that many events were not truly her intent, and she too had her own helplessness. While he had no intention of forgiving the Empress Dowager, he now held a deeper understanding. Why do you all gaze at me so? The emperor understands these matters better than I do. I've said all I needed to say. Queen, reflect on your own situation. Jiang Mingzhu had achieved her purpose for the day and was unwilling to linger longer. As for the crown prince, upon witnessing Jiang Mingzhu's departure, he puffed out his cheeks as if to say something, but ultimately just watched her leave with longing eyes. Upon returning to Xinang Palace, Jiang Mingzhu summoned the head of the livestock department. Master, do you truly intend to raise a dog? Feng Ruo believed the Empress Dowager had merely been humoring the crown prince, who was still just a young child. She was astonished to discover that the Empress Dowager genuinely intended to adopt a dog. Well, have I ever gone back on my word? Do not underestimate the crown prince's youth. He is quite perceptive. Feng Ruo listened to Jiang Mingzhu's words. Master, you seem quite fond of that child. Such a well-behaved and understanding child, of course I adore him. Compared to those two miscreants, the crown prince, though young, is filial and sensible. Jiang Mingzhu had come to terms with her feelings toward Nan Gongqi and Nan Gongla, having relinquished hope for them. Yet, she felt a sense of regret. Today, holding the crown prince's hand had given her a different sensation. For this reason, Jiang Mingzhu was willing to extend her protection to the crown prince, which prompted her to advise the queen. Knowing the Empress Dowager wished to adopt a dog, it wasn't Indopos. Too long before the head of the livestock department arrived at Xinang Palace with a selection of well-groomed dogs. Jiang Mingzhu surveyed the options and, without hesitation, chose a little dog with a coat as white as snow. According to the eunuch from the livestock department, this dog's ancestors had come from a foreign land, setting it apart from other dogs. Meeting the little dog's glistening eyes, Jiang Mingzhu's heart softened, and for the first time, she displayed an unguarded smile as she cradled the puppy in her arms. Chapter 31. The Lion Dog with the Arrival of the Lion Dog. Jiang Mingzhu found herself filled with an abundance of joy, spending her days in delightful play with the little creature, almost cradling it to sleep at night. The following morning, upon awakening early, her foremost desire was to see the puppy. Feng Ruo, please fetch my little ball of fluff. It has been far too long since I last held it. Surely it has missed me, she urged. Feng Ruo, witnessing her mistress's infatuation with the dog, could only shake her head in resignation. Deep down, she understood the loneliness that plagued her mistress. Despite having children, the absence of true companionship was palpable. If only she had not entered the palace. General Qin was returning as well. Although there was no possibility of rekindling any romance between her mistress and General Qin, his unwavering protection brought a semblance of worth to her life. Your Majesty, the crown prince requests an audience, Feng Ruo announced, surprising both Jiang Mingzhu and herself. Why would the crown prince come so early? Jiang Mingzhu mused, noticing the royal entourage of maidens bearing numerous gifts. What could this signify? She pondered, observing the crown prince accompanied by an array of packages while lacking his usual attendants. Your Majesty, we have come on behalf of Our Lady, who wishes to entrust the crown prince to your care for a couple of days while she attends to matters within the palace. She will return to express her gratitude. The maidservant explained. Jiang Mingzhu's suspicions were confirmed. The empress indeed placed considerable trust in her by sending the crown prince to Xinang Palace. I have little time to spare, and I am no nursemaid. You must return the crown prince to the emperor, she replied, aware that she did not wish to invite trouble. The empress and Appos, chief maidservant, taken aback by such a direct refusal, was at a loss for what to do. Did they truly need to send the crown prince to the emperor? As Nan Gongqi entered, His eyes lit up upon seeing the lion dog in Jiang Mingzhu and Appo's arms. Initially reluctant and fearful of being sent to Ci Ning Palace, he felt a wave of comfort wash over him as he recalled his mother's advice. Your grandmother may appear stern, but she has a tender heart. If she is against it, you must persuade her, the empress had advised. She believed the empress genuinely thought the Dowager Empress was tough on the outside, but soft-hearted within. Despite earlier harsh words, the Dowager Empress had saved the Crown Prince on multiple occasions, even offering him precious medicine after scolding the Empress. In light of this, the Empress decided to send her son to Ci Ning Palace, ensuring that the environment remained free from the chaos of the inner court, especially with so many pregnant consorts. Grandmother, please allow to stay. I promise I won't be a bother. Nangong pleaded, grasping Jiang Mingzhu's hand. Seeing no signs of irritation from her, he decided to press his luck. Grandmother, you promised I could play with the dog. You little rascal, must you be so insistent? Wouldn't it be better to visit your father? There's little amusement here, Jiang Mingzhu retorted, though her tone softened as she noticed his hopeful gaze. Grandmother, I wish to remain with you. You saved me, and I want to show my gratitude, he persisted. Hearing him call her grandmother so earnestly melted Jiang Mingzhu's heart. Very well. My little ancestor, stop your antics. If you wish to stay in Ci Ning Palace, then you may, she conceded, feigning annoyance. Nangong cheered, you're the best. Grandmother, mother was right. You may seem intimidating, but you are truly wonderful. In just a couple of days, Ci Ning Palace was not only graced by a dog, but also filled with the lively presence of a child, transforming the once quiet space into a bustling haven. Feng Ruo observed her mistress's apparent disdain while simultaneously instructing preparations for the young prince's meals, clearly devoted to his well-being. Although the crown prince was clever and lively, his health had never been robust, particularly after his near-drowning incident, necessitating frequent visits from a physician. Jiang Mingzhu was not one to take this lightly. In contrast, her two rebellious children, though disobedient, had always been in good health, thus requiring less of her concern. Ding! Congratulations, host. The male lead's hatred value has decreased by 10, and his trust level has increased by 10. To date, the male lead's hatred value stands at 128, while his trust level is at 45. You have received a special gift package. Jiang Mingzhu realized that whenever the hatred and trust values shifted simultaneously, the system rewarded her with a gift package. Each time she opened one, the contents exceeded her expectations, filling her with anticipation and excitement. The first gift contained 10 strengthening pills, which promised to restore health even to the frailest of children. The instructions indicated that 3 pills constituted a cycle, and only one could be taken daily. This was clearly designed for the crown prince. The second gift was 10 washing marrow pills, highly coveted by martial artists for enhancing internal strength, assisting them in breaking through their limits. Jiang Mingzhu recalled several individuals who could benefit from these, particularly Qin Xiao, who had endured numerous battles, and her most capable subordinates, Yi Qing and Yi Nan, who had reached a bottleneck in their skills. The third gift, even more astonishing, was a set of golden silk armor, marked as impenetrable to blades and arrows. Given her past experiences with assassination attempts, Jiang Mingzhu immediately donned the armor, appreciating its lightweight design, which offered protection without restricting movement. Chapter 32. Sending the Crown Prince to Xining Palace. Feng Ruo, please add this pill to the soup for the Crown Prince at noon. Jiang Mingzhu handed a porcelain vial to Feng Ruo. Feng Ruo looked at Jiang Mingzhu with uncertainty. My lady, what is this? Seeing her expression, Jiang Mingzhu reassured her. Do you think I would harm the Crown Prince? His life was saved by me. We share a special bond. However, his constitution is rather weak. In the harem, he cannot withstand much turmoil. Since the Empress trusts me, I must assist her once more. So this is a tonic to strengthen his body. 3 pills constitute a course. Administer 1 pill to the Crown Prince each day. My lady, you possess such a treasure. Why? Are you wondering why I didn't provide the same for the 2 siblings before? The prince and princess have always been in good health, hence it wasn't necessary. Feng Ruo reflected that fate is indeed fair. While the prince and princess enjoyed robust health, they lacked filial piety towards the empress, whereas the crown prince, a dutiful and intelligent child, struggled with his health. However, with the empress's attention, the crown prince's future would undoubtedly improve. The treasures bestowed by the system were remarkable, and Jiang Mingzhu had witnessed their effects. The crown prince faced significant challenges. The empress had sent him to Xinang Palace alone, without any attendance. Therefore, Feng Ruo had to assign 2 individuals to care for him while she personally supervised. Given the empress's rare trust in her, Feng Ruo understood that cultivating a good relationship with the empress was paramount. With the empress and Appo's faith in her, Feng Ruo would ensure the crown prince was well looked after. When it was time for lunch, Jiang Mingzhu noticed the palace servants attending to the crown prince and sent them away, allowing him to learn to feed himself. Although just 3 years old, the young prince could certainly begin to learn the art of dining independently. The harem would inevitably be filled with many offspring, and it was imperative for the crown prince, as the future emperor, to possess practical skills alongside knowledge. Though the empress was regarded as virtuous, her upbringing of the crown prince left much to be desired. Currently, with only the crown prince as her child, his immaturity did not reveal the gaps in his education. But as he and his future siblings grew, these disparities would become apparent. Having lived a lifetime anew, Jiang Mingzhu perceived matters with greater clarity. You are no longer a child. You can learn to handle these tasks. Nangong, accustomed to being attended to, initially struggled to master the motions of eating and picking up food, but he diligently persisted without displaying frustration. Yes, grandmother, will listen to you. The crown prince was indeed astute. In just 2 days, he had learned to eat independently. At the dining table, he no longer required assistance, proactively serving himself. Jiang Mingzhu nodded. Truly, he is a teachable child. Though Jiang Mingzhu had not imparted much knowledge to the crown prince over the past few days, her previous teachings to Nangong Qi had been met with resistance and frustration, leaving her disheartened. Yet, witnessing the crown prince's progress filled her with a sense of achievement. Initially, she had thought the fault lay with her, especially since both her son and daughter had been difficult to teach. Now, it was evident that the difference stemmed from the children and Appo's innate abilities. 3 days had passed. Had the empress not sent anyone to fetch the crown prince? As Jiang Mingzhu and the crown prince tended to weeds in the backyard, where sweet potatoes, corn, and various vegetables were cultivated, she explained the entire process from sowing to harvesting, allowing him to appreciate the hardships faced by farmers. Many factors influenced a farmer's yield, from the quality of seeds to weather conditions and timely fertilization. The food we consume is not easily obtained, hence the saying, "Who knows the hardships behind every grain on the plate?" In response to my lady, the empress has inquired about the crown prince twice. Upon learning he is well, she has not sent anyone since. Jiang Mingzhu found this disconcerting. The empress seemed rather unconcerned. Although she had mentioned the empress dowager would stay for only 2 days, it was now approaching 4 days without any sign of the empress sending for her son. You little rascal, are you enjoying yourself so much that you aren't worried your mother might abandon you? Jiang Mingzhu teased as she playfully pinched the muddy cheek of the crown prince. Grandmother is merely scaring Mother would never abandon Mother said this is the safest place with grandmother, allowing to stay here without worry. Besides, truly enjoys being here. You and your mother are quite the pair, but this old lady has grown weary of you. Nangong, he had quickly learned Jiang Mingzhu and Appo's temperament and replied, Grandmother, you are being contradictory. You clearly adore You're just like the saying goes, sharp tongue, but a tender heart. In Kuan-Ning Palace, my lady, should we not send someone to retrieve the crown prince from Xinang Palace? Asked Granny's son, observing the empress's demeanor. Granny's son, who had cared for the empress since her childhood, had accompanied her into the palace. Given the recent events, even she struggled to fathom the empress and Appo's intentions. My lady, I understand your concerns, but do you not think I worry as well? The crown prince is a piece of my heart, and no one cares more than I do. The Kuan-Ning Palace has been cleared. Such incidents will not occur again. You do not understand. While I may appear as the exalted empress, revered by the emperor, the increasing number of concubines and offspring necessitates that I prepare for the future. I have been ineffective. Twice the crown prince has faced peril, and even with the palace's cleansing, unforeseen events may arise. I must strategize for the crown prince's safety. Granny's son began to grasp the empress's intentions. My lady wishes for the empress dowager to protect our crown prince. It was widely said that the empress dowager was ruthless and malicious. The empress had once shared this belief, yet in light of recent events, she realized that without the empress dowager's intervention, her heir would have faced disaster. Contemplating further, she believed the empress dowager possessed a measure of goodness, particularly towards their heir. But my lady, is this not too risky? After all, the empress dowager. This is the best option I can conceive. Most importantly, I believe the empress dowager is an ally to our crown prince. Granny's son pondered the empress's words and eventually nodded. There exists a bond among individuals. The empress dowager had saved the crown prince twice, which could very well signify a connection. In Qianqing Palace, the empress inquired, "How is the crown prince faring in Xinang Palace? What does he do each day?" Though she had entrusted the crown prince to Xinang Palace without hesitation, Nan Gongqing had not inquired, yet he would not truly ignore the matter. Chapter 33. A close call for delivery, witnessing Jiang Mingzhu personally tending to the crown prince in the rear courtyard. One cannot help but acknowledge the exceptional nature of the empress dowager. Her vision surpasses that of ordinary women. Unlike the empress, who cherishes the crown prince as her most prized possession, Nan Gongqing holds a differing perspective. However, given that the empress has but one son, and fearing any harm may come to him, coupled with the crown prince's frail health, he reluctantly acquiesces to the empress's methods. Over the past days at Xinang Palace, the crown prince has been quite spirited, appearing healthier than usual. Is it true that Feng Ruo personally oversees his diet? Indeed, due to the crown prince's poor constitution, the empress dowager has taken measures to ensure his nourishment, even summoning the imperial physician to assess the crown prince's pulse. The empress dowager remains an enigma to me. Nan Gongqing is skeptical of her sudden benevolence, yet he is perplexed by her motives, his emotions in turmoil. Perhaps the empress dowager harbors no ulterior motives. The crown prince is remarkably intelligent and endearing, which may inspire her to care for him. It is clear to the observers that it was the empress herself who sent the crown prince to Xinang Palace. Initially reluctant to oversee him, the empress dowager relented only after the crown prince pleaded. "Ensure that you keep a close watch. Report any irregularities to me immediately," Nan Gongqing commanded thoughtfully. With his own men stationed at Xinang Palace, he felt somewhat reassured regarding the crown prince's well-being. After a few more days, as Jiang Mingzhu noted the empress's continued absence in sending for the crown prince, she instructed her attendants to pack his belongings and send him back. "Grandmother, are you sending your grandson away?" The little crown prince looked up with tear-filled eyes, resembling a pitiful creature, casting a woeful gaze at Jiang Mingzhu. Before she could respond, Feng Ruo interjected gently, "My lady, since the empress has not sent for him, why not allow the crown prince to stay a few more days? Feng Ruo, do not be swayed by this little rascal. Have you not discerned his habitual tricks after all these days? Each time he displays such a pitiful expression, we relent. This has happened more times than I can count. If we continue to indulge him, we shall never be able to send him away, and Xinang Palace will be entirely his domain." Jiang Mingzhu's words stemmed from countless moments of weakness. Nan Gongqing seemed to have a keen understanding of Jiang Mingzhu's disposition, perceiving her as a paper tiger, fierce in appearance but soft-hearted. Thus, even when she wore a stern face, he remained unfazed, cleverly clinging to her like a snake coiling around its prey. Eventually, Jiang Mingzhu grew weary of the crown prince's incessant inquiries. Determined to return him to the empress, she resolved to send the little rascal back. After all, he was not her own child. She did not even fret over her own son, so it was only fitting to return this little one to the empress for her amusement. Feng Ruo, observing her mistress's exasperated expression, found it amusing. Ever since the little crown prince arrived at Xinang Palace, Jiang Mingzhu had become noticeably more lively, contrasting with her previous disinterest in everything. "My lady, it is not that serious. Grandmother, you clearly adore Yi as well. He will be heartbroken. You little rascal, cease your act of pity. Quickly return to your Kunning Palace. I need to rest. My head is buzzing, and I must recuperate. Faced with Jiang Mingzhu and Appo's resolute attitude, Nangong he had no choice but to leave Sinang Palace reluctantly. Grandmother, please rest well. I shall visit you again soon. Little ancestor, just hurry along. I am quite well without your visit. Your presence only adds to my troubles. Jiang Mingzhu waved her hand, signaling for him to depart promptly. Upon his return to Kuan-Ning Palace, the empress gazed at her son, who had noticeably filled out under the Dowager and Appo's care. In just over 10 days, the crown prince had transformed stronger, with a newfound radiance and confidence gracing his features. With a hint of moisture in her eyes, the empress inquired her, "Have you been well these past days?" It was not that the empress did not miss her son. Rather, she had restrained herself from visiting him to demonstrate her sincerity to the Empress Dowager, especially upon hearing that the crown prince had thrived under her care, no longer needing to summon the physician as he had in the palace. She felt a sense of relief. The thought of the Empress Dowager and Appo's formidable nature lingered in her mind. Even the emperor treated her with caution, so it was only natural that the crown prince would learn much by being in her company. As the emperor would eventually have many children, it was crucial for the crown prince to amass knowledge and skills to stand out among his siblings. The crown prince had not only grown stronger, but also appeared to have gained height, though the empress wondered if it was merely an illusion. Mother, I am well. Grandmother is, as you described, a tough exterior but gentle within. She may grumble, yet she truly cares for me. I initially wished to stay longer to learn from her, but I found myself missing you. Your Highness, the Empress has been quite distressed over your absence, which may explain her weight loss. The Crown Prince wore a look of helplessness. Mother, if you miss me, you could visit Sinang Palace or send someone for me. There is no need to make things difficult for yourself. Having spent time at Jiang Mingzhu and Appo's side, Nangong he had grown more carefree. Jiang Mingzhu, having lived a second life, never permitted herself to be overly troubled, and this attitude had undoubtedly influenced the crown prince. The empress naturally noticed the changes in Nangong and felt a swell of joy. And Appo's speaks wisely. It seems I have worried unnecessarily. Before long, Nangong Qing arrived. Upon hearing of the crown prince's return from Sinang Palace, he was immediately informed. Son, I have seen you. Nangong Qing patted the crown prince's shoulder, noting his newfound strength and the absence of his previous timid demeanor, now replaced with confidence and cunning. The Empress Dowager certainly knows how to nurture. Elle possesses remarquable talent. The only one capable of giving your grandmother a headache. Nangong felt slightly embarrassed by his father and Appo's jest. Father, I merely wish to learn from my grandmother, who possesses vast knowledge but is often too lazy to teach. The Empress's expression shifted. You're being too mischievous. How can you always trouble your grandmother? Mother, it is nothing to worry about. Grandmother, as you said, is tough yet tender-hearted. If I plead, she will oblige. She does not truly resent me. Then in that case, make an effort to visit Sinang Palace more often and seek guidance from your grandmother. She is no ordinary woman. If she is willing to teach you, it is indeed a blessing. Nangong Qing observed his son and felt an unexpected twinge of envy. Reminiscent of the times he watched Nangong Qi and Nangong Lu express their frustrations to the Empress Dowager, who indulged them unconditionally. Recently, however, something had shifted, leading to a more serious demeanor. Despite the Empress Dowager and Appo's past misdeeds, she undeniably embodied the essence of a loving mother. Chapter 34. Hard Exterior. Soft interior. Should the crown prince truly gain the favor of the Empress Dowager, her support would undoubtedly ensure his safety. Originally, Nangong Qing held confidence in preserving the well-being of his only son. However, recent events revealed that certain matters lay beyond his control. Particularly, a mysterious force emerging within the inner palace consistently threatened the crown prince's life, and despite his efforts, he had yet to uncover any substantial information. With the Empress Dowager's protection, the crown prince would find himself in a more secure position. Reluctantly, Nangong Qing acknowledged that the Empress Dowager and Appo's influence over the inner palace and the entire duchy surpassed his own. This predicament stemmed from the fact that his father, under some enchantment, had favored the Empress Dowager excessively, granting her significant power and consequently bequeathing him numerous future troubles. Thus, he could only strive diligently to devise a plan. Surely we cannot always trouble Mother, he thought, for was still young and rather mischievous. It was best not to provoke the Empress Dowager's displeasure. Your Majesty, you are being overly cautious. Is but a child. The Empress Dowager would not hold grievances against him. Moreover, I perceive her attitude toward to be somewhat protective. Besides, did you not mention that Mother's hard on the outside but soft at heart? That was merely my encouragement when I saw Er's fear. I never imagined he would take it to heart and dare to approach the Empress Dowager. The Empress was quite helpless in this regard. Nangongqing understood that while the Crown Prince took his words to heart, the more critical factor was the Empress Dowager's demeanor. Had her attitude not revealed anything to the Crown Prince, he would not have dared to be so audacious. It was the Empress who failed to perceive this nuance, leading to her trepidation. Mother, Aunt Fenghua said is correct. The Empress Dowager has become increasingly lethargic, unwilling to exert herself even in the simplest tasks. If this continues, we must encourage to engage her more. Nangongqing sensed a shift in the Empress Dowager. It was only upon hearing Nangong, and Appo's remarks that he fully comprehended the situation. If the Empress Dowager truly became disheartened by the affairs of her children and neglected her responsibilities, it might actually bode well for him, as her absence of interference had made his endeavors significantly smoother. That cannot be. What if you incite the Empress Dowager's wrath? The Empress harbored hopes that the Crown Prince would have an additional ally in the future, yet she remained apprehensive of the Empress Dowager. Your Majesty, there is no need for such caution. Is a clever child. He knows how to navigate these matters, and besides, I am here to support him. Nangongqing observed the changes in his son and was increasingly inclined to foster a bond between the Crown Prince and the Empress Dowager. Naturally, he held deeper considerations that he could not directly convey to the Empress. Your Majesty, you are too indulgent with Empress, is maturing. He is the Crown Prince, the heir to the throne. If we can find him within the palace, mere knowledge will not suffice. Furthermore, there exists no place safer than the Empress Dowager's Sinang Palace. The Empress understood Nangongqing's intentions. Though somewhat saddened, she recognized her limitations compared to the Empress Dowager in raising children. She was merely a woman of the inner palace, lacking understanding of state affairs. Then, Father, may I visit the Sinang Palace frequently? Certainly. As long as your grandmother is willing, you may visit often, but do exercise discretion and avoid truly angering her. Understood and would not engage in actions that would displease his grandmother. The Empress Dowager was a magnanimous person. As long as did not contravene fundamental principles, she would not genuinely become irate. Despite his youth, Nangong recognized the boundaries set by Jiang Mingzhu. Even his playful antics were measured. Indeed, as a royal child, he had guidance from Fenghua. Nangongqing reflected on these words, realizing his son possessed wisdom beyond his expectations. He even began to reconsider his previous assessments of the Empress Dowager. Although she had subjected him to considerable suffering, she was not an ordinary woman. Her deep understanding of state affairs had stabilized the borders and cared for the populace. This was something that even he felt ashamed to admit, as he could not measure up to her. Ding! Congratulations, host. The male lead in Appo's hatred value has decreased by 10. Current hatred value, 118. You have received a gift package. After much effort, Jiang Mingzhu finally managed to send the little one away, allowing herself a moment of tranquility. As she reclined in a chair, drowsiness began to overtake her when she heard the system and Appo's notification. Such fortune feels akin to a pie falling from the sky. Upon opening the gift package, she discovered an assortment of vegetable seeds, labeled as the highest-yielding varieties selected through hybridization. While this reward was somewhat disappointing, Jiang Mingzhu perused the various seeds, pleased to find that they would be perfect for planting in the back garden of the Sinang Palace. With the current season, many seeds could be sown, and by winter, she might enjoy the fruits of her own labor. Winter brought with it harsh conditions, even as the Empress Dowager. The offerings from the imperial farm were limited. During this time, Jiang Mingzhu often longed for the arrival of spring. Fenghua, have the gardeners clear the area behind the back garden and enlist a few experienced eunuchs to plant these seeds. Jiang Mingzhu never explained the origins of her requests, not even to Feng Ruo. Feng Ruo was astutely discreet, never inquiring, merely obeying orders and arranging for the seeds as instructed. Jiang Mingzhu recalled that several months had passed since she had received the high-yielding sweet potato, corn, and potatoes from the system. She wondered how they had fared on the farm. Report to the Empress Dowager. The seeds you provided from the outer territories are thriving exceptionally well. Currently, the entire farm is planted with these, and in less than a month, we shall reap the harvest. Jiang Mingzhu felt a surge of joy. Excellent. I await your good news. Should your task be executed well, there shall be ample rewards. This month, you must be even more meticulous. If the yield of these coarse grains is truly as high as claimed, the Qi shall no longer see its people starve. Rest assured, Your Highness, I reside on the farm daily, overseeing the progress, and I dare not slacken my efforts. Additionally, there were some vegetable seeds accompanied by instructions on planting methods and timelines. Take these back and cultivate them well. If done correctly, we shall enjoy a greater variety of fresh vegetables in winter, along with those suitable for spring planting. You are more knowledgeable in this regard than I, so proceed as you see fit. Each type of seed Jiang Mingzhu acquired from the system was in ample quantity. She reserved only a small portion for Feng Ruo and entrusted the rest to the farm manager. I have also arranged for the purchase of another sizable farm nearby, which shall be placed under your care. Given that the farm was already brimming with sweet potatoes and corn, Jiang Mingzhu decided to acquire an additional farm, all funded from her private treasury, unbeknownst to the emperor or even the Jiang family. Nangong Qing was aware that Jiang Mingzhu had summoned individuals from outside the palace. However, as their conversation was confidential, his men could not overhear and remained oblivious to the Empress Dowager's clandestine activities. Your Majesty, the time for inspecting the autumn harvest will soon arrive. Chapter 35. Autumn Harvest Inspection. It is imperative to commence preparations for the autumn harvest inspection without delay, as it is of utmost importance and requires meticulous attention. Last year, the Empress Dowager personally participated in the inspection. It remains to be seen how this year will be arranged. You should make the necessary preparations, while I shall inquire about the Empress Dowager and Appo's intentions myself. As the emperor spoke, Jiang Mingzhu, deep in slumber, was roused by Nangong Qing's voice. Still in a daze, she instinctively replied, Your Majesty, you may go ahead. I feel rather fatigued today and shall not accompany you. In previous years, she had insisted on attending to maintain her image and win the people's hearts, showcasing her virtues as the Empress Dowager. However, her current mindset had shifted. It would be more advantageous for the emperor to shine on his own. After all, she had no intention of orchestrating any assassination attempt against him, nor did she need to put on a facade. Ding! System notification. The male protagonist will encounter an assassination attempt during the autumn harvest inspection. The host may arrange accordingly. Upon hearing the system and Appo's alert, Jiang Mingzhu became instantly alert. In her past life, the emperor had indeed been attacked during this inspection, a detail she had almost forgotten over time. This time, it was not her arrangement, and she had suffered collateral damage, sustaining minor injuries, for which she had blamed the emperor. Well, I've been so bored lately. Perhaps I shall join the inspection after all. A little excursion would do me good. Being the Empress Dowager had its perks. She could act on a whim without needing to justify her choices. Nangong Qing, taken aback by Jiang Mingzhu and Appo's sudden change of heart, wondered what scheme she had in mind. Very well, I shall make the necessary arrangements. It seemed the Empress Dowager and Appo's ambitions had not waned. Regardless of the emperor and Appo's thoughts, Jiang Mingzhu sent him off and returned to her slumber. The weather had begun to cool, alleviating the previous heat that had disturbed her nights. Now, she was no longer awakened by the sweltering heat, and with the reminder from Feng Ruo, she had taken 3 vitality-enhancing pills and 1 cleansing elixir. With her ailments resolved, she felt invigorated and indulged in sleep, often rising well past dawn. Unlike the concubines of the harem, who had to pay their respects, she, being the highest-ranking woman in the palace, was exempt from such obligations and could sleep as long as she desired. Before long, news arrived from the Empress and Appo's palace. She was with child. Jiang Mingzhu was not surprised. Having taken the easy Dan, The likelihood of conception was high once the empress and emperor had consummated their union. Indeed, the empress is overjoyed and has come to the Sinang palace to express her gratitude. She has just conceived. Why all the fuss? It is crucial to focus on nurturing the pregnancy, Jiang Mingzhu advised. Send word to the empress. Before she could finish, someone reported that the empress had arrived to pay her respects. The empress was indeed swift in her approach, soon ushered into the chamber by Feng Ruo. The young crown prince accompanied his mother, wearing a radiant smile. Thank you, mother. Without you, I might never have had the chance to become a mother myself. Children are a matter of fate. Your time has simply come, Jiang Mingzhu replied. What does the physician say about the condition of the fetus? Very healthy. The physician has prescribed several tonics for the pregnancy, advising me to rest well. I shall surely bear a healthy prince next year. Since the baby is thriving, there is no need for the tonics. After all, medicine can be harmful in excess. Jiang Mingzhu pondered for a moment and then retrieved 2 calming pills. I shall not bestow you with much else, but take this 1 pill now to stabilize the pregnancy, and keep the other close. Should any issues arise, take it immediately. The empress, having already experienced the benefits of Jiang Mingzhu's remedies, felt that this pregnancy was far more manageable than when she carried the crown prince. The renowned physician had visited and attributed her good fortune to the easy dan provided by the Empress Dowager. Valuing the precious pills given by Jiang Mingzhu, the empress bowed deeply in gratitude. Jiang Mingzhu, though a bit exasperated, allowed her to express her thanks. If you have no other matters, you should return early. After all, you must prioritize your rest. Mother, I have one more request, the empress said, her demeanor shifting to one of embarrassment. I know I have received much from you, but I must shamelessly ask for your assistance once more. Speak freely. There is no need for hesitation. With the autumn harvest inspection approaching, I had planned to accompany the emperor, but now that I am with child, I cannot attend. I am concerned the emperor will bring the crown prince along, and I wish to ask you to look after him. Do not worry. The emperor will be present during the inspection. As the crown prince's father, he will protect him, but I still cannot help but be anxious. The emperor has many responsibilities, and there may be times he cannot attend to everything. Seeing the empress's worried expression, Jiang Mingzhu felt a mixture of exasperation and concern, especially with the young crown prince now clinging to her arm, swaying with innocence. Grandmother, I promise to behave and not be a bother to you. Compared to his father, Nangong, he preferred to stay close to his grandmother, who was more understanding and less restrictive, making him feel more at ease. Indeed, I seem to owe you both quite a bit. Jiang Mingzhu's words elicited joy from the empress. Mother has agreed. I can rest easy now. You will be good. The empress, without realizing it, had developed a somewhat spoiled demeanor, influenced by the crown prince. Wonderful. Now that we've settled the matter, you should hurry back. I am of an age where I cannot be burdened with your worries. Jiang Mingzhu, meeting the crown prince's bright, eager eyes, felt her old bones would surely be worn out. She waved her hand, signaling it was time to leave. The crown prince wished to remain, eager to care for his mother, but refrained from voicing his desire. Feng Ruo followed, delivering 2 sets of garments she had prepared for him. Time flew by, and soon the day of the autumn harvest inspection arrived. Jiang Mingzhu, unusually early to rise, prepared for the day as the crown prince had already been sent over by the empress. Chapter 36. The Young Prince and Apos. S worldview has challenged Jiang Mingzhu and Apos. S carriage was the most opulent of all. Due to an early departure, she had not had sufficient rest, and, upon entering the carriage, entrusted the young prince to Feng Ruo while she succumbed to a deep slumber. Despite the jolting of the journey, her sleep was uninterrupted, and she remained reclined. Having spent a considerable amount of time in the Sinang palace, the young prince was somewhat acquainted with Jiang Mingzhu's habits. Observing her in such a state, he, despite his tender age, could not help but twitch the corners of his mouth. He had been raised on the tenets of propriety, taught that every word and deed should reflect the dignity of a prince, yet his grandmother. Noticing the young prince and Apos' incredulous expression, Jiang Mingzhu realized that her behavior had significantly impacted his worldview. At such a young age, why adhere so stringently to conventions? Life should not be so burdensome. One must maintain decorum in public, yet when alone, is it not permissible to relax? Would one not grow weary of constantly upholding a fade? Yet, the master had said that a gentleman. But what of that? At your age, why allow the rigidity of antiquated norms to dictate your actions? Remember, you are the heir apparent. The teachings of your mentors should be subjected to your own discernment and judgment. While it is essential to respect your teachers, they too will become your subjects in time. Jiang Mingzhu imparted this wisdom to the young prince, concerned that his strict upbringing under the empress would hinder him in the long run. Even though he had only spent a few days in her palace, she felt compelled to guide him. Feng Ruo observed her mistress imparting these somewhat unorthodox lessons to the prince and felt a twinge of guilt, fearing the prince might head down an unknown path. Mistress, the prince is still young. You may not fully comprehend what you are conveying. Jiang Mingzhu cast a dismissive glance at Feng Ruo, aware of her concerns about leading the young prince astray. Feng Ruo, you fail to grasp the good intentions behind your mistress's words. I have lived a burdensome life, and it is only later that I have come to understand these truths. As the young prince's beliefs were being challenged, he contemplated his grandmother's words, suddenly finding them profoundly insightful. Upon arriving at the farm, the emperor approached Jiang Mingzhu, greeting her and ensuring her accommodations were properly arranged. The young prince, Nangong Qing, implicitly decided to accompany Jiang Mingzhu, feeling safer in her presence. After all, it was the empress's people who had once attempted to assassinate him, although she had refrained from acting against him recently. My son is preoccupied with affairs of state. I must trouble you, my mother, the emperor stated. You have agreed to assist the empress, so I shall leave the prince in your capable hands. But I shall not accept such duties in the future. Nangong Qing remained silent. This autumn harvest inspection proved no exception. Assassins appeared once more. Jiang Mingzhu, the emperor, and the young prince were in the fields harvesting rice, surrounded by numerous villagers. This annual custom attracted many spectators from nearby villages. The emperor, wishing to express his gratitude, permitted the gathering, significantly heightening the risk of an assassination attempt. Had there not been ill-intentioned individuals among them, it would have been a safe event. Initially, everything seemed to proceed normally, with the emperor in the fields demonstrating his commitment to agriculture. Since Jiang Mingzhu was present, she too took to the fields, fully accustomed to the task, though today she had the young prince with her. As the heir, you must not only understand the process of farming, but also empathize with the struggles of the common people. The waters that support a boat can just as easily capsize it. The world belongs to its people, and a true emperor is one who understands the hearts of his subjects. Though Jiang Mingzhu spoke to the young prince, Nangong Qing, listening nearby, pondered her words. You are still young. It is all right if you do not understand everything yet. Let us begin with the simplest of lessons. Do you know what the village children are doing at this time? Nangong shook his head. Look at the rice stalks on the ground. They are indeed food. When harvesting, some grains fall, and to avoid waste, the village children gather them in baskets. The young prince eagerly posed many questions to Jiang Mingzhu, who, in good spirits, patiently explained everything. Meanwhile, Nangong Qing, harvesting rice, felt a sudden sense of tranquility wash over him, a smile creeping onto his face. However, just then, chaos erupted. Villagers nearby suddenly charged forward with knives. The Imperial Guard, having anticipated such a situation, swiftly intervened to protect the empress, emperor, and young prince. Protect! Nangong Qing, a ruler of both intellect and martial prowess, did not retreat behind the guards, but instead seized a sword to combat the assailants. Jiang Mingzhu, though lacking martial skills, had benefited from her elixir, granting her strength and agility. She picked up a fallen knife from the ground, positioning herself protectively behind the young prince. Grandmother, seeing the young prince and Appo's anxious expression, Jiang Mingzhu gently patted his head. Do not fear. You are the prince. You may encounter similar situations in the future. Look at your father. He is so brave. You too must learn from him, not only in knowledge, but in martial skills, so you can protect yourself when it matters most. As she spoke, more disguised assassins emerged, their skills formidable. The Imperial Guard began to falter. In her previous life, the emperor had suffered significant injuries during such an event, and she had been caught in the turmoil, which had enraged her then. This time, Jiang Mingzhu aimed to leverage the opportunity to lessen the male lead's animosity and perhaps earn a substantial reward. Her anticipation for the reward grew ever stronger. Recognizing the danger posed by the assassins, Jiang Mingzhu prioritized the safety of Nangong Yi, having promised the empress to ensure the young prince's safe return. Yi Qing, take the prince and leave. The assassins and Appo's target was Nangong Qing, and with Yi Qing and Appo's skill, ensuring the prince and Appo's safe departure should pose no issue. Empress, my subordinate will take the prince away. What will become of you? I must ensure your safety. Yi Qing, this is an order. Take the prince away immediately. Grandmother, Yi will not leave. Yi wants to stay with grandmother and father. Yi is not afraid. Though still a child, Nangong Yi exhibited remarkable bravery. Jiang Mingzhu stroked the little one's head, appreciating his loyalty. Yi Qing, quickly take the prince away. Though reluctant, Yi Qing had no choice but to obey Jiang Mingzhu's command. As she watched Yi Qing escort the young prince to safety, Jiang Mingzhu felt a moment of relief, only to see the emperor had been wounded, blood streaming from his arm. Had she not known that reinforcements would soon arrive for Nangong Qing, and in an effort to mitigate animosity, Jiang Mingzhu would have undoubtedly chosen to flee. The intensity of the assassin's assault escalated. Nangong Qing, taken aback, was astonished that Jiang Mingzhu had opted to send Yi Qing away with the prince, instructing the imperial guard to protect the empress. Chapter 37. A mishap. He was indeed skilled in martial arts, and the Empress Dowager was merely a delicate woman of the inner palace, devoid of any strength. Given that the Empress Dowager had prioritized the protection of the crown prince, placing herself in peril, Nangong Qing could not allow any harm to befall her. The Imperial Guard was increasingly unable to withstand the onslaught, forced to contract their defenses, bringing Nangong Qing gradually closer to Jiang Mingzhu. Jiang Mingzhu was reluctant to be in such proximity to the emperor. What if an assassin mistakenly harmed an innocent? In her past life, she had been an unfortunate victim of collateral damage, but at this moment, the situation was beyond her control. Beware behind you, your majesty. As an assassin lunged with a blade aimed at Nangong Qing, Jiang Mingzhu noticed that he was preoccupied with battling the assailants in front and had not perceived the imminent danger approaching from behind. She urgently warned him. Though Nangong Qing was alerted, the fierce assault from the front left him no time to react. Quick, assist the emperor, Jiang Mingzhu urged the Imperial Guard, but they were unable to extricate themselves from the fray. In this dire moment, Jiang Mingzhu was in close proximity to Nangong Qing and realized that rushing to shield him from the blade was impossible. This self-sacrificial stratagem, even with her golden-threaded armor, posed considerable risk, and Jiang Mingzhu had no intention of undertaking such a perilous gamble. Yet, she could not remain idle. The Imperial Guard was trapped, and relying on the agility granted by the washing marrow pill, she hurled her knife at the assassin lurking behind. Just as Jiang Mingzhu lamented that she was mere inches away from hitting her target, a sudden force from behind caused her to lose her balance and topple towards Nangong Qing. In that moment, the assassin's sword, originally aimed at Nangong Qing's back, instead pierced Jiang Mingzhu, inflicting a painful wound. Jiang Mingzhu found herself in a daze, bewildered by the unfolding chaos. What was happening? As her mind spiraled in confusion, Nangong Qing was equally astonished by her selfless act of bravery. Never in his wildest dreams had he anticipated that the Empress Dowager would shield him from harm. Witnessing her being struck by the assassin, blood gushing forth, ignited a fury within him. With a swift stroke, he eliminated the assailant who had attacked him and positioned himself protectively beside Jiang Mingzhu. At that moment, reinforcements finally arrived, swiftly subduing the remaining attackers. Nangong Qing rushed to Jiang Mingzhu's side, gazing at her as she lay on the ground. "Mother, hold on. I shall ensure your safety," he declared, looking towards the hastily approaching physician. "Physician, hurry. Attend to the Empress Dowager. She must not come to harm, or I shall hold you accountable." Jiang Mingzhu, observing the emperor's fervent concern, felt an unexpected solace in the prospect of her demise. The physician, acutely aware of the gravity of the situation, wasted no time and swiftly approached to assess her pulse. Should anything happen to the Empress Dowager, they would surely face dire consequences. May I examine the Empress Dowager and Appo's wound? After taking her pulse, the physician relaxed his furrowed brow slightly, though uncertainty lingered in his expression. At this critical juncture, he thought it unnecessary to dwell on formalities. The Empress Dowager's injury was paramount. I beg your pardon. After examining Jiang Mingzhu's wound, a fleeting look of incredulity crossed the physician's face, quickly concealed as he dared not express his thoughts. How was the Empress Dowager? Nan Gongqing's gaze remained fixed on the physician. Rest assured, Your Majesty. The Empress Dowager has suffered only minor injuries and is in no grave danger. Upon hearing this response, Nan Gongqing fell momentarily into a stupor. How could this be? The Empress Dowager had indeed been struck by an assassin. Given the location of the injury, it should have been severe. As a martial artist, he understood the implications all too well. Chapter 38. The Empress Dowager's embarrassment. The imperial physician gazed at the Empress Dowager, whose face was contorted in agony, and found himself somewhat speechless. Surely, such a minor injury could not warrant such a reaction. Having served as a court physician for many years, he was well acquainted with her temperament. It was evident that the Empress Dowager was not one to indulge in theatrics. So why was she behaving in this manner today? Such thoughts could only be pondered in silence. It appeared that the Empress Dowager was clad in a golden silk armor, which mitigated the severity of the blow she had received. Yet, why then was there so much blood? Although the fatal strike had not harmed her, she had sustained superficial cuts from the assailant, resulting in a considerable loss of blood, which could be easily remedied with a bandage. Observing her evident distress, the physician surmised that the initial impact had been overwhelming, causing her significant pain, though she would recover soon enough. He could not outright label her as melodramatic. Instead, he sought to express his thoughts more delicately. Jiang Mingzhu had been unintentionally shoved by the assassin, inadvertently blocking the sword. In her moment of shock, she had completely forgotten her golden silk armor, reacting purely out of fright. Who among us does not fear death? Jiang Mingzhu admitted to her own fear of mortality. Although she had intended to evade the attack, that wretched assassin had ensnared her at the last moment. However, upon hearing the physician's words, a sense of embarrassment washed over her. It seemed that the pain was not as severe as she had initially believed. While not entirely devoid of sensation, the discomfort was trivial, and her exaggerated response felt somewhat humiliating. In that fleeting moment of embarrassment, Nan Gongqing perceived the unusual vulnerability of the Empress Dowager, which he found rather amusing. Grandmother, oh dear. At that moment, the crown prince rushed in, his eyes swollen and red, clearly distressed for Jiang Mingzhu's well-being. Child, why are you crying? A man does not shed tears over blood. Look at you, such a mess of tears and snot. Jiang Mingzhu cast a disdainful look at the young crown prince, attempting to keep him at a distance. Grandmother, you've lost so much blood. He lamented. Silence. No more crying. I am perfectly fine, merely sustained some minor abrasions. You, young prince, must not be so alarmed. Do not forget, you are the crown prince, the future ruler of the realm, not a child of an ordinary family. You must remain composed in the face of adversity. Nan Gongqing observed the exchange, recognizing that while the Empress Dowager and Appo's words may have sounded dismissive, she was, in fact, imparting a lesson to the crown prince. Having only heard reports prior, he felt a twinge of envy towards the young prince. Your grandmother truly has only sustained superficial injuries. She will be fine. Upon hearing Nan Gongqing's reassurance, Nan Gongyi wiped his tears, gazing at Jiang Mingzhu with concern. I have already stated that I am well. It is merely a scratch. Jiang Mingzhu reflected on the efficacy of the gifts bestowed upon her by the system. This golden silk armor was far superior to the one she had labored to acquire in her previous life. It was not only lightweight, but also offered enhanced protection. The assassin's sword had aimed for her heart with considerable force. Had it not been for the armor, it could have pierced her entirely. Yet, upon inspecting her wound, she noticed that the armor bore not even a scratch, which was quite remarkable. In her past life, she had also faced an assassination attempt, and while that armor had provided some defense, she had still suffered significant injury. After the physician finished bandaging Jiang Mingzhu and Appo's wounds, she declared her fatigue and requested rest. prompting Nan Gongqing to escort the young prince away. Once they had departed, Jiang Mingzhu listened to the system and oppose as prompt. Congratulations, host. The male lead's hatred value has decreased by 20, and his trust value has increased by 20. Current hatred value, 98%, trust value, 65%. Reward, 1 super gift package. Note, the male lead's hatred value has decreased to 100, meeting the conditions to unlock the marketplace, allowing the host to redeem and purchase items. Though she was aware that her act of shielding Nan Gongqing would yield significant rewards, the announcement still filled Jiang Mingzhu with delight. The reward was not merely a gift package, but a super gift package. Within the super gift package lay several individual gifts. The first gift, 6 pieces of golden silk armor. Jiang Mingzhu had already experienced the protective benefits of this armor. It was impervious to blades and bore considerable defensive qualities. Otherwise, she would have suffered more than a mere fright and a slight injury. Such a remarkable treasure, delivered in a set of 6. How generous this system was. The second gift, hybrid rice. While rice may appear to be an unremarkable commodity, Jiang Mingzhu noted that its yield surpassed that of current strains by 20-fold. This was no trivial matter, as a nation's grain reserves are a reflection of its strength. If this rice truly produced such quantities, the power of the qi would be significantly enhanced. The third gift, a recipe for soap. Compared to the previous 2 items, soap might seem less precious. Yet the potential for profit in its production was immense, not only for the qi, but also for overseas markets if it were to be sold. After opening the 3 gifts, Jiang Mingzhu decided against further unwrapping. The surprises of the day had already been substantial. She wished to reserve the joy of opening a gift each day for the next 6 days. The activation of the marketplace was the most unexpected boon for Jiang Mingzhu. She surveyed the eclectic array of items available, many of which she had never encountered before. Although each item had its conditions for redemption or purchase, it was still a promising opportunity. She resolved to study the offerings in due course. The following morning, Nan Gongqing returned with the crown prince to pay their respects. Rest assured, I am in good health, Jiang Mingzhu assured him. But how shall we proceed next? Does the emperor have a plan? With the autumn harvest underway, the appearance of assassins had disrupted the established rituals. Although this was merely a formality, it bore great significance, particularly for the common folk. What was left unfinished yesterday must be continued today. Surely we cannot allow a few assassins to thwart the autumnal rites. Nan Gongqing spoke with an air of authority. The assassins have been interrogated. Do we know who sent them? Not yet, he replied, but the rites cannot be cancelled. Jiang Mingzhu understood the necessity of maintaining the ceremony and nodded in agreement. The rites must indeed proceed, but the emperor should arrange for additional guards. Your safety is paramount to the realm. Thank you for your concern, mother. I shall make thorough arrangements. Yet, no matter how meticulous the planning, as long as they adhered to the previous protocols, risks would persist. However, Nan Gongqing appeared undeterred, invigorated by the assassination attempt. If mother has no further matters, I must attend to the upcoming affairs. Wait, I have something to give you, Jiang Mingzhu interjected, dismissing the others and presenting a box to Nan Gongqing. Upon opening it, he discovered a seemingly delicate vest, crafted from material he had never seen before, something akin to gold, yet not quite. He had caught a glimpse of it while the physician tended to the Empress Dowager's injuries the previous day. Could it be? Chapter 39. The Emperor and oppose anger and frustration. This is a golden silk armor, crafted from special material that renders it impervious to blades and arrows. Your Majesty, you should don this before you depart. It will provide an additional layer of security. While Jiang Mingzhu was unable to part with her own golden silk armor to give to Nan Gongqing, she generously gifted him a piece that she had received as a reward from the system, which was originally due to Nan Gongqing's own achievements. At this moment, she genuinely did not wish to see Nan Gongqing come to harm. After all, he was the source of all her surprises, and if anything were to happen to him, the realm would descend into chaos, leaving her to restore order amidst the turmoil. She had grown quite fond of her current life, filled with wealth and leisure, pondering why she should concern herself with so many affairs. Nan Gongqing, however, misinterpreted her gesture believing that Jiang Mingzhu had given him her only piece of golden silk armor, having witnessed its extraordinary value just the day prior. He could hardly fathom how the Empress Dowager could sustain a serious injury from a fatal blow, yet emerge with only minor wounds. Take it. There is no need for such hesitation. I have never been one to indulge in such trivialities, Jiang Mingzhu remarked, noticing his misunderstanding, but choosing not to clarify this delightful misconception. She waved him off, instructing, "Your Majesty, attend to your own matters when the time comes. Come to invite me. I shall accompany you to the autumn harvest." Jiang Mingzhu was not one to shy away from challenges either, with assassins causing unrest. Regardless of their motives, she remained resolute. "Mother, you have been injured. There is no need for such concern. Enough. Do you think I lack the capability to handle a few mere assassins? I have faced countless storms in my life. As for the Crown Prince, whether or not to bring him is your choice. Yes, I shall arrange for it once. The Crown Prince should accompany us. The Crown Prince, as the future sovereign, must possess the necessary sense of responsibility." Jiang Mingzhu observed that Nangong Qing had not yet taken his leave, standing there in evident hesitation. "I do this not for your sake, but for the sake of the Qi. You are its emperor, and the people require a wise and benevolent ruler." "Thank you, mother," he replied. With a dismissive wave, she expressed her impatience. "Enough of this, your Majesty. You know, this is bothersome. Refrain from bringing the Crown Prince to me so frequently, for he gives me a headache." Jiang Mingzhu felt little enthusiasm for the Empress's incessant gratitude, quickly dismissing her with a few words. The Empress, undeterred by Jiang Mingzhu's impatience, could not help but smile at the sight of the Dowager's playful disdain. She found an inexplicable charm in such a dowager who, despite her outward complaints, cared deeply for the Crown Prince, far superior to those who feigned kindness while harboring malice. Although the Dowager could indeed be intimidating, this very quality afforded her a sense of security. The Empress even felt that the Dowager was more reliable than the Emperor himself. Nangong Qing was furious about the assassination attempt, ordering a thorough investigation upon returning to the palace. While some leads emerged, they eventually dwindled at critical moments, much like previous attempts, leaving him with little hope for resolution. "Very well, all of you are quite capable. I find it hard to believe that one day, if I uncover the truth, I shall ensure you meet a gruesome end." In a fit of frustration, he shattered the teacup in his hand, feeling a deep-seated indignation. Unlike the visible foes he could confront, this hidden hand behind the chaos ignited a far greater rage within him. "Your Majesty, Lord Pei from the Department of Agriculture requests an audience." Li De, the chief eunuch, recognized the Emperor and Apos' displeasure, but was compelled to announce Lord Pei and Apos' urgent request to see him, aware of the Emperor and Apos' high regard for the Department of Agriculture. Nangong Qing suppressed the fleeting murderous intent that arose from the interruption. "Lord Pei is in haste. He must have pressing matters to discuss." Upon hearing that it was Lord Pei from the Department of Agriculture, his anger diminished significantly, especially knowing that Pei had urgent news. "Admit him at once. Your servant pays respects to your Majesty." "Pei Qing, what brings you here in such a rush? Is there an issue with the seeds we discussed?" The ocean had yet to open, and Nangong Qing had recently learned from a learned scholar that there were several high-yield grains from foreign lands. He had invested considerable resources to acquire a few bags of seeds, hoping to resolve the Qi and Apos' food shortages and prevent the common people from starving each year. He had entrusted this matter to his confidant, Pei Gu, who had overseen the Department of Agriculture for many years and was well-versed in agricultural practices. Should these seeds prove successful, the impending food crisis in the Qi would see significant relief in the years to come. Now, seeing Pei Gu and Apos' urgency and his troubled expression, Nangong Qing felt a sense of foreboding. "Your Majesty, I have personally overseen the care of these seeds. To maintain confidentiality, they were planted on my own estate, guarded secretly. It is now harvest time, and I have personally dug up a few mature seedlings. The yield is indeed promising. I estimate that the sweet potatoes could yield up to 1,000 pounds per mu. If we can promote this, it could alleviate the Qi and Apos' food shortages, but..." Chapter 40. The abundant sweet potatoes upon hearing of the remarkable yield from the coarse grain seeds. Nan Gongqing should have felt elated. However, observing Pei Gu and Appo's demeanor, he awaited further revelations. Pei Gu and Appo's face darkened with a mixture of anger and shame as he suddenly knelt, declaring, "I have sinned. I have failed the emperor and Appo's trust. This batch of grain has been stolen. It was not merely destroyed. It had been taken, root and all, from an entire estate, making the situation even graver." Consumed by guilt, Pei Gu remained prostrate on the ground. "How could this happen, Pei Gu? Have you once again let your indulgence lead to negligence?" Nan Gongqing, though aware of the severity of the matter, was taken aback by the revelation. A flicker of murderous intent crossed his eyes as he regarded Pei Gu. The man was gifted and devoted, yet his penchant for drink often clouded his judgment, leading to negligence, an occurrence not unfamiliar. "Your Majesty, ever since acquiring these seeds, I have recognized their significance. Fearing mistakes, I resolved to abstain from alcohol. My fondness for drink pales in comparison to the plight of the common people." Pei Gu's sincerity was evident. His dedication to sobriety was commendable. "Then why has this misfortune transpired? I do not know how the news from the estate was leaked. To prevent discovery, I forbade the workers from leaving the estate. Until now, everything was secure. My only interactions were occasional reports to your Majesty. There was no chance of a breach. Yet last night, I, along with everyone at the estate, was rendered unconscious. Upon awakening, I found all the sweet potatoes had been excavated, leaving not a trace of the seedlings." Pei Gu had not anticipated such an outcome and hastened to the palace post-haste. "I am aware of my guilt, and I shall accept whatever punishment your Majesty deems fit. However, it is urgent that we investigate at once. Such a vast quantity of sweet potatoes did not vanish without a trace, and there may still be a chance to recover them." Nan Gongqing nodded, without hesitation dispatching individuals to trace the whereabouts of the sweet potatoes. Yet, a foreboding sensation gripped him. It seemed likely that it was already too late. Those capable of such an operation had surely planned meticulously, possibly concealing or transporting the sweet potatoes long before this moment. The incident had transpired, leaving little recourse. "Your Majesty, I am remorseful. Regardless of your judgment, I harbor no grievances." Though Nan Gongqing simmered with anger, he understood that Pei Gu was not to blame. Yet, how had the information leaked? This matter had eluded even the Empress Dowager. If someone possessed such insight, it must have been meticulously orchestrated. "Pei Gu, are you certain that there was no whisper of this affair from your side?" Pei Gu comprehended the implication behind Nan Gongqing's inquiry. "Your Majesty, this is of utmost importance. I've kept my lips sealed. Not even my closest associates are privy to any detail. The tenants on the estate are strictly prohibited from communicating with the outside world. If there were any lapse, it could only be..." Pei Gu refrained from completing his thought, confident that the emperor understood his insinuation. If there had been a leak, it was likely from within the palace. Nan Gongqing's gaze deepened as he meticulously recalled prior details. Previously confident, he now felt the palace's defenses resembled a sieve. Despite recent fortifications, the vulnerabilities remained. "We must mobilize a thorough search. If that fails, we should need to reach out to external territories. The yield of these sweet potatoes is too significant. We must ensure the propagation of these superior seeds to alleviate hunger among our people." Nan Gongqing aspired to be a benevolent emperor, yet many matters could not be swiftly amended. "What transpired? I heard that the emperor severely punished Cheng Pin and scolded the empress today." The news had reached Jiang Mingzhu, who was curious about the commotion. Given that the empress was with child, it was unusual for Nan Gongqing to chastise her over trivial matters, especially since this incident was not her fault. In truth, it was not a grave offense. Cheng Pin, lacking in cunning, had recklessly mentioned something she should not have, inciting the emperor's wrath. Consequently, not only was she demoted to a lesser rank, but the emperor also reprimanded the empress for failing to manage the harem effectively. Had the emperor been in good spirits, this might not have been deemed a transgression at all. Thus, it appeared that the emperor was seeking an outlet for his frustration, and Cheng Pin had unfortunately found herself in the crosshairs. While her demotion was unfortunate, it did not preclude future opportunities. The empress, however, bore the brunt of unfairness. The situation was more complex than mere management issues, as even the emperor could not entirely control the dynamics of the harem or court. The capital had been abuzz with activity in recent days, with rumors of the emperor deploying the Forbidden Army for extensive searches, indicating the loss of something of great importance. As Jiang Mingzhu spoke, I Ching entered and whispered a few words to her. Is that so? No wonder the emperor is in such a foul mood. Had it not been for the coarse grains provided by the system, Jiang Mingzhu would have been equally incensed. The emperor had gone to great lengths to acquire these seeds from foreign lands, with a yield of 1,000 jin per mu. Once disseminated, the potential to save countless lives from starvation was immense. It remained a mystery who could have orchestrated such a theft. Even if they succeeded in stealing the sweet potatoes, they could not openly present them without revealing their misdeeds. In Qi, no one would dare to do so. Yet, the perpetrators were not necessarily from Qi. Jiang Mingzhu had her suspicions. It was likely that the emperor and Appo's actions had been too transparent, allowing those who should not have known to catch wind of the matter. The allure of such high-yield sweet potatoes would tempt any nation. Otherwise, they would not have taken even the vines, leaving Peigu with nothing, merely to thwart Qi from reaping the benefits that would enhance its national strength. In this regard, Qi would suffer tremendous losses. Empress Dowager, should we send someone to investigate? Jiang Mingzhu shook her head. Without the system and Appo's reward of seeds, she would never allow such sweet potatoes to escape Qi. However, the yield of the system's sweet potatoes surpassed those acquired from foreign lands by tenfold. This could potentially mislead foreign nations into believing the two varieties were the same crop. After all, once sweet potatoes became widely cultivated, it would be impossible to completely prevent their dissemination. The spread of this knowledge might be slower, but it was inevitable. Feng Ruo, please convey a message for the emperor to come at once. Chapter 41. How much does it weigh? The son has met with the Empress Dowager, who summoned him, though he is uncertain of her intentions. The recent investigations have been fraught with difficulties, and naturally, Nangongqing cannot vent his frustration upon the Empress Dowager. Yet the gloom etched upon his brow persists. Your Majesty, I have heard that the sweet potatoes you had procured from the foreign lands have been stolen. Although Nangongqing had never openly acknowledged this matter, the Empress Dowager, being who she is, possesses the insight to know such things. The commotion surrounding the incident has been considerable. If she were unable to discern even this, he would not maintain such a wary regard for her. Indeed, I am incompetent, allowing vile individuals to exploit vulnerabilities. Should I uncover the mastermind behind this theft, I shall ensure they meet a most gruesome demise. After numerous fruitless attempts to resolve the matter, Nangongqing's ire has reached its zenith. Have you considered the motive behind this theft of the sweet potatoes? The Empress Dowager and Appo's implication dawns upon him. The methods employed in the recent thefts bear striking similarities, leading him to subconsciously believe that the same faction is at play. There must be traitors among us. Regardless of where these sweet potatoes currently reside, they will surely surface in foreign territories before long. How despicable! Indeed, it is reprehensible. Internal strife within Qi is our own affair, but collusion with foreign adversaries is an unforgivable sin. Jiang Mingzhu observes Nangongqing and Appo's despondent demeanor and continues, however, Your Majesty. This time, perhaps it is a fortuitous mishap. From this day forth, you should not conceal this incident. Rather, you must disseminate the information widely, allowing the people of other nations to be aware that although the majority of the sweet potatoes have been stolen, a portion of seeds remains. Upon hearing this, Nangongqing is utterly perplexed by the Empress Dowager's intentions. Your Majesty, would you accompany me outside the palace? I wish to show you something. With the Empress Dowager personally extending the invitation, Nangongqing has no grounds to refuse, particularly since he is eager to uncover her true motives. Since my mother has invited me, I shall accompany her. There is no need for grandiose arrangements. Let us proceed quietly. Jiang Mingzhu and Nangongqing changed into more modest attire and, after a little over an hour, arrived at the estate, now well into midday. Your Majesty must be hungry. Shall we dine first? Jiang Mingzhu had already sent someone ahead to arrange a meal. The dining table was laden with dishes crafted from sweet potatoes, corn, and potatoes. Jiang Mingzhu had exchanged a hairpin in the system's marketplace for a recipe set, which not only included methods for preparing sweet potatoes, corn, and potatoes, but also various other dishes. As Nangong Qing surveyed the food before him, he realized many of the dishes were entirely new to him. I understand your majesty harbors doubts. Please taste these dishes first, and I shall clarify everything for you later. The meal was consumed in a relaxed atmosphere. And although Nangong Qing had been troubled and had lost his appetite in recent days, he found himself enjoying a hearty meal this time. How do these dishes taste? Quite delightful. Although the majority of the food is unfamiliar to me, it is indeed delicious. That is pleasing to hear. I have also procured a batch of seeds. Not merely sweet potatoes, but also corn and potatoes from neighboring states, which yield a higher output compared to the seeds you acquired. As the meal progressed, Nangong Qing began to form some conjectures and was astonished to find that the Empress Dowager had aligned her thoughts with his. This was a matter of public welfare, and he had previously underestimated her. Beyond the intrigues of court, she genuinely cared for the populace. This estate is a private enterprise I have established, where these crops are cultivated. This year, we have had an abundant harvest. The seeds we have collected will be ready for extensive planting next year. Upon hearing Jiang Mingzhu's words, Nangong Qing mistakenly believed her to be uninformed about farming and therefore miscalculating the potential yield. The seeds are limited and must not be wasted. Perhaps we should allow the Agricultural Bureau to cultivate these seeds next year, and by the following year, we could promote their widespread planting when there are sufficient seeds available. Jiang Mingzhu understood why Nangong Qing expressed this opinion. When she first saw the yield indicated by the system, she too had assumed she was mistaken. Even as harvest approached, Jiang Mingzhu harbored a sliver of uncertainty. Although I am aware that the system provides excellent resources, the yield seems somewhat exaggerated. It was not until the estate manager reported that the sweet potatoes, corn, and potatoes were ripe, and she had them dug from a few acres to confirm the system and Oppo's claims, that her mind was put at ease. The batch of sweet potato seeds brought back from foreign lands had a high yield, about 1,000 pounds per acre, but compared to her sweet potatoes, it paled in comparison, falling short by a factor of 10. If the emperor calculated based on this yield, it would not suffice. Your Majesty, please accompany me to the fields for a look. We can discuss this matter afterwards. The decision on how to proceed shall rest with you. Nangong Qing nodded, eager to leave the tea and rush to the fields. This truly is a case of finding light in the shadows. Initially, the sweet potatoes were stolen, with no leads in sight. Yet the Empress Dowager possesses such a remarkable strategy. Your Majesty, behold this expanse, 60 acres in total, entirely planted with sweet potatoes. Based on the yield, we anticipate harvesting 600,000 pounds of sweet potatoes, the estate manager explained as he led the way. What did you say? Nangong Qing halted, visibly taken aback by the figure presented. Due to the rich soil, the sweet potatoes yield is exceptionally high. The 2 acres harvested recently yielded 20,000 pounds, suggesting an average yield of 10,000 pounds per acre. Hence, for 60 acres, that amounts to 600,000 pounds of sweet potatoes. Although Jiang Mingzhu had only extracted a few hundred pounds from her storage, that was already a significant amount, as one sweet potato could produce numerous seedlings following the sprouting process. Are you implying that the yield per acre is 10,000 pounds rather than 1,000? Nangong Qing's gaze remained fixed on the estate manager, awaiting his response. Your Majesty, I assure you that I would never err on this point. This figure is not a conjecture. It is based on the actual harvest from the 2 acres, weighed precisely. While there may be slight variations per acre, they would not be substantial. When the sweet potatoes were harvested, I had someone personally supervise, and it is indeed accurate. With so many sweet potatoes in the fields now, if your Majesty has any doubts, we could dig up 2 acres on site and weigh them. The reason Jiang Mingzhu refrained from allowing early harvesting was to ensure that the emperor witnessed the process firsthand, which would carry far greater weight. Nangong Qing nodded in agreement, instructing the tenant farmers to dig, and he himself took up a hoe to assist in unearthing the sweet potatoes. As he beheld the size of the sweet potatoes, some larger than watermelons, weighing 10 pounds each, the fields teemed with them. Nangong Qing could scarcely contain his joy. Once an acre was fully harvested, Nangong Qing oversaw the weighing of the sweet potatoes, asking, "How much do we have in total?" Chapter 42. Hope arrives in time to the emperor. The total is 10,354 Jin. Although he had anticipated this figure, Nan Gongqing could not help but chuckle upon hearing it. Jiang Mingzhu, listening to his hearty laughter, felt a surge of emotion. The emperor, despite being merely in his 20s, often carried himself with the somber demeanor of an elderly man, making it easy to forget that he was, in fact, a young man in his prime. The late emperor was truly unkind. Jiang Mingzhu was almost certain that the previous emperor had used her and the emperor as a shield for his own interests. Although she lacked concrete evidence, her instincts told her so. Ding! Congratulations, host. The male lead and oppose. S hatred value has decreased by 20 and the trust value has increased by 5. The current hatred value is 68% and the trust value is 70%. A reward package has been granted. This time, Jiang Mingzhu chose to keep the package unopened. The system had kindly reminded her that the contents of the package were random, if she needed something at a certain time. Opening the package would likely yield what she required. However, if she had no immediate needs, the system would disperse items at its whim. Counting this time, she had accumulated 9 packages. The rewards from the system had elevated Jiang Mingzhu's spirits considerably, yet she still needed to work diligently to reduce the emperor's hatred value. She had a premonition that Jiang Su, that arrogant fellow, was nearing his downfall. If she did not seize the opportunity to lessen his hatred now, when Jiang Su faced retribution in the future, the emperor's animosity towards her would likely soar. Your Majesty, this is merely sweet potato. Additionally, we have corn and potatoes, all yielding commendable harvests. With these 3 crops promoted, the people of Dachi will no longer suffer from hunger. Upon hearing this, Nan Gongqing set down the sweet potato and solemnly bowed to Jiang Mingzhu. I, on behalf of the people, thank the Empress Dowager. Such formality compelled everyone present to kneel, exclaiming, "Long live the Empress Dowager." At that moment, Jiang Mingzhu felt a swell of accomplishment, particularly as the emperor wore a look of respect towards her, something she had never experienced before. "Please rise. I have merely done what I could," she replied. "Your Majesty, I say this to the Crown Prince, and I say it to you as well. The realm belongs to all its people. We, as their guardians, must ensure they live well. With the people's support, Your Majesty can secure your position and lead Dachi to unprecedented heights. You are now the sovereign, but I hope one day you will unify the Central Plains and become a timeless emperor." As she spoke, a fierce ambition radiated from her, previously unfathomable. The strength of Dachi, which was merely average among nations, could, with the multitude of resources bestowed by the system, soon surpass others and emerge as a leader. Setting a grander goal for the emperor would prevent him from fixating on trivial matters or clashing with her. Upon hearing her final words, Nan Gongqing's eyes sparkled with an extraordinary brightness. No one knew his true ambition, which mirrored her own desire for unification of the Central Plains. "Your son shall heed the Empress Dowager and Oppo's teachings and will not disappoint your expectations." Jiang Mingzhu nodded and continued. "The farmland here, including the corn and potatoes, spans over 100 acres. I entrust it all to you, Your Majesty. I am growing old and can only do so much. The rest is in your capable hands." Nan Gongqing was taken aback. This was not the Empress Dowager's usual conduct. Having traversed 99 steps, she now chose to grant him the final opportunity for recognition. "Mother, I am still young and require your guidance," he replied earnestly. "There is no need for such formalities. I understand your capabilities. Your birthday approaches, so consider this my gift to you, with hopes that you achieve your ambition of unifying the Central Plains swiftly. Your son is grateful, Mother." Upon returning from the estate, Jiang Mingzhu learned of a disturbance in the harem. Jiang Yao had punished a favored consort of Nan Gongqing due to her perceived arrogance. Jiang Yao seemed to grow increasingly unrestrained, and with the emperor seemingly indulging her, Jiang Su's influence in court was also notable. The recent theft at Pei Gu's estate might well have involved his machinations. This father-daughter duo truly seemed to be courting disaster. Jiang Mingzhu felt exasperated at the mention of Jiang Su. She harbored a strong premonition that the emperor was about to take action against him. Although Jiang Su was not particularly clever and posed no true threat to the emperor, he commanded a contingent of elite troops, and any unforeseen events could be problematic. Ironically, It was her own efforts that had placed Jiang Mingzhu in this position of power. Where was Qin Shao now? As Jiang Mingzhu pondered, her gaze drifted into the distance. If only Qin Shao would return soon, it would ensure success against Jiang Mingzhu. Calculating the time, she estimated that Qin Shao would still require another half-month to arrive. Although he had set out after receiving her last letter, traveling from the northern frontier to the capital would take at least a month. In her previous life, Qin Shao had returned a few days late, citing various delays. Suddenly, Jiang Mingzhu's expression changed as she realized her folly. Qin Shao, eager to return, would not linger over trivial matters. She recalled hearing from his subordinate that Qin Shao had once sustained severe injuries from an assassination attempt by enemy spies. Could this have been the timing? The more she contemplated, the more certain she became. Perhaps Qin Shao, wishing to spare her worry, had returned without mentioning it, though his movements had not been as swift as usual. Quickly, summon I Ching to see me at once. As she spoke, she opened 2 packages in quick succession. One contained distillation techniques for fine wine, and the other held a large box of cotton tree seeds. Both were valuable, yet neither was what Jiang Mingzhu currently sought. She continued to open packages until she finally received a box of high-quality medicinal bandages. Such items were beyond her current purchasing power in the marketplace, and fortune smiled upon her as the package yielded precisely what she needed. I Ching sent a trustworthy person to deliver these items to Qin Shao. Jiang Mingzhu placed a golden silk soft armor and the newly acquired bandages into her bundle. After a moment's thought, she added the last remaining heart protection pill to the parcel. Empress Dowager, you have only 1 heart protection pill left, Feng Ruo remarked, uncertain whether to advise her. She understood the depth of General Qin and Appo's loyalty to the Empress Dowager. Yet this was her life-saving treasure. I do not wish for him to come to harm. He often faces peril in battle, and if he possesses something to safeguard his life, I may find some peace of mind. Jiang Mingzhu would never have offered the heart protection pill to anyone else. But this was Qin Shao. Remember, it must be delivered swiftly, with utmost urgency. Concern filled Jiang Mingzhu's eyes as she hoped it would arrive in time. Chapter 43. The Envoy from Lian, Your Majesty. As per your command, I have dispatched someone to keep an eye on the situation. The Crown Prince has been rather close to Second Master recently, which may not bode well. Jiang Mingzhu, having enjoyed a few days of peace, felt an unexpected pang upon hearing the report. Your Majesty, I fear that the Emperor won't tolerate Jiang Mingzhu for long. If the Crown Prince grows too close to him, he will inevitably face repercussions. Would you advise the prince to be cautious? I Ching inquired, uncertain of Jiang Mingzhu's recent attitude towards Nangongqi. There is no need for concern. If he wishes to court disaster, I cannot hinder him without incurring blame. Regardless, the Emperor, out of respect for me, will surely spare his life. Jiang Mingzhu's demeanor was icy. In her past life, she had endured enough strife, ultimately meeting a tragic end at the hands of her own son, harboring a deep-seated resentment. Your Majesty, there is no need to advise me. I am well aware of the character of the son I bore. To spare his life is already my final act of mercy. Jiang Mingzhu and Appo's expression grew colder. And the princess? She has been leaving the palace quite frequently, seemingly mingling with individuals from the martial world. Yihink sepok dilijatili. Jiang Mingzhu's coldness intensified. In this new life, many things had changed, yet some still followed the same path as before. However, this time she discerned more clearly that Nangong Li's acquaintance with that man was no mere coincidence. There were unseen forces at work. Thus, despite many alterations, this matter remained unchanged from her previous life. Nangong Li could not escape the machinations of those lurking behind her. This time, she would not intervene. She wished to see whether Nangong Li could indeed share a life with that man, living out her dreams. Just keep watch. She need not obstruct him. She merely desired to uncover who was orchestrating these schemes. Jiang Mingzhu remained unconcerned as Nangongqi pondered deeply before ultimately arriving at Sinang Palace. In the past, he would have relished in the prospect of catching Nangongqi in a compromising situation, thereby dealing with both Nangongqi and Jiang Mingzhu simultaneously. However, the recent changes in the Empress Dowager's stance compelled him to reconsider. Moreover, She had recently bestowed upon him a substantial supply of high-yield grain seeds. A gesture of goodwill that led him to decide to spare Nangongqi this time. Mother, should the crown prince continue his association with Jiang Mingzhu, given his cunning nature, he may be incited to undertake reckless actions, which would place me in a difficult position, necessitating legal repercussions. Listening to the emperor's words, Jiang Mingzhu felt a flicker of satisfaction. He was indeed more discerning than her wayward son. Your Majesty, do you believe that I can prevent him? Even if I succeed once, he will inevitably pursue his own demise again. I have long stated that he is no longer my son, and I am weary of worrying for him. Nevertheless, he did emerge from my womb, and I hope that when the time comes, the emperor will spare his life. Rest assured, Mother, regardless of the circumstances, the crown prince is my own brother. I would not go so far as to take his life. That is sufficient. Since you have made your decision, proceed with your plans without hesitation due to my concerns. Jiang Mingzhu paused before continuing, Your Majesty, I am aware that you intend to act soon, but Jiang Mingzhu commands a contingent of the Imperial Guards. If you lack confidence, it may be prudent to wait for General Qin's return. Originally, Jiang Mingzhu did not wish to broach this topic, but with Nangongqing's visit, she felt compelled to speak up. She voiced her thoughts, yet the emperor had his own calculations to make, dependent upon the trust he placed in her. Thank you, Mother. Nangongqing expressed his gratitude earnestly, yet he offered no further remarks. Jiang Mingzhu understood. This was still a matter of distrust. Your Majesty, the envoy from Liang seeks an audience. Since the envoy from Liang has arrived, Your Majesty, do attend to your duties. Jiang Mingzhu's gaze darkened upon hearing the news. Nangongqing's expression soured at the mention of the Liang envoy. Compared to the Qi's current strength, Liang was significantly more powerful. Each time the Liang envoy arrived, it was ostensibly to foster goodwill between the two nations, yet it invariably posed challenges for the Qi, with demands increasingly excessive. Just 2 years ago, the Liang envoy had come under the pretense of seeking assistance, yet their true intention was to extract benefits, demanding half of the Qi's treasury with no option but compliance. Presently, the Qi was in no position to contend with Liang. Moreover, given their proximity, engaging in warfare with Liang was a lesser evil than enduring extortion. At that time, Nangongqing had just ascended to the throne, and his position was still precarious. He had begrudgingly tolerated Liang's threats, harboring a deep-seated resentment while remaining restrained in the absence of any viable alternatives. Liang's audacity stemmed from this very fact, allowing them to act so brazenly before the Qi. Jiang Mingzhu recalled that this time, the demands from Liang were even more outrageous. Your Majesty, I understand your resentment, and I share it as well. Liang relies on their might. Last time they audaciously demanded half of our treasury, fully expecting compliance. This time, their demands are likely to be even more excessive. At these words, the mask of composure Nangongqing had worn shattered, revealing his simmering fury. Mother, the Liang scoundrels are far too insolent. I'm not oblivious to the need for restraint, but it has barely been 2 years since their last demand. Do they truly consider Qi to be their personal treasury? They previously demanded half of our treasury. What further excesses could they possibly seek now? I yearn to take up arms and confront them directly. It is inevitable that the Qi and Liang will clash. Liang harbors ambitious designs and, being neighbors, views the Qi as a mere extension of its influence, currently extracting resources while engaged in conflict with Zheng. Once they have subdued Zheng, they will undoubtedly turn their sights upon us. Jiang Mingzhu had not previously lacked concern, yet her focus on immediate benefits shifted her perspective. Having lived anew, her worldview had expanded, enabling her to see beyond the confines of her past. Mother, your insight is profound. By providing Liang with grain and silver, we have bolstered their chances against Zheng. Yet their insatiable greed means they will soon seek to consume us. If we withhold our resources, Liang will not rest easy until they have exacted their due. Thus, whether to yield or resist posed a formidable dilemma. Your Majesty, do meet with the envoy from Liang and discern their intentions. There will invariably be a way forward. Upon hearing Jiang Mingzhu's counsel, Nangongqing felt a measure of calm return, his anger somewhat tempered. Nangongqing proceeded to meet with the Liang envoy. while Jiang Mingzhu refrained from sending anyone to gather intelligence. Given to Qi's current predicament, the late emperor had focused solely on his own ambitions, neglecting the nation's interests and displaying weakness to other powerful nations. This mess would ultimately fall to Nangong Qing to rectify. Such matters could not be avoided now, nor in the years to come. If the Qi did not rapidly strengthen itself, it would be condemned to a passive existence, enduring blows without reprisal. Having been somewhat placated in Sinang Palace, Nangong Qing's ire diminished, yet upon arrival at Qianqing Palace, he was met with disdain. "Your Majesty, how long must I wait? Is this how you treat envoys from a superior nation?" The envoy's grievance was baseless. According to protocol, an envoy visiting the Qi should present a letter of credence, receive acknowledgement, and only then request an audience. The envoy's sudden appearance, without prior notice, was inappropriate. The Qi's ruler bore no resentment and chose not to reprimand him. Yet the envoy dared to express discontent. The prime minister, unwilling to be cowed, resolutely countered the Liang envoy's insolence. Upon hearing this, the Liang envoy's expression darkened further. "You, a lowly nation, are fortunate that our ruler has shown mercy and refrained from attacking or annexing the Qi. Given your meager strength, barely half that of Zhang, it would be effortless for our ruler to conquer you. The Qi is but a vassal to Liang. How dare you presume to challenge me? Do you wish to suffer the same fate as Zhang? Preposterous." Nangong Qingjun stood tall, his gaze piercing as he regarded the envoy from the Liang kingdom. The envoy's blatant disrespect towards the Qi kingdom was not merely a dismissal. It was tantamount to treating Qi as a mere piece of meat on a chopping block. Despite the considerable disparity in strength between Qi and Liang, to yield now, subjugated by a mere envoy, would be an utter disgrace. "Emperor of Qi," the envoy taunted, "do you not fear that I shall return to inform my sovereign of your arrogance? When the army encircles your city, you shall regret your insolence." It was evident that the envoy had not come to negotiate, but to provoke, issuing a challenge to Qi. In response, the emperor declared, "Though Qi may be weak, we possess an indomitable spirit. Even in death, we shall not suffer this humiliation. Indeed, we await your forces with anticipation. Your Majesty, I volunteer to lead the charge when the Liang army arrives, to be the first to confront them and claim the heads of their generals." The envoy was summarily expelled from the palace, his mind reeling in confusion over the audacity of the Qi military. Did the people of Qi truly fear not death? Yet, his mission was to procure provisions, as the war with Zhang had depleted Liang's treasury. His harsh words were but a tactic to intimidate Qi into submission, seeking to extract more resources. 2 years prior, Qi had been reluctant yet compliant in supplying food to Liang. Now, the envoy pondered why their stance had shifted so resolutely. Concerns arose among the court officials. "Your Majesty, the power imbalance between Qi and Liang is stark. If Liang truly decides to attack, what shall we do? Your Majesty, do not act impulsively. If Liang becomes enraged, they will turn their might against us, and we shall be powerless to retaliate." The emperor, frustrated by the timidity displayed by his martial officials, retorted, "Why do you cower? To fight is to fight. Shall we allow ourselves to be belittled by Liang's envoy? Enduring this humiliation for the sake of the common people is folly. Liang harbors ambitions. Do you believe that mere acquiescence will deter them from striking? With their ongoing conflict with Zhang, Liang would surely prioritize them next. What shall we do? Perhaps we should offer Liang more provisions and wealth." Upon hearing this, Nangong Qing seized a teacup and hurled it at the dissenting official, drag him out, and execute him. The court, filled with advocates for peace, fell silent, bowing in submission. "I shall not tolerate such treachery that undermines our dignity. If we are spineless, how can we expect to defend ourselves? Even if Liang advances, we have both scholars and warriors in Qi. I shall lead the charge personally. I am eager to witness Liang's true strength." "Your Majesty, that is unwise." "What is unwise? I await the day we meet on the battlefield," he thundered. "Anyone who dares to speak in favor of Liang shall be dealt with in the same manner." With that, silence enveloped the court. Even the most seasoned advisors refrained from provoking the emperor's wrath, for the fury of his sovereign could lead to dire consequences. After the court adjourned, Nangong Qingjun vented his frustrations in the imperial study. Despite anticipating the presence of cowardly officials, the sheer number of peace advocates left him incensed. Your Majesty, it is only natural that some officials feel trepidation, Liang and oppose, as strength surpasses ours significantly. I am no coward, yet it is prudent to bide our time, allowing Qi to gather strength for a more favorable confrontation. I concur, Your Majesty. Engaging Liang directly now is unwise. Under your leadership, Qi shall thrive in due course. Liang and oppose, as conflict with Zheng will necessitate a period of recuperation, perhaps 2 to 3 years, during which we may find ourselves on more equal footing. I understand this well. It was precisely why I provided Liang with provisions 2 years ago. However, their greed knows no bounds. The envoy's current demeanor suggests they intend to seize the initiative, capitalizing on our weakened state. The emperor harbored concerns that Liang might demand excessively, placing Qi in a precarious position. Thus, it was imperative to subdue the envoy's arrogance. Meanwhile, Jiang Mingzhu lounged in the sun, unfazed by the tumult of the court, content in her role as a leisurely empress dowager, buoyed by Nangong Qingjun's assertive stance against the Liang envoy. "Grandmother, I have arrived," announced a youthful voice. Jiang Mingzhu, startled, nearly choked on a grape, exclaiming, "Goodness! This little rascal has slipped in without a sound." Her grandson, Nangong Yi, bore a small bundle in his hands, suggesting he intended to stay for an extended visit. "Be careful, grandmother. At your age, how can you still be choking?" Before she could question the boy's sudden appearance, Nangong Yi, with a sigh, set down his bundle and began to pat her back. "Grandmother, you truly give me no peace of mind. I shall stay in Xinang Palace for a few days to look after you." Chapter 44. Nangong Yi, you little rascal, thank you. But the people in the palace are taking care of me. I do not need assistance from you, little one. Grandmother, how could they compare to Yi, who is so considerate? Is that so? I do not think so. You, little rascal, have caused quite a commotion here, only adding to my distress. Despite Nangong Yi's usual docility and thoughtfulness, once he arrives at the Xinang Palace, he behaves like a wild horse, galloping around joyfully. However, Feng Ruo believes that the young prince is merely releasing the pent-up energy from his time in Kuanning Palace, and instead of stopping him, she encourages his antics. "Grandmother, as my Aunt Feng Ruo mentioned, the Xinang Palace is far too quiet. Yi should come here to liven things up. Why are you complaining? Your grandmother is getting old and prefers tranquility. Grandmother, you have not changed your contradictory nature. It is clear you were overjoyed to see Yi, as you were so excited just now." Jiang Mingzhu found herself at a loss for words, unable to retort against the cleverness of the little brat. Indeed, she had been excited, for Yi's sudden appearance had taken her by surprise. Yet, the little rascal seemed determined to assert, "Grandmother, Yi and Amp, oppose, or knows that although you do not say it, you hold me in the highest regard and think of me the most. Do not flatter yourself, little one. You are not my biological grandson, and I have no particular affection for you. Do not seek to embellish your worth." Jiang Mingzhu could not help but roll her eyes. "Although Yi is not your biological grandson, you treat him better than if he were your own. In the future, Yi will regard you as his true grandmother and will honor you dutifully. My father once said, one must not judge based on appearances. Although you seem to disdain him and your words are harsh, you saved his life. Last time at the farm, you risked your own safety to ensure the guards protected him. Without you, my life would have been forfeit, despite others speaking ill of her to him and his mother. Neither he nor his mother had ever believed a word. Regardless of what others say about her, she is the one who genuinely wishes to protect him." Jiang Mingzhu had intended to tease the young prince further, but upon encountering his endearing smile and his small hand offering her grapes, she relented. "Enough, enough. I, a dignified empress dowager, should not bicker with a child. If you wish to stay, do so. The Xinang Palace is vast. There are plenty of rooms. Just find a place to settle down. You are quite skilled at ingratiating yourself. Since you have brought your belongings, I, being generous and kind-hearted, will not send you away. As long as you do not disturb my peace daily, you may stay as long as you like." Upon hearing Jiang Mingzhu's words, a glint of triumph sparkled in Nangong Yi's eyes. He knew well that his grandmother had the softest heart. "Grandmother, you are the best. Eeyore loves you the most. Grandmother, let me give you a back massage. Are your legs sore? Eeyore learned some techniques from the imperial doctor. My mother said they are very soothing. Feng Ruo observed the harmonious exchange between the grandmother and grandson, one feigning disdain but genuinely benefiting, while the other, with a thick skin, displayed true filial piety. All right, you may go and settle in with Aunt Feng Ruo. My ears are nearly deafened by your chatter. At first, Jiang Mingzhu found it entertaining, but the little one, usually quiet, became an incessant chatterbox around her, discussing everything from palace gossip to court affairs. Feng Ruo, hurry and take him to find a room. Just ensure it is far from me. He came here of his own accord and has earned his treatment. Feng Ruo and Amp, Oppos. S smile widened at her mistress and Amp, Oppos, S words. Regardless of the circumstances, he is still a prince. Only a few rooms are suitable for his status. Although she enjoys hearing the little prince's chatter, she insists on expressing her disdain at the end. Yet the young prince, far from being disheartened by her disapproval, clung even closer. Grandmother, I shall go and settle in now, then return to dine with you. Nan Gong, he extended his little hand for Feng Ruo to take. Aunt Feng Ruo, grandmother said her meals lack flavor. Let us prepare something more palatable for her tonight. She surely craves something tangy and spicy. Indeed, the young prince is quite considerate. The Empress Dowager mentioned it to me yesterday. I have already prepared a delightful feast. Aunt Feng Ruo, I wish to have the osmanthus lotus seed soup you make. Feng Ruo, beaming, replied, very well, since the prince desires it. I shall prepare it for you. Feng Ruo, give the prince this half a pill daily. Later that evening, after Nan Gong, he had settled down, Jiang Mingzhu retrieved 2 cleansing marrow pills from the system. Feng Ruo had also consumed these pills, which had cured her chronic ailments. Such precious items were scarce, yet she willingly presented 2 to the young prince. While the benefits for us are minimal, merely strengthening our bodies, for a young prince like you, this pill will significantly enhance your martial training. Jiang Mingzhu recalled how her impetuous grandson had mentioned he had begun practicing martial arts. This time, Feng Ruo, with Jiang Mingzhu's consent, did not discreetly mix the pills into the food, but instead explained their purpose to the young prince. Why not let him know about the valuable item his grandmother has provided? Even if I hold a fondness for the little prince, I cannot allow my mistress to give without acknowledgement. Aunt Feng Ruo, did grandmother also give Eeyore something good before? That is why Eeyore's health has improved so much. Though still young, Nan Gong, he was astute and had previously suspected this. Now, with Feng Ruo and Oppos, S words, he felt increasingly certain. Otherwise, with his previous health, he would have been bedridden, constantly requiring the physician's attention, making normal life and martial training nearly impossible. The young prince is truly clever. The Empress Dowager is somewhat reticent, unwilling to let others know of her kindness. Although she has offered such valuable items, one must appreciate them. Thank you, grandmother. I will forever remember your kindness. After consuming the cleansing marrow pill, Nan Gong, he distinctly felt the changes within his body. However, he refrained from expressing his gratitude aloud. Instead, he preferred to keep his grandmother and Oppos' kindness close to his heart. Moreover, given his grandmother and Oppos' temperament, she despised such expressions of gratitude, revealing her endearing nature. Nan Gong, you little rascal who allowed you to touch my... The Sinang Palace was filled with joyful chaos. In the Qinxing Palace, the Liang Kingdom's envoy once again stood in the Qi Kingdom's Grand Hall, their attitude having transformed significantly, as if they had realized the Qi Emperor was no simple figure and had altered their strategy. Grandmother, I have heard that father is quite upset today. The Liang Kingdom's envoy has made exorbitant demands for grain and wealth, leaving father and the ministers in great distress. Grandmother, you are so capable. Why not assist father in devising a plan? Jiang Mingzhu was crouched on the ground, contemplating whether the orchid, having been doused with a pot of fine wine by the young prince, could survive when she heard this. Chapter 45. A brilliant performance begun. Do not attempt to deceive me. I am preoccupied with rescuing the orchids you have so recklessly neglected. Despite her painstaking care over the past fortnight, the flowers were on the verge of blooming when this mischievous little rascal stealthily invaded her wine cellar and drenched the orchids with the finest yellow wine. When she caught him in the act, he wore an expression of triumph, asserting that this was a secret method he had discovered, capable of hastening the orchid's bloom. Jiang Mingzhu was livid, promptly ejecting the little imp from her garden. Observing the sincerity on his face, it seemed he genuinely believed that watering flowers with wine would expedite their flowering. Nevertheless, Jiang Mingzhu refrained from expelling him from the Xinang palace. "Grandmother, I implore you, assist my father. You are so formidable. Surely you can handle the envoy from Liang. You do show filial piety, worrying for your father." Jiang Mingzhu scoffed coldly. "Grandmother, my father is equally devoted to you." Nangongyi chimed in, his tiny fists already busy massaging Jiang Mingzhu and Appo's shoulders. With a light flick to his forehead, Jiang Mingzhu admonished, "You little rascal, why burden yourself with such concerns at your tender age? Have faith in your father. He is quite capable and will devise a solution. After all, the envoy from Liang is of little consequence." Jiang Mingzhu held the envoy in disdain, finding some advantages in her reincarnation. Nangongyi immediately grasped the implication of her words. "So, grandmother has a plan for the envoy from Liang? Grandmother, if father had a plan, he wouldn't be so troubled. Please assist him. Grandmother, grandmother." Jiang Mingzhu felt a headache coming on from his incessant chatter. "You little brat, be quiet. If your father requires my assistance, he will seek me out himself. There is no need for your meddling. If you continue to pester me, I shall cast you out of the Xinang palace." Naturally, she had her methods for dealing with the envoy from Liang. It would be far more valuable to reveal her abilities once the emperor was truly at a loss. At her words, Nangongyi fell silent, though his eyes continued to dart about. News of the situation reached Nangongqing's ears. Is it true that the Empress Dowager said such a thing? Indeed, she conveyed this to the Crown Prince. "Your Majesty, if the Empress Dowager genuinely possesses a strategy." The following day, as Jiang Mingzhu slumbered, she was roused by Feng Ruo's report. "Your Highness, it is time to rise. The emperor has come to pay his respects." Stretching lazily, Jiang Mingzhu mused that the emperor was quite adaptable. Could he have come regarding the envoy from Liang? She was not particularly surprised. She never shied away from the emperor and Appo's spies in the Xinang palace, especially not this time, as it was intentional. She sought to earn rewards from the system and accumulate more gift packages. This matter, concerning a foreign nation, if resolved, should yield a substantial reward. Now, Jiang Mingzhu had developed a new penchant for collecting gift packages. "Your Highness, do you truly have a plan?" Feng Ruo and Appo's tone carried a hint of skepticism. "Have I ever spoken falsely? But, Your Highness, that is the envoy from Liang, a nation far stronger than our Qi. What can you possibly do? Is that not why I am the Empress Dowager? Naturally, I have my methods." With that, Jiang Mingzhu prepared herself and emerged, clad in casual attire. Appearing more relaxed than usual, Nangongqing observed Jiang Mingzhu's languid demeanor. Though not surprised, it was indeed a rare sight. The emperor has come today, for what purpose? Understanding Jiang Mingzhu's nature, Nangongqing forewent the formalities and bowed directly to her. "I seek your counsel on a matter. Concerning the envoy from Liang?" "Indeed, the envoy from Liang is demanding more than ever, and I do not wish to indulge them. However, Liang's strength far exceeds ours. Engaging them would be unwise. If war were to break out, it would not only be Liang, but also the Xiongnu who might stir." The emperor and Appo's concerns were not unfounded. In the next 2 or 3 years, strengthening the nation was imperative. However, given that Liang was currently engaged in conflict with Zhang, they would not strike at Qi easily. A slight maneuver should suffice to dismiss the envoy. While this may sound simple, if it were truly that easy, Nangongqing would not be so troubled. "I beseech you, grant me your wisdom." If it were anyone else, Nangongqing might not comprehend. But how could the Empress Dowager be oblivious? Neither provisions nor wealth should be offered. Since the emperor had adopted a firm stance, they might as well remain resolute and send the envoy back as he came. Initially, Nangongqing had considered that while the envoy's demands were excessive, it was still necessary to offer something. If a portion of resources could secure 2 years of peace for Qi, it would be worth it. However, the Empress Dowager's words surprised him. Nangongqing awaited Jiang Mingzhu's further elaboration. "If the emperor trusts me, I shall handle the envoy from Liang." We shall put on a splendid performance. Then I shall rely on you, mother. In this matter regarding the envoy from Liang, Nan Gongqing believed the Empress Dowager and he were aligned, both pulling on the same string. He knew she would not jest about such serious affairs. Having no better option than to trust the Empress Dowager, he acquiesced. I have heard the Emperor will host a banquet for the envoy in 2 days, correct? Yes, I shall personally come to escort you. Before that, allow me to show you something. Jiang Mingzhu commanded everyone to exit and retrieved an arrowhead from her concealed space. Originally, she had not intended for the Emperor to know of this just yet, but the circumstances necessitated its early revelation. Is this an arrowhead? Nan Gongqing recognized it. Yet it differed from what he had seen before. He had once encountered a damaged arrowhead from the Xiongnu, and its appearance was also dissimilar. Your Majesty, observe, Jiang Mingzhu said, pointing towards a distant tree trunk and pressing down several times. This arrowhead was astonishingly capable of 5 consecutive shots. Though its exterior bore some differences, Nan Gongqing could not discern specifics. Jiang Mingzhu's aim may have been inaccurate, but it was evident that she had pressed it 5 times in succession. Indeed, it is a 5-shot mechanism. We shall use this to stage a brilliant performance for the envoy from Liang. The Xiongnu's divine arrowheads were merely capable of 2 shots. This one being capable of 5 was simply extraordinary. Unable to contain his excitement, Nan Gongqing recalled how formidable the Xiongnu's divine arrowheads were. He had contemplated acquiring one, but their guards were exceptionally vigilant, and he had only managed to obtain a damaged one. Its intricate design had stumped even the finest craftsmen of Qi, ultimately leading to failure. Your Majesty, why not give it a try? Seeing Nan Gongqing's eager expression, Jiang Mingzhu handed the arrowhead to him. Experiencing the arrowhead firsthand was strikingly different from merely observing it. It felt remarkably lighter than the Xiongnu and Appo's as divine arrowheads, explaining why even the Empress Dowager could wield it with ease. Chapter 46. Insolence. Your Empress shall teach you a lesson in terms of weight. The arrow used by the Empress Dowager surpassed the Hun's and Appo's renowned crossbow by a considerable margin. The Hun and Appo's formidable bow was exceedingly cumbersome, requiring specially trained soldiers to wield it effectively. Nan Gongqing, a martial practitioner, had not previously utilized such arrows, but after observing the Empress Dowager, he quickly grasped the technique. He first aimed at the distant trees and shot an arrow, feeling the power of the bow, before attempting to strike a few birds soaring in the sky. Although his aim was somewhat askew, he managed to bring down 3 birds, demonstrating that while the arrow was lightweight, it was not inferior in strength to the Hun's renowned weapon. This was splendid news. Nan Gongqing was overjoyed. If he could master the technique and replicate this arrow, their chances of victory against the Liang kingdom would significantly increase. Mother, from where did you acquire this remarkable bow? If someone could replicate it, that would be ideal. If not, we should have someone attempt to create it based on this design. Unlike the damaged crossbow obtained from the Huns, this bow was in pristine condition. As long as the internal structure was understood and its intricate mechanisms identified, the likelihood of successful replication was high. The Empress Dowager promised to keep the origins of the bow a secret, but she possessed the knowledge of its manufacturing method and had already dispatched individuals to begin its production. Mother, you have the manufacturing method? Nan Gongqing gazed at Jiang Mingzhu with fervent anticipation, awaiting her response. The first batch is already in production and will be delivered to the palace shortly. Time is of the essence. The palace banquet is in 2 days. You must take this bow and select an elite team of soldiers to familiarize themselves with its use and ensure they master it within these 2 days. Is the intention to intimidate the Liang emissaries with this bow? Nan Gongqing immediately surmised Jiang Mingzhu's motive. Indeed, although the Liang kingdom is more powerful than our Qi kingdom, they are currently embroiled in a stalemate with the Zheng kingdom and will not easily engage us. By showcasing this bow, we can convey that Qi is no longer the Qi of yore, instilling a sense of trepidation in them. This strategy appeared feasible, although uncertainties remained. Do not rush, for this is merely one facet of the plan. Just wait and see in 2 days. Your task now is to focus on training a proficient team for the bow. The stronger their capabilities, the greater the intimidation they will exert on the Liang emissaries. Since her rebirth, Jiang Mingzhu had maintained a low profile. When the Liang emissaries arrived in Qi, it was their first encounter with the Empress Dowager. The Liang emissaries had already ascertained the general situation of Qi and had anticipated meeting an ambitious Empress Dowager, potentially leveraging this to expedite their tasks assigned by their sovereign. However, upon arriving in Qi, they found the relationship between the Emperor and Empress Dowager to be unexpectedly cordial, contrary to their expectations. Jiang Mingzhu merely nodded in acknowledgement when introduced to the Liang emissaries, her demeanor neither warm nor cold. Aside from the incident when Nan Gongqing had expressed anger, she had treated the Liang emissaries with great courtesy and respect, yet Jiang Mingzhu's demeanor left them displeased. Your Majesty, we have received urgent correspondence from our emperor. The Liang kingdom is currently engaged in battle with the Zheng kingdom, and we are facing a critical shortage of supplies. We hope that, considering the amicable relations between our two nations, you might lend us some provisions. Our emperor will certainly remember this kindness and repay it in full once we have replenished our supplies next year. While the Liang emissaries' words were eloquent and earnest, everyone understood that once provisions were lent, they would likely never be returned. The notion of borrowing was merely a guise for what was, in fact, a gift, amounting to tens of thousands of pickles. Nan Gongqing and Appo's expression darkened, and the ministers were left seething in silence. The Liang emissary possesses remarkable audacity. You have yet to repay the provisions borrowed previously. On what grounds should we trust you? As the saying goes, one should return what is borrowed before requesting more. If the Liang emissary wishes to borrow supplies, perhaps you should first repay the previous debt. Seated at the head of the assembly, Jiang Mingzhu addressed the Liang emissary, her tone commanding. Your words are misguided, Empress Dowager. The last supplies were clearly a gift from your Qi kingdom. If they were not lent, how can there be a notion of repayment? It is precisely due to your kingdom's sincerity that we, the Liang kingdom, chose to engage in battle with you rather than attack a weaker nation. Is the Liang envoy threatening me? Jiang Mingzhu and Appo's voice turned chilling, her assertiveness unyielding despite the emissary and Appo's status. What if it is a threat? I hope you understand Qi and Appo's current predicament, Empress Dowager. Matters of state are always determined by the emperor. Do not act as a hen crowing at dawn. The Liang emissary spoke with an impudent tone, emboldened by the Liang kingdom and Appo's might, while the officials of Qi, including Nan Gongqing, were taken aback by the audacity of his words. Though many shared the sentiment, none dared voice their thoughts. Jiang Mingzhu, however, merely smiled, beckoning the Liang emissary with a flick of her finger. The emissary, standing close, approached her, failing to perceive her intent, his expression one of disdain. With a resounding slap, Jiang Mingzhu struck the Liang emissary across the face, leaving a vivid mark. The sound of the slap echoed through the banquet hall, plunging it into stunned silence. Even Nan Gongqing was taken aback by Jiang Mingzhu and Appo's boldness. Her action was not merely an affront to the Liang emissary, but a slap in the face of the Liang kingdom itself. How dare she? Some terrified officials, fearing the Liang kingdom and Appo's power, nearly collapsed under the weight of their shock. This will surely lead to trouble. Others, however, felt a sense of relief. The Liang emissaries had been haughty since their arrival in Qi, but the Empress Dowager's defiance, although potentially catastrophic, was a refreshing sight. The emissary, caught completely off guard, seethed with rage and indignation after processing what had just occurred. You dare strike me. Why should I not? Regardless of your nation and Appo's rank, you are merely a subject. Who grants you the audacity to speak to me in such a manner? What consequence is there for me to strike you? You shameless witch. Jiang Mingzhu's expression grew colder at the insult, and she delivered another resounding slap, leaving the Liang emissary's face marked symmetrically with red imprints. Insolent wretch, I shall teach you a fitting lesson on behalf of your sovereign. Chapter 47. The Grand Majesty of the Empress Dowager Prince Nan Gong-yi sat beside the Empress, his eyes alight with astonishment at Jiang Mingzhu and Appo's display of power. The Empress Dowager exuded an air of formidable authority. For many days, he had only heard his father and the entire court endure humiliation before the envoys of Liang Kingdom. Yet, upon the Empress Dowager and Amp Oppo's intervention. It mattered not who the Liang envoy was. They were swiftly rendered unrecognizable by her might. Nangong Qing observed the Empress Dowager and Oppo's strength and the two vivid handprints on the envoy and Oppo's face, feeling a twinge of sympathy for them. His previous animosity towards the Empress Dowager had diminished significantly. It seemed that her past leniency towards him was indeed a mercy. The courtiers, too, felt a twitch at the corners of their mouths, acknowledging that the Empress Dowager had shown them similar clemency in the past. The force with which she struck was unparalleled. They could hardly muster such vigor themselves. The Empress Dowager truly defied age. At that moment, their concerns about potential retaliation from Liang Kingdom faded, as the Empress Dowager's demeanor instilled a sense of invincibility, as if even the King of Liang would be met with a resounding slap in the face. Jiang Mingzhu discreetly massaged her wrist beneath her sleeve. She had exerted herself rather forcefully. Though it felt exhilarating while striking, it left her with a slight ache afterward. Ever since taking the marrow-cleansing pill, her strength had increased, yet it remained within limits, for she was not a martial artist. You shall regret such actions, the Liang envoy retorted, covering his face while threateningly vowing to report to the Liang king upon his return. Under no circumstances could Qi Kingdom disregard Liang, and after such disgrace, he must ensure that Qi paid dearly. I have never known regret, the Empress Dowager replied coolly, but it is you who should beware of regret. For should I express my displeasure, you may find it difficult to return to Liang. The envoy was taken aback by her words. What did she mean? Did he truly wish her to voice such matters publicly? There is no need for subterfuge, Your Majesty. I have committed no shameful acts, he insisted, though doubt lingered in his mind. He believed the Empress Dowager was merely playing tricks, as she could not possibly be aware of anything truly incriminating. You are fortunate to be in the company of the Liang prince. The envoy began, but Jiang Mingzhu interrupted him. How could I possibly know of such secretive matters? Forgive my earlier rudeness, Your Majesty. It was the first time the Liang envoy had adopted such a submissive stance. After all, if word of this were to leak, death would be the only outcome. I am not unreasonable. Should you speak civilly, I am willing to reciprocate with courtesy. Jiang Mingzhu replied with a subtle smile. Her gratitude was directed toward a traveler from her past, named by Shaosheng. This erudite man, skilled in both literature and martial prowess, had gathered secrets from various kingdoms and compiled them into a book, which fortuitously fell into her hands. She had yet to utilize it before her own children betrayed her. But now it proved invaluable, as it reminded her of the envoy and Oppo's presence in Qi. Jiang Mingzhu recalled the explosive contents of that little book, which detailed unspeakable deeds. Had it not been for the meticulous accounts and evidence provided, it would have been hard to believe that this seemingly proper Liang envoy had engaged in such nefarious activities. His entanglement with the crown princess was nothing short of scandalous. With the Liang king aging, it would be but a matter of time before the crown prince ascended the throne, with the new emperor bestowing the title of empress upon the crown princess. Who could say whether the prince truly bore royal blood? My gratitude is boundless, Your Majesty, for your magnanimity, the envoy said, aware that the Empress Dowager had surely uncovered some compromising evidence against him, prompting such a drastic shift in his attitude. The courtiers, though they had not heard the entire exchange, sensed the Empress Dowager and Oppo's formidable grasp over the envoy, leading to a newfound respect in their gazes. Among them was Prime Minister Wei, who had previously disapproved of the Empress Dowager's authoritative rule. However, he now recognized that she had indeed been misjudged, for she had pledged to gradually transfer power to the emperor and had largely refrained from meddling in affairs. Yet, during critical moments, she consistently rose to the occasion, protecting both the emperor and the crown prince, and now deftly handling the troublesome Liang envoy. Suddenly, a cry rang out amidst the festivities, "Assassins! Assassins!" Jiang Mingzhu had just dealt with the Liang envoy, and the banquet felt unusually joyous until the alarm disrupted the revelry. The Liang envoy instinctively turned his gaze, spotting a group of masked figures in black. Kill the demoness. Avenge our lord. The black-clad assailants had a clear target, advancing menacingly toward Jiang Mingzhu. The envoy's expression shifted dramatically. He wished to distance himself, fearing the repercussions from these evidently skilled attackers. "Who are you to dare infiltrate the palace and attempt to assassinate me?" Jiang Mingzhu demanded, stepping forward with unwavering confidence, her demeanor exuding authority. The Liang envoy perceived her self-assuredness as an affirmation of her strength. "Demoness, our lord is the king of Jiangbei. You, a venomous woman, have exterminated his entire family. Today, we shall settle the blood debt." Realizing these were remnants of the Jiangbei royal family, Jiang Mingzhu dismissed them as insignificant, commanding, "Seize them all. Leave not a single one alive." Inwardly, she commended Nan Gongqing's choice of actors for this ruse. She could see the intense hatred in their eyes, and she was eager to play her part. Elite squad advance. Stepping back, a contingent of soldiers clad in specially designed uniforms emerged from the shadows, each armed with a bow. The Liang envoy, witnessing the arrows in their hands resembling the famed Xiongnu arrows, speculated whether Qi had mastered the art of crafting such weaponry, emboldening them against Liang and Amp, Oppos, as greater might. His assumptions were confirmed as he observed the elite squad unleash a flurry of arrows upon the assassins. The precision and speed were astonishing, and he could hardly believe his eyes when he recognized that Qi possessed a 5-shot bow, far superior to the Xiongnu's famed weaponry. Each soldier bore one, indicating a profound advancement in Qi's military capabilities, which Liang had evidently overlooked. Chapter 48. The brazen countenance of a scoundrel recalling the previously unyielding demeanor of the Emperor of Qi and the formidable presence of the Empress Dowager. It becomes evident that they possess such formidable weaponry, granting them the audacity to confront the Liang kingdom. Otherwise, even with leverage in hand, the Empress Dowager could not have exhibited such fortitude. Should he turn traitor, the ruler of Liang would certainly not acquiesce. The following day, the envoy from Liang submitted his resignation and departed from Qi, taking nothing with him. At this juncture, it was abundantly clear that Qi would not extend even a morsel of sustenance to him. It was prudent to return and report the situation in Qi to his sovereign for further deliberation. Upon hearing this news, Jiang Mingzhu felt a flicker of satisfaction as she observed the emperor's contented demeanor. With the envoy from Liang returning, he would undoubtedly relay the events that transpired here to the ruler of Liang. Given that Liang was embroiled in warfare with Zheng, depleting both food and resources, they would be reluctant to act against Qi without assurance of success. While Jiang Mingzhu had devised means to manage the Liang envoy, she found herself powerless against the ruler of Liang. Thus, she sought to instill a sense of wariness in him, buying Qi precious time. Grateful for her mother's timely intervention in alleviating her urgent dilemma, she felt a renewed sense of hope for Qi. With abundant harvests and the prowess of their 5-shot arrows, it would take but a year for Qi to no longer fear Liang. Despite Liang's considerable strength, the emperor must not underestimate them. Although the immediate crisis had passed, the urgent need to bolster national strength remained. Complacency would only invite aggression. As their neighbors extended beyond Liang, "Your Majesty, Lin Quan requests an audience," Feng Ruo whispered in Jiang Mingzhu's ear. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of joy graced Jiang Mingzhu's face. Previously, Lin Quan had sent word that the preliminary production of cement had been successful, albeit requiring adjustments in the formula. His presence in the palace likely indicated that the testing had reached completion. Noticing the situation, Nan Gongqing discerned that the Empress Dowager might be privy to matters he ought not to know. Thus, he tactfully proposed his departure. "Not so fast, Your Majesty. Since you are here, I wish to show you something remarkable," Jiang Mingzhu insisted, retaining Nan Gongqing and Oppos as presents. Cement, unlike other materials, had multifaceted applications, particularly in fortifying city structures. While she had no intention of sharing other recipes, the formula for cement was meant for widespread use to elevate the living standards of the people of Qi. Lin Quan entered, offering his respects, and was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the emperor. "Lin Quan, has the cement ratio been determined?" Jiang Mingzhu inquired. Lin Quan subtly glanced towards the emperor, understanding that the Empress Dowager was untroubled by his knowledge of the matter. "Indeed, we have successfully tested the optimal ratio. I have also constructed a cement road in the village, which is remarkably smooth and durable. Rainy days no longer render it muddy, facilitating transport significantly. As Lin Quan extolled the virtues of cement, his usually composed demeanor softened with a smile. Cement proved to be a wondrous material, invaluable for road construction, wall building, and housing. Listening attentively, Nan Gongqing grew increasingly curious about the nature of cement and its seemingly miraculous properties. The Empress Dowager's possession of such extraordinary innovations left him in awe. Had it not been for the arrival of the Liang envoy, he might remain unaware. The envoy's visit had once again unveiled the Empress Dowager's extraordinary wisdom and vision, surpassing even that of many court officials. While most courtiers were apprehensive of Liang and urged caution, the Empress Dowager had boldly supported him, turning the tide of the situation. Such breadth of mind and foresight left him feeling inadequate. What precisely is this cement that boasts such myriad benefits? Your Majesty, why not visit the village and witness it for yourselves? Some things are better understood through direct observation, the Empress Dowager suggested. Then let us proceed to the village at once, Nan Gongqing exclaimed eagerly. His previous visit had revealed the abundant harvest of grains, and he anticipated further surprises this time. Since the Empress Dowager retained him, it seemed she was willing to enlighten him. Jiang Mingzhu, noting Nan Gongqing and Appo's excitement, felt a smile tug at her lips. She too was eager to see if cement was truly as miraculous as described in books. Her understanding of it was limited to literature, never having encountered it firsthand. Books claimed that vehicles traversing cement roads would glide smoothly without jostling. If true, the capital and its surroundings would be transformed with such roads, greatly enhancing her future travels. Let us go, for the emperor wishes to see, Jiang Mingzhu declared, a woman of action, promptly changing into suitable attire for the visit. Nan Gongqing also donned a fresh outfit, one previously prepared for Nan Gongqi, as their physiques were similarly matched. Just as they were about to set off, a small voice called out, "Grandmother, wait for me." Nan Gongyi, having changed into his own attire from the recent autumn harvest inspection, approached, clutching a large bundle whose contents Jiang Mingzhu could not discern. She realized she had momentarily forgotten about this lively child. "Your grandfather and I are attending to important matters. You must stay here and not cause trouble," Nan Gongqing admonished, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. He was aware of the child and Appo's mischievous tendencies in the palace, often leading to chaos and distress for the Empress Dowager. Yet, considering the lessons the Crown Prince could glean from the Empress Dowager, particularly with the exceptional treasures like the cleansing elixir she provided, he pretended to be oblivious. Nan Gongyi, understanding his father's firm disposition, yearned to witness the marvel of cement. With a quick thought, he turned to Jiang Mingzhu. "Grandmother, I promise to behave. I can fetch water and massage your back on the way. Please take me along, dear grandmother," he implored, wrapping his arms around Jiang Mingzhu and Appo's leg and refusing to let go, his impudent demeanor almost too much to bear. Nan Gongqing, having heard of such antics, found a novel experience to see his son behave in such a cheeky manner and frowned slightly, preparing to reprimand him. Chapter 49. Those who are wise should depart swiftly before Nan Gongqing could utter a word of reprimand. Jiang Mingzhu had already yielded. "All right, come down, my little ancestor. I shall take you to the palace, shall I?" With a gleeful exclamation, Nan Gongyi swiftly descended from the Empress Dowager and Appo's lap, showering her with enthusiastic compliments. "Grandmother, I know you are the best grandmother, kind-hearted and beautiful." Nan Gongqing observed his son's antics with a mix of astonishment and confusion, pondering what manner of child he had raised. Previously, he had believed the Crown Prince to be sensible and composed, yet he had transformed entirely upon entering the Sinang Palace. Noticing his father and Appo's dubious gaze, Nan Gongyi realized he had perhaps overstepped. While it was permissible to be playful with his grandmother, he needed to maintain a respectable image before his father. Thus, he retracted his exaggeratedly flattering smile, reverting to his usual serious demeanor. "Father, please do not frown at him. I am merely entertaining my grandmother and making her happy." Jiang Mingzhu couldn't help but smirk at the boy's quick wit, likely out of fear of his father's reprimand. "Enough of your glaring, Emperor. If you cannot lower your stature, Must you deny the joy of amusing his grandmother? What could Gongqing say? The Empress Dowager was fiercely protective of her grandson, and before he could voice any objections, he found himself outmaneuvered by their shared bond. If the Empress Dowager wishes to contribute to the prosperity of the Qi by providing such treasures for the well-being of its people, I would gladly set aside past grievances and treat her as my own mother. Your filial heart is commendable, Jiang Mingzhu remarked. Envisioning the absurdity of Nan Gongqing entertaining his mother with colorful attire, an expression of distaste flickering across her face. Nan Gongyi mirrored his grandmother and Appo's disdain, silently wishing to forego such antics from his father. Nan Gongqing felt a simmering irritation within him. While he could not confront the Empress Dowager, he found it intolerable to be undermined by his own son. Yet, witnessing the protective gleam in the Empress Dowager and Appo's eyes, he resigned himself to the reality that he could not discipline the boy today. Nonetheless, he would remember this transgression. A sense of foreboding washed over Nan Gongyi as he met his father's profound gaze. Although a hint of fear lingered, he straightened his back, reassured by the presence of his powerful ally. Indeed, as his mother had said, the Empress Dowager was the mightiest support within the palace. With her around, even his father, a dragon, had to yield. Jiang Mingzhu observed the silent exchange between father and son, a smile gracing her lips. Let us not linger. We must depart swiftly, or we shall be late. As they journeyed out of the capital, the road began to change a few miles before reaching the estate. Jiang Mingzhu recognized it as the cement road depicted in her books. While the aesthetic appeal was lacking in its incomplete state, the smoothness of the surface transformed the once bumpy ride into a remarkably stable journey, even surpassing the uneven stone paths of the inner palace. This sensation was not lost on Nan Gongqing and his son. Though the emperor was known for his composed demeanor, Nan Gongyi, filled with youthful curiosity, lifted the carriage curtain and marveled at the swiftly retreating scenery. Grandmother, look how fast our carriage moves. It is so comfortable and smooth. Is it all due to the cement road? Jiang Mingzhu nodded. Indeed, with cement, we can pave the roads of the Qi, making future travels far more convenient. Upon arriving at the estate, the roads were fully renovated, appearing distinct from the outside world. In the words of the little one, Grandmother, this estate is truly impressive. Lin Quan, who accompanied the esteemed guests, overheard this remark. The cement mixture has only recently been perfected, and we have yet to implement further improvements. In time, I plan to construct the estate's buildings with cement, creating a grand 3-story structure that will be truly magnificent. Having perused the Empress Dowager and Appo's book on cement applications and building techniques, Lin Quan noted that while constructing higher buildings posed challenges, a 3-story edifice was entirely feasible. Listening to Lin Quan's insights, Jiang Mingzhu recalled having purchased an encyclopedia within her system, which detailed construction methods from the future, emphasizing the use of steel reinforcement along with cement. Steel was far more durable than the Qi's iron, serving not only in construction but also in weaponry. Inspired, Jiang Mingzhu opened a long-saved gift pack, revealing a book on steel production methods, just as she had hoped. Her face lit up with joy. To erect buildings, we require cement to make bricks, and while 3 stories can be managed for taller structures, we must utilize a material known as high-strength steel. I have heard esteemed individuals speak of it and possess the method for its refinement. Please send someone to experiment with it. Yes, though I'm unfamiliar with high-strength steel. If it is imparted by a knowledgeable source, it must be of great value. We will expedite its production, Lin Quan affirmed eagerly. Nan Gongqing and Appo's eyes sparkled with fervor as he absorbed her words. The identity of the esteemed individual mentioned by the Empress Dowager remained a mystery. It was evident that her recent treasures were likely influenced by this figure. After a thorough tour of the estate with the Crown Prince and Nan Gongqing, they arrived at the courtyard, where they found the cement bricks had already set. Nan Gongqing tested the hardness of a cement brick, astonished by its durability. How remarkable that such a method yields such sturdy bricks. The production cost of cement is not high, but the process remains a closely guarded secret, unbeknownst to most. Both he and Jiang Mingzhu were acutely aware of the theft of sweet potatoes from Peigu Estate. They had to remain vigilant. Indeed, Mother is correct. This is of utmost importance. While we are eager to utilize cement, we must not allow others to benefit from our efforts. Having lingered at the estate for quite some time, they finally returned to the palace as dusk fell. Jiang Mingzhu gazed at the bustling streets outside and felt a surge of excitement. Your Majesty, since we are dressed casually today, why not find a tavern for dinner? It has been ages since I've strolled outside. Dining in a tavern feels like a distant memory from before entering the palace. Nangongyi, who was typically shielded by the empress, clapped his hands in delight at Jiang Mingzhu's suggestion. Grandmother, I have never dined at a tavern. Please take me along. Jiang Mingzhu chuckled, playfully pinching the little prince into Appo's nose. Oh, my dear child, when have I ever abandoned you? Nan Gongqing observed the Empress Dowager, seemingly seeking approval. Yet he had already made up his mind. With a resigned shake of his head, he accompanied the duo into the Zui Xianlu. My esteemed guest, I regret to inform you that the private room upstairs has just been reserved. Whoever he may be, he should depart promptly if he knows what is good for him. Chapter 50. What a brazen utterance, esteemed guest. This is unacceptable. It contravenes our established rules. It was the patron upstairs who reserved this room first. The waiter fervently dissuaded. But the voice's owner was not only unyielding, but grew increasingly irate. Who does he think he is? Hurry and vacate the room for me, or I shall throw him from the upper floor. Sir, you cannot behave in such a manner. You are overstepping your bounds. Allowing you to take the private room would indeed be their privilege. Jiang Mingzhu, hearing the commotion below, noted the young man and Appo's brashness and concluded that he was a pampered scion from a wealthy family, seeking to flaunt his power in the tavern. This is a tavern's rule that cannot be transgressed, the waiter declared with firm conviction, suggesting that the establishment had formidable backing, located as it was on Xinyangmen Street, likely under the patronage of nobility or high officials. A sharp slap echoed through the air, signaling the young man and Appo's impatience. You ungrateful wretch, continue to stand in my way, and I shall make you regret it. Onlookers gathered, witnessing his audacity. Though they disapproved, none dared to intervene. The very fact that someone could act so brazenly in the Drunken Immortal Tavern hinted at a significant social standing. Moreover, the young gentleman's attire bespoke an affluent lineage, prompting recognition from the crowd. This is none other than the legitimate heir of the Jiang family and Appo's second branch, the Emperor and Appo's own nephew. No wonder he displays such arrogance. Jiang grandmother wields immense power, and even the Emperor treads carefully around her. The Jiang family is at the pinnacle of influence, hence his audacity. This is outrageous. Clearly, we entered first, yet Jiang family's second young master is indeed brazen. Silence. Do not stir trouble. The Jiang family is beyond our means to provoke. We cannot invite disaster upon our families. Jiang Mingzhu paid no heed to the uproar outside, while Nan Gongqing remained unfazed, seated calmly as if the ruckus did not exist. Until, with a sudden kick, the door to the private room was flung open. Those with sense should vacate the premises for our young master. Jiang Mingzhu, taken aback by the audacity of the scene unfolding before her, found it both novel and somewhat amusing. After all, it had been years since she entered the palace, and her first visit to a tavern was met with such a theatrical spectacle. Her gaze fell upon Nan Gongqing, who remained composed. A true emperor knows how to maintain poise. Had it not been for his consent, these intruders would never have dared to barge into their private space, and the hidden guards had yet to reveal themselves. She felt a pang of sympathy for the unfortunate man who had sought trouble with the current empress and the emperor himself, not to mention the young prince. The little boy, faced with such a situation, appeared more thrilled than frightened, clearly a troublemaker in his own right, his eyes sparkling with excitement at the unfolding drama. Are you intending to expel us? Jiang Mingzhu set down her chopsticks, leisurely wiping away the tea stains at the corner of her mouth, exuding an air of aristocratic elegance. Isn't it obvious? Enough with the chatter. Leave at once, or I shall throw you all out. At that moment, Jiang Yaozong strode in, unleashing a torrent of insolent words towards Jiang Mingzhu and her companions. Having heard the commotion outside, he recognized the voices upon entering. Jiang Mingzhu glanced at him, her expression one of amusement. This second young master was none other than Jiangsu's legitimate son, Jiang Mingzhu, whom she had met a few years prior. His resemblance to Jiang Mingzhu was uncanny. "We arrived first. By what right do you demand we leave? We shall finish our meal." Regardless of familial ties, Jiang Mingzhu was determined to play her part in this unfolding drama. Nangong chimed in, "Indeed, we are resolute in our intent to dine." Nangong Qing, recognizing the identity of the young gentleman, observed Jiang Mingzhu and Nangong and Amp Oppo's determination to escalate the situation, and he felt a wave of exasperation. "Words alone are meaningless. If you have the courage, truly cast us out. I respect you as a man. You merely prattle. You are nothing but a coward." Nangong Qing rubbed his temples in frustration. Is this truly how the Empress and Amp Oppo's words are spoken? "Indeed, a coward you are. If you have the guts, come and engage in combat with me. Mere words hold no weight." Nangong echoed Jiang Mingzhu's sentiments, his small fists clenched in anticipation. He had trained diligently under his master and was eager for an opportunity to prove himself, especially as palace guard had always treated him with deference, never daring to engage him in earnest. Nangong Qing sighed, bemused at the direction the prince had taken after learning from the empress. This was not the wise and respectful prince he once knew. "Very well, you have chosen death, and I shall ensure you are unrecognizable to your parents," Nangong Qing admonished, choosing to temper the situation, albeit reluctantly, for Jiang Mingzhu and Oppo's sake, as the empress herself seemed indifferent. Jiang Mingzhu let out a sinister laugh. Others may fear, but that is their weakness. I shall show you who truly commands this city. Here, teach him a lesson." Jiang Mingzhu, lacking martial prowess, saw Jiang Mingzhu and Oppo's henchmen preparing to strike and instinctively pushed the young prince forward. Not just Nangong Qing, but even the guards hidden in the shadows were taken aback by the empress's unexpected intervention. Her actions were indeed shocking. Jiang Mingzhu encouraged the young prince, who, despite his youth, surprised onlookers with his unusual skill, defeating 2 servants with ease. At that moment, Jiang Mingzhu's gaze fixated on Jiang Mingzhu, observing her intently for a moment. Jiang Mingzhu thought he recognized her, but instead, he leered, "You are quite the attractive woman, though perhaps a bit aged. Nevertheless, your delicate beauty could serve well as a bedwarmer for me." At this, Jiang Mingzhu, taken aback, choked on her tea, sputtering in disbelief. What audacious words! What kind of upbringing did Jiang Mingzhu give his son? Though impulsive, Jiang Mingzhu was not without wisdom. To suggest taking his own aunt as a concubine was beyond comprehension. If Jiang Mingzhu were to hear such a thing, his reaction would surely be one of shock. Nangong Qing, momentarily stunned, was quickly engulfed by a wave of fury. "How dare you? Who do you think you are to speak so?" Before he could finish his retort, Chapter 51. The ostentatious one, a fan soared through the air, striking Nangong Qing upon the forehead, interrupting his words and leaving a red mark. "Hey, Jiang Mingzhu, you inept scion, spending your days doing no good, only bullying the weak. Today, I shall make you regret your insolence." Nangong Qing was skilled in martial arts, yet the suddenness of the fan's assault rendered him momentarily bewildered, unable to anticipate this unforeseen calamity. The concealed guards were equally astonished, taken aback by the abrupt outburst from the foolish assailant, who acted without hesitation. The fan, devoid of lethal intent, caught everyone off guard. Jiang Mingzhu and the young prince. Nangong stood in disbelief as they witnessed the fan collide with Nangong Qing and Oppo's head. At that moment, the young prince was holding a household servant aloft. Ever since Jiang Mingzhu had, in a moment of weakness, opened a gift box containing a bottle of strength-enhancing pills, the young prince had become insistent on consuming them. Initially, Jiang Mingzhu had no intention of allowing him to partake, but the prince's persistence led her to humor him, resulting in an unforeseen turn of events. Despite being merely 3 years of age, the young prince, after consuming the strength-enhancing pill, possessed a strength that surpassed that of 2 adults combined. The label on the bottle promised that his might would only grow as he matured, a prospect both thrilling and terrifying. Jiang Mingzhu, observing the young prince's unexpected prowess, was taken aback as he effortlessly lifted a servant, his expression a mix of astonishment and admiration. When the young prince, caught in his surprise, forgot he was still holding the servant, The unfortunate soul tumbled to the ground with a dull thud, eliciting a sympathetic wince from Jiang Mingzhu. The young prince, ever polite, looked down at the groaning servant and, flashing a bright smile, said, "I apologize. It was not my intention to let go." The servant, realizing he had inadvertently crossed paths with such a little tyrant, deeply regretted accompanying his young master that day. He had taken great pains to secure his position, hoping to gain favor by merely appearing in the young master's presence. However, now he found himself regretting his decision as he faced the reality of the situation. At that moment, the owner of the fan finally made an entrance, adorned in a striking crimson robe that captured everyone's attention. One could only wonder from which illustrious household this ostentatious figure hailed. Jiang Yaozong, already incensed by his earlier misstep, found himself further irritated upon recognizing his opponent. "Lin Yaozu, you fool! Do you not consider your own standing before barging in here? I swear if I do not thrash you today, I will have wasted my years of being a dandy in the capital." It was clear that these two were acquainted, and without the need for provocation from others. They rolled up their sleeves and engaged in a spirited brawl. Fists flew and kicks landed in a dazzling display of combat. The servants below soon joined in, forming a chaotic melee of their own, their skills surprisingly matched. Jiang Mingzhu could only watch with a bemused expression as Nan Gongqing gingerly touched the spot where he had been struck, momentarily at a loss for how to react. The two ruffians were not strangers to him. He recognized them as prominent figures in the capital. Jiang Yaozong was from the Jiang family, while Lin Yaozu was the heir of the Duke of England. Not only did Nan Gongqing recognize them, but Jiang Mingzhu, upon hearing Lin Yaozu and Oppo's name, immediately understood his noble lineage. The connection was significant. The Duchess of England, Li Shu, was Jiang Mingzhu and Oppo's close friend from childhood. Though their paths diverged after one entered the palace and the other married, their bond remained, albeit strained by the passage of time and the weight of ambition. Li Shu had initially sought to advise Jiang Mingzhu during her rise in power, but as time passed and the latter grew weary of unsolicited counsel, their relationship gradually soured. Despite this, Jiang Mingzhu held a deep-seated affection for Li Shu, knowing that if she were ever in need, Li Shu would go to great lengths to assist her. "Grandmother, is that big brother in red standing up for us?" The young prince observed the brawling duo with a hint of disdain, having learned that such brawls were not the hallmark of true martial prowess. Indeed, that big brother in crimson, though lacking in skill, possesses a good heart. "I shall introduce him to you. He is quite an interesting character," Jiang Mingzhu replied, a smile gracing her features. "Do you know this big brother?" the young prince inquired, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Not only do I know him, but grandmother is also acquainted with his mother, who is remarkably skilled," Jiang Mingzhu responded. At this moment, the young prince, brimming with enthusiasm for martial arts, pondered the discrepancy between the big brother's lineage and his evident lack of skill. Surely, it must be that the big brother did not heed his mother's guidance. Chapter 52. Are these two fools really your nephews? At this moment, Nan Gongqing's anger had completely dissipated. Looking at the two foolish heirs, he felt that even engaging with them was beneath his dignity. However, the Empress Dowager and the Crown Prince appeared quite intrigued, so he had no intention of stopping the two imbeciles from fighting each other. Jiang Yaozong and Oppo's eyes had transformed into panda eyes, while Lin Yaozu, though a bit bruised, seemed overall unscathed and appeared to possess superior skills compared to Jiang Yaozong. Yet, this was the heir of the Earl of England, and Nan Gongqing pondered how the Earl had raised his son. Lin Yaozu's ostentatious attire, even more flamboyant than Jiang Yaozong's, further emphasized his wealth. Recalling the Earl's attitude, Nan Gongqing furrowed his brow. The Earl, seemingly apprehensive for unknown reasons, had not yet chosen a side, despite sharing many political views with them. In fact, the Earl had taken his wife on a journey through the rivers and lakes, making it impossible for Nan Gongqing to find anyone to discuss matters with. "Stop! Stop!" Jiang Yaozong suddenly raised his hand, collapsing onto the ground, clearly exhausted and panting heavily. "I ask you, Lin Yaozu, what have I done to offend you? Why must you oppose me at every turn? Wherever I appear, you are there as well." With a hint of defeat on his face, Jiang Yaozong continued, "The capital is vast. I can go wherever I please, and you have no say in it. Lin Yaozu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, retorting, My aunt is the current Empress Dowager. Are you truly not afraid? I will report you to the palace. Should that happen, the Earl's household will face severe consequences. The entire realm is subject to my aunt and Appo's decree. Even the emperor must heed her. This city is the territory of the Jiang family. Upon hearing this, Jiang Mingzhu felt a pang of concern for this reckless fool. Even she thought it unwise, let alone what the emperor might think. Of course not. Lin Yaozu hesitated, before continuing, Of course I'm not afraid. If you dare, go to the palace and report me. The Empress Dowager is wise and discerning. She may not necessarily side with you. You can flaunt your familial connection, but at one end Appo's hold much weight. Lin Yaozu, Jiang Yaozong retorted. What nonsense is this? My mother is right. The Empress Dowager's reputation is tarnished by you so-called relatives. The Empress Dowager is virtuous and humble, never resorting to bullying. Yet you do nothing but enjoy the benefits she provides while tarnishing her name. Jiang Mingzhu, hearing Lin Yaozu's words, thought to herself that he was indeed the son of her friend, appearing extravagant yet speaking with remarkable insight. Although she would prefer to engage in some bullying, she justified it as the Empress Dowager's authority. Grandmother, is this fool truly your nephew? The young crown prince whispered to Jiang Mingzhu, his thoughts wandering. Reluctantly, she nodded, acknowledging that this fool was indeed her nephew, albeit distantly related. However, she wondered where the little rascal had learned to use such fitting language. Upon seeing Jiang Mingzhu's reluctant nod, the young prince's mouth formed an O shape in astonishment. Heavens, this fool is indeed a nephew of the Empress Dowager. It was as if he had stumbled upon a remarkable secret, watching Jiang Yaozong with a hint of sympathy. Would such a foolish nephew be punished by the Empress Dowager? He believed she must not favor dullards, especially those daring to challenge her. What kind of ruckus is occurring in my Zhuai Xianlu? The Prince of Zhou entered with an air of authority, scolding those present. He had received reports of disturbances at Zhuai Xianlu and was eager to uncover the audacity of the troublemakers. Upon entering the private room, he found both Jiang Yaozong and Lin Yaozu present, but what shocked him more was the presence of the emperor, the Empress Dowager, and the young crown prince. The Prince of Zhou, youthful and inexperienced, could not conceal his changing expressions, revealing his astonishment. Jiang Mingzhu sat back, observing with amusement, unaware that Zhuai Xianlu was the prince's establishment. Your servant pays respects to the emperor, the Empress Dowager, and His Highness the Crown Prince. The Prince of Zhou, trembling with anxiety, offered his greetings to the esteemed figures. Jiang Yaozong and Lin Yaozu were equally stunned, kneeling in reverence. Especially Jiang Yaozong, who felt utterly disheartened, worrying about the consequences of his earlier words, uncertain if the Empress Dowager would hold it against him, or if his father would be furious. The young crown prince looked at the Prince of Zhou with curiosity. Uncle Wang, this Zhuai Xianlu is so grand and impressive. My grandmother said that anyone capable of establishing a restaurant here is extraordinary. Uncle Wang, you are truly remarkable. In his innocent candor, the young prince spoke his mind, which only intensified the Prince of Zhou's trepidation. Jiang Mingzhu regarded him with a knowing smile. The Prince of Zhou's might was indeed impressive. She had underestimated him in the past. In just a few short years since leaving the palace, he had built such a substantial enterprise, showcasing his capability. Your Majesty, you flatter me. The Prince of Zhou, under Jiang Mingzhu and Appo's scrutiny, began to perspire, secretly cursing that one day he and his mother would no longer be overshadowed by the Empress Dowager and would stand atop, making her bow before them. Nangongqing was equally surprised to discover that not only was the Prince of Ping not who he thought, but the Prince of Zhou also exceeded his expectations. He had previously been unaware of the prince's true abilities. As the Empress Dowager had stated, establishing a tavern on this street indicated a complex background. Despite the prince's royal status, your servant has recently acquired this tavern, having established my own business after leaving the palace. The Prince of Zhou explained, revealing the truth of his situation. Is that so? The prince and Appo's capabilities surpass my own, having acquired Zhuai Xianlu. Nangongqing mused, realizing the depth of the prince and Appo's endeavors. The Prince of Zhou remained uncertain of Jiang Mingzhu and Appo's intentions, listening intently as she continued. This Zue Xianlu was originally part of the late Emperor and Appo's private estate. I had presumed this establishment was a secret subsidy from the Emperor to the Prince of Ping and the Prince of Zhou, but it turns out you purchased it. Jiang Mingzhu's sarcasm was evident, and while the prince had previously been prepared to confirm her words, he now found himself at a loss. Nan Gongqing's expression darkened. He had not known that Zue Xianlu was once the late emperor's property. Chapter 53. He truly understood the drunken immortal pavilion, while a grand establishment in this location represents not merely wealth but also status. Yet it remains just an inn. It is only fitting to acknowledge that the late emperor and Appo's bequest to his son is hardly significant. Strangely, the dowager consort and her son have mastered the art of feigning misfortune, accustomed to concealing their realities. Thus they shroud their circumstances in secrecy, fearing that others might discover the advantages granted to them by the late emperor. Nan Gongqing found himself pondering the complexities of their situation. It wasn't merely a misinterpretation. Rather, he felt that the dowager consort and her son were more intricate than they appeared. The events that had unfolded over time compelled him to reassess their true standing. It seemed that the dowager consort was not as neglected as she projected. The drunken immortal pavilion was more than just a tavern. Yet it was also not a symbol of genuine affection, which the late emperor would never bestow. Other princes in the palace did not receive private property from the emperor either. Curiously, the impression held by many in the harem was that the dowager consort and her son were indeed unappreciated. Consequently, even though she had a son, no one regarded them highly, and they managed to live peacefully for many years. The Empress Dowager herself had endured considerable hardship before ascending to power, suffering from both overt and covert attacks within the palace. Reflecting on this, Nan Gongqing began to grasp some underlying truths, yet he still felt skeptical. In terms of beauty, the dowager consort was genuinely quite ordinary among the harem. The Empress Dowager had her reasons for being favored by the emperor, as indeed few could rival her beauty. Even now, at her age, she appeared increasingly youthful, resembling a woman in her 20s. This is certainly what the emperor left for you, to support you, he mused. There was no need for secrecy. Nan Gongli realized that he had no reason to hide such matters, especially as he was now a prince. It was better to be forthright about their situation rather than act in a manner that might imply they were engaged in unsavory dealings. Nan Gongli intended to retort, but Jiang Mingzhu interjected. Do not attempt to play coy with me. I am well aware of your character. Do you truly believe that what you possess is of any consequence? Not only this small establishment, but even the treasures in the late emperor and Appo's private vault hold no allure for me. Why must you be so secretive about such trivial matters? Though Nan Gongqing did not outwardly display his displeasure, he felt a sense of discomfort within. His late father had bequeathed him not only the throne, but also a series of burdens, without providing him with any substantial advantages. Everything had to be orchestrated by him. The fact that Prince Zhou received preferential treatment was perplexing. After all, who was he but another son of the late emperor? Hearing Jiang Mingzhu and Appo's remarks about Prince Zhou eased Nan Gongqing and Appo's spirits considerably. It was no wonder the Empress Dowager often felt inclined to scold others. It was indeed a refreshing sensation. Regrettably, he was not the Empress Dowager and could not act with such impunity. Mother, you are correct. I was in error, he began, attempting to articulate an explanation. However, Jiang Mingzhu showed no interest in listening. From now on, do not refer to me as mother. Call me Empress Dowager. You have your own mother, and I do not require an additional son. Jiang Mingzhu exhibited no mercy. Previously, she had little interest in troubling the dowager consort and her son, but now her disdain was palpable. If she found them displeasing, it was only natural that her ire would fall upon them. She possessed the authority to do so, and even if the dowager consort were to be infuriated, she would have to endure it. As for the emperor, he seemed disinclined to defend the dowager consort and her son, likely feeling similarly vexed by their secretive demeanor, which was hardly befitting of someone with an open heart. At this moment, Nan Gongli was consumed by rage, but he had no choice but to endure. The Empress Dowager was not someone they could oppose. Observing the Empress Dowager chastising Nangong Li, Lin Yaozu, and Apos, S. eyes sparkled with excitement. His mother was indeed correct. The Empress Dowager was imposing and forthright, embodying a principle of never suppressing herself while constraining others. This was the pinnacle he had always aspired to, yet he lacked her capability and could only elevate his spirit while suffering under his father and Apos' tyranny, unable to display his pain before his mother, lest she punish him further. His mother had declared that a son so ineffectual deserved to be beaten. Jiang Yaozong longed to hide away from the Empress Dowager's gaze. He knew that, given his previous actions, he was unworthy of her reprimands and would surely face severe consequences upon returning home. It was all his father and Apos' fault for not being astute enough to show him his aunt and Apos' portrait. Otherwise, such a situation would not have arisen. Jiang Mingzhu regarded Jiang Yaozong, who was nearly burying his face into the ground, and pointed her delicate, fair finger at him. "You there, why are you standing so far away? If you truly do not wish for me to see you, find a place to bury yourself. Your size is quite bothersome to my eyes." With no escape, Jiang Yaozong stepped forward and knelt before Jiang Mingzhu. "Aunt, I am indeed blind to not recognize you. I never anticipated you would be so youthful and beautiful, indistinguishable from a girl in her 20s. Please forgive me this once." Jiang Yaozong displayed some wit. Despite his fear, he knew to utter flattering words. Jiang Mingzhu and Apos' lips curled into a smile. It was undeniable that she felt a measure of delight from the praise. She believed her young nephew and Apos' compliments were sincere. "Though you may be blind, your taste is commendable. The late emperor once complimented my beauty, stating that I was a sight for sore eyes, unlike Consort Ping, who resembled a rustic peasant woman intruding upon the palace, which was quite unappetizing. Indeed, how could Consort Ping compare to you, dear aunt?" The late emperor possessed remarkable discernment. He truly knew how to appreciate beauty. Nangong Qing remained silent. The Empress Dowager and Apos' confidence was indeed well-founded, though her self-praise bordered on vanity. After all, the son of the belittled Consort Ping was present. Prince Zhou maintained a stoic expression, opting for silence as long as the Empress Dowager was pleased. Meanwhile, the young crown prince cast a wary glance at Jiang Yaozong. This fellow was far more adept at flattering their grandmother than he was. It dawned on him today that the Empress Dowager relished compliments about her beauty. No wonder, in the past, when he praised her for her grace and charm, she often dismissed him for being too mature for his age. He finally grasped it. "Grandmother, not to mention Consort Ping, your beauty surpasses even that of my mother. It is no wonder that grandfather praised you so. He truly possesses discerning taste." Chapter 54. Caught off guard, Jiang Mingzhu playfully tapped Nangongyi and Apos' forehead, saying, "You truly know how to amuse me, but I wonder if your mother would toss you into the Sinang Palace if she heard you say that." "Not at all. Mother adores you even more than I do. As long as she can present you as a compliment, she would be delighted," he replied. "You two are quite something," Jiang Mingzhu thought, but she refrained from voicing her thoughts. This mother-son duo had both become quite attached to her. A shadow of displeasure flickered across the eyes of the Zhouwang. The Empress Dowager and Apos' action seemed to signal to others that he did not favor this mother-son pair. Henceforth, anyone seeking to curry favor with the Empress Dowager might feel compelled to belittle them. In the past, Nangongqing would defend the Ping Tai Fei and her son, but this time he remained silent throughout. Jiang Mingzhu observed the emperor's demeanor and smirked. No one was a fool. Yet, the late emperor and the Ping Tai Fei had treated others as if they were. This time, she would turn the tables and make them suffer. Even if the late emperor had made arrangements for them, in the face of absolute power, the Ping Tai Fei and her son would have to kneel. She was well aware of Zhou Wang and Apos' frustration, but so what? Over the years, she had endured their covert schemes. Whenever she was displeased, they would have their fair share of grievances. Jiang Mingzhu had always been one to repay enmity with enmity. In her previous life, she had remained in the shadows while the Ping Tai Fei and her son thrived. Now, the tables had turned, and they could await her retribution. I Ching had already unearthed some clues. Once evidence was gathered, it would be presented before the emperor. Given his nature, the Pingtai Fei and her son would only face a more dismal fate. The emperor and Apos' methods were bloodless yet ruthless. In the end, the Pingtai Fei and her son would find themselves with no escape. Nephew pays his respects to Her Majesty the Empress Dowager. Lin Yaozu, upon noticing Jiang Mingzhu and Apos' gaze, approached with a beaming smile, kneeling before her without her prompting. Everyone heard Lin Yaozu's address. Indeed, Jiang Yaozu was the Empress Dowager's true nephew, and Lin Yaozu seemed rather unfazed, contrary to what one might expect. Jiang Mingzhu felt a flicker of joy at Lin Yaozu and Apos' words. It seemed that Li Shu had mentioned their bond to the child, for otherwise, Lin Yaozu would not have spoken in her defense. Rise. Your mother is quite carefree these days, wandering about. She should bring you to the palace more often to visit me. Your Majesty, you must speak to my mother. She is so preoccupied with her father, enjoying herself, that she has left me, her only child, in the capital, neglected and alone. I am but a pitiful creature, so please show me some kindness, Lin Yaozu said, unabashedly leaning closer to Jiang Mingzhu. Unlike Jiang Yaozu, who feared and respected Jiang Mingzhu, Lin Yaozu displayed a charming familiarity. Jiang Mingzhu regarded Lin Yaozu with amusement. Li Shu and Apos' son was entirely different from his parents. At first glance, he appeared ostentatious, but a closer look revealed a lively spirit, adept at reading the room. At that moment, the young Prince Ningongyi was on high alert. Each of these individuals seemed intent on vying for his grandmother and Apos' affection. He had claimed that substantial leg first, and he would not permit anyone to usurp his place in her presence. The young man in red, who had initially appeared agreeable, now seemed to harbor ulterior motives, particularly as he made the Empress Dowager smile. Moreover, he sensed that she held a fondness for this red-clad youth, as evidenced by the genuine joy reflected in her eyes. Grandmother, look at this big brother. He and Apos' so grown yet still seeks your attention. How embarrassing. The young prince, relying on his tender age, positioned himself protectively in front of Jiang Mingzhu, sticking out his tongue at Lin Yaozu. Lin Yaozu, amused by this clever little one, could not help but recall his own childhood mischief. The child wished to monopolize the Empress Dowager and Apos' affection, yet his bond with her was far more intricate than what the young prince could comprehend. Compared to Jiang Yaozu, who was merely a nephew by blood, Lin Yaozu held a more profound place in her heart. Previously, he had thought his mother too naive, believing the Empress Dowager was consumed by power and unworthy of such devotion. However, upon seeing her today, he recognized that he had been misled by external prejudices. The Empress Dowager and Apos' feelings for his mother were equally profound. Some affections do not require constant communication. They simply endure. Just like the bond between the Empress Dowager and his mother. Despite the absence of contact, their connection remains stronger than that of outsiders. Today, his defense of the Empress Dowager was initially for his mother, but upon meeting her, his support became imbued with sincerity. Your Highness in my heart, the Empress Dowager is akin to my own elder, thus I feel a sense of closeness. Young Master Lin, you are of an age where you should exhibit more composure. Lest your father worry about you. In the future, conduct yourself with greater prudence. Nin Gongqing reprimanded sternly, his expression darkening as he regarded Lin Yaozu. It was one thing for a child prince to behave so. It was another for Lin Yaozu, a young adult, to approach her in such a manner, standing taller than the Empress Dowager herself. How presumptuous! He was not truly related by blood, yet he had the audacity to call her and Apos' mother, and Apos', rubbing his still aching forehead. He thought that if Lin Yaozu were not the heir of the Duke of England, he would surely impose some punishment, regardless of the Empress Dowager's presence. Yes, I will heed the Emperor's teachings. Before others, Lin Yaozu presented a carefree demeanor, but in the presence of Nan Gongqing, he maintained his decorum. As the heir to the Duke of England, he understood the importance of propriety, standing respectfully. Their family's position was rather delicate at present. Your Majesty, please do not blame him. He is simply at ease around me, as I have known his mother since childhood. Though we do not frequently communicate now, the bond of the past remains. Indeed, mother, Nan Gongqing took note of the familiarity in the Empress Dowager's tone and Lin Yaozu's defense of her. No wonder he had previously tried to court the Duke of England's favor, yet the Duke remained unmoved. It turned out there was a close connection between the Duke and the Empress Dowager. The Duke was a perceptive man, navigating a precarious situation, preferring to avoid entanglement. Hence, he and his wife were traveling. As Jiang Mingzhu spoke, she turned her attention back to Lin Yaozu. "You clever little monkey, why are you acting foolishly now? If you seek a protector, who could be more reliable than the emperor? Why not bow before him and see if he will accept you, you foolish boy?" Jiang Mingzhu was not only guiding Lin Yaozu, but also directing the Duke of England to seek the emperor's favor. In her previous life, the Duke had missed out on a prime opportunity with Nan Gongqing, who would have favored the Duke. Yet they ultimately failed to align themselves and were gradually marginalized from the centers of power. This time, Jiang Mingzhu had made a decisive choice for the Duke of England. This turn of events was utterly unexpected. Lin Yaozu was caught off guard, momentarily stunned, before quickly recovering and kneeling before Nan Gongqing. Chapter 55, Jiang Mingzhu, how dare you? Initially, the British Duke and Oppos' residents maintained a neutral stance due to the Empress Dowager and Oppos' influence, unwilling to oppose her. However, now that the Empress Dowager has thrust the British Duke's residence before the Emperor, Lin Yaozu solemnly addressed the Emperor, stating, "Your Majesty, if there is anyone who can govern this realm, it is undoubtedly you. I implore you to enlighten me, for I do not wish to appear foolish." Lin Yaozu's demeanor was far from frivolous. He performed a deep bow with utmost seriousness. Nan Gongqing, observing this, also adopted a more solemn expression and personally assisted Lin Yaozu to rise, saying, "Excellent. Since you're willing to follow me, I shall not hesitate to impart my knowledge to you. I hope to have another capable minister by my side in the future. I shall faithfully heed your Majesty and Oppos' teachings and devote myself to serving the nation and supporting you." Lin Yaozu replied earnestly. Nan Gongqing patted Lin Yaozu on the shoulder, expressing his approval. A son raised by the British Duke and Duchess could not possibly be a wastrel. Moreover, Lin Yaozu demonstrated a keen ability to read people, revealing that he understood the underlying meaning of the Empress Dowager's words. This was in stark contrast to Jiang Yaozong, who remained oblivious to the subtleties of the situation, truly embodying the essence of a wastrel. Supported by Nan Gongqing, Lin Yaozu and Oppos' posture transformed, standing a bit taller, though he could not articulate the change. The Duke of Zhou observed this interaction with a shadowed gaze, lowering his head as Jiang Mingzhu and Oppos' eyes swept over him. Upon returning to the palace after a meal, Jiang Mingzhu heard the system and Oppos' voice ding. "Congratulations, host. The male lead and Oppos' hatred value has decreased by 20 and the trust level has increased by 5. Current hatred value, 48 out of 100. Trust level, 75. You have received a large gift package." Inside the gift package were 3 smaller packages, which Jiang Mingzhu decided to save for later. After freshening up, she laid down to rest, feeling utterly exhausted from the day's events. In the Shoan Palace, news reached the Empress Dowager that the emperor dined with her at the Zhe Xianlu, accompanied by the crown prince, engaged in laughter and conversation. Upon hearing this, the concubine Ping and Oppos' expression darkened considerably. "You must be mistaken. The emperor harbors a deep-seated hatred for the Empress Dowager. How could he possibly share laughter with her? It must be a fade." Concubine Ping dismissed the report incredulously, yet she could not deny that the emperor and Oppos' relationship with the Empress Dowager had indeed softened recently. The recent envoy from the Liang Kingdom had been dispatched by the Empress Dowager, and the crown prince had frequently stayed in the Xinang Palace. Concubine Ping was well aware of the implications of this trust, as it stemmed from the Empress Dowager's earlier intervention to save the crown prince. However, it cannot solely be attributed to that event. The emperor had not objected to the crown prince and Oppos' visits, suggesting he believed the Empress Dowager meant no harm. Previously, Concubine Ping had consoled herself with this reasoning, but upon hearing the latest news, her composure shattered. Although she had only cared for the emperor for a brief period, she understood his character well enough. If he still felt the same loathing for the Empress Dowager, he would never accompany her to Xianlu for a meal. This cannot be allowed. Concubine Ping and Apos. S expression twisted in fury. She had endured years of humiliation. Watching the Empress Dowager and Apos' gradual downfall and the intensifying conflict between her and the Emperor. Yet, how had everything changed so suddenly? The Empress Dowager seemed to have transformed, showing indifference towards her children and relinquishing her previously iron-fisted control over court affairs. Where had everything gone awry? Your Highness, there is no possibility of error. Moreover, our Lord was present at that moment. Someone whispered in concubine Ping's ear. Her expression shifted dramatically, and she erupted in anger. Jiang Mingzhu, you have gone too far. How dare you treat my son in such a manner? Your Highness, I suspect the Empress Dowager has caught on to something, which is why she is targeting you and the Duke of Zhou, the subordinate suggested cautiously. Concubine Ping pondered, but I cannot fathom how she could have discerned any weaknesses. She had shown no signs until now. It was conceivable that something had gone awry. If so, it would pose a significant problem. Concubine Ping furrowed her brow, realizing that her strength was still insufficient to contend with the Empress Dowager. She had initially intended to leverage the conflict between the Emperor and the Empress Dowager, banking on her relationship with the Emperor. Though we have been cautious, both Xinang Palace and Qinqing Palace are under tight scrutiny, making it difficult to maneuver further, she concluded. For now, we must remain still. I shall contemplate the situation with the Empress Dowager. If it comes to pass, we may have to take action. But she is the Empress Dowager. After the last purge of the harem, many of our allies were eliminated, and her defenses are formidable. It will not be easy to act against her, her advisor cautioned. Thus, patience was required. The opportunity to reveal her trump card had to be meticulously planned. After so many years of smooth sailing, it was disheartening to reach this juncture, where she might need to employ the last piece left to her. Your Highness, you must consider carefully. Should anything happen to the Empress Dowager, it could incite considerable unrest. I must strategize thoroughly, ensuring that my plans are flawless and devoid of any flaws. I cannot allow the Emperor to suspect me, she resolved. The following day, after court adjourned, Jiangsu arrived at the Xinang Palace to offer his apologies. Jiang Mingzhu regarded him with a nonchalant expression as he feigned contrition, dismissing him with a few perfunctory words. Not long after, Jiang Hui also made his way to the Xinang Palace, evidently seeking to avoid Jiangsu. Your Majesty, that wretched creature has committed such rebellious acts this time. I wish to seize this opportunity to separate the second branch from the family and establish clear boundaries. Jiang Hui declared. Jiang Mingzhu and Apos' words had lingered in Jiang Hui and Apos' mind. Although Jiang Su had been acting out of line, it did not warrant a complete division of the family. However, this incident provided a perfect pretext. Jiang Hui, filled with indignation, found the situation utterly absurd. Let us proceed, as my elder brother suggests. This is indeed a suitable excuse. Yet, mere separation is insufficient. It would be best to expel the second branch entirely. Separating the second branch is feasible, but expulsion from the family will be challenging, as many still support Jiang Su, Jiang Hui replied. If that is the case, then you, elder brother, should detach yourself from the Jiang clan and establish your own household. Are you truly prepared to go this far? We must sever ties decisively. I suspect the Emperor is preparing to take action. The clearer our separation, the less likely we are to be entangled with Jiang Su. Jiang Hui appeared conflicted. Without destruction, there can be no construction. Brother, at this juncture, we can no longer hesitate. Given Jiang Su's actions, even the annihilation of the Jiang family would be justified. Chapter 56. What happened? My lord, I understand. Do not dwell on any sentiments. Jiang Su is a man who values only profit and ambition. Consider your own wife and children, reflect on the plight of our family, and you will know what must be done. Unnecessary kindness and sentimentality will only lead to the destruction of those closest to you. If the Emperor takes action, could it implicate you? Jiang Mingzhu retracted her lazy demeanor. Her gaze profound. Implication is certain. Despite the seemingly good relationship I currently maintain with the Emperor, you are aware of the actions I have taken in the past, which are sufficient to incite his desire for my demise. However, as Emperor, he must consider more than personal vendettas. I still possess value for him. So there is no need for you to worry excessively. I have my own plans. When Jiang Mingzhu decided to abandon Jiang Su, she anticipated this calamity. The numerous actions she has taken recently were aimed at minimizing her enmity and maximizing the trust the emperor places in her, all in preparation for this crucial moment of severance. This endeavor is undoubtedly perilous. Even if the emperor does not execute her, should he uncover the entirety of the truth, the animosity directed towards her will undoubtedly escalate to its peak. If Jiang Su remains silent, brother, I've already stated this. Do not harbor any hopes for Jiang Su. When the time comes, he will be the first to betray us, casting all our past deeds, even the ones we have not committed, upon us. Is it truly at this juncture? Do you still not believe me? Jiang Hui certainly believed her, but he could not help but cling to a glimmer of hope. Fortunately, most of the heinous acts were perpetrated by Jiang Su, some of which even Jiang Mingzhu was unaware. Jiang Su lacks evidence. Even if he attempts to implicate her, the emperor would only believe 8 parts of it, leaving 2 parts of doubt. This 2-part uncertainty represents Jiang Mingzhu's chance for a turnaround. Although Jiang Hui was unaware of how the Empress Dowager planned to reverse the situation, he understood it would be fraught with danger. Otherwise, how could she gain the emperor and Appo's trust? Do not fret, brother. You need only manage your own household. I have my own arrangements. Regardless of what news you hear, you must remain calm and collected. Jiang Mingzhu's early reminders were due to her understanding that Jiang Hui was the one most concerned for her. If he were to receive any distressing news and lose his composure, it would be detrimental. Upon hearing her words, Jiang Hui grew increasingly anxious. Little sister, you. Brother, there is no need to inquire. I, too, shall act according to circumstances. However, I possess a 60% assurance that if things progress smoothly, not only will Jiang Su be dealt with, but the hidden hand orchestrating events from the shadows will also be exposed. The hidden hand? Are you referring to concubine Ping? Is it truly her? Jiang Hui could scarcely believe it. He was aware of concubine Ping, and it was precisely this knowledge that made it hard to fathom that such a woman could stir the tides of power from behind the scenes. Regardless of who it is this time, I shall ensure a hand is severed. Jiang Mingzhu's tone was fierce. She had returned for quite some time, yet that force stirring up chaos had not diminished. Did she truly have no means to counter it? Merely inflicting superficial damage was not Jiang Mingzhu's style. Rather than alerting the snake in the grass, it was far better to seize an opportunity for a decisive strike. In recent days, Jiang Mingzhu had adopted a more placid demeanor, appearing somewhat kind-hearted in her actions. Jiang Hui had thought his sister had changed, but upon hearing her words, he realized she was still the sister he knew so well. Little sister, you must prioritize your safety above all else. No matter the circumstances, your well-being is paramount, even more than the fate of the Jiang family. As long as you have your life, everything else can be rebuilt. Jiang Mingzhu felt warmth at Jiang Hui and Appo's words. Whether in her past life or this one, her brother had always treated her with such care. Moreover, there were Qin Shao and the others who followed her, all of whom she could not let down. For their sake, she must strive to survive against all odds, not only to succeed in her revival, but to execute a resounding comeback. If she thrived, those around her would prosper too. Thus, she chose this perilous course of action. Of course, with the system at her disposal, it was not overly reckless. Brother, we have not yet reached that point. You must trust me. If we can weather this storm, even if the Jiang family experiences a period of decline, we shall eventually restore our former glory, perhaps even achieve greater heights. Brother, for your sake, I shall also take care of myself. You need only focus on your own affairs and ensure that the main branch does not hinder me in this matter. Rest assured, little sister, I will manage the affairs of the main branch diligently. At all times, it shall be a source of support for you. Very well, then hasten your arrangements. We must act swiftly to sever ties with Jiang Su. Jiang Hui nodded, a fierce look flashing across his face. You could trust me, little sister. I know what to do. The matter regarding Jiang Yaozong alone is not sufficient. To sever the ties between the two families, a compelling reason for animosity must be established. Emerging from the palace, Jiang Hui summoned his eldest son, Jiang Yaoza, into his study. The details of their conversation remained undisclosed, but when Jiang Yaoza exited the study, his eyes were red-rimmed. Returning home, Jiang Yaoza glanced at his wife and children, taking the rare opportunity to share a meal with them. The next day, Jiang Hui called all the legitimate branches, side branches, and relatives of the Jiang family to assemble. Jiang Su was aware that this matter concerning Jiang Yaozong would not easily pass at Jiang Hui's hands, and he did not expect such a grand spectacle. What exactly was Jiang Hui attempting to achieve? In truth, he had already sensed that both the Empress Dowager and Jiang Hui had distanced themselves from him. However, the Jiang family remained united. Having contributed so much to the family in the past, the Empress Dowager could not simply cast him aside. Father, will uncle truly not kill me? Jiang Yaozong was in a state of panic. His uncle and father were not the same. His uncle despised his bullying behavior, especially since he had offended the Empress Dowager this time. What is there to be anxious about? I have long advised you to temper your behavior and avoid causing trouble. Now that the situation has unfolded, what good is your anxiety? Though Jiang Mingzhu was in the palace, news of the Jiang family and Appo's movements reached her immediately. Master, the elder has made such a grand display. It appears he is resolute. You may rest assured, my lady. Feng Ruo understood Jiang Mingzhu's thoughts better than anyone. I'm not worried about this matter. My brother's previous hesitations stemmed solely from familial ties. Once he resolves to act, he will handle matters efficiently. Jiang Mingzhu spoke, her gaze drifting afar, her expression less than favorable. To sever ties completely, a grand upheaval must occur, and there would inevitably be casualties. In truth, although Jiang Yaozong was unruly, he was not malevolent. He had not committed any acts that endangered lives. While he certainly deserved punishment, it should not reach such extremes. However, sacrifices must be made for the main branch. Jiang Mingzhu felt that the longer she served as Empress Dowager, the harder her heart became. Your Majesty, something is amiss. A eunuch rushed in, nearly tumbling, fear etched across his face. Jiang Mingzhu sprang to her feet. Speak quickly, what has happened? Chapter 57. The observant elders. The elder sought to separate the second master, but the second master resisted. Each family member had their own opinions, and the second master uttered some unkind words. The elder, enraged, intended to punish young Master Yaozong, but the second master disagreed. Subsequently, in an unknown turn of events, young Master Yaoza and young Master Yaozong quarreled. Young Master Yaozong slapped young Master Yaoza, leading to a brawl, resulting in Yaozong killing Yaoza. What did you say? This convoluted narrative left one somewhat dizzy, but Jiang Mingzhu comprehended the gravity of the situation. She could hardly believe her ears. Yaozong had killed Yaoza. Jiang Mingzhu felt her body weaken. Although Yaoza was not particularly accomplished, he had always been sensible and obedient. How could he have engaged in a conflict with Yaozong without reason? Surely it must have been. Why would her elder brother go to such lengths? He would not forsake Yaozong, a child so filial. Tears streamed down Jiang Mingzhu's cheeks uncontrollably. In her previous life, that child had met with a tragic fate, and she had hoped for a different outcome this time, only to witness such a brutal sacrifice for the family. Feng Ruo quickly supported Jiang Mingzhu and turned to the messenger, urging, calm down and clarify the situation. Did you not say that the royal physician was summoned to save young Master Yaoza? He should still be alive. The messenger hesitated. Well, given the circumstances, everyone believes young Master Yaoza is unlikely to survive. He has lost so much blood, and the royal physician has deemed it difficult to save him. Jiang Mingzhu's weakened body regained strength. Is it true that Yaoza is not dead? The palace servant thought to herself that even if he were alive, it would be akin to being dead. Under Feng Ruo and Appo's glare, she dared not speak further. Feng Ruo, however, took note of this servant. Such audacity to intimidate the Empress Dowager could not be excused as mere ignorance. It was undoubtedly deliberate. In the inner palace, regardless of whether one was a newcomer or an old hand, such recklessness was unheard of. At that moment, Jiang Mingzhu had no mind for these details. Her only desire was to ascertain Yaoza and Appo's fate. If he lived, there was still hope. Upon receiving a negative answer, she longed to immediately rush to the Jiang ancestral hall. Prepare my horse at once. Feng Ruo looked at her mistress in surprise. Since entering the palace, Jiang Mingzhu had not ridden a horse. Everyone presumed she had forgotten how, not knowing that she could ride far better than most noble ladies in the capital. Her equestrian skills and confident demeanor were truly dazzling. Under the tutelage of General Qin, who had not yet risen to the rank of Grand General, she had been merely a sheltered girl, their pairing quite fitting. Yet, a decree forced her into the palace. And no matter how much General Qin resisted, he could not oppose the powers of the court, leaving him with a heavy heart. Jiang Mingzhu, heartbroken, was compelled to enter the palace, thereafter refusing to ride again. Her subsequent actions might have been a form of retribution against the late emperor. It was evident that Jiang Mingzhu had come to terms with much. As Feng Ruo contemplated this, Jiang Mingzhu had already mounted her horse, galloping towards the palace exit. Despite years without riding, her movements were fluid, as if etched into her memory, instinctively returning to her. I Ching observed Jiang Mingzhu's galloping figure, a fervent light flashing in his eyes. Without hesitation, he followed closely behind. On the palace path, a woman clad in green galloped, drawing the astonished gazes of many, who dared to ride within the palace. Upon recognizing her, they quickly knelt in reverence. Jiang Mingzhu raced towards the palace exit, where news of her actions swiftly reached Nangong Qing. What did you say? Nangong Qing thought he misheard. Lin Xian had already received word, whispering in his ear. Nangong Qing, bearing a complex expression of admiration, remarked, Jiang Hui is indeed decisive. This is commendable. While it is regrettable for Jiang Yaoza, the Jiang family is fortunate to have such a sincere child. It seems the Empress Dowager is aware of your intentions towards Jiang Su. Her insight is beyond that of ordinary individuals, thus sparing me from difficulty. Jiang Mingzhu hastened back to the Jiang Ancestral Hall. Halt! Who goes there? The guards at the entrance did not recognize her. Although they sensed her extraordinary demeanor, they dared not admit her entry. Given the gravity of the situation, any misstep could result in severe punishment. A crowd had gathered nearby, and in a tea house not far away sat several high-ranking officials from the court. The guards, unfamiliar with Jiang Mingzhu, soon realized the identities of the noblemen present. Although the Empress Dowager was merely dressed in simple attire today, her aura was unmistakably commanding. Even from a distance, they felt an overwhelming sense of awe and threat. How dare you obstruct her? The guards had never anticipated their esteemed Empress Dowager would return in such a manner, especially as Jiang Mingzhu appeared so youthful. They were taken aback, unable to react in time as she attempted to force her way in. Stand back. This is the Jiang Ancestral Hall. You, a mere woman, cannot enter recklessly. Leave at once or face our wrath. The courtiers, witnessing the scene from the tea house, knelt in unison before the Jiang Ancestral Hall. Realizing the identity of the woman before them, the guards turned pale, collapsing to the ground. We are at fault. Please forgive us, Your Majesty. At this moment, Jiang Mingzhu was too preoccupied to address them, ignoring the kneeling officials as she strode directly into the hall. The elderly officials, led by Prime Minister Wei, exchanged glances before promptly following her inside. The guards dared not impede them. Despite his frail form, Prime Minister Wei moved swiftly, fearing he might be left behind. Chancellor Chun, an elder statesman, hurried to keep pace. The cunning old fox Wei had come down specifically to follow the Empress Dowager into the hall, refusing to be left out. The other ministers also hastened their steps, their eyes gleaming with curiosity. Upon entering the Jiang Ancestral Hall, Jiang Mingzhu did not pause to acknowledge the gathering, but inquired directly about Jiang Yaoza's whereabouts, proceeding without hesitation. Jiang Hui had initially thought the royal physician had arrived, only to be surprised to find Jiang Mingzhu had returned. Jiang Mingzhu had raced back on horseback while the physician was still on the way. Your servant greets the Empress Dowager. Jiang Hui quickly moved to kneel and pay his respects, but Jiang Mingzhu supported him. Brother, enough with the formalities. There is no time for such niceties. Your Majesty, please save Yaoza. At this moment, Jiang Yaoza's wife and children approached, despite the Ancestral Hall's rules prohibiting female relatives from entering. Given Yaoza's dire condition, Jiang Mingzhu wasted no time and placed a pill into his mouth. Could this be? Meeting Jiang Hui's gaze, Jiang Mingzhu nodded affirmatively. Chapter 58. The sect division, how could this be happening? Tears welled in Jiang Hui's eyes. This was his eldest son, and how could he not feel anguish? He had never intended for things to escalate to this point. Who would have thought that this foolish child would act so resolutely? Brother, nothing is more important than Yaoza's life, but this matter must remain confidential. Jiang Hui was aware of Jiang Mingzhu and Amp. Appo's heart preservation pill, yet he did not know that the last pill had already been given to Qin Shao. How could he explain the surplus heart preservation pills acquired from the system? Fortunately, this was a secretive matter, with the imperial physician yet to arrive. As long as Jiang Hui kept it confidential, no one would know that Jiang Yaoza had consumed the heart preservation pill. Thank you, little sister. Jiang Hui's wife was also privy to the situation. Given the gravity of the events, she held some resentment toward Jiang Mingzhu, yet with her sister-in-law being the empress, she could only suppress her grievances. After all, this was for the greater good of the Jiang family, and there were no options left. She had not anticipated her sister-in-law's willingness to part with the last heart preservation pill, and both spouses felt a surge of emotion for one another. Jiang Mingzhu had no way to explain the origin of the extra heart preservation pill, leading to this miscommunication. Little did they know that she would have offered the last one regardless. At that moment, the imperial physician rushed in with his medicine chest. Although young Master Yaoza's condition was perilous, nearly injuring his heart meridian, his pulse indicated that he was not in immediate danger. He merely needed time and care to recuperate. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hui and the physician finally breathed a sigh of relief. That is good news indeed. Thank the heavens. Jiang Hui and Amp, Appo's wife wiped her tears. Now that her son was safe, she could regain her composure. Jiang Hui exchanged a glance with Jiang Mingzhu. Brother, since Yaoza is out of danger, let sister-in-law take care of him while we address the subsequent matters. A fierce determination flashed across Jiang Mingzhu's face, and Jiang Hui nodded in agreement, both bearing the same resolute expression. Although the sect division posed more obstacles than he had anticipated, it was an inevitable course of action, especially with the attitudes of some relatives, which made him increasingly aware that aside from the main branch and a few collateral branches staunchly supporting him, others harbored a sense of opportunism, wishing to muddle through. Such individuals must be forsaken. His Yaoza had nearly lost his life, yet some still sought to compromise. Did they truly believe that Jiang Hui was soft-hearted? Empress, Yaoza is safe now. It will be best for you to return to the palace. Jiang's affairs will be handled well by my brother. You shall not be disappointed. Upon exiting the room, Jiang Hui turned to Jiang Mingzhu, fully aware of the scene that awaited him. Although the empress's presence was advantageous to him, he did not wish for her to witness such ugliness. Brother, since I have left the palace, let us resolve this matter before I return. Little sister brother, you need not worry. After so many years in the palace, I have encountered all manner of deceitful characters. They are merely greedy relatives unwilling to relinquish their interests. With her words, Jiang Hui stepped aside, allowing Jiang Mingzhu to lead the way into the main hall. Long live the empress! The news of Jiang Mingzhu's return had reached the relatives in the hall, and upon receiving orders, they were all waiting in the main hall. As Jiang Mingzhu entered, they bowed in unison, including the ministers who had come to observe the spectacle, all kneeling to pay their respects to her. Please rise. Jiang Mingzhu took her seat at the head of the table and spoke to dismiss the formalities. Jiang Su stood to her side, his expression dark and foreboding. Jiang Mingzhu exchanged a glance with Jiang Hui, who understood her intention. Today, we have gathered all relatives for a clear purpose. However, Jiang Yaozong committed a grave offense without remorse, nearly taking my Yaoza into Appo's life. Such cruelty disregards the bonds of brotherhood. Will he next seek to harm me, his uncle? Brother, Yaozong merely made a mistake. Jiang Su, I initially considered our brotherly ties. Yet here you are still defending Jiang Yaozong. Do you not find that laughable? Brother, this must be a misunderstanding. Fortunately, Yaozong and Appo's life is not in jeopardy. I will punish him severely and make amends to Yaoza. That is unnecessary. From this day forth, we are no longer brothers. What do you mean by that? It means that our Jiang family will divide. I, Jiang Hui, shall establish a separate branch. Although we share the same surname, we shall no longer have any ties or connections. Jiang Su realized that Jiang Hui would not relent. He had not anticipated that Jiang Hui would demand a division, completely severing their relationship. His countenance darkened significantly. "Ah Hui, how can it come to this? You brothers should stand united. How could you entertain the notion of division over such a trivial matter?" The speaker was the eldest clan elder, a figure of great standing in the family. "Do you believe that my Yaoza and Amp, Oppo's near-fatal incident is trivial? This was merely an accident. Yaozong was in the wrong, and he should be appropriately punished. We shall not obstruct that, and I believe Su will not shield Yaozong. It is easy for you to speak lightly, because it is not your son who nearly perished. You, Ahui, how can you say such things? Ahui, while you are understandably upset, the division of the sect is no small matter. The Jiang family has only recently flourished. If we divide, it will certainly harm our vitality. Something the Empress would not wish to see. Empress, please advise the clan leader. The matter of division is of great significance." Jiang Mingzhu observed the clan elders and relatives kneeling before her, spouting grandiose rhetoric, and she could not help but smirk inwardly. Some even suggested that Jiang Hui disregarded the greater good, prioritizing personal vendettas over family interests, proposing that Jiang Su replace Jiang Hui as clan leader. This was spurred by Jiang Mingzhu and Oppo's previous trust in Jiang Su, leading the elders to believe that the Empress might not necessarily side with Jiang Hui. As this suggestion arose, many supported it. Nearly a third of the elders and relatives stood with Jiang Su. These elders, fearing Jiang Su's cunning and driven by his ambitions for greater benefits, revealed their true, pragmatic natures. "Mother, I too concur. Uncle is overly indecisive. How can such a temperament lead the Jiang family to greater heights? It would be better for the second uncle to take the lead. His capabilities and dedication to the clan surpass those of the eldest uncle." At this moment, Nan Gongqi arrived, not to advocate for the beloved Jiang Hui, but to speak on behalf of Jiang Su. With Nan Gongqi and Oppo's arrival, more people stepped forward, and those supporting Jiang Su had now surpassed half. If anyone has further thoughts, feel free to voice them. I am all ears. Jiang Mingzhu and Oppo's expression was one of feigned amusement. Chapter 59. How the woman resembles the Empress Dowager. Several esteemed ministers, including Prime Minister Wei, stood aside, exchanging glances upon hearing the Empress Dowager's words. The elders of the Jiang family displayed commendable courage, evidently unaccustomed to the Empress and Oppo's wrath, as they remained undeterred at such a critical moment. Jiang Hui, the Empress Dowager and Oppo's blood brother, had ventured out to rescue Jiang Yaoza. Yet they chose to side with Jiang Su, oblivious to the tumult brewing before them. Observing the Empress Dowager's countenance, the ministers silently retreated, hoping to diminish their presence and evade her notice. Prime Minister Wei cast a fierce glare at the elder Chun, blaming him for his reckless encouragement, fearing the dire consequences should the Empress Dowager's fury erupt. Recalling the recent banquet, where even the envoy from Liang was met with the Empress and Oppo's fierce reprimand, he shuddered at the thought of such violence being directed at him. The envoy, a robust martial artist, had barely withstood the Empress's might, while he, an aging man, could hardly bear such force. Elder Chun, catching Prime Minister Wei and Oppo's accusatory gaze, furtively glanced at the beams above, justifying his loyalty to the emperor. The Empress Dowager's lineage held immense power, particularly with Jiang Su's ambitious nature, which displayed a lack of reverence towards the emperor. If the Jiang family were to fragment, it would indeed be advantageous. He discerned the disparity between Jiang Hui and Jiang Su, yet he remained oblivious to the foolishness of the Jiang elders, who, in their pursuit of petty gains, failed to recognize the gravity of the Empress Dowager's displeasure. "Mother, look, the elders of the Jiang family share this sentiment. If uncle lacks the ability, why not let second uncle take charge?" Jiang Mingzhu and Oppo's words cut through the tension, and Nan Gongqi felt stripped of dignity, initially believing the Empress Dowager was merely vexed. With the passage of time, he recalled his uncle and Oppo's request and Wan and Amp. Oppose. S. Council, suppressing his indignation. Mother, I understand your anger. Yet Wanwan is now my wife. She is obedient and filial. I shall bring her to the palace to formally greet you, and I am certain you will take a liking to her. Do not feign innocence with that delicate demeanor, Jiang Mingzhu retorted, her heart heavy with disdain for even the mere sight of him. Nan Gongqi, I have never jested with you, nor should you presume to act as my son. Otherwise, do not blame me for my harshness. She cast a glance at I Ching, instructing, remove this irrelevant person from my presence. At her command, Prime Minister Wei and Elder Chen nearly broke into a cold sweat, relieved when I Ching expelled Nan Gongqi without further incident, sparing him from public humiliation. Elder Chen wiped the sweat from his brow, contemplating the unfolding situation. Prime Minister Wei scoffed, coward, and yet you dare to instigate him. As Nan Gongqi exited, the Jiang family members exchanged glances, beginning to grasp the Empress Dowager's intentions, with many feeling regretful. However, Jiang Mingzhu denied them the chance to reconsider. Now that you have all spoken, it is my turn. I consent to the division of the Jiang clan. How can the Empress Dowager do this? The third uncle, relying on his seniority and experience, had always received deference from Jiang Hui and Jiang Su, yet he now grew increasingly audacious. How dare you question my decisions? Just because of your age? Empress Dowager, while your rank is esteemed, you should not violate filial piety by addressing the third uncle in such a manner, Jiang Su interjected, his voice cold and reprimanding, lending support to the elder. The third uncle, emboldened, admonished Jiang Mingzhu. In the Qi, governance is rooted in filial piety, and even the emperor adheres to this. Despite your noble status, this matter pertains to the clan. Do not interfere excessively. His reasoning rang true, as the emperor showed the utmost respect towards the Empress Dowager, a virtue inherited from the founding emperor. Jiang Hui and Appo's expression darkened further, realizing these elders had conspired against the Empress Dowager, wielding their arguments as weapons. Elder Chen merely shook his head. Prime Minister Wei shot him an irritated glance, chastising the old man for his antics. Jiang Mingzhu, now bemused, regarded the united front of the elders and Jiang Su, who seemed to revel in their perceived victory. What audacity! I shall disregard your authority. She held them in contempt, unperturbed by their collective stance. Empress Dowager, how can you act in such a manner? What will the world think? The third uncle, emboldened by his lineage, questioned her authority. Indeed, while the founding emperor mandated that descendants uphold filial piety, do not forget that I am now part of the royal family. There exists a distinct hierarchy. I am the sovereign, and you are but subjects bound to obey. Jiang Mingzhu's chilling declaration resonated. Third uncle, I demand your head. Will you yield? Upon hearing her final words, the third uncle's complexion drained of color, and he collapsed in fright. Third uncle, what ails you? His initial bravado crumbled, leaving him trembling and speechless. Fortunately, a physician was present in the ancestral hall, who quickly diagnosed him as having suffered a stroke from the shock, likely rendering him incapacitated henceforth. Jiang Mingzhu, upon hearing the news, scoffed derisively. I had presumed him formidable, yet he crumbles at the slightest pressure. I need not behead him. He nearly frightens himself to death. Prime Minister Wei and Elder Chen exchanged complex expressions, aware of the gravity of the situation. The fate of the three elders served as a cautionary tale, silencing any dissent among the other clan members. Brother, you shall preside over the ensuing matters. Do you have any objections? Jiang Mingzhu surveyed the Jiang relatives, satisfied as they unanimously shook their heads. Prime Minister Wei and Elder Chen, caught in her gaze, nearly succumbed to the urge to nod in agreement. As Jiang Mingzhu exited the Jiang ancestral hall and rode away, both ministers exhaled in relief. Old fool, in future occurrences of this nature, do not drag me into your troubles, Prime Minister Wei chided Elder Chen. Elder Chen, acknowledging his fault, replied, do not be angered, Prime Minister. We are merely alleviating the Emperor and Appo's burdens. I too am concerned. Come, allow me to treat you to a drink. Surely that will suffice. Pleased with Elder Chen's conciliatory nature, Prime Minister Wei nodded in agreement, and the two elders merrily boarded their carriage. Upon their arrival at their destination, they ascended the stairs, only to be met with a familiar silhouette. Wait, am I seeing things? That woman bears an uncanny resemblance to the Empress Dowager. Chapter 60. The fierce wife at home. I remarked to old Chun, your eyesight seems to be failing. You mistake any woman for the Empress Dowager. Have you been so frightened that you need to drink a couple more cups to calm your nerves? Minister Wei patted the shoulder of Lord Chun, but his words trailed off as if his throat had suddenly constricted. Indeed, it was no mere resemblance. It was unmistakably the Empress Dowager herself. Yet, what could she possibly be doing in such a humble tavern, still clad in the same azure attire she had worn earlier? Jiang Mingzhu was equally speechless. It seemed fate had conspired to bring her back together with these two old acquaintances so soon after departing the Jiang residence. She had intended to return to the palace, but upon noticing the sky was still bright, she decided to linger a little longer, especially since Jiang Yaoza and Appo's injury was not severe and her spirits had lifted considerably. Since entering the palace, she had felt like a bird trapped in a cage, rarely allowed to venture out. Although becoming the Empress Dowager had made it easier to leave the palace, the entanglements of power struggles had robbed her of such leisurely pleasures. Thus, a stroll today seemed far more appealing than hurrying back. She recalled hearing someone mention that the culinary offerings at Jushin Pavilion were unparalleled in the capital, even surpassing the imperial kitchen. Many gourmets had sought out this establishment purely in pursuit of exquisite flavors. Jiang Mingzhu remembered the system shop had a century-old fine wine, exorbitantly priced, requiring a golden hairpin for a single jar. It was the perfect opportunity to indulge in fine wine paired with gourmet dishes, a true delight for the senses. However, finding Jushin Pavilion was no easy task. After a prolonged search, she finally located the place, only to discover that Minister Wei and Lord Chun had also arrived just ahead of her. Minister Wei, Lord Chun, what a coincidence! Jiang Mingzhu exclaimed, holding a jar of wine in her hand, her smile radiant. She appeared far removed from her previous stern demeanor at the Jiang household, resembling more charming neighbor girl, imbued with an enchanting allure. Your servant pays his respects. She began, but quickly interrupted herself. Today I am here simply to enjoy wine and fine food. So please do not dampen my spirits. The consequences could be dire. She halted their greetings, for if her identity were revealed, her dining experience would be ruined. Fortunately, she had chosen to wear the simplest azure garments today and had left her jewelry behind, ensuring that no one would recognize her. Minister Wei and Lord Chun exchanged glances, their expressions a mixture of understanding and confusion. It appeared that the Empress Dowager wished to enjoy a meal here, a notion they had never contemplated. Watching their perplexity brought a smile to Jiang Mingzhu's lips. She had not anticipated this day either. Serendipity surpasses invitation, since we have crossed paths. I have a jar of century-old vintage. Allow me to treat you both to this meal. What say you? Minister Wei and Lord Chun felt a tug of temptation as they gazed at the jar of exquisite wine in her possession. Even through the vessel, the rich aroma wafted towards them, stirring their appetites. The Empress Dowager claimed it was a century-old vintage, a rarity not to be missed. Dining here was certainly expensive, but once in a while they could indulge. However, exceptional wine was a rare find, particularly a century-old brew. Ultimately, they succumbed to the allure, especially Lord Chun, whose household was governed by a fierce wife, leaving his meager salary entirely at her disposal. Dining at Jushin Pavilion was an extravagant treat, often funded by Minister Wei. As the two elder statesmen settled in, the dishes began to arrive one after another. Initially, they felt a bit awkward, but once Jiang Mingzhu uncorked the jar, releasing the intoxicating scent of the wine, their hesitation dissolved into eagerness. Madame Nangong, this wine truly lives up to its reputation as a century-old vintage. The mere fragrance is enough to enchant the senses, Minister Wei exclaimed, his approval evident. Jiang Mingzhu nodded fervently. It was her first purchase from the system shop, and she had hoped for quality, and it did not disappoint. As a connoisseur of fine wines, she often indulged in solitary drinking during long, lonely nights. Yet none had compared to this exceptional brew. She poured for Minister Wei and Lord Chun, filling her own cup as well. The wine was clear and luminous, exuding an aromatic bouquet far superior to any she had previously tasted. Minister Wei could no longer contain his eagerness and took a sip. It was divine, an elixir that unfolded on his palate with a delicate sweetness, transforming into a lingering finish that left him yearning for more. The trio of wine enthusiasts finished their first cups before the dishes even arrived. ISN and Amp. Amp? Oppos. Tea this wine remarkable? Jiang Mingzhu asked, a playful smile on her lips. Lord Chen raised his thumb in approval. Remarkable does not do it justice. This is the finest wine I have ever savored in my life. Who would have thought the Empress Dowager possessed such treasures? Indeed, this wine is not inexpensive, and I rarely allow myself such indulgence, Minister Wei added. Before long, the dishes began to arrive, each one a feast for the senses. Buddha jumps over the wall, braised beef, roasted duck, dompa pork, sweet and sour lioness head meatballs, braised bear paws, delicate tofu, water bamboo shoots, and a myriad of other delicacies. With each new dish, the eyes of Minister Wei and Lord Chen sparkled with delight. The prices here were exorbitant. They typically only ordered a single main dish on their visits, along with a few sides. Collectively, these dishes would surely cost hundreds of taels of silver. As per the rules of Jushin Pavilion, one had to pay up front before ordering, and their table and amp, Oppos, bill amounted to 600 taels. While Jiang Mingzhu found the prices steep, it was a rare occasion, and she now considered herself wealthy, having earned substantial sums from her system-derived recipes. Thus, she felt it was worth the splurge, provided the food met her expectations. Madame Nangong is exceedingly generous, Lord Chen and Minister Wei remarked, gazing at the lavish spread they could hardly have imagined treating themselves to. Please, let's eat while it's hot, Jiang Mingzhu urged. The dishes here indeed surpass those prepared by the imperial chefs. It is no wonder you gentlemen have sought this place. I shall remember this delightful venue for future visits. Exchanging glances filled with intrigue, Lord Chen and Minister Wei pondered. Would the Empress Dowager frequent this establishment henceforth? Chapter 61. The disappearance of the Empress Dowager. As the three of them dined, they discussed significant events in the court, sharing their perspectives. With each glass of wine consumed, their conversation grew more animated. Jiang Mingzhu, a person reborn, had developed a markedly different worldview from her previous life. Recently, she had acquired a plethora of historical texts from a system space, which deepened her understanding of court affairs. The Prime Minister Wei and the esteemed Elder Chen were increasingly astonished by her insights. Listening to your words is worth more than 10 years of study. I had underestimated the wisdom of the Empress Dowager, remarked the Prime Minister. He was not an antiquated thinker, and although Elder Chen could be somewhat stubborn, he was receptive to new ideas. Jiang Mingzhu's breadth of vision and understanding left them both in awe, leading them to acknowledge that, despite her domineering style, the Empress Dowager was indeed worthy of her title. At this moment, Jiang Mingzhu felt slightly inebriated. The wine was more potent than she was accustomed to. Leaning on the table with one hand propping her head, she pointed at Elder Chen and Prime Minister Wei. You are both good officials. While at times you may appear obstinate and conservative, overall, you remain the Emperor's trusted support. You must assist him diligently to strengthen our Qi state and unify the Central Plains. By this time, both Elder Chen and Prime Minister Wei had also drunk to a significant degree, yet their minds remained clear. They were stirred by her words, feeling an overwhelming desire to express their loyalty. However, they were mindful that they were in a tavern and needed to keep the Empress Dowager's identity confidential. The drinking session stretched from day until night. Had Jiang Mingzhu not been a woman, they might have embraced each other in camaraderie. Glancing at the darkening sky, Jiang Mingzhu remembered that she needed to return to the palace. Let's call it night. I must head back. Madame Nangong, allow me to send you home. Elder Chen offered. Indeed, your safety is of utmost importance and should not be taken lightly, Prime Minister Wei concurred. Previously, they had wished for the Empress Dowager and Oppos' swift demise. But her recent actions, such as dismissing the Liang Kingdom's envoy, had earned their admiration. Their opinions of her had transformed. Regardless of any opposition between the Empress Dowager and the Emperor, her insights were invaluable for the Qi. No need, I have my guards. They will see me safely back to the palace, Jiang Mingzhu replied, her steps somewhat unsteady as she made her way outside. The wine was not only strong, but also intoxicating. Though she could usually handle a jug without issue, this evening and oppose, as consumption had left her quite tipsy. Jiang Mingzhu later realized that the brewing techniques of the time differed significantly. The wine produced into qi was primarily a high-alcohol yellow wine with limited potency. However, tonight they had consumed distilled liquor, which was several times stronger than rice wine. Old Chun, shall we return as well? Elder Chen asked. Yes, we must attend court tomorrow. If we fail to rise in time and miss the morning audience, we will face the censure of the grand historian, Prime Minister Wei replied. Indeed. While I fear not the reprimand, it would be embarrassing. The emperor attends morning court daily without fail. As his ministers, we should do the same. The two men, supporting one another, staggered out of the tavern, proclaiming, "What excellent wine! What a delightful evening!" Upon exiting, Jiang Mingzhu stepped into the cool night air, which quickly invigorated her senses. Shaking her head to clear her thoughts, she noticed I Ching rushing forward to assist her. However, she swiftly mounted her horse, flicking the reins and leaving I Ching behind. As I Ching pursued her on horseback, he worried that the Empress Dowager appeared intoxicated and was heading in the wrong direction from the palace. In the Ci Ning Palace, Nangong, he observed the darkening sky. Aunt Fong Ruo, why has the Empress Dowager not returned yet? Since early evening, he had been inquiring and continued to do so. Fong Ruo, equally anxious, noted that by this hour, the Empress Dowager should have returned. Regardless of the difficulties in handling the Jiang family matters, they should have been resolved by now. With I Ching and his covert guards following the Empress Dowager, there should have been no cause for concern. Yet, the Empress Dowager had not yet returned, and the atmosphere within the palace was tense. Aunt Fong Ruo, could it be that the Empress Dowager is merely enjoying herself outside and reluctant to return? Should we not alert father to send someone to search for her? Fong Ruo, though anxious, could not suppress a smile at the young prince's remark. Despite his cleverness, he was still a child at heart. Your Highness, the Empress Dowager is no child. She would not be so frivolous. It is more likely that she has become entangled in matters concerning the Jiang family. After all, young Master Yaoza is gravely injured, and the Empress Dowager has not visited the Jiang family in years. It is only natural for her to linger a while longer. The young prince pouted, convinced of the validity of his reasoning. While the Empress Dowager was an adult, she too had her moments of whimsy, though Fong Ruo did not share his belief. Is it true that the Empress Dowager has still not returned? Nan Gongqing, engrossed in official matters, was alerted by a report from below indicating that the Empress Dowager had left the palace earlier that morning and had yet to return. Send someone to the Jiang family and inquire about the situation, he instructed. With I Ching accompanying her, Nan Gongqing did not suspect any danger to the Empress Dowager. However, when the messenger returned, he reported that she had departed the Jiang residence long ago. What? Nan Gongqing's brow furrowed, realizing something was amiss. Why are you hesitating? Dispatch more people to search for her. We must locate the Empress Dowager at all costs. If anything happens to her, I will hold you accountable. Nan Gongqing had not anticipated such a turn of events. If the Empress Dowager had left the Jiang family, where could she possibly have gone? He recalled the hidden forces that had been lurking in the shadows, and his expression darkened. Deploy the Imperial Guard immediately. We must find the Empress Dowager without delay. Unbeknownst to Jiang Mingzhu, the capital was in an uproar over her absence as she rode her horse, galloping away. I Ching attempted to intervene several times, but was unable to stop her. His master and Appo's equestrian skills were remarkable. Though he could forcibly halt her, he feared for her safety. Following her familiar instincts, Jiang Mingzhu rode into a secluded valley before finally coming to a halt. I Ching exhaled in relief. Your Highness, you have taken a wrong turn. We should return to the palace. At this hour, they must be quite worried. Return? Jiang Mingzhu, her cheeks flushed, shook her head in defiance. I shall not return. I will wait here for General Qin to come back. I Ching and Appo's expression changed upon hearing this. Fortunately, they were alone, sparing them from further complications. He observed his master's disappointment. Despite the passing years, her heart still held onto General Qin, a poignant reminder of lost affection. After much coaxing, I Ching finally persuaded Jiang Mingzhu to head back. At that moment, she resembled a child, caught in her own whims. This time, I Ching did not allow Jiang Mingzhu to ride again, having been terrified throughout their journey. He feared for her safety, guiding her away from the valley under the blooming peach trees. A man emerged from behind the trees, watching them depart with an unwavering gaze. Chapter 62. Quite absurd. When Jiang Mingzhu rode her horse to the palace gate, she found it unusually wide open, despite it usually being locked at this hour. Upon spotting her from a distance, someone rushed to deliver the news. Jiang Mingzhu and Appo's cheeks were flushed, and although the autumn evening air was quite chilly, she felt no discomfort. Rather, she bore an unmistakable hint of excitement, and as she drew closer, the rich aroma of wine wafted towards her. Seeing the palace gate ajar, Jiang Mingzhu continued her ride until she reached the Xinang Palace, where Nan Gongqing and the empress awaited her arrival. Upon seeing Jiang Mingzhu dismount at the entrance, Nan Gongqing hurried over. "Grandmother, how could you get drunk? You truly give us cause for concern." Before Nan Gongqing could utter a word, Nan Gongqing had already expressed his thoughts. However, Nan Gongqing could only voice her displeasure internally while maintaining an outward demeanor of politeness towards Jiang Mingzhu. As Nan Gongqing spoke, he attempted to support Jiang Mingzhu, who was swaying slightly. Despite his sufficient strength, his young age and lack of height rendered him unable to assist her effectively, resulting in an awkward moment. "You little rascal, why are you so concerned about me? You and Appo's lingered in Xinang Palace for so long. When will you return to Kuanning Palace? You and Appo's been chattering away to the point of wearing my ears thin. How can someone as small as you have so much to say and so many questions?" Jiang Mingzhu's usual bluntness was amplified by her inebriation, her tone dripping with disdain. "Grandmother, your words wound my heart. I merely wish to care for you well," Nan Gongqing replied, his expression one of genuine concern, prompting Feng Ruo to speak up for him. "Your Highness, ever since the Crown Prince arrived at Xinang Palace, it has been abuzz with activity. You used to lament its solitude, yet the Crown Prince, the most dutiful of all, is merely trying to keep you company. Why do you now express discontent?" Nan Gongqing nodded vigorously in agreement, his expression growing increasingly pitiful. Jiang Mingzhu playfully smacked his forehead. "Little one, stop feigning innocence. With such little skill, you still attempt this charade? Ah, grandmother, you mustn't strike the head. I might be rendered foolish. Where would you find such a clever and adorable grandson then?" Initially, both Nan Gongqing and the empress felt a pang of sympathy, being that he was their own child, until they witnessed this scene. Since arriving at Xinang Palace, the young prince and Appo's audacity had only grown. There were many pregnant concubines in the palace, yet none were as favored by their grandmother as he. "Admit it, grandmother, you indeed hold a special fondness for him." As the two bantered, those in Xinang Palace had grown accustomed to their dynamic. Even Nan Gongqing understood their rapport, while the empress, who had seen little of it, worried that the crown prince might inadvertently offend the empress dowager, though she eventually learned to remain calm. The empress dowager, upon entering, nearly stumbled as her legs faltered, but Nan Gongqing caught her just in time. "What on earth has the empress dowager consumed tonight?" he mused, exasperated. "I Ching," he called to the attendant. "Where did the empress dowager go after leaving the Jiang residence today?" I Ching hesitated, glancing at Jiang Mingzhu, unsure if he should speak. Jiang Mingzhu waved her hand dismissively. "Your Majesty, there is no need for concern. I simply found a tavern to indulge in a few drinks and fortuitously encountered Prime Minister Wei and Elder Chun. We engaged in delightful conversation, which delayed my return." Prime Minister Wei and Elder Chun? Nan Gongqing was taken aback. Indeed, those two rascals decided to visit the Jiang family for amusement. I did not hold their mischief against them, but instead invited them to dine and drink. The fare at that tavern was truly splendid. "Your Majesty, I shall invite you next time for a feast, and we shall indulge until inebriated." Nan Gongqing, at a loss for words, was incredulous at the transformation of the Empress Dowager into a jovial drinker. The Empress Dowager must learn to savor the pleasures of life, balancing indulgence with moderation. I had the finest vintage, and both Prime Minister Wei and Elder Chun were thoroughly outmatched by my drinking prowess. Huh! How delightful it was to witness them underestimate a woman. Jiang Mingzhu's words became increasingly jumbled as she spoke, leaving Nan Gongqing with a weary expression. Prime Minister Wei and Elder Chun, usually so reliable, how could they allow the Empress Dowager to drink so much? He pondered. Elder Chun, I trust you understand that after imbibing so much of my fine wine, any future disparagement of me in court will not be taken lightly. Should you dare speak ill of me, I shall not hold back. The Empress and Feng Ruo exchanged glances, suppressing their amusement as they lowered their heads. Nan Gongqing was momentarily at a loss for words, never having envisioned the day when the Empress Dowager would become a notorious drinker. I am so tired. I shall sleep now, Jiang Mingzhu declared, mumbling before drifting off. Nan Gongqing, resigned, instructed the Empress to see to the Empress Dowager's rest. Meanwhile, young Nangomi, upon hearing of his grandmother and Appo's indulgent escapades, felt a twinge of displeasure that he had not been included in her revelry. Had he lost his place in his grandmother and Appo's affections? The following morning at court, Nan Gongqing noticed that both Prime Minister Wei and Elder Chun were absent from their usual spots. When he inquired, he learned they were too inebriated to rise. This was indeed absurd. He could hardly fathom the sight of the Empress Dowager sharing drinks with Prime Minister Wei and Elder Chun. Prime Minister Wei was crafty enough, but Elder Chun, who frequently criticized the Empress Dowager, would not hesitate to provoke her further. What had they experienced during last night's revelry? As he contemplated this, he found it all rather astonishing. Jiang Mingzhu slept soundly until midday, only to awaken and find young Nangongyi behaving oddly. The usually chatty child was unusually silent, refusing to speak more than a few mutterings. Was he upset with her? Jiang Mingzhu was uncertain, but felt it essential not to indulge him. He was a clever child, and allowing him to sulk would only lead to mischief. Noticing his silence, the little prince appeared unwilling to relent, trailing closely behind her. As she settled onto a soft couch, he pouted beside her, clearly signaling that he was upset and awaiting her to appease him. Even Jiang Mingzhu couldn't help but chuckle, earning her a sharp glare from the little one. My dear little ancestor, what troubles you? Pray, share your grievances with your grandmother. Chapter 63. The Empress Dowager, Jiang Mingzhu gazed at the little fellow, awaiting his response. However, the child merely glanced at her, pursing his lips in silence, clearly dissatisfied with her dismissive attempts at coaxing him. It was not easy to placate him, and this little one was quite proud. Allow me to grant you another chance, she said. Speak if you wish, but if you choose to remain silent, I shall take my leave to sleep. The wine I consumed yesterday was truly delightful, leaving me with no hangover despite the quantity I drank. Yet, after such a tumultuous day, I find myself rather languid. Nangongyi pouted, still displeased with Jiang Mingzhu's demeanor. Grandmother, it is acceptable for you to go out and indulge in wine, and even to become inebriated. But why did you not take me along? That is quite ungracious of you. Upon hearing his reasoning, Jiang Mingzhu couldn't help but chuckle. What makes you laugh, grandmother? Is my grievance not justified? She shook her head, still smiling. You are but a child. Just how could I take you to drink? Is it fitting for one so young to partake in such adult pleasures? Even if you cannot drink, you could enjoy the cuisine. For you have often claimed that the dishes at Jiangxiangshuan surpass those of the imperial kitchen. You gladly bring your father there. Is our bond not closer than that between you and your father? How could you forget me, grandmother? I am quite disappointed. Indeed, you are correct. This time, it is grandmother's oversight. I should not have left you behind. However, I believe our relationship does not necessitate such formalities. As you noted, my ties with your father are less intimate, thus requiring polite invitations. But you, are family within the Sinang Palace. This little fellow had taken residence in the Sinang Palace, where everyone treated him as a cherished little lord. Then, grandmother, it is settled. Next time you venture out, you must take me along, especially to Jiangxiangshuan. I cannot be forgotten, or I shall truly be heartbroken. Very well, it is grandmother and Appo's fault. I shall ensure that you accompany me next time, Jiang Mingzhu replied, affectionately pinching Nangongyi's cheek. He was indeed quite clingy. Satisfied, Nangongyi wrapped his arms around Jiang Mingzhu and Appo's, his eyes sparkling with joy. That is more like it. I am grandmother and Appo's treasured grandchild, and you must keep me in your thoughts always. Jiang Mingzhu gently patted his head, her heart swelling with warmth. Meanwhile, Prime Minister Wei and Lord Chun did not awaken until noon the following day, having suffered a rather embarrassing bout of indulgence. Though they were not hungover, they were certainly ashamed, having missed the morning court session due to their revelry. They had not forgotten the bold claims they had made the previous day. Prime Minister Wei, with his thick skin, showed no signs of shame, while Lord Chun, having taken 3 days off, was notably absent from court. Jiang Mingzhu smirked at this news. Lord Chun is esteemed and daring enough to speak his mind, and when it comes to drinking, he is quite forthright. Yet, he is somewhat sensitive. Missing a court session due to drinking is hardly a grave matter. Feng Ruo, upon hearing her lady and Oppo's words, caught the undertone of amusement. My lady, you must be doing this intentionally, correct? Intentional? In the realm of drinking, it is the capacity that speaks. I assure you, I drank my fair share, Jiang Mingzhu replied, meeting Feng Ruo's knowing gaze. Very well, I admit I may have acted with intent. That old man often criticizes me, and I could not let such an opportunity pass. He agreed to many things during our revelry, and I look forward to seeing him approach me with the same trivial matters he often raises in court. Young Prince Nangong, eavesdropping, stifled a laugh. Feng Ruo found the situation equally amusing, marveling at the thought of the Empress Dowager sharing drinks with Prime Minister Wei and Lord Chun, imagining their exasperated expressions. Grandmother, you are indeed clever. If Lord Chun dares to speak ill of you again, I shall not let him off easily. Seeing the little prince and Oppo's indignation, Jiang Mingzhu felt a sense of comfort. She had borne children who, despite their demands, had never shown her care or concern. That wayward daughter had not even inquired about her well-being during her trials, too engrossed in her own discontent and conflicts outside the palace. Her son brought her even greater distress, entangled with Jiangsu to a degree that could very well lead to her own downfall. Jiang Mingzhu firmly believed that he would not hesitate to act against her if given the chance. The mere thought of having birthed such troublesome offspring weighed heavily on her heart. Grandmother, why do you frown? Is it because of Lord Chun? He is truly wicked. Allow me to seek vengeance on your behalf. Nangong said, only to be met with a gentle tap on his forehead from Jiang Mingzhu. Why do you strike me? Grandmother, he protested, clutching his forehead. Have you forgotten my words? You are the crown prince, the future heir of the Qi. Whatever you do, you must think first and act later. Lord Chun is not only a high-ranking official, but also a loyal servant of your father. If you allow your temper to dictate your actions and harm him, how would you feel about that? After Jiang Mingzhu and Oppo's admonition, she observed Nangong deep in thought and granted him the time to reflect before continuing. I am pleased that you consider my feelings, but your status demands that you act with prudence, analyzing situations before deciding your course of action. Your father exemplifies this, maintaining a facade of respect despite his true feelings towards me. Does father truly harbor disdain for you, grandmother? Nangong asked earnestly. I'm certain he does not. You must have misunderstood. Jiang Mingzhu simply smiled. Regardless, it is essential to consider your actions carefully. One cannot act solely on personal feelings. Nangong and Oppo's expression revealed his growing skepticism. But grandmother, you previously stated that one should not stifle oneself, rather than endure discomfort. It is better to unleash one and Oppo's anger upon others. Compared to that, I believe you have indeed acted in such a manner, displaying great power and satisfaction. Jiang Mingzhu rubbed her nose, realizing she had nearly led the child astray. Not all situations are the same. Your father is an emperor, and you are destined to be one as well. An emperor cannot afford to be so reckless. Seeing the lingering doubt in the child and Oppo's eyes, she added, what do you stare at? I am the Empress Dowager, and even your father must show me respect. Thus, I possess the privilege to act with a degree of freedom. This cannot be generalized. Nangong understood now. The Empress Dowager could afford to be willful, but the emperor must not. He pondered why he was born a male, longing to emulate the strength of his grandmother. The little prince felt an inexplicable sadness wash over him. Chapter 64. The Crown Prince and Oppo's injury, Your Highness. The Empress requests your presence at Kuining Palace for a few days. Yuewa, one of the Empress's chief attendants, arrived at Xining Palace and first paid her respects to Jiang Mingzhu before explaining her purpose. Nangong was somewhat taken aback. His mother, the empress, could hardly wait for him to remain in Xinang Palace, where he could learn and closely associate with his great-grandmother. Particularly, seeing him in good health brought her immense joy. What is it that mother wishes to discuss? Your Highness, in a few days, it will be your maternal grandfather's 60th birthday, and the empress wishes to bring you back to pay your respects. Then, you should return with Yuehua without delay. After paying your respects, there is no need to rush back to Xinang Palace. Spend some quality time in Kuanning Palace with your mother. You have been in Xinang Palace for quite some time, and she must have missed you dearly. Of course, I must attend my grandfather's birthday, Nangong acknowledged, but observing his great-grandmother's eagerness to send him off made him pout. Grandmother, if I am away for so long, you will surely miss me. Meeting the little one in Appo's mournful gaze, Jiang Mingzhu shook her head resolutely. I am old and wish for a few days of peace. Moreover, your mother certainly longs for you. As a sensible elder, I could never bear to see you two separated. Saying this, she urged Feng Ruo, hurry, prepare the crown prince and Appo's belongings. The day is wearing on, and we must not keep the empress waiting. Yes, I shall see to it, Feng Ruo replied, her eyes sparkling with amusement as she observed the playful banter between the grandmother and grandson. My dear, at your age, you should not be so playful with the crown prince, Yuehua remarked, noticing how the empress dowager and Appo's affection was manifesting. Nangong turned back to Xinang Palace with a lingering glance, reminding, Grandmother, should you venture outside the palace again, do summon me. Though I am at Kuanning Palace, the distance is not far. With just a word, I shall return. Someone must be attentive to your needs while outside. There is no one who understands your heart better than I. Jiang Mingzhu sighed inwardly at the boy's exuberance. Very well, I shall remember. Now off you go. Feng Ruo stifled a laugh, delighted by the boy and Appo's self-importance. What a cheeky child. Does he think I need such a servant? Feng Ruo, next time I shall treat you to a meal at Zhu Xian. You must experience how delectable the dishes are, Jiang Mingzhu offered. Your Highness, why do you always think of me? I'm not particularly fond of food. I just worry when you are out. Allow me to accompany you, Feng Ruo replied. My dear, you have to learn to enjoy life after all these years of toil. You need not handle everything personally. Let your subordinates take care of it. I am used to being occupied. It and Appo's. It's uncomfortable to be idle, Feng Ruo said. Take a break whenever you can, and come chat with me. You have been training those two girls. Let them take on more responsibilities. Are you referring to Chuanxing and Qiutao? They are indeed quite capable. After years of training, they have learned a great deal, but they still need experience to serve by your side. Very well, starting tomorrow, let Chuanxing and Qiutao take turns attending to me. Assign them tasks as needed. The empress had previously preferred solitude, accustomed to being alone, even with the chief attendants often serving outside. Now that she had expressed her desire for assistance, Feng Ruo would naturally comply. In Kuanning Palace, the empress listened to Yuehua's report, her brows arching with curiosity. What have you done to upset your great-grandmother? She would not be so dismissive otherwise. At your age, you ought to show more understanding. If you provoke her, mother will not take your side. Nangong and Appo's expression grew more mournful. Mother, am I truly your biological son? Why does my great-grandmother disdain me, and you as well? It saddens me deeply. In the past, the empress would have felt sympathy for her son's plight. However, after observing the interactions between the crown prince and the empress dowager, she was now unfazed. You have become quite the silver-tongued one. I am not swayed by your words. For the next few days, focus on preparing a gift for your grandfather and Appo's birthday, and you should also prepare one on your own accord. Additionally, your aunts have returned to celebrate. Aunts? Nangong frowned at the mention of them, though he was young and had only met them a few times. Every mention of his aunts brought a sense of foreboding, as his mother never seemed pleased when discussing them. When you meet your aunts, do not wear such a sour expression. Your grandfather would be displeased. Mother, you do not favor them either. Why should you endure their presence for the sake of appearances? You are the empress. There is no reason for you to compromise your dignity. In the past, Nangong thought humility was the right approach. But after spending time in Xinang Palace, he had grown to understand his mother's worth. Seeing her feign happiness to appease her father and endure the presence of an insufferable aunt was intolerable. You do not understand. Your grandfather dotes on your aunts, and they are your mother's elders. Thus, you must show filial respect. Mother, though he is your father, do not forget you are the empress. The empress Dowager speaks the truth. There are boundaries in the hierarchy. You are the sovereign, while your father is a subject. Your filial piety is your virtue, but it is unreasonable to be subjected to discomfort for the sake of a subject. Although Nangong, he had not witnessed the events at the Jiang family temple. He had heard many accounts from I Ching, who had recounted the tales repeatedly. The Empress Dowager was indeed formidable. Those elders had attempted to impose filial piety upon her, only to be met with her unwavering resolve. Furthermore, he had learned that his aunts had bullied his mother since childhood, competing for resources and even causing her to be punished. They shared no sisterly bond. As he spoke, his little face flushed with indignation. Previously, he could not comprehend why his mother tolerated such mistreatment, but he now grasped the injustice of the situation and could no longer stand by as his mother was wronged. His mother's kindness had only led to her being trampled upon. However, this time would be different. He would ensure no one dared to upset his mother. Your Highness, bad news. The crown prince has been injured. He was attacked. Jiang Mingzhu, who had been enjoying the newly choreographed dances from the performers, stood abruptly at the alarming news. What? The crown prince was assaulted. Chapter 65. You dare to offend? What audacity lies in the heart of one who would strike the crown prince? How could Jiang Mingzhu be unaware of such capable individuals in the capital? It was the general of the Weiyuan Marquis, returning from the border for a report, and he brought his only son into the palace, as his wife was acquainted with the Empress Dowager. The son of the Weiyuan Marquis encountered the crown prince, and, for reasons unknown, a quarrel ensued, escalating into a physical altercation. Such boldness! Merely the son of the Weiyuan Marquis, and yet he dares to lay hands on the crown prince. Has the world turned upside down? Jiang Mingzhu was well aware of the Weiyuan Marquis. Among the military factions of the Qi, one was under his command. While not as formidable as Qin Shao, he was nonetheless renowned for his military achievements. In her past life, after Qin Shao was schemed against and met his demise, it was the Weiyuan Marquis who assumed command of the military. At that time, she believed he had pledged loyalty to the emperor, yet now it seemed the matter was far more intricate than she had presumed. There must exist some undisclosed connection between the Weiyuan Marquis and the Empress Dowager. Perhaps the wife of the Weiyuan Marquis was merely the messenger. Had it not been for today's incident, she would have remained oblivious to the relationship between the Weiyuan Marquis and the Empress Dowager. She had dispatched individuals to monitor the Empress Dowager, yet the news had not reached her promptly. How intriguing. Truly, the Empress Dowager is a master of strategy. Jiang Mingzhu smirked coldly and immediately set off to find the crown prince. By the time she arrived at Qianqing Palace, the uproar had settled. The Weiyuan Marquis had chastised his son, but the so-called punishment was merely a scolding, nothing more. Jiang Mingzhu found the situation infuriatingly laughable. A courtier's son struck the crown prince, and this was the resolution? It sounded like a farce to her. Nangongqing felt a headache coming on. How could the news spread so swiftly to the Empress Dowager? Her demeanor indicated that she would not let this matter rest easily. Although the crown prince had been assaulted, he was not without anger. As emperor, he had to weigh all considerations. The Weiyuan Marquis had just returned to the capital for his report and deserved commendation, especially since the crown prince was not seriously harmed. The empress cradled the crown prince, her face a picture of grievance. Upon seeing the Empress Dowager arrive, her eyes lit up. Nangong, feeling particularly wronged, ran to Jiang Mingzhu, clinging to her leg and refusing to let go. Just moments before, he had stubbornly refused to concede. Yet now his eyes were glistening with unshed tears. Jiang Mingzhu offered no words of comfort. She did not inquire about the cause of his altercation. Instead, she struck his forehead lightly. You foolish child. How old are you? That rascal is much older than you, and his father is a general, trained in martial arts from a young age. Naturally, you cannot prevail against him. If you cannot win, why not come to me for help? You, who seems so clever, allowed yourself to be bested in such a manner? Grandmother, Nangong, he rubbed his forehead. Though scolded, he felt a strange sense of relief. While one may possess great strength, it is ultimately limited by age. The last opponent he faced was merely a common servant, untrained in martial arts, and he had won a few exchanges through sheer strength. Now, he understood the concept of hierarchy among people. Grandmother, I have learned my lesson. Jiang Mingzhu's anger flared as she observed the injuries on the young lad's face. Empress, you are the empress. In the face of such an incident, why do you not stand up for your own son? Standing idly here will not showcase your benevolence as empress. If you do not protect your own child, who can you rely on? How can your son endure having such a mother? Jiang Mingzhu's words struck a chord, but seeing the empress in such a state only fueled her ire. Even though she understood the reasons behind the empress and Appo's demeanor. Do not preach to me about principles. Were I in your position, who would dare to harm my child? I would fight to the death, tearing them apart first, and worry about the consequences later. Do not think that simply because I am now the Empress Dowager, I would tolerate anyone harming my children. Such declarations sounded exceedingly audacious. In this realm, only the Empress Dowager could utter such words. Yet it was indeed true. Jiang Mingzhu and Appo's previous circumstances have been far more precarious than the current Empress and Appo's. Yet she had fought tooth and nail to protect her children. Nangong observed Jiang Mingzhu and Appo's fierce protectiveness and felt a twinge of envy. After scolding the Empress, Jiang Mingzhu directed her glare at Nangong. Your Majesty, that is your son. Is this how you, as a father, choose to handle his assault? Mother, please calm your anger. He only suffered minor injuries. He is not gravely harmed. The Wei Yuan Marquis has long been stationed in harsh conditions, earning his merits. And to punish him for such a trivial matter would make me appear narrow-minded and ungrateful. Your Majesty, do not speak so grandiosely. I am not unaware of your intentions. You only wish to curry favor with the Wei Yuan Marquis due to his military power. But how can you be certain of his loyalty to you? I care not for your motives. The Crown Prince has resided in my Xinang palace for some time now, and I will not allow anyone to bully him. Mother. Nangong felt utterly helpless. The Empress Dowager and Appo's bluntness seemed to intensify. What could her words imply? Did the Wei Yuan Marquis harbor disloyal thoughts? Do not attempt to placate me with such rhetoric. You fear the Wei Yuan Marquis. I do not care what standing he possesses. To strike the Crown Prince is to disregard me. Ichingo, inquire of the Wei Yuan Marquis. Does he truly disregard me, the Empress Dowager? Since he has brought his wife to the palace, why has he not come to pay his respects in Xinang Palace? I shall wait here until he arrives. Before the Wei Yuan Marquis' family could reach the palace gates, they were halted. Upon hearing the Empress Dowager's words, even the exalted Wei Yuan Marquis' expression shifted. You foolish child, you have stirred up trouble now. That is the Crown Prince, and you dare to strike him. Though the Wei Yuan Marquis' wife had spent many years by his side at the border, she was well aware of the Empress Dowager's formidable reputation. And fear crept into her heart. The Wei Yuan Marquis patted his wife's hand reassuringly. Fear not, my dear. The Empress Dowager may scold us. But even the Emperor has not placed blame upon us. It is likely that your visit to the Empress Dowager without paying respects to the Xinang Palace has angered her. The Wei Yuan Marquis, having obtained a son late in life, cherished him deeply, which led to the boy and Appo's reckless behavior, believing himself above the Crown Prince. Though the Wei Yuan Marquis' wife was anxious, her love for their son outweighed all else. I shall apologize to the Empress Dowager. As long as she does not blame us for we shall be content. Meanwhile, Jiang Mingzhu remained outside, refusing to enter Qinqing Palace. I shall stand here and see how long the Wei Yuan Marquis will keep me waiting. Minister Wei Yuan Marquis Wang Zhen and his wife Wei greet the Empress Dowager. Long live the Empress Dowager! Jiang Mingzhu observed them kneel in greeting, but did not call them up. Instead, she approached, looking down at the Wei Yuan Marquis' son. The boy appeared to be around 12 or 13, sturdy and square-faced, resembling Wang Zhen. Is it you who dare to lay hands on the Crown Prince? Chapter 66. Kneel before me, Wang Wei, confronted with the Empress Dowager and Appo's imposing presence, betrayed his fear and stammered, yes. It seemed his courage was not as formidable as it appeared. I had initially thought, Had your audacity been genuine, you might have possessed some mettle. Alas, you are merely a bully who preys on the weak. Empress Dowager, how can you speak of my Wei and Oppos, or in such a manner? Despite her trepidation towards the Empress Dowager, the Marchioness of Wei Yuan, driven by maternal protectiveness, disregarded her fear. Am I mistaken? The Crown Prince is but 3 years of age. How old is your son? A grown man, yet he dares to lay hands on such a young child. Even setting aside the fact that he is the Crown Prince, such an act is contemptible. Empress Dowager, it was all a misunderstanding. I have already explained the situation to His Majesty, and he has chastised this miscreant. The Marquis of Wei Yuan, with a stiff countenance. Feigned humility. A misunderstanding? Does the Marquis of Wei Yuan truly find that plausible? Nangong Yi, upon hearing these words, initially intended to interject, but upon catching Jiang Mingzhu and Oppos, his eye, he remained obediently silent. The bond between grandmother and grandson had indeed been cultivated. Though young, the Crown Prince possesses a keen understanding and would not resort to violence without provocation, even if the fault lay with the Crown Prince. Have you not instilled in him the principle of amp, Oppos, the sovereign as the guiding principle for the subject in amp, Oppos? Should the Crown Prince err, His Majesty will naturally provide guidance. Yet, as a subject, you dare to strike the Crown Prince? Marquis of Wei Yuan, does this not smack of disloyalty? The Marquis of Wei Yuan, previously audacious, now paled and knelt on the ground. The Empress Dowager was indeed venomous. Should His Majesty heed her words, the situation could become perilous. Your Majesty, I am wronged. I am wronged. I would never harbor any ill intentions. It is merely that this miscreant has been spoiled since childhood and is ignorant. I shall ensure he receives proper discipline upon our return. Nangong Qing narrowed his eyes, observing the Marquis of Wei Yuan's frantic explanation. After a moment of contemplation, he finally spoke. Of course, I am aware of the Marquis of Wei Yuan's unwavering loyalty. However, your son does indeed require proper guidance. Today, he dares to harm the Crown Prince. What might he do tomorrow? Nangong Qing and Oppos, S. attitude had shifted, echoing the Empress Dowager and Oppos, S. sentiment. If one does not protect one in Oppos, S. own son, who will? Even the Marchioness of Wei Yuan knew to shield her son. As for the Marquis of Wei Yuan, he needed to carefully consider his actions. The Empress Dowager and Oppos, S. words were never without reason. She likely possessed some knowledge. If the Marquis of Wei Yuan could not be subdued, then I am guilty. You rebellious son, hasten to atone to the Crown Prince, kowtow, and beg for his forgiveness. Wang Wei, generally obedient to his father and amp, Oppos, S. commands, who had previously cast smug glances at Nangong Yi with an air of impunity, now knelt obediently. Crown Prince, I beg your forgiveness. Nangong Qing ultimately chose not to delve deeper. To severely punish the son of a meritorious official for a children's squabble without revealing the underlying reasons would only lead outsiders to perceive the imperial family as oppressive, chilling the hearts of others. I shall not pursue the matter this time. Marquis of Wei Yuan, let there be no recurrence. Thank you, Your Majesty. I shall ensure my rebellious son receives proper discipline and will never dare to offend again. A flicker of smugness crossed the Marquis of Wei Yuan's eyes. Even His Majesty had to consider the stability of the court and would not make a mountain out of a molehill over such a trivial matter. The Marchioness of Wei Yuan also hastily apologized to Jiang Mingzhu. Empress Dowager, it is my fault. I merely thought that I shared an acquaintance with Consort Ping, and thus brought my son to pay her respects. I also feared disturbing your tranquility, and therefore did not visit the Xinang Palace. It was my oversight. I trust that the Empress Dowager, with her magnanimous heart, will not hold it against me. The Marchioness of Wei Yuan now held a somewhat dismissive view of Consort Ping and amp, Oppos, S. words. Consort Ping had portrayed the Empress Dowager as too formidable. She appeared no more than ordinary. This realm ultimately belonged to His Majesty. As long as His Majesty did not take issue, what could the Empress Dowager do? His Majesty still relied on her husband. Jiang Mingzhu suddenly smiled. It had been a long time since she had encountered such foolish individuals. Marchioness of Wei Yuan, of course, I shall not hold it against you. Someone of your station is indeed not worthy of entering my Xinang Palace. Associating with someone as lowly as Consort Ping is perfectly fitting. It is rare for you to possess such self-awareness, which is more than can be said for your imbecilic son. The Marchioness of Wei Yuan and Amp, Oppo's face, previously tinged with smugness, turned liver-colored. Confronted with Jiang Mingzhu and Oppo's imposing countenance, she dared not retort, despite her inner resentment. The Marquis of Wei Yuan and Oppo's expression was equally unpleasant. The Empress Dowager's words were tantamount to insulting him. The Marquis of Wei Yuan bowed slightly, cupping his fist. Empress Dowager, your Majesty, if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Marquis of Wei Yuan, why the haste? His Majesty may not hold it against you, but I cannot bear to see my precious grandson wronged. Your son may be valuable, Marquis of Wei Yuan, but my grandson is my cherished treasure. To let the matter rest here is hardly feasible. What else does the Empress Dowager desire? Even His Majesty has chosen not to pursue the matter. Does the Empress Dowager truly intend to make things difficult for a child, lest the soldiers of the realm feel disheartened? The Marquis of Wei Yuan was not a man without temper. Though he was wary of the Empress Dowager, he was not on her side and had no intention of continuing to endure her insults. You speak as if the fault lies with me. Jiang Mingzhu curled her lips. These two were indeed adept at employing this tactic. However, with such limited abilities, they dared to clamor before her. You are correct. I should not hold it against a child, though your child has reached an age where he should know better. Let us, for the moment, consider him a child, albeit a foolish one. Upon hearing these words, the crowd assumed that the Empress Dowager was ultimately mindful of public opinion. The Empress, upon hearing this, felt a tinge of disappointment, which mother would not feel for her own son. It was not that she did not care, but she could not contravene His Majesty's wishes. Or else, Jiang Mingzhu, observing the expressions of the crowd, abruptly shifted her tone. I shall not hold it against a foolish child, but the fault of a child lies with his father. Marquis of Wei Yuan, your failure to properly educate your foolish son and your indulgence of his transgression against the sovereign is a grave offense. Kneel before me. Jiang Mingzhu fixed her gaze upon the Marquis of Wei Yuan. His expression was one of humiliation, yet he ultimately knelt. Just as everyone anticipated that Jiang Mingzhu would utter further demeaning words, she ceased her verbal barrage and drew the whip from her waist, lashing it upon the Marquis of Wei Yuan. This whip was crafted from a special material obtained from the system store, coated with chilly water. It would inflict pain without causing severe injury. With a satisfied smile, Jiang Mingzhu continued her assault. When she had slapped people in the past, while gratifying, it had also caused her hand to ache. Thus, she had devised this method, practicing her whip skills during her leisure time, never anticipating that she would employ them so soon. The onlookers, including Nangong Qing and the Empress, watched in astonishment as the Empress Dowager and Oppo's brutality escalated once more. The sound of flesh tearing sent shivers down their spines. None dared to intervene. The young crown prince, Nangong witnessing this scene, felt not fear, but rather a burning admiration. Stop! A figure hurried over. Chapter 67. The Grand General Wang returns. The voice was somewhat frantic and filled with anger. Jiang Mingzhu followed the sound and saw the Empress Dowager Ping hurriedly approaching, looking rather disheveled. It was the first time she had witnessed the usually demure and unassuming demeanor of the Empress Dowager so markedly altered. Perhaps this was her true nature. Wang Wei, who had been frightened, now saw the Empress Dowager and felt as if he had encountered salvation. He never anticipated that the madwoman, the Empress Dowager, could be so vicious. His father had been beaten to a pulp by her, and the mere thought of such a whip falling upon him sent waves of terror coursing through him. In a state of panic, he pleaded with the Empress Dowager, Your Highness, please save my father. That wicked woman has hurt him terribly. You must punish her. Wang Wei, whose intelligence was already below that of the average child, was now so frightened that he completely forgot his parents and Oppo's admonitions before entering the palace. In his mind, the Empress Dowager was the most powerful being, and he implored her for help. Jiang Mingzhu raised an eyebrow at this scene. Your Majesty, please, do not act in such haste. This is all a misunderstanding. I can explain. Seeing this, the Empress Dowager and Oppo's eyes flashed with anger. Your Majesty, how can you strike a distinguished general who has served the nation diligently? What will the people think of such an affront? Even as the Empress Dowager, you cannot insult a court minister in this manner. After speaking, she turned to Nan Gongqing. Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager's actions are truly disheartening to the people. Nan Gongqing, observing the Empress Dowager's urgency and recalling Jiang Mingzhu and Appo's words, gazed deeply, preparing to speak, but Jiang Mingzhu had already interjected. Empress Dowager, you do not understand the situation, and yet you dare to accuse me, placing such a heavy burden on my shoulders. Are you truly concerned for the Marquis of Wei Yuan? Or are you merely seeking to tarnish my reputation? Or perhaps both? Confronted by Jiang Mingzhu's fierce gaze, the Empress Dowager instinctively knelt. Your Majesty, forgive me. I did not mean it that way. It is just that if the Marquis's wife were to visit me without paying respects to you, and thus suffer this unjust calamity, I would feel deeply remorseful. Jiang Mingzhu narrowed her eyes. The Empress Dowager was indeed audacious, repeatedly daring to provoke her and attributing baseless accusations against her. Empress Dowager, have I shown you leniency? You dare to slander me. When I act, it is because of the Marquis and Appo's failure to discipline his son. Since he is so intent on protecting his child, I have chosen to show mercy. Do you assume everyone is as petty and narrow-minded as you? With a quick motion, Jiang Mingzhu redirected the whip towards the Empress Dowager. This unexpected action left everyone stunned. The Empress Dowager, unsure whether to feel pain or fear, screamed and fell to the ground. Marquis of Wei Yuan watched in disbelief. While he had endured Jiang Mingzhu's whipping, witnessing it fall upon the Empress Dowager ignited his fury, and he nearly rose to confront her. Jiang Mingzhu, however, was unafraid of his retaliation. Should he dare to lay a hand on her, she would ensure he was deemed gravely injured and bedridden for a fortnight. The Marquis, though, was not entirely irrational. He charged forward, not intending to strike the Empress Dowager, but merely to shield her. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Mingzhu had learned the art of deception from her readings, and as he stumbled into her trap, he was sent sprawling to the ground. The Grand General Wang returns. Someone called out, and Jiang Mingzhu turned to see a man of resolute demeanor and stature before her. For a fleeting moment, she felt a wave of familiarity mixed with strangeness wash over her. His face, marked by the trials of battle, bore a distinct sharpness and gravitas, revealing a depth of experience and a hint of weariness. Their eyes met, his gaze as fervent yet restrained as ever, as if countless words were held back within him. Jiang Mingzhu and Appo's heart felt as though it had been struck, her eyes nearly glistening with unshed tears, but she quickly masked her emotions, leaving only the imposing presence of the Empress Dowager. I, Qin Shao, pay my respects to your Majesty and to the Empress Dowager. Chapter 68. Can you take ear as your disciple? General Wang, please rise. Nan Gongqing exclaimed with delight, hastily lifting Qin Shao to his feet. His demeanor towards Qin Shao was markedly different from that towards the Marquis of Wei Yuan, infused with a profound respect. At this moment, Wang Zhen was utterly bewildered. Who possessed the audacity to send him flying with a mere kick? His face burned with indignation, yet upon seeing Qin Shao, it was as if a lit firecracker had suddenly extinguished. The words he wished to voice lodged in his throat. I have met the great General Wang. Despite his growing authority in the military, Wang Zhen found himself merely a pawn in the presence of Qin Shao. Although he could still project the grandeur of a general before others, he recognized his own limitations in relation to Qin Shao. The latter was an unparalleled figure, an entity beyond reproach. Even standing still, Qin Zhao's aura instilled an inexplicable tension within him. In terms of status, Qin Shao was a prince of a different surname, a figure of immense prestige. Wang Zhen dared not exhibit any dissatisfaction before Qin Shao, for he was far more fearful of the general than of the Empress Dowager. It was the general he truly could not afford to offend, even to the extent of avoiding his gaze. Jiang Mingzhu observed Qin Shao and Appo's detached expression, despite his emotional restraint. He continuously shielded her, providing an unshakable sense of security. As long as Qin Shao was present, she felt no cause for concern. A flicker of jealousy passed through the eyes of the Empress Dowager. How could it be that Jiang Mingzhu, due to her noble birth, always seemed to seize the advantageous position, even after entering the palace, where the late emperor had favored her in his heart? It was Jiang Mingzhu who basked in the limelight. Even now, she had a protector like Qin Shao. Without him, how could she afford to be so arrogant? Nangong gazed at Qin Shao with unbridled curiosity. He had heard tales of General Wang, a formidable warrior whose prowess on the battlefield earned him the gratitude of the Qin nation's citizens and instilled fear in neighboring realms. He was revered as a god of war in the hearts of the people. Indeed, General Wang matched his expectations, exuding an air of valor that rivaled even that of the Empress Dowager. Yet, what set him apart was his martial prowess. The Empress Dowager, being a woman, had never trained in combat. Though she wielded a whip with great authority, she was ultimately unarmed. Nangong felt an overwhelming urge to strike the Empress Dowager, imagining the satisfaction of delivering a blow that would truly wound her pride. Yet he knew he could not act on such impulses. Most importantly, General Wang was undoubtedly on his side, ever the protector of the Empress Dowager. Aunt Fangruo had mentioned that General Wang was her most loyal guardian. Nangong glanced from Jiang Mingzhu to Qin Shao and exclaimed, "General Wang, could you take Amp Oppos, or as her disciple?" No one anticipated the young prince's sudden declaration. Without waiting for Qin Zhao's response, he rushed forward and clung to Qin Zhao's leg, reminiscent of his earlier antics with Jiang Mingzhu. Nangong Qin watched the scene unfold, face-palming in realization that the young prince was heading in an irretrievable direction. However, he felt no inclination to intervene, his eyes betraying a hint of approval. Jiang Mingzhu regarded Nangong Yi's familiar antics with exasperation. This little rascal was employing his charm not only on her, but now on Qin Shao as well. "General Wang, please accept me. The Empress Dowager has said you're the most formidable. With you safeguarding the borders, the citizens of the capital can rest easy, knowing that you strike fear into the hearts of powerful nations and deter foreign incursions. You are the most loyal protector of the Qi, having rendered exceptional service. Aunt Oppos also wishes to become a hero like you." This little chatterbox, Qin Shao observed with an impassive demeanor, though a glimmer of amusement sparkled in his eyes as he raised an eyebrow. Those who knew him well could discern that his mood was quite favorable. Jiang Mingzhu recognized the cleverness of Nangong who had cleverly used her as a pretext. When had she ever uttered such words? Since entering the palace, she and Qin Shao had maintained a decorous distance, engaging only when absolutely necessary. They both feared that their actions might jeopardize each other. Sometimes, love does not need to be overtly expressed. The simplest form of guardianship, merely watching over one another from afar, suffices. Later, when Jiang Mingzhu ascended to the role of Empress Dowager, wielding power with confidence, the dynamic between them would inevitably change. Qin Shao did not wish for Jiang Mingzhu to be subjected to scrutiny or criticism from court officials due to him. Yet upon hearing Nangong and Amp Oppos' plea, he could not help but glance at Jiang Mingzhu, a hint of yearning in his gaze. "Nangong, you must not speak recklessly. When have I ever said such things?" Jiang Mingzhu met Qin Shao and Amp Oppos' intense gaze and felt a momentary discomfort, her ears flushing crimson. "Grandmother, though you have not spoken, I know you, like me, hold great faith in General Wang. Isn't this merely voicing your innermost thoughts?" That infuriating little rascal. Jiang Mingzhu pointed at Nangong exclaiming, "You little scamp. Just because you haven't been reprimanded in 3 days doesn't mean you can run wild. See if I don't have your father discipline you." Jiang Mingzhu had chastised him numerous times, yet she found it difficult to bring herself to discipline the little one, who possessed an uncanny ability to provoke her. "Grandmother, has not spoken incorrectly. Could it be that you are merely embarrassed? Your Majesty, if you do not reign in this little rascal, he may just ascend to the heavens." Qin Shao observed the playful exchange between Jiang Mingzhu and the young prince, a smile creeping into his eyes. Indeed, the news he had received was accurate. The Empress Dowager and the young prince shared a delightful rapport. Though she had once been a figure of immense authority, seemingly basking in glory, her eyes had often reflected a profound solitude, devoid of genuine joy. Now, however, things appear to have changed. This transformation was something Qin Shao was pleased to witness. Upon hearing this, Nangong Qing rubbed his nose, bemused by the playful banter between grandmother and grandson, which had inadvertently drawn him into their conflict. If he were to reprimand the young prince, the Empress Dowager would likely feel distressed and cast blame upon him. Mother, if Yi and Oppose, or could indeed apprentice under General Wang, it would be a splendid opportunity. Yet, I am uncertain of the General and Oppose as thoughts on this matter. This time, Jiang Mingzhu did not voice any objections. If the little one could learn from Qin Shao, it would be a great blessing. Indeed, Qin Zhao's capabilities were unmatched in Qi. He excelled not only in martial prowess, but also in strategy and intellect. He had once been praised by the late Grand Tutor, a young man of remarkable knowledge. Years had swiftly passed since then. She noted a flicker of interest in Qin Shao's expression, though he did not immediately acquiesce. Upon hearing this, Nangong's eyes sparkled with mischief as he waved his little hand at Qin Shao, who genuinely bent down to listen. The little rascal whispered something in Qin Zhao's ear, eliciting a smile from the general. Chapter 69. The grand banquet for the Duke of Qi. Jiang Mingzhu observed with a hint of curiosity, yet she was the Empress Dowager. This little imp had become increasingly cunning. What had he discussed with Qin Shao? Grandmother, father, and General Wang have agreed to accept me as a disciple. Nangong, he proclaimed, suddenly kneeling before Qin Shao, earnestly bowing several times. Disciple pays respects to the master. Jiang Mingzhu noted the lad and amp. Oppose's actions, clearly fearing Qin Shao might have a change of heart, eager to solidify this arrangement. That sly little rascal, Nangong being the crown prince, prompted Qin Shao to return the salute. Nangong Qing discerned Qin Shao and Oppose's intention and waved his hand. Since General Wang is his master, let him accept it and ensure strict guidance in the future. Nangong Qing spoke sincerely. This rascal was becoming increasingly unruly, necessitating a formidable figure to keep him in check. Although the Empress Dowager was formidable, she lacked martial prowess and could not withstand his charm. The latter was paramount, regardless of her strong disposition. Her inability to fight was irrelevant. Qin Shao had entered the palace to report and discuss military and political matters with the emperor. As Jiang Mingzhu watched them depart, she turned back to Xianing Palace, a fleeting shadow of melancholy flickering in her eyes. The little one had returned to Kuining Palace with the empress. Before leaving, Jiang Mingzhu had pointedly addressed the empress. Your concern for the greater good is commendable, yet if you do not stand firm, who will protect your child? Regardless of his noble lineage, the son of the Marquis of Wei Yuan is still a subject. Had you taken a firmer stance as empress, demanding justice for the crown prince, even if the emperor were furious, he could not disregard your feelings. No one would dare to bully your child again. In the future, anyone must consider the consequences of their actions. Empress, do you grasp the essence of this matter? The empress nodded, shamefaced, under Jiang Mingzhu's penetrating gaze. Nangongyi, observing from the side, appeared contemplative. Upon returning to Xianing Palace, Jiang Mingzhu sat beneath an ancient tree, lost in thought, as Feng Ruo whispered in her ear that Qin Shao had exited the palace. She paused, reflecting, it is good that he has returned. After years of battles, he needs time to recuperate. He seems to bear the weight of many hardships. Master, the general has finally returned. You ought to be pleased, Feng Ruo reminded. Jiang Mingzhu nodded, recalling the item she had received from the system. She retrieved a box of gold from her private treasury, filling a package for Qin Shao, instructing Yi Qing to deliver it personally. It was imperative that it reached Qin Shao's hands directly. He would understand upon seeing its contents. Within the package were items, including cleansing pills and strength-enhancing elixirs, along with any other medicinal treasures Jiang Mingzhu deemed beneficial for Qin Shao. In her previous life, Qin Shao had suffered numerous hidden injuries, leading to various ailments that even the imperial physician could not remedy, forcing him to endure the pain alone. As Qin Shao held the package delivered by Yi Qing, he gazed out the window, lost in thought, staring towards the palace for quite some time. Eventually, he opened the package, noting the labeled uses of its contents. Recalling the miraculous effects of the gold-threaded armor and medicines he had previously received, he pondered, Mingzhu must have encountered some extraordinary fortune. Otherwise, even the Empress Dowager could not procure such remarkable items. Yet, Mingzhu had entrusted him with these gifts without any reservations, and this trust warmed his heart. Had it not been for the items she had sent previously, he might have faced dire consequences, possibly even failing to return to the capital. As enemy spies had plotted against him, Mingzhu had saved him. Jiang Mingzhu, having sent the items with I Ching, did not dwell further on it. Over the years, she had learned to manage her thoughts. However, with the little one absent, Ci Ning Palace felt eerily quiet. Previously, the little one's antics had caused much commotion, which she had often found bothersome, but now the stillness felt somewhat unsettling. When was the Duke of Qi's birthday banquet? Jiang Mingzhu mused that the little one was, in a way, part of Ci Ning Palace. It would be appropriate to send a congratulatory gift to the Duke, enhancing the little one and Appo's reputation and providing support for the Empress. The Empress and Appo's temperament. Jiang Mingzhu and Appo's earlier remarks seem to have resonated, yet character transformation is not instantaneous. The Empress might heed her words, but whether she could act upon them remained uncertain. It was likely that only through a significant lesson would the Empress alter her ways. Such is human nature. Feng Ruo, have someone keep an eye out. With the Empress and Appo's character, it's plausible the Crown Prince may face grievances. Not everyone can be like you, Master, Feng Ruo sighed, recognizing that her master was incomparable. In prior years, despite the apparent glamour, navigating hidden dangers had been arduous. Yet she had managed to protect the two young masters. The Empress was risking her life for their protection, and anyone attempting to harm them must weigh the consequences. Regardless of the Empress and Appo's indifference, the little one belonged to Ci Ning Palace. If he were bullied, it would tarnish their reputation, necessitating vigilance. Feng Ruo chuckled, covering her mouth. Master, your tough exterior reveals your concern for the young Crown Prince. It was known that the Crown Prince's aunt was a servant. The Empress was the Duke of Qi's legitimate wife, while the Crown Prince's aunt was of a secondary marriage. Historically, new affections often overshadowed old loyalties, and given the complexities within the Duke of Qi's household, the daughter of the secondary wife often sought to overshadow the legitimate heir. The Duke favored his secondary wife and her daughter, which inevitably subjected the Empress to grievances. Jiang Mingzhu let out a cold laugh, recalling a similar incident from her previous life when the Empress had attended a birthday celebration but was pushed into the water, leading to a bout of illness upon her return. The Emperor had reprimanded the Duke of Qi, but nothing more came of it. She remembered that occurrence had coincided with the Duke's longevity celebration. She had not paid it much attention then, but it could only be this event. Although the Empress had merely fallen ill from the cold after being submerged, now that she was pregnant, Jiang Mingzhu's expression darkened. The child within the Empress was the Crown Prince and Appo's younger brother, likely as lively and adorable as the Crown Prince, who was eagerly anticipating the sibling. Feng Ruo, I find myself with some free time today and am quite bored in the palace. Rather than sending someone to the Duke of Qi's residence with gifts, why not take this opportunity to visit and see the festivities? Feng Ruo was taken aback, momentarily stunned. Master, are you intending to attend the Duke of Qi and Appo's birthday banquet? Chapter 70. What a coincidence! How fortunate that I, the Empress Dowager, am invited to the birthday banquet of the Duke of Qi. Surely, it is an honor for him, and he cannot possibly be unwelcoming. As you say, my presence will undoubtedly bring great prestige to the Duke's residence, and he will be overwhelmed with joy. Who in the capital possesses such esteem as to have the Empress Dowager attend their celebration? Jiang Mingzhu reclined lazily in the leisure chair crafted by the system, responding with a languid tone, "You certainly have a way with words." The maid replied, "What I speak is the truth. To have you, the Empress Dowager, grace the banquet is an unparalleled glory. The Duke will surely await you with a multitude of guests at his doorstep. I am merely going to bestow a modest gift. There is no need to create such a stir at the Duke and Appo's residence. I shall make my visit quietly, perhaps even giving the Duke a delightful surprise. Upon hearing Jiang Mingzhu's words, Feng Ruo chuckled and shook her head. You call it a surprise. Let us hope it does not turn into a fright. The Duke of Qi has lost his senses, indulging his secondary wife and her children. Let us hope this gathering does not escalate too far. For the Empress Dowager and Apos, as protective nature towards her little grandson might lead to unforeseen chaos. The Empress Dowager is unlikely to concern herself with the Duke and Apos' reputation. Her primary concern is the welfare of her grandson. My lady, may I accompany you? The Duke's birthday banquet promises to be a lively affair, and I would love to witness it. Last time, I left in haste, but this time I intended to bring you along. Such a delightful occasion must be shared, and after enjoying the festivities, I shall take you to Jushin Pavilion for a sumptuous meal and a couple of drinks. Dining at Jushin Pavilion is agreeable, but my lady, do refrain from excessive drinking this time. I was quite worried after your last indulgence. Fear not, Feng Ruo. This time, I shall limit myself to just a couple of cups to satisfy my cravings. It was those two old fellows insisting on drinking with me. I cannot allow them to think me weak. Although I was inebriated once, look at how the Prime Minister Wei and Lord Chun now behave before me. Much more subdued. Feng Ruo cast a silent glance at the rafters, reflecting on her lady's pride. The claim that she had outdrunk the two venerable gentlemen seemed ironic, given that she herself had nearly lost her way back to the palace. Had it not been for Yi Qing's presence, the commotion would have alarmed the entire court. Your Majesty is certainly confident, she thought. Even the Emperor could only gently advise, Mother, excessive drinking is harmful to your health. You must take care of yourself. Is there anyone who can truly manage the Empress Dowager? Even Prime Minister Wei and Lord Chun faced reprimands from the Emperor afterward. They had learned their lesson. While getting drunk themselves was one thing, losing the Empress Dowager would bring catastrophic consequences. Though the evening of revelry with the Empress Dowager had been delightful, with an abundance of fine dishes and exquisite wines, they dared not hope for a repeat performance. The Great Qi still requires the Empress Dowager and Apos as support. One day, when the Emperor fully ascends to power and commands respect from neighboring lands, they might indulge in such merriment once more. Should the Emperor require their assistance in removing obstacles, they would gladly accompany the Empress Dowager into oblivion. On the day of the Duke of Qi and Apos' birthday banquet, Jiang Mingzhu did not inform anyone and, accompanied by Feng Ruo and Yi Qing, donned her everyday attire and veiled her face before leaving the palace. Only the guards at the palace gate seemed to be aware of her departure. It wasn't too long before Nan Gongqing received word. The Empress Dowager has left the palace again? He sighed, feeling helpless. It appeared that she was increasingly fond of venturing out, and he could not restrain her, especially this time, as she was said to be visiting the Duke of Qi to offer birthday wishes. He wondered how the Duke had garnered such honor. Send someone to follow her. Ensure nothing goes awry. If anything happens, I will hold you accountable. While he could manage others, the Empress Dowager was a different matter altogether. He could not possibly stop her. The underlying issues were likely tied to the Crown Prince and the Queen and Apos as family affairs. Nan Gongqing was well aware that the Duke of Qi was somewhat reckless. He could advocate for the Queen, but she insisted on adhering to her filial duties, unwilling to defy the Duke. Though he felt a tinge of discomfort regarding the Queen and Apos' choices, he refrained from voicing his concerns, allowing her to act as she pleased. In any case, the Duke would not dare overstep. The Queen's grievances were of her own making. My lady, it appears we are being followed. Their martial prowess is quite familiar. It must be the Emperor's men. Yi Qing, having consumed a cleansing elixir that enhanced her abilities, noted the presence of Nan Gongqing and Apos' followers immediately. The Emperor and Apos' men posed no immediate threat. They were likely concerned after her late return on a previous occasion. Let them follow. As long as they do not interfere, it is acceptable. Yi Qing understood the gravity of the situation. The previous outing had indeed alarmed everyone. As they made their way to the Duke of Qi's residence, they encountered a growing number of guests arriving to pay their respects. Jiang Mingzhu traveled in a modest carriage. Caught in the throng, lying in the carriage, Jiang Mingzhu felt somewhat uncomfortable. Although the carriage was not as lavish as her own, It was more about the practicality of its interior. It was time to commission the crafting of several new carriages designed for comfort, especially with the impending paving of cement roads. Such improvements would allow her to rest peacefully during her travels. As she pondered this, Jiang Mingzhu took advantage of the traffic to explore the system for designs and materials for carriage construction. The concept of comfortable foldable seats could indeed be integrated into the carriage, reminiscent of the mechanical arts described in the text she had studied. She need not concern herself with the execution. She would pass the information to the workshops and allow them to experiment. The system's remarkable feature ensured that any text would be translated into the language of the Great Qi, alleviating any worries about comprehension. Send word now. Inform them of my desire for more comfortable carriages. The current ones are quite unsuitable for my needs. As for the methods, they are all detailed in the texts, and I trust they will figure it out. If the task is well executed, there will be rewards. Jiang Mingzhu, ever impetuous, acted swiftly, dispatching her orders as soon as the idea struck her. Just then, the carriage began to move again, albeit slowly. How audacious! Do you not know your place? My family and Appo's carriage should take precedence, for the one seated within is the princess consort of Chun. As Jiang Mingzhu munched on sunflower seeds, she overheard this proclamation. The princess consort of Chun? The very one that rascal has been yearning to marry? How fortuitous indeed. Chapter 71. The Princess of Luohe. What a title for the Princess of Luohe. What does it matter if she claims to be a royal consort? She is merely a commoner who has seduced the Prince of Chun, yet she truly believes herself to be a figure of significance. A bold voice emerged from another carriage. Jiang Mingzhu lifted the curtain of her carriage, observing that the two carriages ahead were locked in a standoff, bringing their progress to a halt. How dare you speak to the Prince of Chun's consort in such a manner? If our lord hears of this, he shall surely not let you off lightly. Oomph. Then let Nangong Qi come forth and see what he can do to me, the princess. Jiang Mingzhu noticed a girl of about 15 or 16 years emerging from the carriage, dressed in vibrant attire, a sword hanging from her waist. Though a maiden, she exuded an extraordinary martial demeanor. Which family does this girl belong to? Jiang Mingzhu could not recall such a girl in the capital, but judging by her tone, her status must be considerable. Master, this is the treasured daughter of the king of Anyang, the princess of Luohe. Feng Ruo remarked, admiringly observing the girl outside. This young lady indeed possesses a semblance of the elegance you once had, my lady. The princess of Luohe. It appears the king of Anyang has also come to the capital, making this year's festivities particularly lively. Indeed, several generals and princes have been summoned back to the capital. They are likely to remain until after the new year. This year's palace banquet promises to be more splendid than in years past. Feng Ruo spoke with a hint of anticipation. While the two were conversing, Jiang Mingzhu noticed another girl emerging from a different carriage, clad in white, appearing delicate yet with a significant air, supported by her maidservants, her expression tinged with haughtiness. What an audacious young lady! Does she not even regard me, the consort, regardless of my status as bestowed by the emperor? Even if the empress Dowager holds a grudge against the Prince of Chun, she will eventually accept me. When has it come to a mere subject like you to speak out of turn? Oomph, such self-importance. Even if it is a decree from the emperor, he has merely given you to the Prince of Chun without bestowing any rank upon you, which clearly indicates his lack of favor. A wild chicken, striving to ascend a phoenix tree, truly believes itself to be a phoenix. The princess of Luohe declared, striking her horse with her sword, causing the carriage to surge forward. Consort, this woman is too arrogant, disregarding even you. This is the princess of Luohe. The elder lady beside her recognized the girl's identity. It seems she is favored by the king of Anyang beyond reason. Siawan observed the carriage ahead, her eyes glinting with malice. Upon reaching the residence of the Duke of Qi, Jiang Mingzhu dismounted her carriage, gazing at the throngs of people at the main entrance. Shall we use the side entrance? Jiang Mingzhu donned a veil. There are too many people here. She wished to conceal her identity. Upon reaching the side entrance, the trio was halted. Who goes there? Today is the Duke of Qi's birthday. Every noble and royal family has come to attend the celebration. The empress and the crown prince are also present. Thus the guards are particularly vigilant to prevent any ill-intentioned individuals from entering. On the orders of my master, we have come to deliver gifts to the Duke of Qi, Jiang Mingzhu stated, producing a golden insignia from her bosom before the guards could speak further. Seeing the insignia, the guards' expressions changed, and they quickly knelt, no longer daring to obstruct her. Only 2 individuals in the palace possess such insignias. Easily passing through the side entrance, Jiang Mingzhu avoided the crowded areas, seeking a quiet spot instead. I Ching, go and see if there are any pawns around the Duke of Qi's residence. Although I Ching did not understand his master's reasoning, he complied with her every command, for he was not as astute as she. This place will do nicely. Feng Ruo, please summon some maidservants to bring the finest tea and pastries. I shall rest here for a while. Jiang Mingzhu found an excellent vantage point atop a pavilion, situated high within the Duke of Qi's residence, providing a broad view of the estate scenery. Seated comfortably, she instructed Feng Ruo to procure refreshments while she retrieved a telescope from her system space. The telescope was a remarkable find from her previous leisure time, exchanged for a mere silver ingot. Though not expensive, it was extraordinarily effective, allowing her to see distant objects clearly, even those over a kilometer away. With such an item, she had often observed splendid events from high places within the palace, but using it here felt like a waste. Its most suitable application lay in military affairs. She had procured another telescope and had exchanged blueprints from the system, which the artisans were currently studying. It should not be too difficult to produce. Lost in thought, Jiang Mingzhu began surveying her surroundings with the telescope. Feng Ruo, seeing this for the first time, was initially astonished but soon found it amusing. With this device, my master can enjoy the spectacle without needing to draw near. She can see everything clearly from a distance. Jiang Mingzhu fixed her gaze on a particular spot. A charming, bejeweled lady was in conversation with the empress. Even from afar, the view was remarkably clear. The empress appeared composed, while the young prince wore a serious expression, exuding an air befitting a crown prince, though Jiang Mingzhu sensed a hint of displeasure in his demeanor. Sister, I heard that was struck by the son of the Marquis of Wei Yuan a few days ago. The mark on his forehead still remains. As his aunt, I truly feel distressed. Though the words of Lady Cui Min, the wife of the Marquis of Zhongyong, seemed sympathetic, her tone was laced with schadenfreude. The Marquis of Wei Yuan is not well versed in raising children. Both the Empress Dowager and the Emperor have already reprimanded him. Nevertheless, is simply too frail. I must say, sister, you indulge him too much. He is a crown prince, yet his health is so delicate that he falls ill at the slightest provocation. It is rather embarrassing compared to my Hewer, who, at such a young age, not only memorizes the 3-character classic but also trains in martial arts with his master. He is bound to excel in both literature and martial prowess. A smug smile adorned Cui Min's face, despite the empress giving birth to a crown prince. What does it matter if he is weak? Whether he survives to adulthood remains uncertain, while her own life flows smoothly. Er's health has improved significantly. He has also taken on a master. Yet, regardless of how skilled a master may be, it is essential to have a solid foundation. Hewer has always been robust. His martial instructor praises him as an excellent candidate for training. Nangongyi listened to Cui Min's boasting, directing a derisive smile at his chubby cousin, Wu Xiaowei. He had often been bullied by this cousin. Although he was a crown prince, every time he was struck, his aunt only dismissed it as childish mischief. His mother, though sympathetic, regarded it as mere play among children, allowing it to pass without consequence. Chapter 72, Audacity. Although he had previously felt discomfort and frustration in his heart, upon hearing his mother and Appo's words, he believed it was indeed inappropriate to dwell on certain grievances, especially considering that they involved his maternal grandfather and aunt. However, it was only upon arriving at the Sinang Palace that he realized some injustices need not be endured. Moreover, as the crown prince, he should not have to tolerate any indignities. His grandfather might have shown some affection, but it was limited, driven more by political interests. As for his aunt, she could not bear to see his mother prosper and harbored no genuine familial affection, while his mother remained shackled by filial piety. But was this truly the essence of filial duty? Since his cousin was so formidable, perhaps he should begin practicing martial arts as well and challenge his cousin today. Others might be unaware, But the empress was well aware of the crown prince's current progress. Wu Xiaowei could not possibly be his match, even though he was 2 years older. If the crown prince were to injure Wu Xiaowei, it would surely upset his half-sister, who would likely weep to their father about it. After all, today was their grandfather's birthday celebration. Today is your grandfather's birthday banquet. Do not act recklessly. His mother. He argued, it was merely a contest. However, if his cousin was concerned about not measuring up, then so be it. After all, one must consider his aunt's pride. Cui Min had indeed hesitated, but upon hearing Nan Gongyi's words, she became resolute. Others might not know, but the crown prince was certainly capable of besting Huier. How could her son possibly be inferior to Cui Ro and Amp? Oppo's. Given Nan Gongyi and Amp, Oppo's confidence, if Huier were to be struck hard, she hoped he would not cry. Martial arts were not easily mastered. Not everyone could succeed. Upon hearing this, Nan Gongyi feigned fear, then attempted to maintain his composure. Aunt, you should not feel sorry for my cousin if he gets beaten. Otherwise, should they call it off? As he spoke, he acted, feeling somewhat disdainful of his own childishness. If his grandmother were present, she might well laugh at him. Yet he was merely a child. Why should he not employ straightforward methods to teach that little brat, Wu Xiaowei, a lesson? Although he was no longer the past version of Nan Gongyi, he still felt the need to avenge his past grievances against Wu Xiaowei. His grandmother had never allowed him to suffer in silence, and he would not either. He intended to give Wu Xiaowei a good thrashing and release all his pent-up frustrations. Cui Min, still somewhat uncertain, observed her son, who was notably taller than the crown prince and eager to engage. It was merely a friendly spar between brothers. What was there to be concerned about? A man should be tempered through challenges. After her words, Nan Gongyi felt even more pleased. Aunt, you are right. He rushed forward and delivered a thorough beating to Wu Xiaowei, and even the empress could not intervene. Now that Nan Gongyi was a martial artist and possessed considerable strength, Wu Xiaowei cried out in distress. Jiang Mingzhu, observing the scene through a telescope, smirked and remarked, "This little rascal, of all things to learn, he chooses to bully others. Strike harder, with more force." Yes, just like that. As she spoke, noticing Feng Ruo and Oppo's puzzled expression, she handed the telescope to her. Feng Ruo, upon seeing the scene, felt a twinge of concern. "My lady, while the crown prince seems to have the upper hand now, I worry for his safety. Should we intervene?" Jiang Mingzhu shook her head. "The crown prince has resided in my Sinang palace for long enough. If he cannot handle this little situation, then he deserves to be bullied. The empress cannot stand firm. The crown prince is still the crown prince. Given his status, no one in the Qi state Duke and Amp, Oppo's residents can dare to bully him. My lady, you have such confidence in the crown prince? That little rascal, even I sometimes have difficulty managing him. He has made significant progress in recent days. While I worry about his youth when it comes to hidden matters, today's public display requires no concern." Though Jiang Mingzhu expressed such confidence, she nonetheless set the telescope aside. "Seeing your worry, I shall bring you closer to witness the spectacle. Standing here in the wind is rather dull." Meanwhile, Nan Gongyi continued to pummel Wu Xiaowei, who was crying out, yet no one dared to intervene. After all, this was a contest, and being the crown prince, Cui Min and her son relied on their blood ties for support. "Stop! Cease at once!" Cui Min cried, her heart pained at seeing her beloved son suffer. The empress, witnessing this scene, felt a flicker of satisfaction, yet seeing Cui Min's distress, the stepmother, the Duchess of Qi, stepped in to halt the proceedings. "Enough, stop." Nan Gongyi, having delivered a sufficient lesson, recognized it was time to cease and deliberately raised his fist before Wu Xiaowei. Previously, Wu Xiaowei had reveled in his triumph over Nan Gongyi, but now he was terrified and burst into tears. "Aunt, did you not say my cousin had a skilled martial arts teacher?" "What?" Observing Cui Min's furious expression, Nan Gongyi shrugged and spoke intentionally. You little rascal. Is there no semblance of brotherly affection? Huier is your brother." This was the same routine as before. When Wu Xiaowei had bullied him, it was the same. Nan Gongyi wore a look of disdain on his face. "Aunt, this is merely a fair contest. I had already explained to you before we began. Your current stance seems to suggest you cannot accept defeat. You're doing this on purpose. Guimin exclaimed. You jest. My cousin has not hesitated to confront me. I have never held it against him. Mother, it hurts so much. I think my hand is broken. Wu Xiaowei, having been overpowered by Nangong, initially refrained from resistance. But upon seeing the adults and Oppo's support, he immediately felt aggrieved and complained to Cui Min, who had previously been effective in such situations. Sister, look at your precious son. My Huier is nearly beaten to death. The empress, who typically compelled Nangong to apologize to quell disputes, remained silent this time. Observing this, Nangong understood that his mother had indeed taken his grandmother and Oppo's words to heart. Grandmother, oh dear, Huier, how could you end up in such a state? The Duchess of Qi gazed at Wu Xiaowei with concern and then reproached the empress and the crown prince. This is utterly unacceptable. Huier is your cousin. Today is your grandfather's birthday celebration, and you have treated him thus. Empress, you ought to educate the crown prince properly. He is no longer a child. Does he not understand the meaning of brotherly respect? Cui Min nodded in agreement. Indeed, this is a severe lack of upbringing. The empress, facing such accusations, was beginning to feel overwhelmed. Enough. The crown prince and Oppo's small face grew stern, exhibiting a semblance of Jiang Mingzhu and Oppo's demeanor. Grandmother, you should learn what the responsibilities of ruler and subject entail. Mother married father and has since become a member of the royal family. How can you so easily berate her? Furthermore, I am the crown prince. Addressing my cousin is a courtesy to you, yet my brothers share the surname Nangong, and not all are entitled to demand brotherly respect from me. Chapter 73. What are their intentions? At this age, I find myself schooled by the crown prince on the ways of humanity. The Duchess of Qi, accustomed to the queen's excessive reverence, is unaccustomed to such indignity. And the queen herself? Does she not bow before her stepmother with utmost deference? Once a woman is married, her reliance on her natal family remains. And the queen is no exception. With the support of her family, she possesses the confidence to stand firm. Otherwise, in the harem, she would be an unanchored woman, unable to secure her position as queen. Queen, have you taught the crown prince to look down upon our noble house of Qi? If so, I have no further words. The queen's complexion paled at her stepmother's interrogation, her hand instinctively resting on her abdomen. She reflected on the increasing number of concubines in the harem. Though she wished to be resolute, she was not the Empress Dowager. Without the backing of her family, how could she protect the child within her? What you say, grandmother, is utterly unreasonable. Is it not the duty of a son to honor his mother? Must the queen show you deference, allowing you to belittle her? For her to be deemed worthy of the Qi family? If that is the case, what are the true intentions of the Qi family? Nangong Yisikofut, a determined and resolute expression gracing his youthful face. Though still a child, he understood his mother and Oppo's concerns. The Qi family, as it stands, could hardly be a reliable ally for her. Moreover, the Empress Dowager had once remarked that while the Qi family supports the queen equally bolsters the Qi family and Oppo's standing. Their current prestige is due to her. To use this against her is a treacherous heart indeed. The Duchess of Qi found herself speechless under the crown prince and Oppo's scrutiny, yet was unwilling to concede. Crown Prince, you. Silence. The Duke of Qi strode in, delivering a resounding slap to his wife. Ignorant woman, how dare you offend Her Majesty the Queen and His Highness the Crown Prince? After today, you shall be dealt with. With these words, the Duke bowed to the Queen and the Crown Prince. Your Majesty, please forgive me. Your Highness, I beg your pardon. It is I who have failed to discipline my wife and daughter. I implore you both to forgive me. Nangong recognized the implications behind the Duke and Oppo's words. The events of the past were not unknown to his grandfather. He merely chose to feign ignorance. At this moment, the Queen could no longer hold her tongue. Father, Before she could finish, Nangong interjected, Mother, since grandfather has spoken, I shall not hold your family against you. It is the first time I have been called a mere child, and for my mother and Oppo's sake, I shall grant you a reprieve this time. Grandfather, I do not wish for a repeat of this incident. You must discipline your household properly. Although mother cherishes familial ties, propriety must not be disregarded, and the laws of our ancestors cannot be violated. Do you understand, grandfather? The Duke, compelled by the gravity of the situation, scolded the Duchess for the Crown Prince and Appos's words. Should such remarks reach the Emperor's ears, it could provoke unnecessary concern. The Crown Prince had grown significantly. He was no longer the child he once was, but his gaze possessed the sternness of the Emperor. You are correct, Your Highness. I shall heed your teachings and ensure proper discipline in the household. Such incidents shall not occur again. The Duke and Appos's tone shifted to one of respect and joy, casting aside his previous displeasure. The Crown Prince's advancement was indeed a blessing for their clan. The Emperor, in the prime of life, had many concubines expecting heirs. The future of the court remained uncertain. Only with the Crown Prince's ascendance could the Qi family secure their position. Watching this exchange, the Queen felt a sudden clarity. Initially, she believed her father favored her stepmother and sister, but now his attitude had evidently shifted, contrary to her fears. Her father appeared to have transformed. After the Crown Prince's words, she saw a look of relief on his face. The Queen understood well the reason behind the Crown Prince's change. She felt immense gratitude for having entrusted him to the Sinang Palace. He had grown into a formidable support and ally. Nangong Yi, observing the Duke and Appos's demeanor, harbored numerous thoughts, some clear, others not. Yet he remembered the Empress Dowager and Appos's words and concealed his feelings until he could discuss them with her and his father upon returning to the palace. Grandfather and Appos's words bring me great comfort, Nangong Yi remarked, turning to the Duchess. Grandmother, perhaps you should take aunt and cousin to rest and prepare. Today is, after all, grandfather's birthday celebration. We must not provide fodder for ridicule. The Duchess glanced at the Duke, meeting his authoritative gaze, which was unlike any she had encountered before, compelling her to nod in acquiescence. Shui Min, still bewildered, struggled to comprehend how the situation had shifted so dramatically. How had the Crown Prince become so formidable? Aunt, today's matter was meant for mutual understanding. I am not a narrow-minded person. I hope you will continue to guide cousin well. Both my father and I wish for the court to have more capable individuals. Jiang Mingzhu, fearing recognition, instructed Feng Ruo to move away, lest someone identify her and uncover her identity. She stood quietly among the crowd, appreciating the unfolding drama. Upon hearing the Crown Prince and Appos's words, her heart swelled with pride. The young lad was indeed a diligent student, having absorbed her previous counsel. As a leader, one must possess a far-reaching vision and a grand ambition. How could one become mired in domestic strife? The Duke of Qi, being of noble descent, should strive for unity rather than being led by the nose. Upon hearing the Crown Prince's statement, the Duke felt a profound sense of appreciation. Such words implied a reconciliation of past grievances. It was a blessing for their clan to have a young mind with such aspirations. Amin, take heed of the Crown Prince's words. Teach we well. He pales in comparison to His Highness. Do not indulge him too much. Many esteemed officials present nodded in agreement, recognizing the Crown Prince as the future of the nation. His Excellence was truly a boon for their great Qi. Prime Minister Wei and Elder Chun, who had accompanied the Duke, had been engaged in conversation when they learned of the incident in the courtyard. Seeing the Crown Prince's demeanor filled their faces with relief. Wei, stroking his beard, caught sight of a figure in the crowd and suddenly halted, tugging at Elder Chun's sleeve. Old Wei, what are you doing? At Wei's prompting, Elder Chun turned to follow his gaze, only for the smile on his face to falter. Chapter 74. The Princess of Gongjing. Alas. Old Lord Chun wished fervently that his failing eyesight had deceived him, yet Old Wei had also witnessed the scene. Though the Empress wore a veil, the camaraderie from that afternoon in Appos's wine was unmistakable. How many women of such grace could there possibly be in Qi? When Jiang Mingzhu turned her head, she caught sight of the two elderly gentlemen, their gazes tinged with disdain. Upon noticing Jiang Mingzhu's scrutiny, Prime Minister Wei and Lord Chen stiffened. They understood the Empress and Appos's deliberately concealed appearance. She did not wish to be recognized and could not approach to pay her respects, standing there like a quail, motionless. Once Jiang Mingzhu averted her gaze, Prime Minister Wei exhaled in relief and tugged at Lord Chen and Amp Oppo's sleeve. Old Chen, what do you think prompted her to leave the palace? Could it be that she seeks a drink at Jushin Pavilion once more? Recalling the humiliations suffered before the Empress previously, Lord Chen rubbed his nose. Is it not obvious? She has come to celebrate the birthday of the Duke of Qi. Does the Duke of Qi truly possess such a countenance? Prime Minister Wei's face reflected disdain. He clearly held the Duke in low regard. What significance does the Duke of Qi hold? We have at least shared a drink with the Empress. What is he in comparison? Indeed, she is likely here merely to observe the spectacle. The Duke of Qi, having grown older, seems increasingly muddled, oblivious to the affairs of the inner court. Thankfully, clarity has returned to him now. Otherwise, he would face the consequences from her. She is currently most protective of her precious grandson. On the bright side, this is indeed a fortuitous development, far better than when she lamented over her unworthy son. The young crown prince is promising. He shall undoubtedly become a wise sovereign. Your words ring true. The Empress and Oppo's focus on the crown prince is indeed a blessing for the Qi. With her insight, just look at the progress the crown prince has made in such a short time under her guidance. His timidity has vanished, and he has even managed to intimidate the Duke of Qi. Prime Minister Wei's face was alight with enthusiasm as he spoke of the crown prince, the nation's heir, and his undeniable importance to the Qi as loyal subjects who would not wish for a sagacious ruler. The current emperor is indeed a wise and benevolent sovereign, a far cry from the crown prince of yesteryears. A crown prince must possess more than mere intelligence and filial piety. It seems the fault lies with those who have instructed him. You need not say it. I have observed it as well. The crown prince, at such a tender age, already exudes the aura of a leader. How commendable. Lord Chen remained silent, having also perceived the empress's influence upon the crown prince. The same commanding presence was evident in both the emperor and the empress. However, the emperor was upright while the empress was more adaptable, never willing to compromise her own interests. The crown prince and Oppo's recent altercation with Wu Xiaohui mirrors the empress and Oppo's own style of dealing with matters. Lord Chen pondered and ultimately voiced his concern. Prime Minister Wei understood his apprehension. It may not be entirely negative. By then, we will have retired from public office. Lord Chen nodded in agreement. True, the emperor is principled, yet he is often incensed by those obsequious ministers. But if the crown prince adopts the empress and Oppo's temperament, it will surely burden the court. Regardless, we shall be retired by that time, and it will no longer concern us. Meanwhile, the Duchess of Qi and Cui Min returned to the inner chambers, where the physician awaited them. Seeing the bruises adorning her son and Oppo's body, Cui Min was overcome with anger and sorrow. Particularly, Wu Xiaohui, so spoiled, had never endured such hardship. His cries during the application of medicine only deepened her distress. Mother, look at how they have treated Huier. That wretched woman, emboldened by her title as empress, has become increasingly arrogant, disregarding us entirely. Mother, it hurts. Cui Min wiped her tears. This vile creature and Oppo's brutality is aimed at killing my Huier. Shall we simply allow them to bully us? The Duchess of Qi and Oppo's face bore a mixture of resentment and indignation. What else can we do? Your father seems to have changed today, no longer standing by our side, but rather bowing to that wretched girl. Mother, if this continues, where will your position in the Duke of Qi's household remain? The previous incident may have left that vile woman bitter. You must prepare for what lies ahead. Do you think I am unaware of this? Yet now that she has produced an heir, her defenses are formidable, leaving us with no opportunity to strike. Moreover, should your father discover anything, plotting against an heir is a grave offense. Even so, we must find a way to teach that wretched woman a lesson. I cannot bear to see her so arrogant. The Duchess of Qi fell silent upon hearing her daughter's words. Mother, I know you must have a plan. After all these years managing the inner chambers of the Duke of Qi's household, surely you have a method to deal with that wretched woman? Allow me to contemplate. Even if we must take action, we cannot be implicated in any way. As the afternoon meal concluded, nothing noteworthy transpired. Jiang Mingzhu believed that this lifetime's empress was indeed different from the past. With an air, the forces behind her dared not act. In her previous life, she had wished for the empress to encounter misfortune. Thus she did not inquire further, remaining ignorant of the circumstances surrounding the empress and Apos, as near drowning. The princess of Gongjing has arrived. As the noon banquet approached, they heard the announcement from outside. It seemed rather late for birthday felicitations, yet with the status of the princess of Gongjing, who would dare to question her presence? Jiang Mingzhu observed the hurried steps of the princess of Gongjing, sensing that her visit was no mere courtesy. She was well aware that this visit was less about celebration and more about confrontation. Years ago, in her pursuit of the emperor, the princess of Gongjing had lost her most cherished daughter, a matter intertwined with the empress, though the empress bore no blame. Yet, the coincidence festered into resentment, leading the princess to harbor animosity towards the empress. Bound by the empress's status, she could not avenge her daughter and instead chose to live in seclusion within the royal residence, dedicating herself to piety. The arrival of the princess of Gongjing at the Duke of Qi and Apos' residence likely heralded ill intentions. Upon receiving the news, the Duke of Qi hurried over. "I pay my respects to the princess of Gongjing. How do you fare, Duke? I have come to celebrate your birthday today. This celebration is truly splendid, reminiscent of the grandeur of my daughter Yu and Apos' funeral." Though the Duke had braced himself for the comment, his expression still shifted. Jiang Mingzhu observed the princess of Gongjing's arrogant demeanor, her eyes narrowing. The princess bore a heavy heart, it seemed. Could it be that in her previous life, the empress and Apos' misfortune had stemmed from the princess of Gongjing? Regardless, this princess of Gongjing had previously allied with the late consort Ping. Though Jiang Mingzhu did not know the reasons behind it, the audacity to collaborate with the late consort was telling. Nangong, being younger and unaware of the past events, observed the princess of Gongjing and Apos' arrival and noted the empress and Apos' pale visage, laced with concern. Chapter 75. Have you forgotten about me, your majesty? Mother, what troubles you? Is there anything amiss with the princess consort of Gongjing? Listening to the crown prince and Apos' concern, the empress and Apos' expression improved slightly, yet she refrained from answering his inquiry. Instead, she said, "If the princess consort speaks harshly later, bear with it. After all, I owe her." "Mother, I do not understand," Nangong replied, his brow furrowed deeply. At that moment, the princess consort of Gongjing entered. The empress promptly rose to offer the highest seat to her. As a member of the royal family, the princess consort was an elder. Due to a past incident, the emperor had compensated her, granting her a high rank. If anyone could keep the princess consort in check, it would be the current emperor and the empress dowager. Upon seeing the empress, the princess consort's gaze turned venomous. "Ah, I see congratulations are in order for the empress. Expecting another heir. Truly fortunate. Unlike my ill-fated daughter who left this world too soon. One cannot help but envy the empress. Such misfortunes are the workings of fate. I express my condolences, and I believe the Yujun princess would not wish for you to remain in sorrow," the empress replied gently. "It is easy to speak lightly of grief, yet every thought of you causes me unbearable pain. Your majesty, how am I to overcome this?" The princess consort lamented. "Your suffering weighs heavily on my heart," the empress replied. Listening to the empress, the princess consort displayed a peculiar smile. "If the empress truly feels remorse, perhaps you might do something for Mayu. If you fulfill this wish, Mayu may find peace in her next life, and it would also be a blessing for your unborn child. What is it that you wish of me?" the empress inquired. "Not a difficult task, I assure you. My daughter perished because of you. She visited me in a dream. Unless you personally visit her grave and bow an apology, she will not lay aside her grievances and be reborn," the princess consort declared, her gaze fixed on the empress. "This request is not unreasonable, is it?" "No." Before the empress could respond, Nangong stepped forward to refuse the princess consort's demands. "Mother is the mother of the nation. She cannot perform such an act, especially while with child. This is absolutely out of the question. Should you refuse, there is no need to have a mere child speak on your behalf." "Ah, so this is the crown prince, is it? He appears quite handsome." If Mayu were still alive, she would be of similar age now. I had heard the crown prince was weak, but it seems those rumors were unfounded. How enviable you are, the princess consort remarked, her gaze toward the crown prince laden with ulterior motives. Jiang Mingzhu noticed the glint in the princess consort and Appo's eyes, revealing her intentions toward the crown prince. Her own eyes narrowed, filled with murderous intent. Regardless of the reasons behind the princess consort and Appo's daughter and Appo's death, it was clear she had directed her ire toward the empress, now even shifting it onto the crown prince. Such a person posed a threat to the crown prince and Appo's safety. Princess consort. Although the events of the past were not orchestrated by me, the Yujun princess left in a fit of anger because of the previous emperor and Appo's decree. She met with tragedy, and thus I have shown you considerable tolerance over the years. However, do not overstep your bounds, the empress asserted. Indeed, the Yujun princess and Appo's departure was due to the previous emperor and Appo's marriage decree, which prevented her from marrying the emperor, leading to her tragic fate. This matter bears no relation to the empress. If you blame her, it is entirely unjust, the Duchess of Qi interjected, stepping forward to defend the empress. The princess consort, however, appeared unhinged. Mayu, princess consort, if you seek to place blame, direct it toward the misfortune of the Yujun princess. This has nothing to do with the empress. The empress is with child, and her life is precious. If anything were to happen to the heir, you would not be able to bear the consequences. Jiang Mingzhu, having regained her composure, recognized the Duchess of Qi's provocations and shot her a cold glare. Chuiro, you shall pay for this. Suddenly, the princess consort lunged at the empress, who was caught off guard and nearly toppled over. Yiqing appeared just in time to save her. Jiang Mingzhu breathed a sigh of relief. Had anything happened to the empress, the young prince would surely be inconsolable. She had stationed Yiqing nearby precisely to ensure the empress and Appo's safety. Unexpectedly, the princess consort, having failed to harm the empress, turned her wrath upon the rushing crown prince, seizing him by the throat in a fit of madness. No one anticipated such insanity from the princess consort, although she had learned some martial arts in her youth. Her frenzy granted her strength beyond measure. Despite the crown prince and Appo's considerable might, he could not evade her grasp. In an instant, his face turned a deep shade of purple. Jiang Mingzhu's eyes widened in horror as she called for help. Yet, everyone hesitated, wary of the princess consort's status, fearful of injuring the crown prince in their attempts to intervene. Quickly, save the crown prince. The onlookers were horrified, except for the Duchess of Qi, whose alarm was tinged with satisfaction. The next moment, the princess consort was subdued, and the crown prince was safely taken from her grasp. Cough, cough. Nangani coughed, turning to the imposing figure who had arrived like a celestial being. Master, Qin Shao nodded coldly, his expression inscrutable, yet his presence offered immeasurable reassurance. Jiang Mingzhu, ever proud, felt tears brimming as she rushed forward. Meeting Qin Shao and Appo's gaze for a brief moment, she turned to the crown prince in his arms. And Appo's, sir, did your grandmother not teach you to avoid danger? Charging in recklessly like that. How could you have been caught by the princess consort? At that moment, the empress felt utterly drained. Upon seeing the crown prince safe, she rushed to slap the princess consort. You mad woman, I have never wronged you. The Yujun princess was foolish. My marriage to the emperor was decreed by the previous emperor. It was her own recklessness that led to her tragic fate. I pitied you for losing your daughter. Yet I did not expect such madness from you. You should never have harmed the crown prince. The princess consort, undeterred by her outrageous actions, retorted defiantly. And what of it? Even if I've done this, how do you think the emperor will react? My lord died for the previous emperor. If the emperor were to kill me, it would be an act of ingratitude. You may despise me, but the most he could do would be to confine me. This declaration angered not only the empress, but also the minister Wei and the esteemed elders present, who recognized the truth in her words. Jiang Mingzhu, her emotions now steady, smirked coldly at the princess consort, retrieving a sharp dagger from the ground and pressing it against the princess consort's face. Princess consort, while the emperor may be at a loss with you, have you forgotten about me? Dare you to harm my people? And have you considered what I might do to you? Chapter 76. The Empress Dowager seeks solace in wine at this moment. The Princess of Gongjing finally recognized her, her complexion shifting dramatically, especially upon witnessing Jiang Mingzhu's enchanting yet bloodthirsty demeanor, the blade's tip poised against her fair skin. It seemed poised to mar her visage at any moment. Jiang Mingzhu's veil had fallen away, and the courtiers present recognized her, hastily kneeling and exclaiming, "We pay our respects to your majesty, the Empress Dowager. Long live the Empress Dowager." The Duke of Qi knelt at the forefront, utterly astonished. He was acutely aware of his own standing. He lacked the qualifications and face to invite the Empress Dowager to the birthday feast, and her presence here was undoubtedly due to the Crown Prince. At that moment, the Crown Prince had already descended from Qin Zhao's embrace and approached Jiang Mingzhu, glaring with palpable fury at the Princess of Gongjing. "Princess of Gongjing, you possess immeasurable audacity. Should anything happen to my mother, I shall ensure you face dire consequences." The Princess of Gongjing regarded the Crown Prince with a dismissive click of her tongue. "You speak so fiercely, yet you cannot even save yourself, let alone protect the Empress." "Ha ha!" Nan Gongyi seethed with a desire to eliminate this madwoman. "Take care of your mother. I shall oversee matters here." Jiang Mingzhu signaled to Yi Qing to lead the Crown Prince aside, refocusing her attention on the Princess of Gongjing, her expression laced with amusement. "Princess of Gongjing, you are indeed quite capable. Even I, who holds the title of Empress Dowager, would hesitate to chastise such a well-behaved child like the Crown Prince. Yet you dare to raise your hand against him, seeking his life." Jiang Mingzhu traced the blade's tip across the princess's face. "Do you truly believe that if something were to befall the Empress and the Crown Prince, the Emperor would remain idle? If that were the case, I would willingly accompany the Empress and the Crown Prince to the grave, but as it stands, they are unharmed." Just as the Princess of Gongjing finished her words, two sharp slaps resounded, visibly swelling her cheeks, revealing the force behind Jiang Mingzhu and Appo's strikes. Prime Minister Wei and Elder Chun watched the Empress Dowager and Appo's actions with satisfaction. Indeed, as long as her wrath did not fall upon them, the spectacle was quite gratifying. The Princess of Gongjing, rubbing her sore face, chuckled instead. "If you find no relief, Your Majesty, feel free to strike me further. I shall endure." Her words were unmistakable. Now that the Empress and the Crown Prince were safe, the Empress Dowager could only vent her frustration, with no real power to harm her. Such arrogance! Prime Minister Wei and Elder Chun observed the audacious Princess of Gongjing, who dared to challenge the Empress Dowager, despite the fact that her husband had died saving the late emperor. When the Empress Dowager became furious, she recognized no kin. She would even dare to kill the emperor, who was the son of the former emperor. How much more then for a mere Princess of Gongjing? This situation is escalating. You are quite pleased with yourself and exceedingly arrogant. It has been a long time since I have encountered someone so brazen before me. Jiang Mingzhu regarded the Princess of Gongjing with a serious demeanor, as if merely stating a fact. "Your Majesty, in this world, matters seldom unfold to one and amp. Appo's has satisfaction. Even with your exalted status as Empress Dowager, I now care not for anything. What can you truly do to me?" "Ha ha ha!" The Princess of Gongjing laughed maniacally. The Duke of Qi, filled with rage, felt an overwhelming urge to confront this woman. To threaten the Empress and the Crown Prince was to strike at the very foundation of the Duke of Qi's estate. Yet the Princess of Gongjing, having committed such acts, showed no remorse and remained insufferably arrogant. But she was the Princess of Gongjing. Jiang Mingzhu also laughed, not out of madness, but with a fierce, bloodthirsty delight. "How joyous you appear! Your smile compels me to consider marring your face. What a predicament!" Upon hearing Jiang Mingzhu and Appo's words, the Princess and Appo's smile faltered, and before she could contemplate her fate, her face was already marred. Jiang Mingzhu ruthlessly slashed her blade across the princess's face, transforming what was once a fair visage into a grotesque sight, marred by crimson lines. "You vile woman! How dare you ruin my face?" The Princess of Gongjing, emboldened, had not anticipated Jiang Mingzhu would resort to such violence. Women, regardless of age, cherished their beauty and appearance. If the princess truly cared little for her looks, why then did she bother with her appearance? After all, at her age, she was no celestial beauty. To be less than fair mattered not. The blade still stained with blood, Jiang Mingzhu smiled radiantly. You despicable creature! Such venomous intent. No wonder the late emperor held you in disdain, treating you as a mere pawn. Jiang Mingzhu and Appo's eyes narrowed. Pray continue, what else do you have to say? I am eager to hear your thoughts. At that moment, the princess of Gongjing, now cautious, fell silent, her expression tinged with a mix of relief and sarcasm. Jiang Mingzhu, undeterred, wore an increasingly enchanting smile. Very well, let us forego these vexing remarks. Instead, let us converse about something more delightful. I see you are so confident, convinced that the emperor will not take any serious action against you. But tell me, if I were to end your life, what could the emperor do to me? What are you planning? The princess of Gongjing's expression finally revealed genuine fear. Why? To eliminate you, of course. One wonders if the late prince will still acknowledge you as his consort in the afterlife, especially now that you look so hideous. With that, Jiang Mingzhu and Appo's hand fell, the blade descending. The princess of Gongjing and Appo's eyes widened, refusing to close even in death. Silence enveloped the room, aside from Qin Shao. No one anticipated that Jiang Mingzhu would truly act, assuming it was merely a threat to the princess of Gongjing. Jiang Mingzhu turned to the assembled courtiers, her expression icy. The princess of Gongjing has committed treason against the crown prince, a grave offense. She has been dealt with. I Ching, take people to swiftly search the Gongjing estate. Having slain the princess, it was imperative to eradicate any future threats. Although some present expressed dissent regarding Jiang Mingzhu's actions, none dared to voice their objections. Jiang Mingzhu cast the blade to the ground and suddenly chuckled lightly. It was merely a trifling matter. I have resolved it. You need not be anxious. Today is the Duke of Qi's birthday celebration. Please continue to offer your congratulations. As she spoke, her gaze met Qin Shao's, who looked at her with a hint of concern. Jiang Mingzhu concealed the complexity in her eyes and turned to leave. Prime Minister Wei and Elder Chun exchanged glances before hastily following Jiang Mingzhu. At the Duke of Qi's estate entrance, my lady, I shall accompany you back to the palace. Feng Ruo gazed at her mistress with concern, although many deemed her ruthless. Only she understood that the princess of Gongjing had touched upon a forbidden nerve. Had the princess not been eliminated today, how could the crown prince find his footing? Jiang Mingzhu, her expression devoid of emotion, glanced at Feng Ruo. Return to the palace? I seek solace in wine. Prime Minister Wei and Elder Chun, having just reached the estate's entrance, nearly stumbled at her words. Chapter 77. Cleaner than a face at this moment, the Empress Dowager, surprisingly, still had the leisure to indulge in wine, which spoke volumes of her carefree disposition. Not to mention, she had just executed the princess consort of the Gongjing prince. The princess was not an ordinary commoner or official. The repercussions of such an act would surely flood the imperial court with impeachment petitions by dawn. The Empress Dowager and Appo's audacity in her role was quite remarkable. Feng Ruo, caught off guard, did not expect her sovereign to desire a drink at such a time. Your Majesty, I indeed require a moment to calm my nerves. Besides, what purpose would returning to the palace serve? To endure the incessant chatter of those ministers? Jiang Mingzhu, although a seasoned killer, had never personally executed anyone until now. The status of the princess consort was exceptional. Anyone else involved in her death, even if it were I Ching, could easily be framed for the crime. It was imperative that she took matters into her own hands. The princess consort, in her arrogance, had her reasons. Had Jiang Mingzhu delayed in her decision to eliminate her, the ensuing pressure to do so later would have been immense. Thus, seizing the moment, she acted decisively. The princess consort was in a position of unwarranted confidence. With her demise, what could the outside world do but gossip about her viciousness? In this realm, no one had the authority to punish her. Ah, Lord Chun, what troubles you? Is age catching up with your legs? Jiang Mingzhu caught sight of Prime Minister Wei and Lord Chun approaching. Lord Chun replied, Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. I remain quite spry for my age. I could easily enjoy a few drinks with you without faltering. Jiang Mingzhu remained nonchalant. Prime Minister Wei interjected, Your Majesty, while your actions today were resolute. The princess consort is not an ordinary person. This matter may not resolve easily. It would be prudent for you to discuss a strategy with His Majesty at your earliest convenience. Jiang Mingzhu dismissed Wei's concerns, asserting, I have acted as I deemed fit. The princess consort attempted to assassinate the crown prince, and such treachery warrants death. Let anyone who opposes me come forth. I await their challenge. The prime minister felt a profound sense of helplessness at her defiance. He understood the gravity of the situation and supported the empress dowager. The princess consort had nearly caused the crown prince's demise and deserved her fate. However, he was acutely aware of those in the court eager to undermine the empress dowager, and he felt compelled to propose a strategy. Seeing his urgency, Jiang Mingzhu smirked. This old man still possessed a semblance of conscience. What is there to discuss? Even if I were to consult with the emperor, what outcome could we expect? All that awaits me is a reputation tarnished further. Upon hearing her words and meeting her penetrating gaze, Wei was momentarily stunned. The empress dowager had a point. Observing Lord Chun, who remained relaxed and unconcerned, Wei felt increasingly anxious. My reputation is already sullied. Another scandal holds little weight. Being feared has its advantages. Let them see who dares to truly provoke me, lest they suffer my wrath. Once more, Wei found himself speechless. Indeed, no one dared to challenge the empress dowager, especially after her decisive actions against the princess consort. Lord Qin chuckled. Old Wei, you are quite astute. How have you yet to grasp this? Today's events solely lie with the empress dowager. Had she not acted promptly, the emperor would have been left in a precarious position. Recognizing the truth in Lord Chun and Oppo's words, Wei pondered for a moment and came to understand. It was indeed only the empress dowager who had the resolve to handle the situation. If she was unconcerned about her reputation, who could possibly hold her accountable? As Jiang Mingzhu perceived their realization, she shook her head and strode ahead, for her carriage awaited. Lord Chun remained conflicted, contemplating whether to accept an invitation for a meal and drinks from the empress dowager. He noticed Jiang Mingzhu leaving without so much as a backward glance, clearly not intending to invite them. Is she departing just like that? Prime Minister Wei mirrored Lord Chun and Oppo's dilemma. Although accompanying the empress dowager into drunkenness could lead to the emperor and Oppo's ire, should she insist, he had little choice but to comply. Ultimately, the empress dowager made no overtures of invitation. Since the empress dowager has left, shall we not return as well? Indeed, if she has departed, what reason do we have to linger? However, what is it? Wei hesitated. With the empress dowager out in the world, as a subject, I cannot rest easy. It will be better to accompany her. You make a valid point. Let us go together. Meanwhile, Jiang Mingzhu anticipated the gathering at the Jushin Pavilion, and behind her, Wei and Lord Chun hurriedly followed. Feng Ruo observed, Your Majesty, it seems Prime Minister Wei and Lord Chun are likely worried and have come to attend to you. Jiang Mingzhu smiled knowingly. You are mistaken. Their concern lies not with me, but rather with the fine wine I possess. Both men were connoisseurs of good wine, and although Jiang Mingzhu had intentionally excluded them, they had pursued her nonetheless. It would be far more enjoyable to share a drink than to indulge alone. However, the circumstances of their company varied based on whether she had extended the invitation or if they had chosen to tag along. The waiter brought forth the dishes. Jiang Mingzhu sat at her table, ignoring the antics of Prime Minister Wei and Lord Chun, fully aware of their situations. Lord Chun, under the strict supervision of his wife, rarely managed to spare any funds for a decent meal or drink. Prime Minister Wei had fared better, but after a drunken incident that caused him to miss court, he too had been put in his place by his spouse. These two old men, in recent times, were likely more frugal than their appearances suggested, especially with the fine wine she had to offer, which made their restraint all the more difficult. Jiang Mingzhu savored her exquisite wine, watching the two elderly gentlemen perform for her amusement. The discomfort stemming from her recent actions faded considerably. Meanwhile, in the palace, Nangong Qing was anxiously awaiting the empress dowager and Oppo's return to strategize. To his dismay, he received word that she had gone to the Jushin Pavilion for drinks. At Shou and Oppo's and palace, The Empress Dowager Ping was furious, smashing items throughout the chamber. Her meticulous plans had been upended by Jiang Mingzhu and Oppo's ruthless decision to eliminate the princess consort. She had never anticipated such boldness. How dare Jiang Mingzhu act with such audacity? That was the princess consort, but the deed was done. Indeed, there was no longer any possibility for recovery. The mere thought of the princess consort's demise nearly brought forth blood from the Empress Dowager Ping. At the Jushin Pavilion, Jiang Mingzhu had barely begun to enjoy her drinks with Prime Minister Wei and Lord Chun when another guest arrived. Catching Jiang Mingzhu's attention while the two men nearly toppled under the table in surprise. Chapter 78. The envoys from the Liang Kingdom visit again, Your Majesty. At this moment, Jiang Mingzhu remained composed. Prime Minister Wei and the esteemed Elder Chun, astonished to find Nan Wuqing, who should have been in the palace, in a tavern, nearly dropped their jaws, especially the Emperor and Oppo's meaningful gaze, had they not already partaken of several drinks, reluctant to abandon the exquisite taste in their cups. They might have fled in disarray. Let us sit properly and dispense with the kneeling and bowing. I have finally managed to enjoy a drink. Do not spoil my spirits. Jiang Mingzhu observed the Emperor, who at least had the sense to don common attire for his incognito visit, and offered him an approving glance. Ignoring the disapproval in his eyes, she reflected on her previous struggles to seize control of her own destiny, no longer a pawn to be manipulated. Harboring resentment, yet forced to submit, only to be torn apart while expressing gratitude and bowing in thanks. Power is a splendid thing. Even the Emperor finds himself powerless against her now. Moreover, she was wealthy and influential, although she had relinquished some authority in the court. The essential resources, both monetary and military, remained firmly within her grasp, never to be loosened. Nan Wuqing had initially rushed out to discuss the matter of the Empress Dowager's assassination of the concubine of the Duke of Gongjing, fearing that the Dowager might indulge too heavily in drink and lose clarity in their deliberations. Yet here he was, finding his two most trusted ministers seated at the same table with the Dowager, engaging in spirited conversation as if today were a celebration. In that moment, Nan Wuqing felt a profound sense of foolishness, particularly when seated with the Dowager, Prime Minister Wei, and Elder Chun. He experienced a disorienting realization of his own identity and purpose. The court was in turmoil, with countless ministers likely waiting outside the imperial study. Such fine wine. As the clear, fragrant liquid flowed into his mouth, a spicy sensation engulfed his throat, prompting an involuntary exclamation of admiration. What true gentleman would shy away from good wine? Nan Wuqing savored the drink, realizing that previous wines paled in comparison. No wonder Prime Minister Wei and Elder Chun were so eager, shamelessly trailing after the Dowager. It turned out she possessed such exquisite wine. Your Majesty, since we are seated here drinking, let us set aside our worries and indulge in this pleasure. Jiang Mingzhu discerned that the Emperor was preoccupied with thoughts concerning the concubine of Gongjing. As for the concubine's fate, you need not concern yourself. It was I who ordered her demise. Should any matters arise in court tomorrow, place the blame upon me. I shall bear it all. If the ministers remain dissatisfied, let them seek me out. I will offer them a satisfactory resolution. Nan Wuqing and Oppo's lips twitched at her words. It was indeed the Dowager who had executed the concubine. Who would dare confront her? Yet her proposition was astute. Given their fear of the Dowager, this issue need not trouble him. He realized that he had not been assertive enough as emperor. However, the lessons from his ancestors loomed large. The Dowager was the Dowager, and the emperor was the emperor. Some actions permissible for the Dowager could spell doom for the emperor if mirrored. At that moment, Nan Wuqing envied Jiang Mingzhu's position as Dowager. No one could live as freely as she did, especially as he watched her down cup after cup, while Prime Minister Wei and Elder Chun transformed into eager sycophants, showering her with flattery. Your Highness, your finesse today has been exceptional. Otherwise, future matters may have proven troublesome. Elder Chun, having sensed Jiang Mingzhu and Oppo's intentions from the outset, expressed his admiration for her decisive nature, even as a woman. With guards stationed outside, they spoke freely. Your Highness, putting aside other matters, your actions have truly brought us relief. The audacity of the concubine of Gongjing, attempting to harm the crown prince, was infuriating. However, her reckless behavior today hints at deeper motives. Otherwise, how to explain her sudden appearance? It is likely she was instigated by others. Yet, with her demise, uncovering the truth will not be simple. I suspect she had other backing. Jiang Mingzhu regarded Prime Minister Wei with a penetrating gaze. Truly, he was a cunning old fox, perceptive enough to discern the underlying connections. The concubine of Gongjing's actions were undoubtedly tied to the dowager's influence. While lacking concrete evidence, she had a strong intuition. Besides, in her past life, these two had colluded. As for anything else, she required no proof. If the concubine was eager for her own demise, she would simply eliminate this source of trouble. With these thoughts, Jiang Mingzhu refrained from mentioning the dowager, simply stating the prime minister's reasoning holds merit. Elder Qin nodded in agreement. Furthermore, the Duke of Qi's household seems to be unsettled. The Duchess of Qi. Jiang Mingzhu was well aware that the Duchess was also involved, at the very least providing the concubine with information and support. The Duchess of Qi would be left for the empress to handle, as it was ultimately a matter for her household, and Jiang Mingzhu did not wish to overstep. Though she spoke thus, Jiang Mingzhu would not hesitate to deal with anyone she deemed fit. By leaving both the empress and the crown prince in that situation, she hoped the empress would emerge stronger, having nearly lost her son. This concern weighed on her. Were it not for the crown prince, she would not bother. Nang Wuqing listened to Jiang Mingzhu, Prime Minister Wei, and Elder Chun exchanging dialogues, and gradually calmed his thoughts. Following Jiang Mingzhu and Appo's lead, he simply indulged in the wine, setting aside all trivial concerns for the moment. Initially, he had harbored resentment towards the dowager for her actions against the concubine. However, their conversation shed light on her motives. Her actions were in defense of both him and the crown prince. Why else would she bear such a notorious reputation? Even if she appeared indifferent? Mother, I thank you in advance, Nang Wuqing declared, raising his cup to Jiang Mingzhu and downing it in one gulp. A smile graced Jiang Mingzhu and Appo's eyes. Your Majesty, with your words, I find this reproach worth bearing. Ultimately, Jiang Mingzhu had indeed become intoxicated, though this time, Prime Minister Wei and Elder Chun had moderated their drinking, likely due to Nang Wuqing's presence. He personally escorted Jiang Mingzhu back to the palace, while a carriage trailed at a respectful distance. Inside the carriage, Qin Xiao wore a helpless expression. When did this girl become such a wine enthusiast? Yet her capacity remains much the same as before. The next day, the court was indeed in an uproar, yet few dared to openly criticize the dowager. The schemes of the dowager and the concubine of Gongjing could not compare. The clamor instigated by the concubine was swiftly overshadowed by another matter. Your Majesty, the ruler of the Liang Kingdom has sent a state letter. Envoys will arrive shortly. After 2 months, the envoys from the Liang Kingdom were set to visit once again. Chapter 79. The Empress Dowager's advanced age. The most vehement critics of the Empress Dowager have now been rendered powerless. Although 2 months have passed, they have not forgotten how audacious the envoy from Liang was, almost daring to abscond with the treasury of the Qi under the pretense of borrowing, with little intention of returning. It was only due to the intervention of the Empress Dowager that the Liang envoy retreated. This time, however, the envoy from Liang has shown a modicum of respect towards the Qi, refraining from entering the palace and instead adhering to diplomatic protocol by first presenting a state letter, demonstrating a newfound understanding of decorum. Your Majesty, the envoy from Liang has returned, and their intentions seem far from benign, one official reported. The envoy and Appo's previous visit yielded no grain or gold, and is likely they are returning in dissatisfaction. This development poses a dilemma. It was hoped that the envoy had been sent away for a few years of tranquility, yet they have returned sooner than anticipated. What could their purpose be? What else could it be? It is rumored that Liang and Zheng are currently at an impasse, with Liang and Appo's treasury nearly depleted. At this juncture, Liang and Appo's most pressing need is provisions, which was indeed the motive for their previous visit. Given this situation, it may be prudent to have the Empress Dowager address the envoy once more. Just as she successfully intimidated the previous envoy, perhaps she can do so again. At this moment, the Minister of Rights, Qi Jingmin, proposed this course of action. The ever-silent Chancellor Wei could not suppress his sarcasm at Qi's suggestion. Minister Qi, your thoughts are intriguing. Yet not long ago, you accused the Empress Dowager of usurping authority and disregarding the late emperor's wishes, advocating for her to retreat to Tianlong Temple to atone for her sins. Now, you wish for her to confront the envoy from Liang. What is your true intent? Minister Qi, this is a different time, and the Empress Dowager's rash execution of the princess consort of Gongjing was indeed questionable, chimed in Elder Minister Chun. While it is true the Empress Dowager acted against the princess consort, whether she was in the wrong requires careful consideration. However, to say she acted without cause is inappropriate. The circumstances were evident. The princess consort nearly caused the crown prince's demise, and had it not been for the timely rescue by Prince Qin, the crown prince would have perished. The Empress Dowager's fury was justified in her actions. Indeed, I was present that day, and the princess consort, emboldened by her past favors to the crown, dared to plot against the crown prince. Even I was deeply incensed by her audacity. The Empress Dowager and Appo's decision to execute the princess consort was entirely reasonable. Qi Jingmin and Appo's face flushed with a mix of embarrassment and anger. While it is true that the Empress Dowager and Appo's actions may have contravened the late emperor and Appo's wishes, we must first address the external threat posed by the envoy from Liang before deliberating on this matter further. Is it not clear, Minister Qi, that you wish to have the Empress Dowager confront the envoy from Liang to alleviate the Qi's concerns, while simultaneously criticizing her for meddling in state affairs? Qin Shao interjected with a cold smile, his gaze piercing as it fell upon Qi Jingmin. Does he take us all for fools, or believe the Empress Dowager is easily manipulated? This ploy is transparently self-serving. Indeed, Minister Qi, you should not be the Minister of Rights, but rather the Minister of Revenue, given your knack for calculations that could easily replenish the treasury, Suja remarked, bowing mockingly towards Qi Jingmin. Enough, gentlemen, let us return to matters of state, the emperor interjected. Minister Qi, such remarks are unwarranted. The court is not a battleground of personal vendettas, and I am no fool who fails to recognize the true dynamics at play. In the past, Nan Gongqing had valued Qi Jingmin, having promoted him without a notable background. However, his recent actions appeared duplicitous, leaving the emperor perplexed by Qi's intentions. With the emperor and Appo's words, Qi Jingmin appeared abashed, retreating into silence. Your Majesty, the envoy from Liang has returned once more. I suspect the king of Liang has sent them with ulterior motives, Chancellor Wei remarked. This time, the envoy is a high-ranking official, indicating the seriousness of their mission. The other ministers nodded in agreement, recalling how the previous envoy had departed under a ruse, led to believe that the Qi's strength had grown significantly, instilling a sense of caution in Liang's king. Hence, the king dispatched a high-ranking envoy to ascertain the truth. Since our previous success in sending the Liang envoy away relied on the Empress Dowager's actions, I humbly propose we seek her counsel once more, Wei suggested. To this, Nan Gongqing responded with approval rather than anger. Very well. To avoid delay, let us proceed to the Xinang Palace and consult the Empress Dowager. At Xinang Palace, Jiang Mingzhu was practicing her whip when informed of the emperor and Appo's arrival with a retinue of ministers. I am of advanced years and have long ceased to involve myself in state matters, much less engage in such intrigues, she declared. She was keenly aware of the political machinations at play, particularly regarding Qi Jingmin, who appeared to have embedded himself deeply within the court. The once innocuous envoy from Liang now seemed to have arrived at an opportune moment, likely causing the Empress Dowager to experience frustration. Jiang Mingzhu, drenched in sweat, jested with Feng Ruo. It seems our dear Princess Ping has overreached, especially after her recent loss of the princess consort of Gongjing. Such desperation may lead her to miscalculate. However, Your Majesty, without proof, one risks misjudgment, Feng Ruo cautioned. While you may feel secure, there are many lurking ambitions seeking to undermine you. The emperor is not so naive. In recent days, numerous events have transpired, and if he had not noticed the undercurrents, he would not hold his position so firmly. Outside Xinang Palace, Upon hearing the chief eunuch Kong Fu's report, Nan Gongqing's lips twitched. The phrase advanced age does not suit the Empress Dowager. Nevertheless, she is the Empress Dowager. And even if she seeks to wield her age as a shield, I cannot confront her directly. Chapter 80. What does the Emperor think? Given the Empress Dowager's attitude, Nan Gongqing was not at all surprised. The Dowager had never been one to forget grievances easily, and the events of these past few days were sufficient to warrant her resentment. He had mentally prepared himself for this before his arrival. Chancellor Wei and Elder Chun exchanged glances, both understanding one another without the need for words. The Dowager was not the type to take kindly to those who had criticized her, and they had just lambasted her before coming to pay their respects. They must be naive to think she would welcome them. Elder Wei, do you think the Dowager will truly let this go? Elder Chun inquired quietly, deliberately slowing his pace behind Chancellor Wei. The Dowager's temperament was not comparable to that of ordinary individuals. In her eyes, matters of state were of paramount importance, directly affecting the rise and fall of Qi. How could she possibly remain indifferent? Yet, if it were you, would you be willing to endure such humiliation? Elder Chun shook his head vigorously, as if to say he would not stand for it. Exactly. If you are unwilling to bear such indignity, how could the Dowager? Therefore, they should brace themselves for the spectacle to come. Given her temperament, it would be interesting to see who would be the unfortunate soul to face her wrath this time. After Chancellor Wei and Appo's words, Elder Chen discreetly distanced himself further from Qi Jingmin. In his view, Qi was undoubtedly the one destined for misfortune. After all, he had spoken in a manner that would infuriate the Dowager, and she would certainly not take it lightly. Chancellor Wei shared the same sentiment as Elder Chen, and also stepped back a foot or so from Qi Jingmin. Although he believed that his previous drinking sessions with the Dowager would shield him from her ire, it was always prudent to maintain a safe distance. In the court, how many officials were not astute? They all understood that Chancellor Wei and Elder Chun were cunning foxes. Those who could not comprehend this would certainly not align themselves with their line of thinking. Those in the know recognized the stature of these two gentlemen, having shared drinks with the Dowager on 2 occasions. Suja was one such informed individual. Observing Chancellor Wei and Elder Chun whispering together before distancing themselves from Qi Jingmin, he immediately followed suit. Chancellor Wei noticed Suja, appreciating the young man's audacity in standing firm against his superior. You are quite clever, young man. Esteemed Chancellor, my family was once merely engaged in farming, and it was only through fortuitous circumstances that I became a scholar. Having finally entered the court, I aspire to serve His Majesty loyally and contribute to the state. If I do not remain vigilant, I may find myself returned to the fields, which will be a disservice to the blessings I have received. I humbly request your guidance in the future. Ah, this young man is quite resourceful, Chancellor Wei mused. Elder Chun, too, turned his attention to Suja, admiring him. He had little regard for those who were merely sycophantic. But Suja had previously defended the Dowager with conviction in court, showcasing a commendable character, along with talent and adaptability. I see you are quite supportive of the Dowager, Chancellor Wei remarked, awaiting Suja and Appo's response. My lord, I do not support the Dowager per se, but rather justice and righteousness. Moreover, I hold the Dowager in great esteem. Although there are many who criticize her, I believe one should look beyond the surface. Oh, while the Dowager and Appo's methods may be severe, if one were to indulge the likes of the princess consort of Gongjing for any reason, it would be an act of disloyalty to the emperor. The Dowager acted decisively in dealing with the princess consort, demonstrating both the care of an elder and protection for the crown prince, thereby alleviating the emperor and Appo's dilemma. Elder Chun stroked his beard, acknowledging, you make a valid point. The Dowager and Appo's actions extend beyond this instance. She has saved the crown prince on multiple occasions, repelling envoys from Liang, not to mention providing the emperor with sweet potato and cement, contributing to the court rather than seeking personal gain for the Jiang family. All these actions only deepen my admiration for her. Chancellor Wei patted Su Zhou on the shoulder, offering no words. Yet his expression conveyed a sense of approval as his gaze drifted toward the gates of Sinang Palace. Please convey to the Dowager that she is fortunate to have her. Do not heed the treacherous words of villains. At this moment, The envoys from Liang await outside the palace. And I implore the Dowager to overlook past grievances and devise strategies for Qi's future, collaborating with me on matters of state. When Jiang Mingzhu heard the message from Kung Fu, her expression was inscrutable. The emperor also said, "What did he say?" Jiang Mingzhu touched her hair at the temples. The emperor remarked that you are still young and in your prime, far from being old. He encouraged you to offer guidance and not to underestimate yourself. As Jiang Mingzhu listened to these flattering words, they felt more genuine than the sweet talk of the crown prince. Nevertheless, it was indeed rare for the emperor to express such sentiments. Very well. After all, the emperor is my son. What mother would stand by and watch her child struggle without intervening? Allow the emperor and his officials to enter. When Nangongqing waited for Kung Fu to return, he contemplated that if the Dowager remained stubborn, he would have to persist and offer more praise. He had seen the crown prince do this for an extended period in Sinang Palace. "Your Majesty, the Dowager requests that you and the officials enter." Upon hearing Kung Fu's words, Nangongqing was somewhat taken aback. The Dowager had relented so easily. Kung Fu seemed to sense Nangongqing and Appo's. As surprise, the Dowager was very pleased to hear your words, praising you for your filial piety. Nangongqing, Chancellor Wei, and Elder Chun, overhearing this, were astonished. How could they not realize the Dowager was so easily swayed? If they flattered her more next time, perhaps she might even share some fine wine with them. Nangongqing led the officials into Sinang Palace, waiting a full quarter of an hour before the Dowager finally emerged. "I was practicing with the whip and broke into a sweat, so I had to freshen up. I apologize for keeping the emperor and esteemed officials waiting. Mother, it was I who intruded unexpectedly. I could wait indefinitely." Jiang Mingzhu smiled faintly. "Emperor, your words are increasingly eloquent. I was rather discontent today, yet hearing your sentiments has lifted my spirits considerably." The Dowager's words held deeper meaning, and Nangongqing, with requests in mind, understood he must decipher them. "Mother, who has dared to provoke your displeasure? I will not spare them." As long as the Dowager was willing to devise plans, Nangongqing was prepared to make sacrifices. In Appo's, nothing but some mindless grasshoppers, really not worth mentioning. Jiang Mingzhu waved her hand dismissively, appearing unconcerned, then suddenly turned her interest toward Qi Zhengmin. "Ah, so this is Lord Qi? I am growing older and am not as involved in court matters. I feel rather out of practice." Qi Zhengmin, unsure of the Dowager's intentions, could only muster the courage to step forward. "I, Qi Zhengmin, pay my respects to the Dowager. You are quite impressive, Lord Qi. I hold great admiration for your character and abilities. Emperor, you have an eye for talent. Such a person should not be slighted. I believe Lord Qi is too talented for the position of Minister of Rights. He would be more suited to a role as a royal merchant. What do you think, Emperor?" Chapter 81. The Remedy for Stubbornness. Indeed, the Empress Dowager possesses the wisdom befitting her status, as she is well aware of the affairs within the court. In this instance, she is poised to demote a Minister of Rights to a mere royal merchant, a feat that only she would dare to undertake. "Your Majesty, I merely expressed my thoughts. Perhaps I have misspoken, yet it is the Emperor who permits us to voice our opinions freely in court. Are you truly intent on demoting me, a dignified official of the second rank, to the status of a mere merchant? Such actions would place the Emperor in a precarious position." Qi Zhengmin, showing remarkable fortitude, confronted Jiang Mingzhu directly upon hearing her words. Having spoken so boldly, he knew the Empress Dowager would inevitably be informed. The agents of Consort Ping, demonstrating her characteristic cunning, adeptly sowed discord among the ranks. Jiang Mingzhu raised an eyebrow, saying, "I assure you, I only act from goodwill. Do you believe my intentions are misguided, Minister Qi?" "Your Majesty," Qi Zhengmin replied, "my actions are solely for the benefit of the Qi court and its people. I harbor no personal motives. Should the Emperor choose to demote me due to the matters concerning Liang, I would have no objections, for I understand the Emperor's plight." At this, a wicked smile crept across Jiang Mingzhu and Appo's face. Qi Zhengmin had indeed mastered the art of manipulation, learning well from Consort Ping. His strategic retreat, disguised as a bold advance, was nothing short of masterful. Should the Emperor choose to demote Qi Zhengmin based on her words, he would likely face criticism. Appearing less than sagacious and potentially harboring ill feelings toward her, the Empress Dowager. Though threatened by the Empress Dowager, Nin Gongqing felt no joy in the matter, and Qi Jingmin's audacious demeanor only deepened his displeasure. Anyone with a discerning eye would see through Qi's facade of loyalty to the throne, recognizing the ulterior motives concealed beneath. If Nin Gongqing could not perceive such treachery, he would be unfit to reign. Minister Qi, the Empress Dowager remarked, "Your righteous demeanor is quite impressive. One might easily mistake you for an honorable and upright official, thus painting me as a malicious figure. Though I do not claim to be virtuous, my intentions are at least transparent, unlike your hypocritical stance." What did the Empress Dowager mean? Nan Gongqing understood she never spoke without purpose, prompting him to question Qi Zhengmin further. "I have suggested you become a merchant, truly out of goodwill. Bring forth the account books." With a clap of her hands, several large chests were brought forth. "What is this?" she inquired. "These are the business ledgers of Minister Qi. Let us examine how adeptly he manages finances, having accumulated vast wealth over the years, wealth that even I envy." Qi Jingmin's countenance shifted. Reluctant to believe the Empress Dowager and Oppo's intimidation was genuine. "I do not comprehend what you are saying. Whether you comprehend it or not is irrelevant. The others understand." Jiang Mingzhu stated, her resolve unyielding. Having returned to this life with knowledge of all that was to transpire, she could not remain passive. Not only Qi Zhengmin, but every court official would be scrutinized, and any suspicious activity would be investigated thoroughly. For over 2 months, she had already set inquiries into motion regarding Qi Jingmin. Although Consort Ping appeared unblemished, her numerous dealings required financial backing, which would unveil the source of her funds. The approach to uncovering the truth depended on the perspective taken. Qi Jingmin was, after all, a vital conduit for Consort Ping's finances. While she had yet to confront him directly, her patience was wearing thin. Upon witnessing Qi Jingmin and Oppo's audacity in court, Jiang Mingzhu recognized the moment had arrived to play her hand. Although she had not uncovered concrete evidence linking Qi Jingmin to Consort Ping, there was no cause for regret. The loss of the princess consort of Gongjing had enraged Consort Ping, and should Qi Jingmin fall from grace, one could only speculate how fiercely she might retaliate. The ministers turned their gazes toward Nin Gongqing, awaiting his directive. After scrutinizing the ledgers, the emperor's expression grew increasingly grave, revealing the weight of the revelations contained within. The ministers were filled with curiosity regarding the contents of the ledgers that could so profoundly affect the emperor. Qi Jingmin, sensing the shift in atmosphere, began to grasp the gravity of the situation, yet he was swiftly stripped of his official cap and taken into custody. "Remarkable," Nan Gongqing remarked. "I had no idea you possessed such capabilities, Minister Qi. It is no wonder the Empress Dowager suggested you pursue a career as a merchant." As he spoke, he motioned toward the chests of ledgers. "You all may take a look." Once the ministers perused the ledgers, their gazes toward Qi Zhengmin transformed entirely. Who would have imagined that a minister of rights could amass such wealth? It appeared that a significant portion of the court officials had entangled themselves with him. The implications were staggering. Prime Minister Wei and Elder Chun exchanged astonished glances, both realizing that the matter was far more complex than it appeared. "Minister Qi, do you have anything to say for yourself?" Seeing Qi Zhengmin still clinging to hope, Nin Gongqing scoffed. "Let him review the evidence." As he examined the ledgers, Qi Jingmin's complexion paled. He could not fathom how the Empress Dowager had unearthed such incriminating evidence without prior indication. The other officials present felt a chill of dread. Qi Jingmin had indeed overreached and struck a concealed iron wall. Yet, how had the Empress Dowager procured these ledgers? It was a thought that sent shivers down their spines. Jiang Mingzhu surveyed the unfolding scene, a cold smile playing on her lips. I Ching removed his jaw. Realizing the situation was irredeemable, Qi Zhengmin contemplated self-destruction. But Jiang Mingzhu had already issued her command. "Your Majesty, he is now in your hands. Conduct a thorough inquiry." Nan Gongqing understood Jiang Mingzhu's intent. It was not merely the seized wealth that mattered, but also uncovering the mastermind behind Qi Zhengmin's actions. "Take him away," he ordered, then turned his attention to the matter of the Liang envoy. "Mother, with your wisdom, what do you believe the purpose of the Liang envoy and Amp, Oppos, visit is? Prime Minister Wei and Elder Chun had surmised correctly, although the Liang envoy had been intimidated into retreat upon returning to Liang. The ruler would undoubtedly harbor doubts, and thus dispatched another envoy. In light of your insights, should we deploy the Arrow Squad? Jiang Mingzhu shook her head. That alone would not suffice to intimidate Liang. They are currently locked in a standoff with Zheng. If we fail to assert our dominance over the Liang envoy this time, there is a significant risk they may turn and attack the Qi. Chapter 82. The truth. Nangong Qing's expression shifted once more. The Empress Dowager's speculation aligned with his own thoughts. Were it not for the complexity of the situation, he would not have sought her out, especially since she had previously revealed treasures that, although unknown in origin, sparked hope within him. He sensed that the Empress Dowager possessed numerous valuable items. Does Mother have a strategy? Both Chancellor Wei and Elder Chen wore expressions of concern. Empress Dowager, this matter pertains to the survival of Qi Kingdom. Please, we implore you to devise a solution. Mother, if you can save the Qi, I would willingly relinquish my authority, as long as the Qi remains intact. Nothing else holds significance. Jiang Mingzhu, upon hearing this, realized that the emperor had never truly trusted him. Otherwise, such words would not have escaped his lips. Your Majesty, I assure you, my previous words were not deceitful. I was nearly driven to madness over that wretched child. Now that my obsession has dissipated, I wish to lead a tranquil life. So why must you test me? Nangong Qing fell silent. Yet Jiang Mingzhu, undeterred by his thoughts, continued, You need not worry about the situation with Liang Kingdom. Return and wait. In merely 10 days, there will be a turning point. I am currently having something crafted in secret. Once it is completed, it will surely intimidate the envoys from Liang, dissuading them from coveting the Qi. Mother, truly? Nangong Qing's heart soared with joy at her words. I speak with utmost sincerity. You need only return and await the outcome, while ensuring that the Liang envoys remain calm. Rest assured, Mother, I have my methods. However, might you share some specifics? Jiang Mingzhu revealed, It is a formidable cannon, a weapon more powerful than gunpowder, capable of launching projectiles a kilometer away, possessing immense destructive power, truly a weapon of mass annihilation. I have already dispatched individuals to conduct trials. We are merely awaiting the completion of several red robe cannons, which will undoubtedly strike fear into the hearts of the Liang envoys. Jiang Mingzhu's eyes sparkled with excitement. The prospect of such a powerful weapon filled her with delight. With such arms at their disposal, the prospect of intimidating a formidable foe became a reality. Wonderful. Just hearing Jiang Mingzhu and Oppos' description allowed Nangong Qing to envision the cannon and Oppos' might. If such a weapon truly existed, there was no reason to fear the Liang Kingdom any longer. Nangong Qing wished to inquire further, but Jiang Mingzhu shook her head. Your Majesty, there is no need for more questions. For the sake of security and to prevent any sabotage, only I shall know the location where the red robe cannons are being crafted. Once they are completed, I will certainly inform you. The reasons were undoubtedly more profound, yet Jiang Mingzhu spoke with unwavering conviction. Nangong Qing understood the gravity of the matter and ceased his inquiries. Very well, you may leave now. I am weary. Once Nangong Qing and the others departed from the Xinang Palace, Jiang Hui entered. Empress Dowager, are you well? Elder brother need not worry. Such matters are trivial to me. However, how is Yaoza faring? That foolish child, how could he be so naive? Jiang Mingzhu shook her head, reflecting on her son, who was so earnest and devoted to the family that he would sacrifice even his own life for their sake. She felt both joy and sorrow. Speaking of Jiang Yaoza, Jiang Hui and Oppos' expression involuntarily brightened. Rest assured, with the pills you provided, Yaoza has been recovering diligently and is now nearly well. That is good to hear. Once Yaoza regains his strength, he can gradually take on some responsibilities within the family. Though he may not possess the sharpness of others, he possesses a different kind of wisdom that will ensure the family's longevity. At present, the Jiang family's main branch had formed a new lineage with several willing offshoots. Although they appeared weaker compared to the faction led by Jiang Su, they had never been more united. I share this sentiment. Moreover, after this experience, Yaoza has become even more seasoned. I entrust our lineage to him without worry. Not only you, but I too feel at ease. This time, severing our ties has yielded half success, Jiang Mingzhu remarked, her smile fading as seriousness and concern marked her features. Little sister, must we act within these few days? The Liang envoys have arrived into Qi. Should we not? Jiang Mingzhu's face was resolute. It is precisely now that we must resolve this issue. I have awaited this opportunity. Elder brother, you need only follow my instructions. Everything is arranged. Should any part falter, it could lead to our downfall. Even if rumors spread that I am on my deathbed, you must maintain your composure. Remember, Jiang Hui nodded solemnly. As Jiang Hui left the palace, Jiang Mingzhu gazed into the distance, lost in thought. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Her mention of the red robe cannons to the emperor, while withholding their location, was intentional. For the sake of the Qi, the emperor would not take her life, regardless of what Jiang Su had said, especially with Qin Shao in the capital, providing her with another layer of protection. Her life was indeed precious. However, she wondered how Qin Shao would react when the time came in Shoan Palace. What did you say? How is this possible? Under normal circumstances, the Dowager consort Ping collapsed to the ground, her face pale with shock. Had it not been for a trusted aide reporting the news, she would never have believed that Qi Zhengmin had met with such misfortune. The loss of Qi Zhengmin was not merely the loss of an arm. Qi Zhengmin managed most of her finances. Everything required silver to sustain it. Even the most loyal of shadow guards were no exception. Your Highness, Jiang Mingzhu, it is Jiang Mingzhu again. She repeatedly thwarts my plans. She must know something. The Dowager consort Ping and Amp. Oppo's expression grew sinister. Your Highness, what if Qi Zhengmin divulges your secrets? That is one worry I need not entertain. His most vital secrets lie firmly in my grasp. He would rather die than speak. But Jiang Mingzhu truly cannot be spared. I had intended to execute my plans with utmost perfection, but now I cannot afford to delay. A look of determination and ruthlessness flashed across the Dowager consort Ping and Oppo's face. Have someone deliver the items to the emperor with urgency. Your Highness, are you truly resolved? Do it at once. In Qinqing Palace, Nangong Qing found himself overwhelmed with the chaos surrounding Qi Zhengmin's affairs. He had barely managed to placate the Liang envoys and had not yet taken a moment to eat when Lin Xian arrived, his countenance noticeably troubled. What has happened? Your Majesty, the matter you previously instructed me to investigate has yielded new developments. Lin Xian whispered a few words into his ear, causing Nangong Qing's expression to drastically change. Your Majesty, this matter is uncertain. I do not dare confirm its truth. Investigate. Whatever the cost, I must uncover the truth, if it truly involves the Empress Dowager. Chapter 83. The most crucial piece falls on the Jing Road. Two swift steeds galloped, stirring up clouds of dust as they raced to arrive before the palace gates closed. Who goes there? The palace guards hurriedly intercepted them, and upon seeing the token, immediately bowed and made way. My lord, the Countess of England has arrived. Knowing what her master had been anxiously awaiting these past few days, Feng Ruo joyfully entered to report. Jiang Mingzhu stood by the window, lost in thought. At the sound of the news, her expression brightened, and she quickly rose. Upon seeing Li Shu, who looked travel-worn and weathered, Jiang Mingzhu felt a surge of emotion, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Ashu, Li Su Woda familiar. Cheerful smile, her eyes sparkling. Mingzhu, I have fulfilled my promise and finally found what you sought, returning just in time. Ashu, I never intended to trouble you, but this matter is of great importance. I trust no one but you, Jiang Mingzhu replied, her gaze brimming with unshed tears. Li Shu met Jiang Mingzhu's tear-filled eyes, her smile tinged with a hint of helplessness and affection. She playfully flicked Jiang Mingzhu's forehead. Why do you speak so formally with me? You know I would brave any danger for you, be it fire or water. What truly frightens me is your silence. Jiang Mingzhu could no longer hold back her tears. In her past life, she had never voiced her feelings to Li Shu, wishing everyone believed she had severed ties with her. Yet before her death, Li Shu had sought her out. Her original wish was that if she failed, Li Shu would protect her daughter. But in the end, That wretched girl had treated her so poorly that Li Shu could only harbor resentment toward her, caring solely for Jiang Mingzhu, leaving her heartbroken. Given your current status as the Countess of England, how could I dare to command you? Only such significant matters warrant your involvement. Otherwise, your husband would surely scowl at me. He dares. Jiang Mingzhu chuckled at Li Shu's words. Li Shu, with a handkerchief, roughly dabbed at Jiang Mingzhu's tears. You still cry and laugh like when we were children. It's quite unbecoming. You are no better yourself. Your tongue still as sharp as ever. Only Lin Rue can tolerate you. Without him, you might never find a husband who can match your sharp tongue. The notorious reputation of Empress Dowager Jiang has reached my ears during my travels, Li Shu retorted, exchanging amused glances with Jiang Mingzhu, both bursting into hearty laughter. Once their laughter subsided, Li Shu turned serious, retrieving a letter from her bosom. Mingzhu, here's what you requested. That palace maid is indeed alive. She was the most trusted attendant of the late consort. Before her death, the consort entrusted her with a letter. For years, others have sought to kill her for its contents, forcing her into hiding. Her living conditions were dire. When I found her, she was on the verge of death from illness due to her hardships. It took all my persuasion to bring her back. Jiang Mingzhu took the letter, reading its contents but not keeping it. Instead, she returned it to Li Shu. Please return this to the palace maid, allowing her to deliver it to the rightful person at the appropriate time. Only then will it hold its maximum value. Jiang Mingzhu had known of this letter in her past life, but by then, it was too late. The palace maid had been silenced, and the letter vanished. Its true significance lay not in her possession. Li Shu nodded. I never anticipated the matter from that time would unfold this way. Mingzhu, you have endured so much. The late emperor was truly heartless. Rest assured, I will follow your lead. This letter will reach the emperor at the most opportune moment. A fierce look crossed Li Shu's face. What a late emperor. He ruined your life. The wretched emperor may die, but his legacy of suffering will endure. Where's that palace maid now? Is everything arranged? Lin Rue and I hurried back to avoid delaying your plans. The palace maid is still recuperating. We have arranged for trusted aides to escort her by carriage into the capital. She should arrive in 2 days. Jiang Mingzhu nodded. This timing was perfect. She and the letter were crucial evidence. Shu, I entrust everything to you. Li Shu understood Jiang Mingzhu's intentions and solemnly nodded. As I said, I will not betray your trust. With you by my side, I feel much more at ease. Mingzhu, do you truly believe this is the only path forward? Li Shu's concern was palpable. Jiang Mingzhu's actions, while the best choice, were fraught with risk. Any misstep could lead to dire consequences. You know me, Jiang Mingzhu never wavers. Once resolved, there is no turning back. Besides, I have acted foolishly these past years. You are aware of my misdeeds. What is owed must be repaid, and I prefer a clean break to avoid future repercussions. Very well, you remain as stubborn as ever. Since you have made your decision, what else can I say? Seeing Jiang Mingzhu resolute, Li Shu refrained from further persuasion. They had always understood each other's natures well. You know me best. Just remind Qin, Xiao, not to worry too much. His presence in the capital is beneficial, but I owe him greatly. Jiang Mingzhu sighed, her emotions unguarded before Li Shu. She could confide in anyone, but not in Qin Xiao. He would never approve of her risky endeavors. Yet, this decision was the best course of action, and she was willing to bear the consequences to ensure the best outcome, hoping to spare others from her burdens. I will, Li Shu replied, patting Jiang Mingzhu and Appo's shoulder. Once decided, refrain from overthinking. Plan meticulously to ensure every detail is flawless. Jiang Mingzhu smiled, relieved. You speak the truth. I cannot linger here any longer. Lin Rue is likely finished with the emperor by now. I shall meet him at the palace gate. That troublesome boy at home is waiting for us to clean up his mess. I foresee his father giving him quite the scolding. Li Shu gritted her teeth at the mention of Lin Yaozu. Jiang Mingzhu chuckled. You two seem to be living quite freely, enjoying your time outside. He must be looking forward to your return. As she watched Li Shu depart, Jiang Mingzhu exhaled deeply. The most critical piece had fallen into place. Now, she awaited the move of the Tai Fei to see who would ultimately prevail in this game. Chapter 84. A tough battle awaits Chuanxing and Amp, Appo's as culinary skills have improved significantly. Her osmanthus lotus seed soup now rivals that of Feng Ruo. As Jiang Mingzhu relished the bowl of soup, she praised, "You flatter me, my lady. I could never compare to the master's culinary artistry. If it pleases you, I shall strive to perfect my craft further." Chuanxing smiled, a flicker of shadow passing through her eyes. "Indeed, you should hone your skills. I find great pleasure in your cooking," Jiang Mingzhu replied. "Chuanxing, you have been by my side for nearly a decade now, have you not?" Placing the remaining half-bowl of lotus seed soup on the table, she inquired casually. "Yes, my lady, your memory serves you well. How swiftly time passes. It seems like just yesterday you were the empress, and the emperor bestowed you upon me. A decade has flown by. During my years as the empress dowager, I've found some comfort, almost forgetting the distress of the past. Grandmother, what delicious food are you enjoying? Why did you not leave some for your grandson? I wish to partake as well." As Jiang Mingzhu finished speaking, the little prince dashed in from outside, rushing towards her, eager to grab the lotus seed soup. However, Jiang Mingzhu swiftly blocked him, causing the soup to spill onto the floor. "Look at you, so reckless. Did I not say I wished for peace and quiet these days? Stay with your mother in Kuanning Palace. She was frightened recently. You ought to be by her side. Why have you come to Xianing Palace? Grandmother, I missed you and came to pay my respects. I shall return to Kuanning Palace shortly." This time, the crown prince did not insist on staying, genuinely concerned for the empress, who had been unwell since her return from the Duke of Qi and Appo's residence. It was unclear whether she was frightened or angered. Nonetheless, Jiang Mingzhu was somewhat satisfied with how the empress had handled matters. Under her firm guidance, the Duchess of Qi was sent to a monastery for reflection. And Shuimin faced strict discipline from her family, having lost her managerial authority. The empress had to consider her family and Appo's reputation and, lacking concrete evidence, had managed commendably under the circumstances. The little prince indeed did not linger long, merely coming to check on Jiang Mingzhu. "Grandmother, should you miss me, just send word, and I shall return at any time. Also, the weather is quite chilly. Please remember to wear additional layers, lest you catch a chill." The prince, resembling a small adult, offered his concerned advice before adding, "Grandmother, you enjoy wine. A little indulgence is fine, but do not overindulge, for too much is detrimental to your health. You must heed my words." "Yes, I shall remember." "Now, off you go," Jiang Mingzhu replied, shaking her head in exasperation at the little one's excessive concern for her well-being. "During this tumultuous season, take good care of your mother. Stay vigilant. I worry that troubles may arise. Your presence in Kuanning Palace gives me some assurance." Jiang Mingzhu and Appo's words prompted the crown prince to nod gravely. "Rest assured, grandmother, I will look after mother. Go now." As Jiang Mingzhu watched the little prince depart, she noted that after the recent upheaval, Kuanning Palace had settled into a semblance of peace. However, she knew that to keep him from wandering over in the following days, she had to speak thus. The crown prince was indeed dutiful, displaying remarkable maturity for his age. Feng Ruo, observing the crown prince and Appo's retreating figure, remarked in admiration, "The empress is truly fortunate." After Jiang Mingzhu made her statement, she noticed Chuanxing tidying up before turning to Yiqing, who had just entered. "Instruct those around Jiang Su to act. I will take care of his wife and children. He need not worry." With that, Jiang Mingzhu closed her eyes, acknowledging that some sacrifices were unavoidable. Though harsh, fairness is a rarity in this world. At the very least, that individual made a choice willingly, willing to face such consequences for the sake of his family. In the Qinqing Palace, did you say Jiang Su is gathering troops? What does he plan to do? Jiang Su's movements had become increasingly frequent, seemingly sensing something amiss. Today, an informant close to Jiang Su reported that he was unexpectedly amassing forces, likely plotting rebellion. "Your Majesty, Jiang Su's ambitions have long been evident. You must act decisively." Nangong Qing, standing in the shadow of the lamp, wore a conflicted expression. "This is indeed a tumultuous time. We had just dealt with Qi Zhengmin, and the Liang envoy is still lurking in the shadows. Jiang Su has chosen this moment to act. He is truly audacious. Then let us act swiftly. Lin Xian, take the Yulin guards and surround the Jiang residence tonight. Capture Jiang Mingzhu and his accomplices. If they resist, show no mercy. Qing did not hesitate. The eradication of Jiang Mingzhu had long been part of his plans, and now was not the time for indecision. As for Jiang Mingzhu and his forces, after a brief pause to weigh his options, he decided, summon Qin Shao to the palace. At this moment, the Liang envoy was still in Qi country. It was imperative that Qi remain stable. With Qin Shao present, he could certainly rein in Jiang Mingzhu and Appo's troops and effectively quell the rebellion. I have received confidential reports that Jiang Mingzhu is conspiring to revolt. Qin Wang, you are to lead your troops to apprehend Jiang Mingzhu and quell the insurrection on my behalf. Qin Shao was not surprised by Qing's command. Jiang Mingzhu had already apprised him of the situation regarding Jiang Mingzhu. I shall obey your command. With that, Qin Shao exited the palace. And Qing sent word to Xianing Palace as well. Tonight promised to be one of bloodshed and turmoil. Jiang Mingzhu, upon hearing the news, merely sighed, glancing at Feng Ruo, who looked at her with concern. I am weary. Please allow me to rest early. My lady, are you not worried? Worrying serves little purpose. I have orchestrated matters for so long. It is time for everything to reach its conclusion. Jiang Mingzhu has acted unjustly. He must face his fate. I cannot save him. From a moment Jiang Mingzhu split from the Jiang family, his fate was sealed alongside those who aligned with him. I am more concerned for the others. Though the emperor promised you protection, do you truly believe he will uphold his word? I have never placed my trust in the emperor. The agreement was merely a display of my stance, an attempt to convince him. It is not the emperor I trust, but the current situation. He has no other choice. The Liang envoy is scrutinizing every move of Qi. As the emperor of Qi, he understands what must be done for the kingdom's sake. If not for this, why would I labor so intensively to strategize? The moment the Liang envoy steps out of Liang, news will reach me. Compared to empty promises, Jiang Mingzhu placed greater faith in Qing's qualities as an emperor. It is through Qi that he derives his power as emperor. Sleep now. No further disturbances will occur tonight. Rest well, for a true battle awaits us after this night. In Shoan Palace, what did you say? Is this true? Absolutely. Jiang Mingzhu and Appo's intention to rebel has been reported to the emperor. Not long ago, the emperor summoned Qin Wang and others to the palace. The Jiang residence is already under investigation, and Jiang Mingzhu and his associates have been apprehended. Chapter 85. The Death of Consort Chu Splendid. The expression on Lady Ping and Appo's face was somewhat agitated. She had long anticipated the emperor and Appo's dissatisfaction with the Jiang family and knew that he would inevitably take action against them. However, she did not expect this day to arrive so swiftly, far sooner than she had imagined. This was a rare opportunity. She intended to ensure that enchantress, the empress, would fall here and never rise again. A fierce glint flashed across Lady Ping and Appo's face. Due to Jiang Mingzhu, she had lost both the princess of Gongjing and Qi Zhengmin, both of whom were immensely significant to her, especially Qi Zhengmin. The incident involving her had severed Lady Ping's primary source of income. One could surmise that the emperor was already investigating the death of his biological mother, Consort Chu. In the past, Consort Chu and Jiang Mingzhu had been fierce adversaries. If the emperor were to discover that Consort Chu had been harmed by Jiang Mingzhu, could he possibly still tolerate such a venomous woman? Lady Ping smiled with malevolence. Yet, my lord, that wretched servant, Lianqing, has not yet been captured. She was privy to the events of that year. That cunning maid had evaded capture for so many years, but recently, my subordinates reported that they had located Lianqing's whereabouts. I initially planned to act only after that wretched girl was dealt with, but now I cannot afford to wait. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. While the Jiang family is in ruins, I shall ensure that Jiang Mingzhu is utterly ruined. Thus, Lady Ping commanded, go take care of it. Tomorrow, present her before the emperor. He is already suspicious, with the testimony of the consort's wet nurse as irrefutable evidence, no matter how Jiang Mingzhu attempts to argue. The emperor will not believe her. In the Qianqing Palace, Qing gazed at the kneeling Jiang Mingzhu. Jiang Mingzhu, I have not treated you unfairly, yet you conspired with external enemies to rebel. What more can you say at this point? Your Majesty, why must you feign innocence? If you had not sought to harm me and pressure me at every turn, would I have been forced into such a position? Ultimately, it is your excessive ambition. Am I to blame for the deeds you have committed or for your collusion with enemy spies? Do you not realize that this decision comes at the behest of the Empress Dowager? Were it not for your blatant misdeeds, would she have cast you aside? You claim this is the Empress Dowager's will? That is impossible. Jiang, you're not a fool. Surely you have some awareness of whether this is the Empress Dowager's intention. Why would she act in such a manner? I, Jiang, have risked my life for her. All my actions were for the Jiang family. I cannot believe it. In the Xinang palace, a servant reported, "My lord, the emperor has sent someone to convey a message. Jiang wishes to see you." Jiang Mingzhu, having risen early, understood immediately as Feng Ruo whispered in her ear, "Let's go. Since he wishes to see me, I shall grant him an audience. After all, we are bound by blood. It is only fitting that I bid him farewell." "My lord." Feng Ruo and Appo's face was filled with concern. "When I abandoned Jiang, I foresaw this day. Fear not. I have my methods of dealing with it." Upon arriving at Qinqing Palace, Nan Gongqing awaited her arrival. Upon seeing Jiang Mingzhu, he greeted her respectfully, but his tone was no longer as it had been previously. Jiang Mingzhu understood. Although Jiang had yet to reveal much, Nan Gongqing must have uncovered a significant amount of information regarding the Jiang family's downfall. Moreover, she had been alerted by the system that Nan Gongqing and Appo's hatred value had been steadily increasing throughout the morning. Originally reduced to 48%, the hatred value had surged to 88% by mid-morning, despite Jiang not fully confessing yet. However, this was anticipated. Jiang would have to pay the price for his actions, and so would she. Furthermore, she noted that only 3 gift packages remained in the system space. Recently, it seemed that the hatred value had reached a nadir, making it increasingly difficult to diminish. Opportunities to acquire gift packages were dwindling. She wondered if the hatred value could rise again and subsequently fall, allowing her to reclaim the packages. "Jiang, you wish to see me?" "Empress Dowager, I only wish to ask you one question." "Why?" Jiang and Appo's gaze was imbued with defiance and resentment as he awaited Jiang Mingzhu and Appo's reply. Since their last division, he had realized that Jiang Mingzhu and Appo's heart had irrevocably strayed from him, yet he had not anticipated it would come to this. "Hiansu, I have long warned you not to go too far. All the deeds you have committed behind my back, did you think I was unaware? The most egregious of your actions was colluding with enemy spies. You are a subject of Qigua. Anyone who betrays their country deserves death. The actions I took were for you, for the Jiang family. Do not use your ambition as an excuse, Jiang. Your motivations are neither for me nor for the Jiang family. They are solely for your own ambitions. Very well, Jiang Mingzhu, you may say whatever you wish. But do not forget, we are like grasshoppers on the same boat. Are you not afraid of the revelations of your past deeds? I am willing to face the consequences of my actions. I have no regrets about what I have done. If Jiang had once harbored hatred for the emperor now, his loathing was directed squarely at Jiang Mingzhu. Upon exiting the Qinqing Palace, as she walked halfway, Jiang Mingzhu heard the system and Appo's notification sound incessantly ringing. Within a single day, the hatred value had soared to 100. Jiang Mingzhu patted the head of her dog, Laifu. "My lord, news from that side indicates that Jiang has confessed everything and has shifted the blame for past deeds onto you. That wretched Jiang. What shall we do now?" Feng Ruo, already anxious, grew increasingly agitated. "Why the haste? Let him push the blame onto me as much as he pleases. The more, the better. It would be ideal if he could attribute all his past actions to me." By afternoon, Nan Gongqing personally arrived at the Xinang Palace, placing a thick stack of confession documents before Jiang Mingzhu. At this point, the system and Appo's hatred value had stabilized, likely due to the situation at hand, having reached a threshold of 120, ceasing to rise further. Jiang Mingzhu took the confession, leisurely perusing its contents. Jiang indeed harbored deep resentment towards her, not only disclosing all her past actions, but also concocting numerous charges against her. Does the Empress Dowager have nothing to say? Nan Gongqing and Appo's tone was laced with barely concealed fury. "Since your Majesty inquires thus, Do you presume that I have indeed committed these acts? Has the Empress Dowager not done anything? I can only say that while I have committed certain acts, the majority were of Jiang Su's own volition. Before Jiang Mingzhu could finish her statement, she met Nan Gongqing and Amp Oppo's scornful gaze. If the emperor does not believe it, there is little I can do. You may ask Jiang Su if he possesses any evidence to prove that it was I who acted. Jiang Mingzhu spoke with firm conviction, bolstered by her confidence in this argument. Jiang Su had sought to implicate her, and could she not reciprocate? It all depended on who proved more cunning, and, ultimately, whom the emperor would trust in the end. Very well, let us set that aside for now. I shall ask the Empress Dowager once more. Did you cause harm to my mother, the late consort Chu? Chapter 86. The Queen's first stance of defiance, Your Majesty. Although I am not considered a virtuous person, it is unjust to impose every crime upon me. In the past, I was at odds with your mother, and we schemed against each other, but her death bears no connection to me, Jiang Mingzhu declared, noticing that Nan Gongqing seemed skeptical. I have always been one to take responsibility for my actions. If I were guilty, I would admit it. However, if I am innocent, do not attempt to unjustly place the blame upon me. I am unaware of who has whispered these accusations to you. But I reiterate, your mother and Oppo's demise is not my doing. In fact, I found a strange sense of relief for a couple of days after her death, for she was my sworn enemy. Jiang Mingzhu spoke with a fervor that left Nan Gongqing at a loss for words. The Empress's candor rendered him speechless. You need not look at me with such disdain. Your mother has secretly maligned me countless times as the Demon Empress, while I am indeed the Demon Empress. She is nothing more than a scheming concubine. Is it permissible for her to design traps against me? That year, I knelt in the Fuxian Hall for an entire day and night, barely preserving my position as Empress, all due to her machinations. So, if I were to retaliate against your mother, what of it? It is merely tit for tat. Yet, I did not expect her to meet her demise so soon. It seems all her cunning was aimed at me. Truly impressive. Jiang Mingzhu and Amp Oppo's words carried an undertone of disappointment as she reflected on her rivalry with concubine Chu. A battle waged fiercely, yet with an unspoken agreement to spare each other's children and lives, only seeking to displace one another from their positions of power. Both understood that true dominion over their fates lay in grasping power firmly in their hands. Although the concubine ultimately broke this agreement and turned against Nan Gongqing, Jiang Mingzhu felt a twinge of guilt regarding her actions. This realization rendered Nan Gongqing even more speechless, and his anger began to dissipate. The Empress's logic seemed sound, yet he grappled with the fact that his mother was the one in conflict with the Empress. As a son, he felt a duty to avenge her. If the Empress truly was responsible for his mother's death, he hoped, as the Empress insisted, that she had no hand in it. Deep down, he began to believe that she was indeed someone who would own her actions. Yet, the intelligence he had gathered contradicted her claims. Nan Gongqing fell silent. As long as the Empress was innocent of his mother's death, he could overlook the past grievances, including her repeated manipulations through Jiang Su against him, acknowledging her contributions to the state. Very well, I understand. As long as what my mother has said is true, I shall incinerate this document as if it never existed. Jiang Mingzhu raised an eyebrow, relieved that her efforts had not been in vain. The emperor's words displayed a semblance of conscience. However, she resolved not to let him entirely off the hook, allowing a lingering grudge to remain. Your Majesty, you have yet to grasp my point. I will own my deeds, but no one can tarnish my name with accusations of actions I did not commit, not even Jiang Su. Whether this document should be destroyed is your decision, but we must clarify the matter. Jiang Mingzhu and Amp Oppo's resolute declaration left Nan Gongqing with a more complex expression. Your Majesty, envoys from Liang have arrived, demanding an audience with you today. Just as Nan Gongqing was about to respond, Eunuch Li hurried in with the news. Given the recent events, the Liang envoys were certainly not here with good intentions. They likely sought to exploit the situation for their own gain. Mother, in that case, I shall take my leave. Jiang Mingzhu nodded. Discussing matters further at this juncture would be futile. She awaited Princess Ping's move. She believed the princess would seize this opportunity without hesitation. Your Majesty, the Empress and Crown Prince seek an audience. Jiang Mingzhu was taken aback. At this moment, the empress had come, accompanied by the crown prince. As a matriarch of the harem, the empress certainly understood the tumultuous events of recent days and Jiang and Amp oppose as precarious situation. Her arrival now boded ill. Son pays his respects to mother. Are you well? Jiang Mingzhu met the empress's concerned gaze and felt an unexpected warmth. Typically, the empress's demeanor was anything but assertive. She often seemed weak. Yet, at this moment, she displayed a modicum of conscience. In the past, Jiang Mingzhu's status as empress had been magnificent. Yet now, witnessing Jiang and Amp oppose impending downfall, even the flatterers distanced themselves. Is there something amiss with me, empress? You are heavily pregnant now. It would be wise for you to rest within the palace. There is no need for you to concern yourself with my affairs. Mother, such words are unwarranted. I am aware of your past disdain for my perceived shortcomings. Though I may not possess your fortitude, I have not forgotten your kindness towards me and I shall never refuse your requests. The empress's resolute gaze indicated a willingness to stand with Jiang Mingzhu against the tides of fate. This was indeed a curious turn of events. It was the first time Jiang Mingzhu witnessed such resolve from the empress, particularly in this context. If the emperor insists on pressuring me, do you truly believe you can shield me? Jiang Mingzhu provocatively inquired, observing the empress straighten her posture. While I cannot obstruct the emperor, I cannot stand idly by. I am willing to bear the brunt for you, mother. Grandmother, my mother speaks rightly. Though I lack the power to defy father, I stand ready to accompany you. Seeing the empress genuinely prepared to take a stand, the little prince looked at her with concern. Jiang Mingzhu chuckled softly. Enough, empress. We have not yet reached such dire straits. As the empress dowager, I am not one to be easily provoked. As for you need not fret. Your current duty is to protect your mother. During this tumultuous period, one must be vigilant against lurking dangers. Your mother is nearing her time. You must care for her diligently to avoid any mishaps. But grandmother, the little prince, was reluctant, having always been shielded by his grandmother. This time, he wished to contribute. There are no oppos, but oppos. You shall return to the palace with your mother. This matter is between the empress and your father. It is not a matter for you to meddle in. Once she managed to send the empress and crown prince away, Feng Ruo observed their departure and remarked, "It is commendable that your majesty has protected them thus far." For the empress and crown prince to stand firm at this moment is indeed rare. In times of crisis, the true nature of hearts is revealed. The Jiang family was being detained in prison, and although Jiang Wei and Appo's clan was not imprisoned, they were surrounded by the guards, awaiting orders. Many believed the Jiang family was doomed to fall from grace. Your Majesty, the concubine has arrived. Chapter 87. A reliable message. The arrival of Lady Li at this moment was indeed unexpected for Jiang Mingzhu. What brings you to seek an audience with the Empress Dowager? Lady Li regarded the Empress Dowager, seated regally at the head of the chamber, her demeanor as commanding and proud as ever, devoid of any signs of worry or despondency, and inwardly admired her resilience. Many believed that the Jiang family would face retribution from the emperor, especially after he stormed into the Xinang palace, suggesting that the Empress Dowager would inevitably lose her power. Yet, Lady Li held a different perspective. The Empress Dowager was not merely a figure of Jiangsu. Even Jiang Hui was only ensnared, remaining unscathed, not even imprisoned. The Empress Dowager and Appo's support was not solely dependent on Jiangsu, not to mention the indomitable presence of General Wang, now titled King Qin Shao, who stood as an unwavering pillar. With him around, how could the emperor dare to challenge the Empress Dowager? This rebellion, led by Jiang Su, was quelled by King Qin's forces, indicating that the Empress Dowager was well informed about the situation. Since first hearing the news, Lady Li had never believed the Empress Dowager would lose her standing. Now, in the presence of the Empress Dowager, she felt even more convinced of her intelligence, affirming that her decision was astute. Previously, she had thought that the only clever move the seemingly dim-witted empress had made was to win the favor of the Empress Dowager by aligning herself closely with her. Such opportunities were rare and not easily seized. Even if Lady Li wished to emulate the empress, she lacked a charming young prince to endear the Empress Dowager. To approach the Sinang palace without any leverage could lead to her expulsion and ridicule among the palace women. However, this time was different. Without some token of allegiance, who would dare seek the Empress Dowager and Oppose as favor? I have come to convey a reliable message to the Empress Dowager. Oh, Jiang Mingzhu expressed mild surprise, noting the eager glint in Lady Li's eyes, laced with intrigue. The consort Ping of Shoan Palace has secretly dispatched someone to bring the wet nurse of the late consort Shu to the capital. She likely has ulterior motives. Upon receiving this information, I hurried to report it to you, Empress Dowager. It would be prudent for you to take precautions, for my father believes that consort Ping and Oppo's intentions are directed towards you. Such news, why not report it to the emperor instead, but come to me? Yes, I wish to ally myself with you, Empress Dowager. I implore you to accept my loyalty. I am prepared to serve you. Lady Li was forthright, presenting her utmost sincerity without any convoluted pretense. Her father had advised her that being simple-minded was inconsequential. What mattered was having discerning judgment. In the palace, where clever individuals abounded, one could easily fall into traps. Yet, aligning oneself with the right person ensured that even if one stumbled, there would be someone to lift them up. Lady Li believed her father and Oppo's wisdom to be profoundly accurate. The Empress had done just that. She viewed the Empress as not significantly more astute than herself, yet her soft disposition seemed to work in her favor. The Empress had secured the Empress Dowager's protection, making her untouchable within the palace. The slightest displeasure from the Empress Dowager could lead to dire consequences for even the Liang Kingdom's envoy. You wish to ally with me? Jiang Mingzhu found the situation increasingly fascinating. Lady Li's declaration of intent to affiliate with her was unexpected. In the previous life, the Li family had been staunch supporters of the emperor, unwavering in their loyalty. Presently, the Li family should still be considered aligned with the emperor, who sought their favor, and they reciprocated by sending Lady Li into the palace. Is this your own decision? Though Lady Li was not particularly clever, she could grasp the implications of the question. Before coming here, I consulted with my father, who supports my decision. If the Empress Dowager is willing to accept me and the Li family, we would gladly serve you with unwavering loyalty. With a resolute thud, Lady Li knelt, performing a military salute to Jiang Mingzhu, a gesture of utmost respect rather than the customary palace etiquette. The Li family, hailing from a lineage of military nobility, regarded martial honors as the highest form of reverence. Jiang Mingzhu's earlier slap to the Liang envoy had resonated with General Li, who had been deeply frustrated by the envoy's previous arrogance. Witnessing the Empress Dowager and Oppo's dismissal of the envoy provided him a sense of satisfaction. Soldiers revered sheer power, and in that moment, General Li felt an inclination to switch allegiances. Upon receiving the news, General Li entered the palace, not seeking the emperor, but rather finding his daughter, their thoughts perfectly aligned. Such an opportunity was not to be squandered. You understand the current predicament I face, do you not? Are you truly unrepentant? Jiang Mingzhu inquired, curious about how the emperor would react to this development. Given his evident regard for the Li family, as reflected in Lady Li's assertive demeanor within the palace. Unrepentant. Of course, I am unrepentant. Lady Li fervently expressed her loyalty, eager to showcase her devotion, revealing the depths of her envy towards the Empress. How could she possibly regret this? Empress Dowager, my father and I are overjoyed at this opportunity. We would never entertain regret. Even if you choose not to accept us, consider this my act of submission. You may command me, as you would have made. My father has said that this first encounter may not reveal our loyalty, and we must demonstrate our sincerity in the future to earn your favor. Jiang Mingzhu, what could the Li family possibly gain from this? They not only dismissed any semblance of caution, but also regarded her as a coveted ally. Such admiration was unprecedented. Jiang Mingzhu found it rather peculiar. She doubted not Lady Li's sincerity, for the adoration in her gaze surpassed that of the Empress or the Crown Prince, even bordering on reverence. Given your earnestness and the intelligence you have brought forth, I shall tentatively trust in your sincerity. Were this information to be offered as a bargaining chip, I would have dismissed you immediately. Regardless of how Consort Ping may plot, I am confident in my ability to navigate the situation without the need for such exchanges. However, your straightforwardness in presenting the information speaks volumes about your sincerity, even bordering on humility. The Li family and Lady Li need not resort to such measures. They were not an obscure family. Even the Marquis Wei Yuan lacked the military influence of the Li family. Upon hearing Jiang Mingzhu and Appo's words, Lady Li and Appo's expression lit up with unrestrained joy, her delight unmistakable. Wonderful. Then from this moment forth, my family and I shall be your loyal subjects, Empress Dowager. This is simply splendid. Lady Li's exuberance resembled that of someone who had stumbled upon a priceless treasure, leaving Jiang Mingzhu both intrigued and speechless. A flicker of regret crossed her mind. Had she inadvertently stepped into a trap? Chapter 88. Better off dead, although she believed that Li Guifei lacked the courage for such actions. This was somewhat exaggerated. After Li Guifei and Appo's moment of joy, she caught the inexplicable gaze of the Empress Dowager and realized she had become a tad too excited. Your Majesty, I am simply overwhelmed with happiness. In the past, I envied the Empress and the Crown Prince for having your formidable protection. Your authority is unmatched. Even my father cannot compare to your grandeur. Jiang Mingzhu began to grasp the underlying reason. It seemed that Li Guifei, with her penchant for violence, idolized such power. Though Li Guifei appeared haughty and domineering, a closer inspection revealed a certain naivety. This was also why she was willing to accept Li Guifei. She appreciated her straightforward nature. Your Majesty, a decision regarding the wet nurse must be made promptly. We cannot allow her to enter the palace. Li Guifei had not forgotten the pressing matter at hand. Jiang Mingzhu thought Li Guifei was merely delivering a message, but the implication was clear. Your Majesty, my father believes we must act before the wet nurse enters the palace. She must be eliminated. As she spoke, Li Guifei made a slicing gesture across her throat. Jiang Mingzhu nearly choked on her own saliva. Were they really this ruthless? To kill the wet nurse? My father asserts that the Ping Taifei is a cunning individual. Introducing the wet nurse into the palace at this time is ill-intentioned. She could very well divulge information detrimental to you, Your Majesty. It is better to eliminate her to prevent future troubles. Li Guifei's words were laced with a fierce determination. Coming from the Li family, a lineage of military prowess, she was far from being a simpleton. She certainly possessed the means to act decisively, rivaling anyone in ruthlessness. You make a compelling argument. So, has your father already taken action? Jiang Mingzhu surmised without much effort. My father said that once the report is submitted, it would be too late to act if the wet nurse enters the palace. Therefore, he has already sent someone to take action. Consider it our declaration of loyalty to you. Your Majesty. Jiang Mingzhu was at a loss for words. She wanted to assert that the wet nurse need not be killed. The wet nurse, under the control of Ping Taifei, was not so easily dealt with. Jiang Mingzhu was already certain that of the 3 secret guards once under the previous emperor, one was in her possession, one with the emperor, and one remained with Ping Taifei. Such a significant witness as the wet nurse would not be neglected by Ping Taifei. Thus, the individuals sent by General Li would undoubtedly fail in their attempt. However, with this assassination attempt, matters had become complicated. The emperor was already suspicious. The near-fatal attack on the wet nurse would likely provoke further scrutiny. This turn of events might work in her favor, for the angrier the emperor became, the deeper his guilt would be once she turned the tables. People often learn their lessons only after enduring profound consequences. The emperor and Appo's habitual mistrust towards her was burdensome. Since it was her past transgressions, she might as well clarify everything in one go. The secret guard in Ping Taifei's possession made it challenging to eliminate the wet nurse. Your father will certainly not succeed. You must immediately send a message to him to withdraw and erase all traces, leaving no clues or evidence behind. Li Guifei understood the implications of the secret guards. Her expression shifted, losing its earlier innocence, replaced by a calculated coldness. Jiang Mingzhu was not surprised by this change. Do not panic. It is still possible to notify him to withdraw in time. If we act swiftly, we can cover our tracks and minimize losses. Yes, I understand. I will inform my father immediately. Additionally, you need not come to Sinang Palace for the next few days. regardless of any news you hear. Even if the wet nurse reveals something monumental, you must not involve yourself. As Li Guifei exited, Jiang Mingzhu still felt a twinge of unease. I Ching, send someone to assist General Li and help clean up the aftermath. Jiang Mingzhu held a favorable impression of General Li. He was a genuine military leader, having earned his position through bloodshed and merit, unlike those who merely schemed for power. This was precisely why she feared General Li would fall victim to Ping Taifei. Though she appeared gentle and amiable, Ping Taifei was ruthless and merciless. To ensure safety, this was indeed a declaration of loyalty to the Empress Dowager. General Li led the charge without realizing the fierce capabilities of those guarding the wet nurse, each skilled and well-trained, rendering their efforts futile. General Li was not one to easily concede. If one attempt failed, he would simply rally more forces. Just as he prepared for another attempt on the wet nurse and Appo's life, he received a message from within the palace instructing him to withdraw. It was too late. The two factions clashed, and General Li, aware of his disadvantage, sustained a wound, blood pouring forth. He paid little mind to the injury, accustomed to the rigors of battle, yet his opponents were formidable and evidently aimed to capture him and his men. The consequences of falling into their hands were unthinkable. Retreat. Just as General Li contemplated an escape, another group of cloaked figures surged in, engaging the protectors of the wet nurse. These new arrivals, while appearing similar in skill, were significantly stronger than those guarding the wet nurse. The individuals protecting General Li began to withdraw. Who are you? General Li maintained his vigilance, regarding the leading figure among the newcomers with suspicion. I Ching lowered her veil. General, the Empress Dowager is concerned you may suffer against Ping Taifei's men and has sent me to assist you in clearing the traces. General Li recognized I Ching and felt a surge of relief. Master, my daughter mentioned that the Empress Dowager is willing to accept us. Is that true? His previously stern expression softened, revealing a joyful countenance, a hint of humor breaking through his fierce demeanor. The Empress Dowager has sent someone to assist you. Do you not understand her intention? Ha ha! My daughter is indeed remarkable. What instructions has the Empress Dowager given? I Ching glanced at General Li and recalled Li Guifei and Appo's earlier demeanor, her lips twitching slightly. The Empress Dowager has no specific instructions, but she wishes for you to take care of yourself and refrain from involving yourself in these matters. Your talents should be utilized on the battlefield, not in the intrigues of the harem. Upon hearing this, the light in General Li and Appo's eyes brightened. He had long recognized that the Empress Dowager was not an ordinary woman. Her vision surpassed that of common folk. Her words brought him comfort. Even so, if the Empress Dowager had any commands, he would undoubtedly comply without hesitation. In the Qinqing Palace, Nan Gongqing listened to the Appo's request and Appo's from the envoy of the Liang Kingdom. Your Majesty, the Emperor of Qi, we of the Liang Kingdom have always maintained a strong alliance with your nation. Now, as we face grave peril, our ruler is aware of your formidable weapons and hopes you might lend us some. Once we conquer the Zheng Kingdom, we will assuredly express our gratitude, and our friendship will deepen. He ordered the palace attendants to escort the Liang envoy out, his previously strained expression now completely darkened. Chapter 89. Events of the past, what audacity they possess. The people of Liang. The brazen emissaries of Liang have completely disregarded us. Nan Gongqing's countenance darkened, reflecting the discomfort of the court officials. Your Majesty, the Liang emissaries have grown increasingly outrageous, treating our Qi state as mere playthings. Previously, they demanded only grain, but now their aspirations have expanded. They aim not only for our sustenance, but also harbor ulterior motives. Indeed, echoed another official, the Liang people have no regard for our Qi state. Alas, we are in a position of weakness and cannot confront them directly. Otherwise, we would gladly engage them in battle. Your Majesty, we cannot possibly provide them with a divine arrow steed. Should we grant it to Liang, once they triumph over Zheng, they shall turn their aggression toward us. Do you need to remind me of such logic? It is not only the divine arrow steed that we must withhold. Grain and wealth must also remain untouched. Granting anything to such a shameless nation will only inflate their audacity. But if we refuse, Liang will not relent. After returning empty-handed last time, they are unlikely to be easily dismissed this time. My greatest fear is that should Liang fail to conquer Jiang, they will pivot and assault our Qi state. Your Majesty, might we consider sending emissaries to Jiang? An alliance with Jiang could potentially alleviate our dire situation. This plan is feasible. If we can unite with Jiang, Liang would be deterred from attacking us, and we could even join forces to strike against Liang. The greed exhibited by the Liang emissaries stirred a sense of valor among the officials. Although Chancellor Wei and the Elder Chun remained somber, they had yet to voice their thoughts. Chancellor, what is your perspective? Nangong Qing inquired, eager for Wei's insight. Your Majesty, while the Liang emissaries are indeed despicable and insatiable, can we be certain that Jiang is stronger than Liang? If we drive away the wolf, we may attract a more fearsome tiger, placing Qi in an even greater peril. Wei's words resonated deeply with Nangong Qing. Were it not for such concerns, he would have already dispatched emissaries to Jiang. He was not entirely ignorant of the circumstances surrounding Jiang. Not only Liang and Jiang, but other nations as well, both the late emperor and he had sent spies and scouts, receiving intelligence annually. The royal family of Jiang is even more avaricious than that of Liang. Indeed, while Liang is merely greedy, Jiang and Appo's ambition is boundless. Had it not been for the buffer of Liang between us, she would have already fallen into Jiang's clutches. Elder Chun was acutely aware of the dynamics between the neighboring nations. If it were feasible, he would have considered such strategies. However, Jiang and Appo's greed surpasses that of Liang. The best-case scenario now is a stalemate between Liang and Jiang, whether they continue to battle or enter a truce, as both would require time to recuperate. Qi should seize this opportunity to strengthen itself, which is the wisest course of action. Chancellor Wei, indeed a statesman of foresight, recognized the need for long-term vision. Thus, it is imperative that our Qi state refrain from internal strife at this juncture. Should the emperor and the empress Dowager become embroiled in conflict, regardless of who prevails, it would only result in internal depletion. From a broader perspective, if the empress Dowager triumphs, it could be manageable. However, if the emperor prevails, the situation for Qi could worsen, rendering us even less capable of repelling external threats. Though he stands with the emperor, he is equally a citizen of Qi. If Qi were to fall, what significance would remain for anything else? One can only hope the emperor grasps this notion and refrains from fixating on the empress Dowager and Appo's faults. Chancellor Wei astutely remarked on the Liang emissaries' audacious demands at this moment. It is a reflection of our Qi state and Appo's vulnerability, especially in light of our internal discord, which has emboldened Liang to seize the opportunity. The immediate priority is to quell the internal strife and deter Liang. As Elder Qin spoke, he regarded Nangong Qing intently. Nangong Qing understood this principle well. The timing of the Liang emissaries' arrival was too fortuitous, yet certain matters cannot be postponed. Your Majesty, both Chancellor Wei and Elder Chun present compelling arguments. Though Jiang Su and Appo's rebellion is indeed a grave offense, Jiang Hui and Jiang Su have already divided into two factions. It would be prudent for your Majesty to consider a measured response, avoiding excessive conflict with the Empress Dowager. At this moment, our focus should be outward. I wonder how the Empress Dowager and Appo's red cannon is progressing. If it possesses the anticipated power, it may intimidate the Liang emissaries, sending them back in fear, ensuring they dare not return to our Qi. One would presume the Empress Dowager would not jest about such matters. She must have confidence in its efficacy. For now, all we can do is wait for the completion of the Empress Dowager's red cannon. Therefore, your Majesty, it may be wise to temporarily spare the Jiang family. Should we provoke the Empress Dowager, and she refuses to take action, how shall we contend with the Liang emissaries? They are becoming increasingly difficult to manage. Justice must prevail. Jiang Su's treachery cannot simply be overlooked. What remains of the emperor and Appo's authority? Indeed, if we were to pardon such a heinous act of rebellion, the dignity of the Qi royal family would be irrevocably tarnished. Should Liang turn their aggression toward us, what significance remains for our royal authority if we lose our state. Both sides presented valid arguments and were unable to persuade one another. Yet, the threat posed by the Liang emissaries was undeniable, with most officials leaning toward the Empress Dowager and Oppos as perspective. Your Majesty, I implore you to contemplate this matter carefully. Dismissed, Nangongqing wearily waved his hand, signaling them to withdraw. He had no intention of confronting the Empress Dowager directly. His focus was solely on Jiangsu. However, the situation had escalated to involve the death of his mother, making forgiveness an exceedingly difficult choice. It is preferable that the Empress Dowager did not engage in such actions. Otherwise, he would be faced with an agonizing decision. Your Majesty, it would be wise to take a moment to rest. You have not slept well last night and have been busy all day. Chief Stewardly observed with concern for his sovereign. It is often said that the emperor is the sovereign of the realm, endowed with supreme authority. Yet, in his view, ruling as emperor is the most arduous of tasks, devoid of comfort. Since ascending the throne, the emperor has labored tirelessly, contemplating every matter, never enjoying a day of respite. Now, he faces an exceedingly challenging predicament, with the Liang emissaries pressing hard and the Empress Dowager looming ominously. The Liang emissaries are already formidable adversaries, but the Empress Dowager surpasses them in difficulty. Who in the palace does not fear her authority? Your Majesty, we have located the wet nurse who once served the late consort Chu, Lin Xian announced, entering the room with a heavy expression. The wet nurse has been found, but the revelation she provided, since she has been located, bring her to the palace. I yearn to uncover the truth of the past. Chapter 90. The nurses lament, Your Majesty. It is the Empress, the current Dowager Empress, who has harmed the beloved concubine. As soon as the nurse entered the Hall of Supreme Harmony, she immediately fell to her knees before the Emperor, weeping. Your Majesty, you must avenge the beloved concubine. She did not die of illness, as everyone believes. She was poisoned to death by the scheming of the Empress. The nurse's shocking declaration stunned everyone present, causing them to kneel in terror. Nangongqing was equally taken aback. Although he had his suspicions, hearing it spoken aloud hit him with an unparalleled force. The nurse, with reddened eyes, continued her tearful claim, Your Majesty, you were still young back then and unaware of the truth. That venomous woman, the Dowager Empress, has been at odds with the beloved concubine since her entry into the palace, employing every wicked scheme imaginable. It is unfathomable that she could stoop so low. When the beloved concubine gave birth to you, it was due to the Empress's machinations that she became weakened, and her health deteriorated thereafter. Eventually, when you were designated as the crown prince, the Empress's hatred for the beloved concubine reached a boiling point, leading her to poison the concubine's medicine, resulting in her untimely demise filled with bitterness. As the nurse finished her account, tears streamed down her face, etched with hatred. Nangongqing, initially overwhelmed with anger and shock, yearned to confront the Dowager Empress in the Palace of Compassion and Tranquility to seek vengeance for his mother. Yet, after a moment of reflection, he turned to the nurse, his expression tinged with skepticism. Nurse, if the Dowager Empress is indeed responsible for my mother and Oppo's death, why have you remained silent all these years? Why speak of it now? Your Majesty, I have borne this secret in my heart for so long, afraid to utter a word due to the growing power of Empress Jiang. To speak out recklessly would only invite disaster, the nurse replied, dabbing her tears. The beloved concubine instructed me never to reveal this matter until you had matured, to avoid bringing peril upon myself. I have guarded this secret with great anguish, but witnessing your growth, I could not help but feel joy for the beloved concubine. At this point, the nurse's expression brightened with a hint of hope. At last, I have awaited this day, Your Majesty. You must avenge the beloved concubine. Nurse, how did you find your way to the capital? Nangongqing suddenly inquired. He had previously learned from Lin Xian that it was not Lin Xian's people who had located the nurse, but rather she had sought him out herself. Over the years, he had dispatched individuals to uncover the truth, yet progress had been elusive. The nurse's sudden appearance seemed loyal and patient, but Nangongqing was not naive. The nurse's face, brimming with emotion, faltered as she responded, Your Majesty, I sought the assistance of the noble Lady Ping, who had cared for you for a time. I believed that she would be inclined to support you, and thus I approached her to help me evade the Dowager Empress and Appo's watchful gaze. While this explanation seemed logical, Nangong Qing furrowed his brow. Lady Ping had once garnered his gratitude. During his time in her palace, she had shown him great care and affection. Consequently, he had treated her well, granting her considerable respect during his reign. However, in recent times, Lady Ping had intervened in numerous affairs, her actions diverging from his previous impressions of her. Many clues pointed toward the Shoan Palace, and while coincidences could occur once or twice, it was becoming suspicious. You place a great deal of trust in Lady Ping? Nangong Qing scrutinized the nurse with piercing eyes, his expression inscrutable. The nurse, feeling the weight of his gaze, grew anxious. Your Majesty, after hiding for so many years, the only person I could trust within the palace was Lady Ping. The beloved concubine shared a close bond with her, and Lady Ping is known to be grateful. It was she who secretly aided me in evading the Dowager Empress's pursuit. Nangong Qing pondered this revelation, finding it somewhat plausible. However, the atmosphere grew awkward as the nurse knelt in silence, unsure of how to proceed. The Emperor and Appo's demeanor was far too indifferent. He should be filled with rage against the Dowager Empress and displaying kindness to her former confidant. Yet, it was clear that doubt lingered in his words. Your Majesty, the beloved concubine cherished you above all, her greatest concern always being your well-being. I implore you to seek vengeance for her. Nangong Qing proceeded to question the nurse further, and she answered each inquiry meticulously. I understand now. You may leave, he commanded, gesturing for her to be taken away. Lin Xian, increase surveillance on the nurse. Monitor her every move and do not overlook any detail. Does Your Majesty doubt the nurse's loyalty? Lin Xian inquired. She has been by the beloved concubine's side for many years and hails from the Chu family, which should warrant trust. Yet, upon my careful questioning, I cannot shake the feeling that the past events are riddled with anomalies. The Dowager Empress and the beloved concubine were indeed fierce adversaries, yet at that time, the Empress had no reason to act so treacherously. Lin Xian also shared reservations about how smoothly the nurse's reappearance occurred. Initially, he had only focused on whether he had found her, but now he began to ponder deeper implications. Ensure you have reliable individuals keeping watch over Lady Ping's domain, Nangong Qing instructed. Your Majesty, I have already dispatched agents to monitor the Shoan Palace, Lin Xian replied, then hesitated, looking at Nangong Qing. Do you know who orchestrated the nurse's entrance into the palace? It cannot possibly be Lady Ping. Indeed, it was arranged by Lady Ping. You have placed individuals to watch Shou and Appo's and palace, yet have received no intelligence from them, indicating that your previous operatives were ineffective. I dispatched skilled agents from the secret guards, so logically, that is why I instructed you to arrange different personnel. This is the first time I have realized Lady Ping possesses such capabilities. Even the Dowager Empress's domain pales in comparison to Shou and Appo's and palace. While I can acquire ample information from the Empress and Appo's quarters, Lady Ping has managed to maneuver the nurse into the palace without my or the Empress and Appo's awareness. Yes, I shall make immediate arrangements. Previously, it was understandable for Shou and Appo's and palace to operate unnoticed, but to do so under the very noses of his agents was unacceptable. Lin Xian felt a sense of failure. As he continued to investigate, Nangong Qing remained at his desk throughout the night. During the morning court session, discussions primarily revolved around the envoys from the Liang Kingdom. Their intentions to delay negotiations were evident, yet the Liang envoys were growing impatient, exploring the capital and frequently urging the Qi Kingdom to respond promptly so they could return with news. Chapter 91. The Emperor and Appo's discontent. Nangong Qing had spent a sleepless night, and now found himself afflicted with a throbbing headache from the incessant chatter of the court officials in the assembly hall. Rubbing his temples, he heard the Minister of Works stand forth. Your Majesty, we have reached a critical juncture. The envoys from Liang are pressing us relentlessly. Why do you still hesitate? Why not summon the Empress Dowager? She undoubtedly possesses the means to handle the Liang envoys. Minister Qian, this matter is one that I shall weigh carefully. Your Majesty, I understand you harbor reservations towards the Empress Dowager, but is the safety of the Qi not more paramount than the strife within? Impudent. Jiang Mingzhu. still partaking of her morning meal, overheard the emperor and Amp, oppose, S furious decree to demote the Minister of Works, who had spoken in defense of the Empress Dowager. She raised an eyebrow. The emperor appears displeased with me. Minister Qian seems to speak for my interests, yet the emperor likely perceives him as my ally. However, it is clear that Minister Qian is not your subject, and it remains uncertain who has instigated him to exacerbate matters at such a critical time. The emperor may unjustly attribute this grievance to you. It matters not. One more debt is inconsequential. The emperor and Oppo's actions seem to stem from the arrival of that wet nurse yesterday. Perhaps she has uttered something that has allowed the emperor to vent his frustrations. Feng Ruo, upon hearing this, wore a worried expression. Your Grace, you were embroiled in a fierce struggle with concubine Shu. It is likely that she suffered more during this conflict. As a son, the emperor would naturally feel discontent upon learning of this, and coincidentally, the wet nurse has just entered the palace. Coincidence? There are those who would revel in my demise. I have struck at her tender spots, and she could no longer contain herself. Jiang Mingzhu sought to ascertain the limits of the Dowager and Oppo's patience, and found her far from resolute. Once again, it is the Dowager. Feng Ruo furrowed her brow. Knowing that the Dowager is behind these schemes, sowing discord between you and the emperor, it would be prudent to deal with her swiftly. Regardless of the late emperor and Oppo's intentions, the Dowager is merely a Dowager now, and with Prince Qin present in the capital, we have the means to act. Jiang Mingzhu regarded Feng Ruo's stern demeanor, the undertones of lethal intent evident in her voice. Patience, the Dowager deserves her fate, but we need not sully our hands directly, since she has exploited me once. This time it shall be my turn to orchestrate a trap. I cannot afford to squander this opportunity. Her value must be maximized. Feng Ruo fell silent, recognizing that her mistress was devising a grand strategy, with the Dowager merely a pawn in her game. As long as you have your own plans in mind, my lady, I cannot help but feel anger at the Dowager and Oppo's audacity. What could justify the late emperor and Oppo's schemes on her behalf, ensnaring both you and the emperor in her machinations? Feng Ruo held a deep disdain for the Dowager. I am not angered. I take pleasure in inciting my enemies and Oppo's fury. I only hope that when the day arrives for me to bring the Dowager to her end, the late emperor does not rise from his tomb in protest. Jiang Mingzhu's smile was laced with malice and schadenfreude. However, Feng Ruo, your disdain for the Dowager is well-founded. I too find the late emperor's judgment lacking. Had he favored concubine Shu, I might have begrudgingly accepted it, but this Dowager, his taste is truly beyond comprehension. Feng Ruo, to speak thus of the late emperor seems rather disrespectful. Yet, within the confines of Xinang Palace, none dared to voice their discontent. Therefore, as long as the Empress Dowager is content, all is well. Feng Ruo, convey my summons to Prince Qin. I have matters to discuss with him. Jiang Mingzhu had not forgotten that Qin Shao was also in the capital, and it would be prudent for him to remain away from the city for a few more days. In the imperial study, Prime Minister Wei spoke earnestly, Your Majesty. Though Minister Qian's words were indeed unpalatable, your outright demotion of the Minister of Works conveys your discontent with the Empress Dowager to all. One would assume that you're not one to act impulsively. For many years, even amidst the Empress Dowager and Oppo's machinations against you, you have endured, biding your time. Why then, this sudden loss of composure? Prime Minister Wei had gleaned some information and, with growing concern, feared that internal strife must be avoided at all costs. Surprisingly, Elder Chun remained silent during this discourse, even though Prime Minister Wei had implored him to counsel the emperor against hasty actions. Chun and Oppo's steadfast demeanor left them both in the dark regarding his intentions. Nangang Qing disregarded Prime Minister Wei and Oppo's counsel, placing a dossier of confessions and the wet nurse and Oppo's statements upon the table. Examine the contents of these testimonies, both of you, upon reviewing the declarations. Elder Qin appeared to have anticipated this, while Prime Minister Wei's complexion soured as he absorbed the implications. Your Majesty, although Zhang Mama was once the wet nurse of concubine Shu, her words should not be taken at face value. They require verification. After all, this matter involves the Empress Dowager, and it is of utmost gravity. Prime Minister Wei's brow furrowed deeply. This situation implicates both the Empress Dowager and the Emperor's biological mother. Concubine Chu. Given the wet nurse and Appo's testimony, it is likely there is veracity to her claims, yet the resolution of this matter remains uncertain. Considering the Empress Dowager's ruthlessness and her fierce rivalry with Concubine Chu in the past, Prime Minister Wei found himself at a loss for words. The vendetta against one's mother is an irreconcilable grievance. Empress Dowager, must you be so merciless? Elder Chun finally spoke. What are your intentions, Your Majesty? I may overlook the Empress Dowager's actions against me, but as her son, I cannot stand idly by while my mother suffers harm. If indeed the Empress Dowager is responsible for my mother's demise, I shall ensure she pays the price. Prime Minister Wei hesitated, unable to utter the words he wished to express. While he once yearned for the Empress Dowager's downfall, he had come to appreciate her formidable nature. Though she wielded harsh methods, she was undeniably a woman of remarkable caliber, both in vision and character. To say she was ruthless was an understatement. One does not survive in her position without such resolve. Prime Minister Wei did not view this as a flaw, but rather a necessity. It was said that she had once been a gentle soul. Moreover, the Empress Dowager had brought numerous benefits to the Qi kingdom. Her presence was indeed a blessing. Yet, the act of killing Concubine Chu was a grave matter, one that brooked no reconciliation. This was a deadlock from which there was no escape. Prime Minister Wei turned to Elder Chun, his gaze clearly imploring him for assistance. Despite his reluctance, Prime Minister Wei could not deny their shared bond. Having shared 2 meals together, Elder Chun, too, was no stranger to the Empress Dowager's true nature. Chapter 92. Ultimately misplaced affection. Old Master Chun did not meet the gaze of Prime Minister Wei. Instead, a flicker of struggle and guilt crossed his eyes. Your Majesty, regarding the death of Concubine Chu, could we summon the imperial physician who once examined her and inquire about her condition at that time? Surely, the physician would possess the most accurate knowledge. Old Master Chun and Appo's words sparked a revelation in Nangongqing. When Concubine Chu passed away, it was publicly announced that she succumbed to a severe illness, with no mention of poisoning. It remained uncertain whether the late emperor had shown favoritism towards the Empress Dowager. After all, the Dowager Empress, being the reigning empress, had enjoyed the late emperor and Appo's affection, overshadowing the concubine and reigning supreme in the harem, provoking envy among numerous other consorts. Thus, it was not difficult to conceal the true circumstances of Concubine Chu's death. The physician Liu, who had diagnosed Concubine Chu, was now gray-haired and aged, having retired from his duties to enjoy his grandchildren. Upon hearing the emperor and Appo's summons, he calmly set down his little grandson. Today had finally arrived. The little one, unable to grasp the meaning of his grandfather's words, tilted his head in confusion. The command of the sovereign is absolute. Having lived to this age, the grandfather considered himself fortunate, hoping only the remainder of his thoughts remained unspoken. Liu the physician offered no further explanation, following the palace eunuchs without even retrieving his medical kit, for the emperor had not summoned him for diagnosis. Physician Liu, you were the primary physician to my mother, and you should know her condition best. Speak quickly. Did she die of poisoning? Liu the physician bowed deeply to Nangongqing. Indeed, Concubine Chu perished due to poisoning. I anticipated that one day, Your Majesty would inquire. Nangongqing swayed slightly. Even with prior foreknowledge, he found Liu and Appo's words hard to accept. What truly transpired must be clarified in detail. Otherwise, I shall not spare you. At that moment, a trickle of blood escaped Liu's lips, his smile imbued with a hint of relief. Your Majesty, it was the late emperor's command, and I could not contravene it. I am willing to die to atone for my sins. With Liu's demise, the narrative solidified. Concubine Chu had indeed been killed by the Empress Dowager. Nangongqing and Appo's face contorted with anguish and torment, revealing his internal struggle. He harbored a glimmer of hope that, even if the Empress Dowager was involved, she was not the sole perpetrator of his mother's death. Yet the truth was brutally stark. Prime Minister Wei gazed at the lifeless form of Liu the physician. his head spinning with the gravity of the situation. It was impossible to resolve this matter easily. Why, of all people, did the Empress Dowager choose to murder the emperor's biological mother, concubine Shu? If it had been anyone else, he might have pleaded for mercy before the emperor. It was precisely concubine Shu. Suddenly, old Master Chen rose to his feet, kneeling before Nangongqing. Your Majesty, I too possess knowledge of the event from that year. The concubine did indeed die from poisoning. Nangongqing stared at old Master Chen in shock, never expecting him to be an informant. Even Prime Minister Wei was taken aback by old Master Chen's sudden disclosure. Was the old man planning to stab the Empress Dowager in the back? The 2 jars of fine wine and exquisite dishes she had provided were ultimately misplaced affections. They would have been better served to dogs. Old Master Chen, you must understand the implications of your words. Your Majesty, before the late emperor passed, he expressed concern over the Empress Dowager and Amp. Oppose, as potential usurpation of power, wishing to shield you from deception. Thus, he left behind a handwritten letter detailing the reasons behind concubine Shu's death. Old Master Chen fixed his disdainful and accusatory gaze upon Prime Minister Wei, pausing before continuing. I believe it is time to present the late emperor and oppose as letter. As he spoke, old Master Chen produced the letter from his sleeve and respectfully handed it to Nangongqing. Upon receiving the document, Nangongqing and Amp, oppose, S face darkened with rage as he read its contents. This venomous woman, the Empress Dowager, how could I have hesitated? How dare she inflict such malice upon my mother? Prime Minister Wei trembled slightly, kneeling in submission, casting a fierce glare at old Master Chen. Old man, do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? Even if the Empress Dowager was responsible for that incident, revealing it now could lead to irreversible consequences. As a son, the emperor must avenge his mother. While acknowledging the Empress Dowager's capabilities, Prime Minister Wei knew that such power was not easily challenged. Despite her recent low profile, seemingly withdrawing from court affairs, a slumbering tiger is still a tiger. If the emperor were to act against her, the odds would not be in his favor. This hesitation was the primary reason he was reluctant to escalate matters at this time, especially with the Liang Kingdom's emissaries lurking, poised to capitalize on any instability within Qi. Old Master Chen could not have possibly drunk himself into a stupor. Your Majesty, I understand your profound anger and desire for vengeance against the Empress Dowager, but you must not act impulsively. She wields military power and has her own clandestine guards. Furthermore, Prince Qin is currently in the capital. If we act rashly,